Father Benedek Estegon, write this chronicle of the year 1476 at the command of Matthias Corvinus, King of Hungary, and my ecclesiastical superiors, who resolve me from the evils I have witnessed. God's mercy cleanse my mind of those dark days. The mighty castle of Târgoviște. There I served as chaplain and chancellor to that prince of Wallachia and Transylvania called Vlad V, the most cruel of men, yet once the most just of rulers, known now and to the future by his more legendary names: Vlad Tepes, the Impaler, and of a darker meaning still, Lord. Why then are you reading?
It is nothing, Father.
I will be the judge of that. Let me see.
But, Father...
My son, obey.
It is a calendar, nothing more.
A list of crimes attributed to him.
Every one from a living witness.
It is your death warrant. Burn it now.
Destroy it, then. I will not forget. The record will remain. A testimony of death to our noble lord.
He paid for those crimes with 13 years of his life. The debt is settled.
Small payment before God.
King Matthias Corvinus thinks otherwise. Do you challenge his wisdom?
How can those slaughtered bodies ever be balanced? Hundreds when he sacked the town of Brasov. 5,000 at Great Shieldov. 25,000 in the Bulgarian campaign.
God rest their souls and give them peace.
Did Lord Dracula say that, as he had them all impaled on pointed stakes, alive?
3 years ago, I was young, and, like you, filled with pride for truth. With Emmanuel, a brother priest, I traveled the villages of this land, preaching our faith boldly. One day, word reached us to attend the Voivode Dracula at his court, here in Târgoviște. We came bravely, for we knew the horrifying reputation of the man. But he greeted us most courteously.
Monk Emmanuel, you have preached to my people. Do they respect you for it?
They respect the word of God, my lord.
And what do they say of me?
All manner of good things, my lord. All men hold you in honor and affection. There is no man but does not call you noble.
Guard, take this monk and feed him, while I question his brother. Your name, monk?
Benedict, my lord.
I suspect from your face that you fear me.
You hold me in the palm of your hand, my lord. But I fear God more. They call you tyrant, and you are renowned only for your vile cruelty. You have proved as much, for they do not call you Vlad Tepes for nothing.
No man has dared call me the Impaler to my face before.
You asked for truth. Even if it be my last words, I give it freely.
Then you shall live, as witness to the glory of your truth.
My lord, thanks be to you and to God.
But think on this, priest. Every truth carries its own punishment as well as reward. Your reward is life. Guard, the priest who lied, impale him in front of his brother here, as witness.
No,
God have mercy.
no,
Deliver us.
no, no, no.
I stayed there, helpless to the end. It was a slow death.
Yet you have remained here at Târgoviște until now, even after Vlad Dracula's imprisonment. Why?
It was a wish granted to him by King Matthias Corvinus, that I should serve Vlad Dracula as his witness before God. But that king, too, has a dark sense of justice. The price of Vlad's freedom was conversion to my faith.
It has taken 13 years.
But now his faith is deep and strong. He is the fiercest of the king's champions.
Now he has the king's sister as wife, big with their bond child. Does that wipe away the past?
My son, do not question the lives of princes unwisely. Go now, and pray for the Lady Ilonia in her hour of childbirth. Vlad's marriage to the king's sister, Ilonia, had taken place in the last months of his exile in the fortress of Buda. He had been married before, and from that union a son, Istvan, had grown to manhood. Though Vlad, like all princes, had taken concubines and mistresses, this second wedlock was of a different nature. If love ever existed in his life at all, it was for the gentle, serene Ilonia. At the end of the summer, when he brought her at last to his great castle of Tirgovishte, she was already heavy with child. Now she lay in labor, but her stepson Istvan's face was cold.
She suffers. The signs are not good.
She is a frail vessel, my lord Istvan. Our prayers must go out for her.
Your prayers, Father, not mine.
The child she bears will be your sibling.
A half-brother only.
Perhaps a sister, but of royal blood.
I am my father's firstborn. That birthright cannot be taken from me.
No one denies that right.
At the first cry of the child she bears, I am denied everything. I will not share.
At least, like your father, be just.
I leave justice to God. Will God listen to her or to me, do you think, Father?
He makes his own judgments, my son.
And I'll be more useful inspecting the stables. You make a better listener to God than I, Father.
Father Benedict.
Yes, Catelyn, my child.
Come? Dr. Santish begs that you should come quickly.
Thank God Catelyn found your father.
When Doctor calls for priest.
It's that bad, yes.
Her first child.
And she's not young. Pray for her, Father. And for us also.
Is there no hope at all?
The midwives know, as I do. And we're in terror for our lives. If I fail, he forgives nothing.
Dr. Sentesh, more than anything, he desires a son by her. Give him that, and you will share his triumph. Do nothing, and you lose everything.
Pray for me, Father.
I pray for us all.
Elizabeth, Catelyn, hold me, lady, fast. We have no choice.
Father Benedict,
My lord?
why is your presence needed at my wife's bedside?
To give her strength and God's grace.
Is she so weak?
She fights valiantly to give you a son.
She knows my mind.
She would give everything to please you.
A son. Istvan is already a man, but this son will be supreme.
Not only your heir, but heir to the king and Hungary.
With such a bloodline, he will be greater than the hero John Hunyadi himself. He will conquer all Asia in the name of Christ. My son.
My lord, come away.
Must she suffer? Every cry tears at my flesh.
It is the glory of women to bring forth life.
But the pain...
Without it, there would be no dignity.
As in death also. Man can discover all secrets, given time. Do you hear? Is that a child? My newborn son?
That is not a child's cry.
Well, what have they done? Sentess! Show me my son!
My lord,
Show me!
my lord, it never lived.
That is not my son. Benedict, do you see this thing?
Do not dwell on it, my lord.
Blotched and twisted. It's not human. It's evil. A malignant creature.
Sentesh, cover it, man. Hide it.
Take it, Benedict. Exorcise and burn that devil's lump while I shrive its conjurer. God!
My lord, hold fast to God.
She will live now. You will see. We have torn the evil from her belly. She will live. She will live! God!
My lord!
Take these butchers from my sight. Let them take as long to die as they performed their work upon her.
My lord!
No!
Hear me, bird of the night. Listen to your lord.
My lord, have I pleased you?
Oh, you have pleased me. Do not fly away.
Let me rest between your hands. I am so tired.
Oh, the blood, Benedict, the blood. Will it never cease?
My lord, do not blame our son.
Oh, I will blame no one. Only stay with me.
I must sleep.
Is it sleep, Benedict? Tell me.
She will never wake.
She sleeps, damn you. I feel her heart against my face. The warmth. Oh, God, the blood. Will nothing stop the blood?
You have killed the only man who could have saved her.
You lie.
I speak nothing but truth. I am God's witness.
Will he take her too, and my son?
He has his justice as you have yours. Accept what he gives, and you will find peace, my son.
I do not accept.
He is greater than you, than your king, than all great princes. Accept.
No!
He has taken what is his. You cannot reclaim her. Only give.
Give? Accept? If he is so great a prince, then he will give and accept. I am an honest man. I have served his cause. I have killed soulless infidels in his name, and built holy churches on battlefields once drenched with blood. I have been God's champion. If I have any right to that claim, let her live.
Your challenge is too late. She is dead.
Then all goodness and grace dies with her.
My son, for the love you once had for her, God-given.
I deny God. I am his everlasting enemy. I spit upon his mercy.
I cannot remain here. It is unholy.
You will stay.
Then will you kill me too?
You are tied to me, priest. By your own words, you are God's witness. What I shall do is dedicated to your eyes, and through you will defile him.
You told me once, for every action, there is a consequence.
Ah, the sword of truth, double-edged, good and evil. Well, by my evil, you will know good. But until I release you from that stewardship, you will suffer my sins as you suffered Brother Emmanuel's agony to the death.
Father,
Keep your sympathy from me, Istvan.
only this minute I've been told.
Then you know. She died. Killed by the monstrosity within her, and by an absence of God's mercy.
But don't let grief blind.
I am not a woman to be comforted. I am Vlad Dracula.
You are my father.
Then obey.
Command me.
Leave Tergovishta. Go to the king. Do battle for his cause with honor. But you will say nothing of what has happened here.
But it is his sister, your wife. The funeral ceremony.
I command you to say nothing.
Yes, father.
You must have no part in this grim chronicle, my son. The conflict is not yours. But go. Go now and quickly. And leave me to what I must do.
The funeral of the Lady Ilonia was Dracula's last respect to her name. Every possession in her name was burnt. Her ladies-in-waiting were butchered and impaled at the entrance to her tomb. Her name was never to be spoken again. But this was not the end of the perverted death rites commanded by Lord Dracula. The doors of every church in Tirgovishta were barred and bolted. Every holy bell pulled down. Every priest banished under threat of violent death. The name of God was forbidden. A terrifying silence of the soul hung over Tirgovishta. And only I remained.
Father Benedict.
Jacob! My son, you must go with the others. Quickly!
Come with us.
I cannot.
There is still time.
My time is here. I am God's only link with this wretched prince.
I may yet save him from himself.
You cannot save him. He is forever damned.
My son, you do not understand.
I know this. Without you, his evil will have no meaning. Leave him now. Leave him, Father.
No.
I will not be far away.
You are commanded to leave Tergovishte under pain of death.
The people need me. They will keep me safe, hidden in the town.
Now who's looking for the martyr's death?
Not me. After what I've seen, I'm a coward. You won't find me preaching and ranting at street corners.
Just skulking in cellars, celebrating Mass.
It's the least I can do. Before God.
Take care, my son.
You also, Father. I will say Masses for you in the people's name.
Give them my blessing. Go now. Quickly!
Oh! I'll hide in the vestry.
All out!
Goodbye, Father.
Priest Benedict,
Yes, my son.
we're not related, so none of that eyewash.
We are before...
Don't mention that name. It means death.
I speak that name without fear. God.
For his sake, then, Father, do not make me commit that crime. Not to you.
Do not be afraid, Captain Valence. I alone may speak that name, protected by Lord Dracula's favor.
Others aren't, though. And if I allow that name to be spoken, then it's me hanging from the highest stake, clutching my guts.
Black justice.
I'm his man, and I abide by it.
I want no man to suffer for my sake, Valence.
That won't be easy. With you protected...
Someone has to pay. I know.
Well, take care.
Was that the reason for you coming to this chapel?
It's to be walled up.
But it's my place of worship. His place.
There is no place for him in the castle of Tergovishte.
He is here, though. Isn't he?
I'm not here to talk. There's a job to be done.
Leave me time for prayer, at least.
I daren't. Lord Dracula demands your presence.
Now?
While we purge the castle of any priests who think they'll stay.
The last place they'd come would be this chapel.
That's why I'm ordered to wall up every door and window without searching it.
Give me 5 minutes, no more.
Sorry, Father.
Have you no piety?
I prefer to stay alive. Out you come, Father. Unless you want to stay in there with the spiders and the mice.
They are his creatures.
But there's none that you've a special regard for, is there? Or was the echo I heard...
What?
No more than an echo. I mean to say, if it had been a priest, hiding perhaps...
What makes you say that?
It was only a thought, but if it had been... Well, either I'd have to take him out and impale him outside the castle walls...
Dear God, not that.
Or he'll stay as quiet as a mouse as we seal him in and die in good company, without light or air or pain. Come away, Father. Either way, there's nothing you can do.
Nothing. Only witness.
No time for that, even. I must take you to Lord Dracula right away. Come along.
Hurry, priest. Mount your horse.
I am not prepared for a journey.
Soldier, give the priest your cloak. You may freeze, but my witness must be kept warm.
Sooner than he suffers, I will do without.
Take it, or he dies on his captain's sword now.
Thank you. Thank you, my son.
Remember, priest, accept.
Without question.
Or be witness to the consequence.
Where do we ride?
My spies tell me there is a village priest who calls me the accursed impaler. We ride to visit him. Forward, Captain!
Then you dare to spread your vengeance beyond the walls of Tergovishte.
Where it affects me, yes. But I will bring him back to Tergovishte and show him what he says is true. Headman, I am Lord Dracula.
I know it, my lord.
What is your name?
Fair Gay, my lord. I speak for all the village.
Your priest also?
He is not here, my lord.
That is unfortunate.
Rather than have your anger spill over against us, he left the village.
I came to show him the truth in what he calls me. Tepesh, the impaler.
My lord, no. Spare them.
This priest knows my ways, Gergely. When your priest returns,
You will present him with proof of what he claims of me.
Proof, my lord?
I am Vlad the Impaler. He will know it is I who passed this way, for the evidence will stand here, before his church. You, his congregation.
Less than 50 souls lived there. He spared none. As we left that small forest of impaled innocents, Lord Dracula turned briefly to me and smiled, coldly. I could say nothing for the grief that blinded me.
Tears, priest? Is the winter wind so bitter? There is worse yet to come.
His march of terror swept like a scythe through the villages and hamlets set about Tirgovishta. His soldiers, those terrible avengers, first savored, then sickened of the bloodlust that drove their master on. At last, blood lost its obsession even for him, and he turned his proud stallion's head homeward, to the next crossroads that would carry...
What is it, Captain? Do they fate us, or do they flee in terror?
Neither, my lord. They've caught a witch. They're testing her, then putting her to death.
Without my permission?
They seem to think her death will honor you, my lord.
Let us see this witch. Let the witch stand forth.
Speak, Janos.
She's cursed my cattle and Laszlo's too. 3 calves I'd
And
like.
the children, where are they? Make her speak.
Order her to the death. Well, don't let her come close, master. She'll curse your beast.
Sign of evil is on her. Beware.
Silence! Stand close, girl. I would see your face.
Look into my eyes, if you dare.
The girl stood forward, dirty and ragged, but with all the grace of a young animal. Her hair was free, and although threatened by the villagers about her, she had a pride that made them her slaves. But it was when I saw her eyes that I knew she was evil. She was of the breed of Lucifer, and no one can look into those eyes and be called holy. I turned my face aside and prayed.
I am named Militsa. Call these dogs from me.
Give me good reason.
Because you are Vlad Dracula, and you have need of me.
We have proved her guilty.
She must die. I will interrogate her.
Torture her. She'll talk then. She must be first. Here.
She will be questioned at Tergovishta.
No, she must be destroyed. In the ancient manner.
Laszlo, Janos, the pitchfork.
Kill those 2 men. Take the girl on your saddle, parents. We ride for Tergovishta.
I ride with no man but my Lord Dracula.
Then you will walk barefoot at my horse's flank, and if you fall, you die.
Ride on then, my lord.
Salamander! Forward! Move, you black devil!
He will move only at my command.
Those peasants were right. You have cursed the beast.
Seat me at the pommel of your saddle.
I am not to be commanded.
I am. Lift me up.
Now, break the spell, witch.
Salamander, go!
Our return to Tergovishta was swift. We paused for nothing. Salamanders, though possessed by the very powers of darkness, set a pace that only checked when we reached the gates of the citadel. The first of the winter storms was already upon us, cursing and howling its eerie song among the palisade of stakes outside the castle walls.
Why have we stopped?
Are these your enemies, set upon those stakes?
They are my people, delivered from a worse evil than death.
I have come too late, then.
Why? Would you save them?
No, my lord. They are past that.
Do they amuse you?
They are broken puppets now. But how they must have danced and bled. Salamander, go in.
Come closer to the fire, priest. Warm yourself. It's going to be a long winter.
The girl, Melitza.
She is being tended now, bathed and dressed. She will be a welcome pleasure. I shall enjoy her.
She owes you her life.
She will pay for it. Did you see her body, Benedict? How it moved and twisted, mother naked beneath her rags.
I saw only the evil in her eyes.
Did it draw you, command you, make you lust for her?
No.
Then you turned away too quickly.
I have no part in what she can give you.
You are my witness. I command your eyes.
No.
You will see her flesh, and my hand upon it. You will see my desire fulfilled.
He will see nothing.
He sees all, suffers all.
What I bring you is not for old men's eyes. See, he already suffers. Why do you think he cannot bear to look at me? Shall I set my lips upon you, priest?
He burns! See how he burns!
Get thee behind me, Satan!
I am Lilith, sweet daughter of Astarte Astaroth. Can you deny Our Lady of Babylon? Or her handmaiden?
I do deny her, and all her evil ways. I call upon God to protect me and punish...
Oh, get rid of this old fool.
Leave us, priest.
I want him killed. Impaled. Now.
No.
He would cry out. Blood spurting on the stake. As I, upon...
No. No. While I live, he lives.
Is his power over you so great?
Ask him.
Priest, answer.
I stand for God, whom Vlad Dracula would deny.
Is that your revenge, Tepesh? Is that all?
No, do not mock me, gypsy.
You're a child, smashing trinkets out of spite. That is no vengeance against his feeble deity.
The people cry out at my evil.
But that is not power.
No one denies Vlad Dracula.
The screams of dying men, the shudders of an old priest. Is that all you seek?
Do not listen to her.
There is a greater vengeance. The priest knows it. Ask him.
I will not answer.
Answer, or she...
Tepesh!
He faces a moment of truth.
Two-edged.
He knows it.
Step back. You are not beyond redemption.
You are afraid. For my soul's sake, you are afraid.
Yes. If you go on, you are lost to God.
But not to you. You are still my witness.
Release me. Give me peace.
Never.
Make him leave. Our night is before us.
Now, speak first. I wish to see the terror in his eyes for what he knows awaits me.
Look into the priest's eyes.
Look at me, Benedict. Through those aged tears.
My son, for the love of God,
Oh, yeah. Oh, I see love there, mingling with the fear. Poor old man. There is such a despair in your soul. I slip through your fingers like quicksilver. Do you feel me as I go from you?
Yes.
Oh, such a desperate sadness. Would you be happy if I gave you back my soul?
God would be happy, my son.
That's what I thought. Leave us and go to him. Tell him in your prayers that you have failed. Tell him I serve a new master. Go.
And while you pray, priest, remember, the initiation starts with me.
There was no part of that great castle in which I could escape the memory of those serenely evil eyes, gold-flecked like the great cat. The many soldiers were restless and on edge. Their serving women panicked at every shadow, while the horses in the stables around the courtyard fretted and kicked all night long. I found Captain Ferrance in a lonely turret.
Do you hear them, priest? The horses.
They know that something is wrong.
It's the storm. Never like a cold storm, horses don't.
Perhaps they know who raised it.
You've been listening to the serving wenches, superstitious sluts.
The soldiers too, then. They blame the gypsy.
Do you think she's a witch?
I know she is.
That won't save her from the master, if she fails to please him.
She's already her slave, bewitched body and mind. She will rule us all.
So soon?
You expected it?
He was getting sick of the blood. Something had to happen.
Something has happened. Something so evil.
Dracula bedding a gypsy girl. Nothing new in that. Where's your faith?
Riding the wind. It may not see this night out.
It will last longer than these castle walls. Why else do you reckon my Lord Dracula picked on you as his holy water jester?
Do you speak truth, Ferrance?
Common sense, at least.
Jacob was right. The Holy Church rests in the souls of the people. God save his memory.
The way you speak of him, anyone think he was dead?
What? But he cannot be alive. The chapel...
Yes, walled up. Doors and windows all.
Then how?
There's more ways in and out of this castle than you can see with your own two eyes, Father.
Passages. Tunnels.
Yes, for those who've got the guile to go looking for them.
From the vestry.
Is that a fact?
But where?
They do say that the old sewers, built by the Romans like as not, run clear down underneath the town.
Then he's safe. With the people.
The wind's so strong up here, you know. I can hardly hear a word you say.
Bless you, my son.
For a winter wind. Small blessing there.
It warms me like the fire of Christ, tempering my faith.
May it blow long and full then. For you'll need your faith with that black witch among us.
Gypsy girl, you are a witch.
A witch. But more than a witch.
Silver-bodied, like the slender moon.
She is my sign. As Draconis, serpent of the stars, is yours.
And together we rule the night sky.
But the moon is dying.
It wanes only to return.
My lord, I weaken also.
What are you saying?
I'm ruled by her. She is the mother of my spirit. As the moon dies, so I am plunged into darkness. Soon, it will be time.
You cannot leave me, I command you.
Accept what I tell you. My lord.
You are not to die.
I shall return Only accept.
What is happening? Your face.
Look away. Leave me now.
Come back! Come back!
Believe in my power.
I believe. Only stay.
Look into my eyes.
Militza, what have you become?
At the full moon, I will show you a great secret. Come to me. Then...
No, I will not leave your side. I will call doctors, the greatest physicians in my land.
They know nothing. The owl knows all. It is time.
The moon. Militza. The moon.
Father Benedict! Wake, priest, wake!
What is it, my son?
Come quickly. My lord commands you.
In a moment.
Now, you dare not delay.
What is wrong?
He has gone mad. The gypsy girl is dying.
Was it you, priest? What sacred incantation have you performed?
I have done nothing, my lord.
She has left me, she too, and if it was your doing...
I had no hand in it, I swear.
You will die as no man has ever died before. You will beg, and my only mercy will be greater pain.
If that is God's will.
Admit it! You wished her destruction.
To save your soul, yes.
Ah, there I have you, priest, self-confessed. Murder by sorcery.
But God in his mercy has spared me that terrible act.
Huh?
The sorcery is hers.
What?
See, I hold this glass before her lips. She is not dead.
There is breath. There is breath.
It is a witch's trance. A catalepsy.
She said, only believe.
By this she has made you her slave.
She has true power.
She is evil.
And I believe in her.
Then you are lost.
Until the full moon. Only until then.
My lord, dismiss me.
No. You are the watchman. You will stay here by her side. Only when she is mine again will I release you.
Vlad Dracula knew I had no choice. I sat by that living corpse, waiting for the moon spell to run its length of days and nights. By candlelight I watched that face, so young, and yet in its lifeless eyes, holding a knowledge so old, so ancient. Then, as the first sleek sliver of the moon rode the night sky, that face began to change. Each night, gazing into those fathomless eyes, I entered a dream so deep, so dark, it goes beyond memory. But when I woke each dawn, there was a flush of beauty on the gypsy's skin, the merest sign of brushed color from the sunrise. Her life was flowing back. I could not even pray. I felt so crushed by this dark power. And then, at the full moon, she awoke.
You have served me well, priest. Where is my Lord Dracula?
I am here.
Welcome, my lord.
Go, priest. This is no place for you.
I am young again, Vlad Tepesh.
And beautiful as the risen moon.
As full and as fertile. Fitting for the fruit of dragon seed.
You cannot know that.
It will be a son.
My son.
And your pledge to Lucifer.
What?
It is the price of knowledge. Accept.
I accept.
There is a pact to be signed.
I will sign it.
In blood, my lord. In blood.
Do you think I'm afraid? Here is my blade.
Oh, put aside your sword. What I take with an ace.
In his great passion for the witch girl, the grim castle of Tirgovishta became the center of life for Dracula. His bands of cruel mercenaries terrorized the lands about him still, but Vlad Dracula never rode with them. His was a darker exploration.
Do not cease your prayers, priest. I only observe.
Leave me, witch!
Does my presence trouble you? Is the looseness of my perfumed hair a hindrance to proper prayer? Do these naked shoulders move you?
Begone, child of evil!
We have a bond, you and I.
No!
Those empty dreams. Do you remember? That life could be yours.
I will not remember.
That cross. Discarded. It is the last barrier between us. Then you will recall that dream and see clearly all that was promised you in every sweet detail.
I call upon all the saints and God Almighty to protect me from your evil tongue.
Oh, be silent, priest. Save your holy curses for the poor. Or I will set a mark on you. One you will long remember.
The blessing of God protected me from knowing her meaning. But those dark dreams were like a mighty silence looming over me. I feared what it contained, for I sensed those dreams were interwoven with a choice I had to make. But the decision was too great for me alone. I needed help.
This is as far as I can take you, priest. You'll come out in the cellars of the coaching inn.
And he will be there.
If Dracula's spies haven't caught him already.
And if they have?
They'll have made him talk, won't they?
You mean they'll know of this tunnel?
And you'll be taken at the other end.
I will tell nothing.
You'll talk. They always do. I know what they get up to in the way of persuasion. It isn't pretty.
You're risking your life.
Not if we're lucky, and you come back before dawn. If you don't...
It means I never will.
Remember what I said. Get the news to Lord Istvan. He'll know what to do.
But my son...
Get on, priest. You haven't much time.
Who's there? Miklos? It's me. Look at my face. Father Benedict. Brother Jacob. Is he here?
Come out of there and shut the cover. Yes, he's here. Just finishing a baptism.
Thank God. The people still have their faith.
Not all. There's some that take his lordship silver. That's why I'm on guard. Give you a surprise, did I?
I thought it was a trap.
And so it could be, Father.
My son, Jacob, God's blessing on you.
And you also, Father. But better give thanks to God that Miklos is with us. You are too trusting.
But I know Miklos. I christened his children.
That wouldn't have saved you, Father.
Why have you come?
I can live with such evil only by knowing there is hope here. I had to come.
You are free of him now. Escape. Join us.
He would kill every soul in Tirgovishta.
I know. I am bound to him by the sword. I must remain there in that grim castle.
In spite of the degradation he thrusts upon you.
It is enough to know that faith still exists, my son. Will you pray with me?
Miklos, keep watch. I'll take Father Benedict into the chapel.
A chapel? Here?
The wine cellars of the inn are like catacombs. Where better? Come.
In the deepest wine vault, the sight of that makeshift altar, covered as it was with an unembroidered cloth, filled my heart with love. And I wept to be within the grace of Christ once more. But what monk Jacob next related to me left us both in deep despair.
It is always the young that are taken. 3 so far.
Innocent children. But why? For what vile purpose?
It is said they are used as sacrifice.
By the witch girl?
For their blood.
She is the most evil creature I have ever known.
But more than a witch, a Satanist.
God help us all.
You are in the greatest danger.
Where she leads Dracula, I cannot follow. Nor can I defy her power. I can only pray.
There are great forces against us.
Here you have the people and their faith.
But a faith that's kept well hidden. The people are like me, afraid.
There is one hope. Vlad's son, Istvan.
He finds glory skirmishing the Turks for King Matthias Corvinus.
He is not out of reach.
2 days' ride.
The people of Tergovishta are his people. He will help us.
He is as cruel a lord as his father.
But more just.
He cannot give judgment in his father's kingdom while his father rules, when it is his.
That may never come to pass.
What?
The witch girl is with child.
Dracula's greatest wish.
Can you imagine a spawn of that corruption?
But what of Istvan's rights as son?
They mean nothing. This child of Lucifer will have everything, including all the powers of darkness that his vile mother will breed into him.
They say Vlad Dracula's bloodline stems from Genghis Khan.
Can such a monster live again?
Istvan loves his father deeply.
It is not returned.
He is a Christian, dedicated to serving King Matthias Corvinus against the infidel.
Would he stand by and see his father brought into corruption?
If his inheritance depended upon it, yes.
Then he must be persuaded.
And soon.
I am helpless. Dracula's captive.
It is not your mission. I will go to Istvan myself. Tonight.
I returned to my prison. At every step of my journey back into darkness, I considered how easy it would be for me to escape, as Jacob had pleaded, and so avoid the future that awaited me. But then, in my mind's eye, I saw the town of Tirgovishte, razed to the ground, its sole monument a forest of impaled corpses. Was this the sum of all my days? Another ironic alternative offered me in the diabolic game of chess between Vlad Dracula and one poor priest. On the night of the first full moon, Vlad Dracula came to his satanic baptism. Commanded by him, I was there. But I wept as I was drawn into that corrupted house of God.
Horned Master, Lord of the 3 kingdoms, the 3 faces of the moon, the 3 rings of power, know me, your daughter, as I dance here before you.
All sacred images had been thrown down, and in their place, corrupting symbols of the flesh now stood. The altar, black-draped and gauded with occult markings, had on it the tools of their revolting practices. A single black candle flickered with unearthly light, and I fell to my knees, transfixed by the lewdness of her dance.
Melikazada, Farerishus, Raphael, I conjure you by the power of the lost tetragrammaton, Habayoth. Draw this person unto you, through me, your daughter in evil. Vlad Dracula, name your will of him to whom all creatures are obedient. Him, the wielder of the words of power by which the elements are overthrown. The sea is turned back, earth shudders, and all the host of heaven, earth, and hell tremble and are confounded.
I desire oneness with the horned god through you.
How shall that joining together be?
As the moon covers the sun.
From that dark union comes new life. So shall you be renewed by this consummation of dark power.
Oh, Sabaoth!
The last image I recall was the face of the gypsy, alive with dark triumph, as she and Dracula came together in that unholy union. But I was to be spared that ultimate defilement. For God, in his mercy, struck me blind. My blindness gave me strength. I was not helpless, for I knew the castle from long past, and its darkness was my friend. But I was not free of Dracula. I could still hear. I could still feel, even sense the wickedness committed in my sightless presence. And I was aware of metamorphosis. The voice of Dracula, a man of nearly 60 years, grew younger, full of a new majesty and of darkness past my understanding.
Soon, my lord, the secrets will be yours. At the satanic baptism of our child.
You have given me knowledge, power, and great joy.
Look in this glass.
I do not need mirrors to tell me who I am.
Look hard. What do you see?
Vlad Dracula, as I was at the great battle of Nandothahevar.
20 years ago.
And you, how old are you?
Older than the mountains that hold this castle to the earth.
As old as the moon itself.
But she renews herself from death to life.
As you did also.
In a village of old women, I alone stayed young. They came to envy me the richness of my hair, the firmness of my body. Their envy turned to hate. When you found me, that hate had turned to fear. They called me witch. But only you know the secret of my death and renewal.
The ceremony of blood.
It is your secret, too. But we must beware.
No one in Tergovishta knows you for anything but young. But they know me.
The priest sees nothing now but Captain Ferenc. He fought with you at that great victory 20 years ago. He looks at you and frowns.
Then he must die. I will wipe away the past. When those all about me are gone, who will know them?
You cannot kill them all.
I have killed thousands.
There is no need. There are many ways to be reborn.
Is this some new sorcery? A spell to give me new form?
The secret of the seasons. Nothing more. What is born must die. To be reborn.
What are you asking of me?
Trust me.
Father Benedict.
Lord Istvan, my son, blessings upon you.
You are blind.
I know this place. I know your voice.
But why isn't my father here to greet me? Have I offended him? What is wrong?
My son, he is a dying man.
What? Was the monk Jacob right? Is it witchcraft?
You will see him in his chamber.
This gypsy wife.
He loves her. Do not speak against her before him.
Is her power so great?
This is not the time or place for questions, my lord.
What is your fear? If you will not answer, then my father will. Take me to him.
At his command. Otherwise, I dare not.
Old man, do not play with me. I am the son of Vlad Dracula. Stand aside.
The priest speaks truth, my lord.
Captain, put back your sword.
No man draws close to my lord Dracula without his word. Move now, and my men will act.
I am his son.
Times have changed, my lord.
You will pay for this with your life.
Do not rebuke him, my son. If he lets you past, he dies. Impaled outside the castle wall.
Kill my father! Tell him I am here!
He knows, my lord Istvan.
Who is this woman?
Did you expect a crone? Or an unwashed slut? I'm the gypsy, Militza, wife to Lord Dracula. Your stepmother.
Where is my father?
I will take you to him. Come. No need to stare at my belly so. Your sibling brother is not ready for you yet. Come, blind priest. Lead us.
He's like a fallen tree.
The once mighty Vlad Tepes.
Space. He had the majesty of eagles once. Now, he is old.
Speak to him, my son. Gently.
My Lord Dracula, your son Istvan is here.
Father?
Must you weep before me? Are you a child?
Istvan is moved that you're sick, my lord.
Why are there no doctors here?
It is too late, I know it.
No.
Let him accept death. Leave him now.
You do not command me. He has not asked or answered me as yet.
Your battles do not interest me.
I want to speak of you. And what has brought you to this? Why do you refuse to fight? Where is the warrior in you?
You are talking to a dying man, Istvan. He's not interested in your questions.
What I ask is important.
Concerning what?
My inheritance.
How well-timed is your return.
How well-timed is your bastard brat?
My son, give your father peace.
Why aren't you praying for his life, priest? Why is he being allowed to die?
It is his wish. Now go.
I want him to live.
Obey her.
Father, it is my right to stay.
I order you to go. Your allegiance is to the king. Go to him. Serve him well. Bring honor to our name. But do not stay here.
Come, my son. He sleeps.
He looks so helpless. Why does no one help him?
Because they wish him peace. What do you wish, apart from your inheritance?
Do not challenge me. I am his blood, his heir.
Look into my eyes. Know my power.
You are evil.
You are nothing. Go.
Come inside. There is food and drink in the great hall.
Brother Jakob was right. This place is like an open tomb. The soldiers skulk like assassins. There's a stench of decay in every room.
If you had only come sooner.
Is it too late? Tell me the truth, Father.
He is beyond our help now. She has won.
You speak too soon. When I inherit...
You will have nothing here.
It is the law.
He can change it at a word from her.
He must be made to live. Father, pray for him day and night. I will summon doctors, physicians.
He will be dead before they arrive.
You are so sure. Why?
I know her power. I do not need to see her face.
And you accept it? You, who were once so close to him?
I am tired, my son. I have fought a mighty battle. And by his death, I will find release. At last.
A battle?
For his very soul.
He must die within the church.
He cannot, unshriven.
Then absolve him. It is your duty before God.
To receive God's mercy, Dracula must first confess. To confess, he must acknowledge God. He will not.
Then he will end unconsecrated.
His last gesture of defiance against Christ.
Priest, you want it, quickly.
What is it, Captain?
Not the end yet, my lord, but he wants the priest.
As witness?
Pray God he will recant.
Not while she's by his side.
Then remove her, Captain.
I wouldn't dare, my lord. And neither would you. Come, priest.
handsome priest. Now that I am nearly gone.
No, my lord. I have no victory to offer God.
While I lived, you had hope.
Like God's mercy. Everlasting.
Then you will never be free.
My lord?
Did you expect a recantation?
Why else was I sent for?
As my witness.
To this, Vlad Dracula's final testament, and to his moment of death.
Sign.
Huh? I will guide your hand, old man. It is done.
What have I witnessed?
The will of Dracula. You will know its contents soon. You fear what it contains.
Nothing is yours while he still lives.
If you could see, you would know he will die tonight.
You shall not thrust him headlong into death. I shall remain and pray.
But that is his wish.
His wish?
Blind man. You cannot see the night sky. Tonight is the new moon.
I sat by my lord, waiting for him to die. I knew her meaning. Memories of that terrifying vigil at her side pressed down upon me. The growing of the moon would bring even greater power to her. I was helpless before her, as was Captain Ferenc. Only Ishvan himself could rebel, as he surely would when the contents of that dying testament were made known. Suddenly the air of the chamber grew unearthly cold. The gaunt hand I held was rigid in my grasp. There was no pulse. Vlad V, Lord of Wallachia, was dead. I bowed my head and wept for his lost soul. At the heart of the great citadel of Tirgovishte was set the funeral vault that held the ancestors of Vlad V, including his mighty father, who found honor with John Hunyadi against the Turkish infidels. I could find no blessing fit to give, but a silent prayer, commending him to God's mercy. Then the iron gates were closed, and Vlad's testament was read.
This is the testament of Vlad, son of Vlad Dracul. In that my brother Radu is dead before me, no man is more fit to hold my power and possessions than Vlachim, my exiled brother.
What? Go on, Clark. Finish.
It is all his, to hold or share as he will judge. Witnessed, Benedict Estegom, priest.
Who is this Vlachim?
Your father's brother. Captain Ferenc rides to him now beyond the mountains. In 13 days, they will return, and this castle will have a new lord.
Captain Ferenc was never seen again. But the man he sought, Vlachim, came to the citadel of Tirgovishte out of that terrifying storm, its towering clouds hiding the full moon. Even I, set in perpetual darkness, felt the awful power of that dark night.
Father Benedict, he is here. A black Magyar coat with a matched fall, all jet black. I saw it from the west turret.
Tell me what this Vlachim is like, my son.
I didn't see him enter. Come with me to the great hall. He must be there by now.
The storm brought you to us swiftly, my lord.
Swifter still. Alone that you greet me.
I am only your brother's widow, tolerated here, not welcome.
She leans close to him like a whore.
Their voices.
She must be stopped.
Where is Ishvan and the priest?
I am here.
Where is Captain Ference, my lord?
He is dead.
How did he die?
In saving me from assassins on the mountain road.
He was an honest man.
Then you made your way here alone?
Tergovishta is not unknown to me.
When were you here last?
Why do you question me? I am your lord, not some traveling merchant. Give me the respect that is due.
Forgive him, Lord Vlachim. The death of his father makes him harsh-mannered.
I'm a soldier. I hold fast to facts.
So then remember that I, too, suffered that same loss.
After so many years?
Did he not speak of me, priest?
Never.
Your name was never spoken of as Uncle Radu's was.
You doubt me. And there is envy in your voice.
I have an inheritance.
You have nothing, other than what I grant. Step carefully with me, Istvan.
I am my father's son. I have rights.
Your father is dead.
Through her witchcraft, her sorcery destroyed him.
Priest, is there proof that this is true? Did you see with your own eyes?
I am blind, as you can well see.
Then you saw nothing.
He is old, and his mind twisted with grief. He had a great affection for my lord Vlad Tepes.
Then I shall honor you, priest, and you in turn will serve me.
And her? Will you honor her obligation to my father, her bastard conceived on Satan's altar?
Your brother?
No!
Of your blood, your father's line.
Hers alone. She is evil, and she is damned, and so is her brat. Reject her.
You spit upon your father's memory.
I honor his name.
But you reject this unborn child, his seed.
Yes.
Reject the child, reject the father. So, you in turn are rejected. Go now.
My lord, hear his case.
Priest, be silent. He has made his choice. He will leave Tergovishta at dawn.
I refuse.
Then you will never leave these walls alive.
My lord, let me speak with him. Let me persuade him.
Please, I will not.
Nephew, you have until sunrise. Listen to this priest in his wisdom, and be gone by them, or you will inherit only death.
I tell you, Father, I will not escape. I will kill him first.
This passage does not lead to safety, my son.
Where then?
To your father's tomb. Inside these gates.
Father, explain.
My son, blindness takes away sight, but it keens the mind, bringing truth where seeing brings only confusion.
Tell me.
Your father was murdered.
By witchcraft? You have the proof?
If I am right, he will be different.
How?
There are ways, more secret and more vile, going back into ancient legend.
Her ways?
I believe she is a vampire.
God protect us.
All the evidence of her dark powers, her catalepsy at the waning of the moon, my own unspeakable nightmares as I sat in vigil beside her drained body.
What was it you saw?
Every dawn, her white body. Now, with more life, and under that pallid skin, the flush of fresh blood.
And my father?
Was her victim.
What must we do?
If he has been killed by a vampire, he is of the undead. He too must live for blood. Like her, he will change, take on that beastly form, and go out into darkness, only to return, satiated at dawn.
Even from the tomb?
Even from the grave.
But why him? Why not you, who sat at her side, helpless and unknowing?
This crucifix.
I have no such protection.
I have brought you this. Take it and wear it always. Her power is great.
And this Vlachim, what is he?
Her accomplice. Her familiar.
The devil himself. You did not see his eyes.
I have seen hers, remember, and I was in terror.
Then she and Vlachim must be destroyed. But how?
In the ritual manner. But first, your father. His redemption can only come from you. And it is a hideous act.
Tell me.
The ritual calls that he must be transfixed through the heart with iron. If he is a vampire, there will be a great fountain of blood, and he will groan in terror.
But he will be saved.
Not until you have severed his head and prayed before it at a holy shrine.
My own
if
father.
any part of the ritual fails, if it is not completed before sunrise, all will be in vain. He will escape us, only to reappear elsewhere as deadly and as evil as before.
But if we destroy him?
He is her victim. God's mercy will warm and succor him until he has atoned. And what we do will not be in vain.
Let us go in. Here is his casket.
It will be unfastened, ready for his return.
And when he comes...
You must act quickly. Here's the iron stake. Your sword must shear his head.
Guide me.
Open the casket. Do not be dismayed, my son. It is empty now, but he will return.
It is not empty.
God, what have I done?
It is filled with earth and stones. Why? What have they done with my father's body?
Then he is not dead. There is no brother. Rakim is Vlad himself. Like her, grown young.
See, the full moon, Militza.
And the town below.
A silver toy.
Our plaything.
By dawn, Istvan will be gone.
It will be our citadel alone. Our kingdom of the undead.
They will serve us well, my people.
My lord, there is a child to be fed.
Then let us go down.
Children taken from the village. The sorcery, the satanic mass.
All of it, the ceremony of blood.
I say we should take the castle.
No, my son. It must be the two vampires, by stealth, before dawn.
We're enough. Let's kill them swiftly.
Peace, Miklos, my son.
None for me until they're dead, father.
Miklosh's daughter was the 10th to be taken.
There will be no more.
Then let's act.
There's little time before the dawn. Soon they must return.
Brother Jacob, you and Miklos know what has to be done. The ritual.
Aye.
But Vlad Dracula must be Lord Istvan's sacrifice.
To God.
It will be done. I will not draw back. Let us get to their chamber quickly.
We'll need torches.
No, my blind eyes will guide us through the shadows.
We have all else we need, then.
Swords, the iron shafts, and hammer.
To each of us, a crucifix. And I have holy water to purify that evil place.
This will not be easy. Let us pray.
Each man to himself, then. We've no more time for words.
Kill them first. We'll pray for forgiveness later.
She is there. Upon the bed, alone.
Act swiftly then, by God we will.
Who's there?
She's awake. She's sitting up.
Do not look into our eyes.
Too late, blind man.
God have mercy upon us.
They're my slaves. Would you know my power? Miklos,
Yes, my lady.
do you see the night sky?
I do, my lady.
It is the kingdom of the owl, the nighthawk, and the moon.
No!
Go from the window, Miklos. Cast yourself down into the arms of night.
Do not command him.
Who shall be next, priest?
Spare them.
Only if you come to me.
I cannot.
Then they die. Choose.
I am blind.
Then I will come to you. Only throw down your holy cross. And I will bind you to me with a kiss.
I could only obey. But I had one small hope left. I threw the crucifix down and waited. I could smell her white body, the fragrance of her hair, the moist heat of her mouth. As face close to mine, she spoke.
So, priest, I set my mouth upon your neck, and you are mine.
In the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit!
I had drenched her vile form with holy water, and the spell was broken.
Priest, what has happened? Stand back. Do not let her touch you, Father. She's changing.
What have you done? She's old. She's withering, crumbling into dust.
She is nothing. God give peace to her tormented soul.
Listen, that wind, he comes! Hold fast to God. Into the shadows, as he takes his human form, pinion and tie him from behind.
Dear God, destroy our enemies in evil.
We have him.
Mistake. Priest, you have betrayed me.
I am blind to your evil.
Then your eyes shall be opened to truth. My son, do not destroy me.
In the name of God, die! Oh, God, the blood! Will nothing stop the blood?
Do not stop now. His head, his head.
Father, I beg your forgiveness.
Use your sword.
I cannot.
You must. In the name of God. Now.
Jesus, you forgive me what I do.
God's mercy sanctifies you, my son. But our task is not finished yet.
We have shamed him enough.
Give me the head.
No! No hand shall touch it but mine.
So wrap it in your cloak and bring it.
Where?
The cell, which is my room. There is an altar there and candles. We shall pray together for his salvation.
It is cold here, like the tomb.
It is the only sacred place in this whole castle. Bolt the door fast, my son. Set the head down between the holy candles.
I have never wept for a man before.
He was your father. Pray for him.
Istvan, my son, you are forever damned.
At the sound of that terrible voice, scales fell from my eyes, and I could see.
For what you have done, I pity you.
Standing there in the shattered doorway was my Lord Dracula, cloaked and grim, whole and commanding. He pointed at the altar, and we choked with horror and despair.
Look, see your act of justice.
God have mercy.
The head, set so piously between the candles, was not Dracula's. It was Brother Jacob.
Do you see now, priest? And you thought you had won.
Your sorcery has tricked us, but God will prevail.
You have trifled with God once too often. The sword is set against you.
You are evil, evil.
But I know God, and for that, pity me.
Pity? For you? Dracula the Impaler, the vampire. Let Satan take pity on his own.
He has no claim on me. My crime was to seek revenge against my God. Now I must suffer the irony of God's vengeance in my turn.
Pray for his everlasting mercy.
He is a cruel God, but just, and bitter in his judgment. What I am now is no triumph. I feed on evil and am sickened by it. for I have spat upon the face of God, and like the wandering Jew, I am condemned to immortality, an eternity of blood and evil. Pity me.
This petty lord, tainted with the same evil as his father, Vlad Tepes the Impaler, is condemned with ample proof for the brutal killing of an honest monk, Brother Jacob Cachuli, in this year of grace, 1476. The whole bloodline of evil rests with Istvan Dracula. The only remedy for such evil on earth is death. Let it be done.
Her eyes, Father, golden like a giant cat, yet dark, too, as the night owl's orbs. She was the queen of night. Did you have her, Father? She touched a priest once. How he must have burned, as I did, as my father did, in a hellfire of the flesh. Fire that consumed. They say the axe blade is hot as it shears the neck. Did you warm to that melting heat her mouth? Did you beg silently for her mouth upon your neck? Did you bleed?
My son.
My lord, it's time.
There's freedom out there.
Freedom and a short walk, my lord.
I'm glad it's morning. We see so many terrors by moonlight.
And you, Father, were you ever really blind?
I watched him walk bravely to the scaffold. Kneeling, he glanced once at the sky, and the shadow of a bird in flight passed across his face. The axe blade flashed. The head fell cleanly. It was done. With his death, my chronicle is ended. It is a bitter testament to truth, for with it my days of grace are past. Now, like Lord Istvan, I bow to the axe, for as the devil's witness, I had no witness of my own. Miklos is dead. Jakob is dead. Istvan is dead. Of the gypsy girl there is no trace. They say I was her accomplice in the murder of her lord, Vlad Tepes. For that, and as Istvan's unholy helper, I am condemned. But I smile bitterly as I see the axe that ends me is two-edged, double-headed as my fate. I have lived by truth, and in it I die. My judges think that by ending my life, they end the sorcery of Tirgovishte. They think that by executing Istvan, the evil is destroyed. They are fools. The jailer, he will understand. But will you, for whom this chronicle is written? I tell you, Dracula lives.
In Lord Dracula by Brian Hales, the part of Dracula was played by Kenneth Haig, with Nigel Stock as Father Benedict, Leanne Orkin as Melitza,
and John Rowe as Istvan. Gareth Armstrong played Jacob, Hedley Niklaus, Alonia, and Don Henderson, Captain Ferrance. Also in the cast were George Woolley, Betty Mallett, Patricia Green, Graham Rigby, and Philip Barber. The fanfares were composed by Stephen Hancock and played by a section of the Langley Band. The special effects were by the BBC Radiophonic Workshop, and the production in Birmingham was by Anthony Cornish.
Oh, yes, indeed. My sister Martha and I have been talking all the week about your sermon last Sunday.
Oh.
Oh, it is really wonderful, Dr. Harper. In only 2 short years, you've taken on the spirit of Brooklyn.
That's very gratifying, Miss Brewster.
Living here next to the church all our lives, you know, we've seen so many ministers come and go. The spirit of Brooklyn, we always say, is friendliness. And your sermons are not so much sermons as friendly talks.
Personally, I've always enjoyed my talks with Cardinal Gibbons. Or have I met him yet?
No, Teddy dear, not yet.
Mm-hmm.
Are the biscuits good?
Splendid, Aunt Abby.
Won't you have another biscuit, Dr. Harper?
Oh, no, I'm afraid I'll have no appetite for dinner now. I always eat too many of your biscuits just to taste your lovely jam.
Oh, well, we'll send you over a jar.
No, you keep it here so I can be sure of having your biscuits with it.
Very well. I understand Mortimer's taking Elaine with him to the theatre again tonight. We are so happy it's your daughter he takes with him, Dr. Harper.
It's a new experience for me to wait up until 3 o'clock in the morning for her to be brought home.
Oh, but I do hope you don't disapprove of Mortimer.
Well...
We'd feel so guilty if you did, Sister Martha and I. I mean, since it was here that your daughter met our nephew.
I believe Mortimer to be quite a worthy gentleman, but I must admit that I've watched the growing intimacy between him and my daughter with some trepidation. For one reason, Miss Abby.
You mean his stomach, Dr. Harper?
Stomach?
Yes, his dyspepsia.
No, Miss Abby. I'll be frank with you. I'm speaking of your nephew's unfortunate connection with the theatre.
The theatre? Oh, no, Dr. Harper. Mortimer writes for a New York newspaper.
I know, Miss Abby, but a dramatic critic is constantly exposed to the theatre. And I don't doubt but some of them develop an interest in it.
No, not Mortimer. He hates the theatre.
Really?
Oh, yes. He writes awful things about it. But you can't blame him, poor boy. He was so happy writing about real estate, which he really knew something about. And then they just make him take this terrible night position.
My.
But as he says, the theatre can't last much longer anyway. And in the meantime, it's a living. Well, now, whoever do you suppose that is? Oh, come in, Mr. Brophy.
Hello, Miss Brewster.
How are you, Mr. Clyde?
Very well, Miss Brewster. What news have you 2 police officers brought me?
Colonel, we have nothing to report.
Splendid. Thank you, gentlemen. At ease.
You know Dr. Harper?
Yes. Hello, Dr. Harper.
We've come for the toys for the Christmas fund, Miss Brewster.
Oh, yes.
That's splendid work you men do for the poor children.
Oh, it gives us something to do when we have to sit around the station. You get tired playing cards, and you start cleaning a gun. And the first thing you know, you've shot yourself in the foot.
Oh, dear. Teddy, just go upstairs, dear, and get that big box from your Aunt Martha's room, will you?
Yes, Aunt Abby.
Dear Teddy, always pretending he's in the army. And how is your wife, Mr. Brophy?
Oh, she's better now. A little weak still.
Well, I'm going to get you some beef broth to take to her.
Oh, now, don't bother, Miss Abby. You've done so much for her already.
We made it this morning. Sister Martha's taking some to poor Mr. Benitsky right now. I won't be a minute. Sit down and be comfortable, all of you.
Well, now, she shouldn't go to all that trouble.
Listen, you just tried to stop her or her sister from doing something nice, and for nothing.
Colonel, you promised not to do that.
But I had to call a cabinet meeting to get the release of those supplies.
He used to do that in the middle of the night. The neighbours raised Cain with us. They're a little bit afraid of him anyway.
Oh, he's quite harmless.
Well, suppose he does think he's Teddy Roosevelt. There's a lot worse people he could think he was.
It's a shame. A nice family like this hatching a cuckoo like him.
Well, the old girl's father, Teddy's grandfather, he was a little crazy, wasn't he?
Yes, crazy like a fox. He made $1 million.
Really?
Yes, patent medicine. He used the house here as a sort of a clinic. Tried him out on people.
He used to make mistakes occasionally, too.
The department never bothered him much because he was pretty useful on autopsies, especially poison cases.
Well, whatever he did, he left his daughters fixed for life.
Not that they ever spend any of it on themselves.
Yes, I'm well acquainted with their charities.
Oh, you don't know a tenth of it. When I was with the Missing Persons Bureau, I was trying to trace an old man that we never did find. Do you know there's a renting agency that's got this house down on its list for furnished rooms? They don't rent rooms, but anybody who comes here looking for a room goes away with a good meal and a few dollars in their pocket.
Well, now, isn't this nice?
Good afternoon, Miss Brewster.
How do you do, Mr. Brovey? Dr. Harper and Mr. Klein.
How are you, Miss Brewster?
We dropped in to get the Christmas toys.
Oh, yes, of course. I hope Mrs. Brovey's better.
Oh, she's doing fine, ma'am. Your sister's getting some soup for me to take to her.
Oh, yes, we made it this morning. I just took some to a poor man who broke ever so many bones.
Oh, so you're back, Martha. And how was Mr. Benitsky?
Oh, well, dear, it's pretty serious, I'm afraid. The doctor was there. He's going to amputate in the morning.
Oh, can we be present?
No. I asked him, but he says it's against the rules.
Well, here is the broth, Mr. Brovey. And be sure it's good and hot.
Oh, yes, ma'am.
Ah, and here's Teddy with the toys.
There they are.
Thank you, dear Teddy.
All checked and correct.
There you are, Mr. Klein.
Oh, thank you very much, ma'am. Well, we'll run along now.
Goodbye, Mr. Klein.
Goodbye, Mr. Brovey.
Goodbye, ma'am.
And thank you.
I must be getting home, too.
Oh, well, before you go, Dr. Harper...
Charge! Purge the blockhouse!
Have you ever tried to persuade him that he wasn't Teddy Roosevelt?
Oh, no.
Nobody's so happy being Teddy Roosevelt.
Once, a long time ago, do you remember, Martha? We thought if he would be George Washington, it might be a change for him.
But he stayed under his bed for days and just wouldn't be anybody.
And we'd so much rather he'd be Mr. Roosevelt than nobody.
Well, if he's happy. You'll see that he signs these papers.
What are they?
Well, Dr. Harper has made arrangements for Teddy to go to Happy Dale Sanatorium after we pass on.
But why should Teddy sign any papers now?
Oh, it's better to have it all settled. Mr. Witherspoon understands they're to be filed away until the time comes to use them.
Mr. Witherspoon? Who's he?
He's the superintendent of Happy Dale.
And Dr. Harper has arranged for him to drop in tomorrow or the next day to meet Teddy.
I'd better be running along, or Elaine will be over here looking for me.
Well, give our love to Elaine. Oh, and Dr. Harper, please don't think harshly of Mortimer because he's a dramatic critic. Somebody has to do these things.
Well, good day.
Have you only just had tea? Isn't it rather late?
Yes, and dinner's going to be late too.
Why?
Teddy! Teddy!
Yes, Aunt Abby.
Good news for you, dear. You're going to Panama to dig another lock for the canal.
Delighted. I shall prepare for the journey at once.
Abby, while I was out.
Yes, dear. I just couldn't wait for you. I didn't know when you'd be back, and Dr. Harper was coming.
But all by yourself?
Oh, but I got along splendidly.
I'll just run downstairs and see it.
Oh, no. There wasn't time for that, dear, for I was all alone.
Well, where is it then?
Martha, just look in the window seat.
Abby, dear, what a lovely body. And all by yourself, too. Who can that be? Oh, it's Elaine. Come in, dear.
Good afternoon, Miss Martha. Oh, I thought Father was here.
Oh, well, he's just this minute left. Didn't you meet him?
No, I took the shortcut through the cemetery. Hasn't Mortimer come yet?
No, dear.
Oh, he asked me to meet him here. Do you mind if I wait?
No, not at all. He should be here any minute now.
Oh, my goodness, Elaine, what must you think of us not having tea cleared away by this time? I just put the tray in the kitchen.
Don't bother with anything in the kitchen, Abby, until Mortimer comes, and then I'll help you. Oh, there he is now.
Hello, Aunt Martha.
Abby, Mortimer's here.
Hello, Elaine.
Hello, Mort.
Hello, Mortimer.
Hello, Aunt Abby.
How are you, dear?
All right. And you look well. You haven't changed much since yesterday.
Oh, my goodness, it was yesterday, wasn't it? Well, we are seeing a great deal of you lately. Well, sit down, sit down.
Abby, haven't we something to do in the kitchen?
Huh?
You know, the tea things.
Oh, yes, of course, the tea things. Well, now you two just make yourselves at home. Just
make yourselves at home.
Now, where do you want to go for dinner, Elaine?
I don't care, I'm not very hungry.
Well, I just had breakfast. Suppose we wait till after the show,
Well, that'll make it pretty late, won't it?
Not with the little stinker we're seeing tonight, but what I've heard about it, we'll be at Blake's by 10 o'clock.
You ought to be fair to these plays.
Are these plays fair to me?
You know, I've never seen you walk out on a musical. Somehow they have a humanizing effect on you. It wasn't until after our first musical you told me I had nice legs. And I have, too.
For a minister's daughter, you know a lot about life. Where do you learn it?
In the choir loft.
I'll explain that to you sometime, darling.
What?
The close connection between eroticism and religion.
Religion never gets as high as the choir loft.
You know, I've never been able to rationalize it.
What?
My falling in love with a girl who lives in Brooklyn.
Falling in love? You're not stooping to the articulate, are you?
The only way I can regain my self-respect is to keep you in New York.
Did you say keep?
No. I've come to the conclusion that you're holding out for the legalities. Now, where could we be married in a hurry? Let me say tonight.
I'm afraid Father will insist on officiating.
Your father could make even the marriage service sound pedestrian. All right, formal, everything formal and legal. But not later than next month.
Darling.
Hello, Mortimer.
How are you, Mr. President?
Fine, thank you, just fine. What news have you brought for me?
Just this, Mr. President. The country is squarely behind you.
Yes, I know. Isn't it wonderful? Well, goodbye.
Where are you off to, Teddy?
Panama.
Panama's the cellar.
Oh.
He digs locks for the canal down there.
You're very sweet with him, and he's so fond of you.
Well, Teddy was always my favourite brother.
Favourite? Were there more of you?
Well, there's another brother, Jonathan.
I never heard of him.
Well, we don't like to talk about Jonathan. He left Brooklyn very early, by request. He was the kind of boy who liked to cut worms in two with his teeth.
What became of him?
Oh, I don't know. He wanted to become a surgeon like grandfather, but he wouldn't go to medical school first, and his practice got him into trouble.
You two going to be late for the theatre?
Oh, we're skipping dinner. We don't have to start for half an hour.
Oh, well then, I'll leave you alone together with it.
Don't bother, darling. I'm going to run over to speak to Father. Before I go out with you, Mort, he likes to pray over me a little.
Oh, by the way, Aunt Abby, I'm going to marry her.
What? Oh, darling! Martha, come here. I've got the most wonderful news. Mortimer and Elaine are going to be married.
Married? Oh, Mortimer.
Oh, we hoped it would happen like this.
Elaine must be the happiest girl in the world.
Happy? Just look at her leaping over those gravestones. Oh, by the way, I left a large envelope around here last week. It was one of the chapters of my book on Thoreau. Have you seen it?
Well, if you left it here, it must be here somewhere.
Well, when are you going to be married? There must be something more you can tell us about Elaine.
Elaine? Oh, yes, Elaine. Thought it was brilliant.
What was, dear?
My chapter on Thoreau.
Oh, well, when Elaine comes back, I think we ought to have a little celebration. We must drink to your happiness. Martha, isn't there some of that Lady Baltimore cake left?
Oh, yes.
And I'll open a bottle of wine.
Oh, and to think that it happened in this room.
Oh, now, where could I have put it?
I do hope the play will be something you can enjoy for once. It may be something romantic. What's the name of it?
Murder Will Out.
Oh, dear.
When the curtain goes up, the first thing you'll see will be a dead body. Now, could it be in the window seat, I wonder? My God! Aunt Abby, you were going to make plans for Teddy to go to that sanatorium, the Happy Dale.
Yes, dear, it's all arranged. Dr. Harper was here today and brought the papers for Teddy to sign. Here they are.
He's got to sign them right away.
Yes, that's what Dr. Harper thinks. Then there won't be any legal difficulties after we pass on.
Here's the cake.
Oh, yes, dear. Put it down there, will you, Martha?
He's got to sign them this minute. He's down in the cellar. Now get him up here right away.
Oh, there's no such hurry as that.
No. When Teddy starts working on the canal, you can't get his mind on anything else.
Teddy's got to go to Happy Dale now. Tonight.
Oh, no, dear. That's not until after we're gone.
Now, listen, darlings. I'm frightfully sorry, but I've got some shocking news for you. You know we've sort of humoured Teddy because we thought he was harmless.
Well, he is harmless.
He was harmless. That's why he has to go to Happy Dale. Why he has to be confined.
Mortimer, why have you suddenly turned against Teddy, your own brother?
Teddy's killed a man.
Nonsense, dear.
There's a body in the window seat.
Yes, dear, we know.
You know?
Well, of course, dear, but it's nothing to do with Teddy.
Now, Mortimer, just forget about it. Forget you ever saw the gentleman.
Forget?
We never dreamed you'd look.
But who is he?
His name is Hoskins, Adam Hoskins. That's really all I know about him, except that he's a Methodist.
That's all you know about him? What's he doing here? I mean, what's happened to him?
He died.
Aunt Martha, men don't just get into window seats and die.
Oh, no, but he died first.
How?
Now, Mortimer, don't be so inquisitive. The gentleman died because he drank some wine with poison in it.
Well, how did the poison get in the wine?
Well, we put it in wine because it's less noticeable. When it's in tea, it has a distinct odour.
You put it in the wine?
Yes, and I put Mr. Hoskins in the window seat because Dr. Harper was coming.
So you knew what you'd done. You didn't want Dr. Harper to see the body.
Well, not at tea, dear. That wouldn't have been very nice. Now, Mortimer, you know the whole thing. Just forget about it. I do think Martha and I have the right to our own little secrets.
What are we going to do? I mean, what are we going to do?
What are we going to do about what, dear?
There's a body in that window seat.
Yes, dear, Mr. Hoskins.
Well, I can't turn you over to the police, but what am I going to do?
Oh, well, for one thing, dear, stop being so excited.
But Mr. Hotchkiss.
Hoskins, dear.
Well, whatever his name is, you can't leave him there.
Oh, we don't intend to, dear.
No, Teddy's down in the cellar now, digging the lock.
You mean you're going to bury Mr. Hotchkiss in the cellar?
Oh, yes, dear. Well, that's what we did with the others.
You can't bury Mr. Others?
It's the other gentleman.
When you say others, do you mean others? More than one others?
Oh, yes, dear. Now, let me see. This is 11. Isn't it, Abby?
Oh, no, dear. This makes 12.
No, I think you're wrong, Abby. This is only 11.
No, dear, because I remember when Mr. Hoskins first came in, it occurred to me that he would make just a round dozen.
Well, you really shouldn't count the first one.
Oh, but I was counting the first one, so that makes it 12. Anyway, they're all down in the cellar.
All right, now. 12. Now tell me, who was the first one?
Mr. Midgley. He was a Baptist.
Of course, I still think we can't claim full credit for him, because he just died.
Martha means without any help from us. You see, Mr. Midgley came here looking for a room.
It was after you moved to New York.
Yes, and it didn't seem right for that lovely room to be going to waste when there were so many people who needed it.
He was such a lonely old man.
All his kith and kin were dead, and it left him so forlorn and unhappy.
And we felt so sorry for him.
And then, when his heart attack came on, and he sat dead in that chair, looking so peaceful. You remember, Martha? We made up our minds then and there that if we could help other lonely old men to that same peace, we would.
Teddy had been digging in Panama, down in the cellar, and he thought Mr. Midgley was a yellow fever victim.
Yes, and that meant he had to be buried immediately.
So we all took him down to Panama and put him in the lock. That's why we told you not to worry now, because we know exactly what has to be done.
And that's how this all started? That man walking in here and dropping dead?
Yes, of course. You see, we realized we couldn't depend on that happening again. So...
you remember those jars of poison that have been up on the shelves in Grandfather's laboratory all these years?
And you know your Aunt Martha's knack for mixing things.
Well, dear, for a gallon of elderberry wine, I take 1 teaspoonful of arsenic, and then add half a teaspoonful of strychnine, and then just a pinch of cyanide.
Should have quite a kick.
Yes, as a matter of fact, one of our gentlemen found time to say, "How delicious."
Well, I'll have to get things started in the kitchen.
Mortimer, I wish you could stay for dinner.
I'm trying out a new recipe.
I couldn't eat a thing.
I'll come and help you, dear. Well, I feel so much better now. Oh, you have to wait for Elaine, haven't you, Mortimer? How happy you must be. Well, dear, I'll leave you alone with your thoughts.
Oh, what am I going to do? What am I... Oh, it's you, Elaine.
Hello.
Now, you run along home, and I'll call you up tomorrow.
Tomorrow?
You know I always call you up every day or two.
Well, we're going to the theatre tonight.
No, we're not.
Well, why not?
Elaine, something's come up.
What, darling? Mortimer, you've lost your job.
No, I haven't lost my job. I'm just not covering that play tonight. Now, you run along home, Elaine.
I've got to know what's happened. You can tell me.
No, dear, I can't.
But if we're going to be married...
Married?
Have you forgotten?
Oh, yes. Well, as far as I know, that's still on. Now, you run along home, Elaine. I've got to do something.
Listen, you can't propose to me 1 minute and throw me out of the house the next.
Now, look, Elaine, you're a sweet girl, and I love you, but I have something on my mind, and I want you to go home and wait till I call you.
Well, don't try to be masterful.
Look, when we're married and I have problems to face, I hope you're less tedious and uninspired.
And when we're married, if we're married, I hope I find you adequate.
Elaine! Hello.
That's the doorbell, dear, not the telephone.
Oh.
How do you do? Come in.
I understand you have a room to rent.
Yes. Won't you step in?
Are you the lady of the house?
Yes. I am Miss Brewster, and this is my sister, another Miss Brewster.
My name is Gibbs.
Won't you sit down?
Let me talk to you.
May I see the room?
Well, why don't you sit down for a minute and let's get acquainted.
Well, that won't do much good if I don't like the room.
Is Brooklyn your home?
Haven't got a home. Live in a hotel. Don't like it.
Are your family Brooklyn people?
Haven't got any family.
All alone in the world?
Yes.
Well, Martha, perhaps some wine. You've come to just the right house, Mr. Gibbs. Now, do sit down.
Oh, what church do you go to? There's an Episcopal church practically next door.
I'm Presbyterian. Used to be. Is there always this much noise?
Oh, he doesn't live with us.
Well, I'd really like to see the room.
Well, it's upstairs. Won't you try a glass of our wine before we go up?
Never touch it.
Well, we make this ourselves. It's elderberry wine.
Oh, elderberry wine? Haven't tasted elderberry wine since I was a boy. Thank you. You have your own elderberry bushes?
No, but the cemetery is full of them.
Do you serve meals?
Well, we might. But first, just see whether you like our wine.
There must be somebody.
Just try this, Mr. Gibbs.
Why don't you try it? And he's... Stop! Stop! No, stop. No, do you want to be poisoned? Get out. Do you want to be killed? Do you want to be murdered? Get out.
Well, now you've spoiled everything.
Oh, you can't do things like that. It's not nice. People wouldn't understand. Well, he wouldn't understand.
Abby, we shouldn't have told Mortimer.
What I mean is, well, this has developed into a very bad habit.
Now, Mortimer, we don't try to stop you from doing things you like to do, and I don't see why you should interfere with us.
Hello. All right, Al. I'll see the first act, and I'll pan the hell out of it. But look, Al, you've got to do something for me. Get hold of O'Brien, our lawyer. Now, get him to meet me at the theatre. Now, don't let me down. Okay? I'm starting now. Look, I've got to go to the theatre. But before I go, will you promise me something?
Well, we'd have to know what it was first.
You know I'd do anything in the world for you, and I want you to do just this little thing for me.
Well, what do you want us to do?
Don't do anything. Don't let anyone in, and leave Mr. Hoskins right where he is in the window seat.
Why?
I want time to think.
Well, we were planning on holding the service before dinner.
Service?
Certainly. You don't think we'd better Mr. Hoskins like a full Methodist service, do you?
But can't that wait till I get back?
Oh, then you could join us.
Oh, yes.
Oh, Mortimer, you will enjoy the service, especially the hymns. Do you remember how beautifully Mortimer used to sing in the choir before his voice changed?
And remember, you're not going to let anyone in while I'm gone. It's a promise?
Well...
Oh, Martha, yes. We can do that now that Mortimer's cooperating with us. Well, all right, Mortimer.
Have you got some paper? Now, I'll get back just as soon as I can.
Well, will this do?
That's fine, yes. It'll save time if I write my review on the way to the theatre. Goodbye.
You know, Mortimer didn't seem quite himself today.
Well, of course, that's only natural. He's just become engaged. That always makes a man nervous.
Abby, if Mortimer's coming back for the service, we shall need another hymnal.
You know, dear, it's really my turn to read the service. But since you weren't here when Mr. Hoskins came, I want you to do it.
Ah, that's very nice of you, dear. But are you sure you want me to?
Well, it's only fair.
Well, I think I'll wear my black bombazine and Mother's old brooch.
I'll go, dear.
Oh, we promised Mortimer we wouldn't let anyone in.
Well, who do you suppose it is?
Wait a minute. I'll look. Oh, it's two men, and I've never seen them before.
Are you sure?
Yes, and there's a car at the curb. They must have come in there.
Well, let me look.
Do you recognize them?
No, they're strangers to me.
We'll just have to pretend we're not home. Oh, hide here behind the screen. Go on, get out. Quietly.
All right.
Come in, Doctor. This is the home of my youth. So, as a boy, I couldn't wait to escape from this place now. I'm glad to escape back into it.
Yeah, Charlie. It's a fine hideout.
Yeah, the family must still live here. I hope there's a fatted calf awaiting the return of the prodigal.
Yeah. I'm hungry. Look, Johnny. Wine.
As though we were expected.
Oh, who are you? And what are you doing here?
Why, Aunt Abby. Aunt Martha. It's Jonathan.
You get out of here.
But it's Jonathan. Your nephew, Jonathan.
Oh, no, you're not. You're nothing like Jonathan. You get out of here.
But I am Jonathan. And this is Dr. Einstein.
And he's not Dr. Einstein either.
Not Dr. Albert Einstein, Dr. Hermann Einstein.
Well, who are you? You're not our nephew, Jonathan.
I see you're still wearing the lovely garnet ring that Grandma Brewster bought in England.
Oh.
And you, Aunt Martha, still the high collar to hide the scar where Grandfather's acid burned you?
His voice is like Jonathan's, Abby.
Have you been in an accident?
No. My face. Dr. Einstein is responsible for that. He's a plastic surgeon. He changes people's faces.
Don't worry, ladies. The last 5 years, I gave Johnny 3 new faces. I give him another one right away. This last face, well, I was intoxicated at the time.
You see, Doctor, you see what you've done to me, even my own family.
Johnny, you're home in this lovely house. How often he tells me about Brooklyn, about this house, about his aunts that he loves so much.
I promised Dr. Einstein that no matter how rushed we were in passing through Brooklyn, I'd take time to bring him here for one of Aunt Martha's home-cooked dinners.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm afraid there wouldn't be enough.
Oh, Abby, it's a pretty good-sized pot roast.
Pot roast?
I think the least we could do...
Thank you, Aunt Martha. We'll stay to dinner.
Well, we'll hurry it along.
Oh, yes. And if we had a few more vegetables... and lots of potatoes. Find something else to have. Yes.
Well, Johnny, where do we go from here? We got to think fast. The police. The police have got pictures of that face. I got to operate on you right away. We got to find some place for that. And we got to find a place for Mr. Spenalzo.
Oh,
too.
don't waste any worry on that rat.
But, Johnny, we got a hot stiff on our hands.
Forget Mr. Spenalzo.
But you can't leave a dead body in the car. You shouldn't have killed him, Johnny. He's a nice fellow. He gives us a lift, and what happens?
He said I looked like Boris Karloff. You did that to me.
Take it easy, Johnny. Now, look. Your aunts, they don't want us here.
We're here for dinner, Aunt.
Oh, yeah, but after dinner.
Leave it to me, Doctor. I'll handle it. This house will be our headquarters for years.
Oh, that would be beautiful, Johnny. This nice, quiet house. And those aunts of yours, what sweet ladies. I love them already. I get the bags, yeah?
Doctor, we must wait until we're invited.
But you just said that...
We'll be invited.
And if they say no?
Doctor, 2 helpless old women.
Oh, it's like comes true a beautiful dream. Only I hope we're not dreaming. It's so peaceful.
That's what makes this house so perfect for us. It's so peaceful. Yes, aunties, those 5 years in Chicago were amongst the busiest and happiest of my life.
And from Chicago we go to South Bend, Indiana, and there we hit the
They
fascinating...
wouldn't be interested in our experience in Indiana.
Well, Jonathan, you've led a very interesting life, I'm sure.
But we really shouldn't have allowed you to talk so late.
My meeting Dr. Einstein in London, I might say, changed the whole course of my life. You remember, I'd been in South Africa in the diamond business, then Amsterdam, the diamond market. I wanted to go back to South Africa, and Dr. Einstein made it possible for me.
When we take off the bandages, his face looked so different. The nurse had to introduce me.
You know, I think we'll go back to that face, Doctor.
Yeah, it's safe now.
Well, I know you both want to get to where you're going.
My dear aunts, I'm so full of that delicious dinner, I'm unable to move a muscle.
Yeah, he's nice here.
Well, after all, it's very late.
I found it! I found it!
What did you find, Teddy?
The story of my life. My biography. Here's the picture I was telling you about, General. Here we are, both of us. President Roosevelt and General Goethals, the Calibra cat. That's me, General, and that's you.
My, how I've changed.
Well, of course you've changed. That picture hasn't been taken yet. We haven't even started work on Calibra cat. We're still digging locks. So, General, we'll both go to Panama and inspect the new lock.
No, Teddy. Not to Panama.
No, we go some other time. Panama's a long way off.
Nonsense, it's down in the cellar.
The cellar? We'll let him dig the Panama Canal in the cellar.
General Goethals, as President of the United States, Commander-in-Chief of the Army and Navy, and the man who gave you this job, I demand that you accompany me to the inspection of the new lock.
All right, Mr. President. We go to Panama.
Fine. Follow me, General.
Lead on, Mr. President. I am following.
Jonathan, there's a very nice little hotel just 3 blocks down.
Aunt Martha, this is my home.
Oh, but Jonathan, you can't stay here.
Dr. Einstein and I need a place to sleep. You remembered this afternoon that as a boy I could be very disagreeable. It wouldn't be very pleasant for any of us if I had...
Well, perhaps we'd better let them stay here tonight, Abby.
Well, just overnight, Jonathan.
That's settled. Now, if you'll get my room ready...
It only needs airing out.
Yes. Well, you see, we keep it ready to show our lodgers.
Hey, Johnny! Down in the cellars.
Dr. Einstein, my dear aunts have invited us to live with them.
Oh, you fixed it.
Well, you're sleeping here tonight.
Please get our room ready immediately.
Well, if you insist.
Well, for tonight only, then.
Yes, but it's all very awkward, Abby.
No, never mind. You put on the kettle and...
Johnny. Johnny, when I go down in the cellar, what do you think I find?
What?
The Panama Canal.
The Panama Canal.
It just fits Mr. Spinalzo. It's a hole Teddy dug, 6 feet long and 3 feet wide.
Down there?
You'd think they knew we were bringing Mr. Spinalzo along. That's hospitality.
Rather a good joke on my aunts. They're living in a house with a body buried in the cellar.
How do we get him in?
Yes. We can't just walk him in through the door. I got it. We'll drive the car up between the house and the cemetery. Then, when they've gone to bed, we'll bring Mr. Spinalzo in through that window.
Jonathan.
Huh?
Your room is ready.
Oh, then you can go to bed. We're moving the car up behind the house.
Oh, it's all right when it is until the morning.
I don't want to leave it in the street. That might be against the law.
Yeah, it is. That's quite right.
Come on, Doctor.
Abby, what are we going to do?
Well, we are not going to let them stay more than one night in this house, for one thing. What would the neighbours think? People coming in with one face and going out with another?
But what are we going to do about Mr. Hoskins?
Oh, Mr. Hoskins. Can't be very comfortable for him in the window seat. And he's been so patient, poor dear. Well, I think Teddy had better get Mr. Hoskins downstairs right away.
Abby, I will not invite Jonathan to the funeral service.
Oh, no, dear. We'll wait until they've gone to bed, and then we'll come down and hold the service.
Yes.
Well, General Goethals was very pleased. He says the canal is just the right size.
Teddy, there's been another yellow fever victim.
Dear me, this will be a shock to the General.
Then we mustn't tell him about it.
But it's his department.
Oh, no, we mustn't tell him, Teddy. It would just spoil his visit.
I'm sorry, Aunt Abby. It's out of my hands. He'll have to be told. Army regulations, you know.
No, Teddy, we must keep it a secret.
Yes.
A state secret?
Yes, a state secret.
Promise?
You have the word of the President of the United States.
Now, Teddy, you go down back into the cellar, and when I call you, you come up and take the poor man down to the canal.
And we'll come down later and hold the service.
Where is the poor devil?
He's in the window seat.
Oh, seems to be spreading. We've never had yellow fever there before.
Martha, when Jonathan and Dr. Einstein come back, let's see if we can get them to go to bed right away.
Oh, yes. And then by the time they're asleep, we'll be dressed for the funeral.
Jonathan, your room is waiting for you. You can go right up.
Oh. Well, I'm afraid we don't keep Brooklyn hours, but you two run along to bed.
Oh, no, you must be very tired, both of you. And we don't go to bed this early.
Well, you should. It's time I came back to take care of you.
Well, we weren't planning to go until...
Martha.
Well, come on then, Doctor. We'll go and unpack.
Yeah.
Good night, Aunt Abby. Good night, Aunt Martha.
Good night, Jonathan. Good night, Doctor.
Good night, ladies.
Now, Teddy.
Everything's ready in the canal.
Good. Now for the yellow fever victim.
Oh, poor fella. It's very sad.
Lift the lid, Martha.
Very well.
That's right.
Oh, he's really very nice looking, considering he's a Methodist.
Now, lift, Teddy. That's right. Where you go?
Oh, poor devil's dropping like flies. It's a heavy one, this one.
Now we'll go and change for the funeral.
Oh, yes, my black bombazine.
Well, come on, dear.
All right, Johnny. Now, they've gone to bed.
Good. I'll get the window open. You go round and hand Mr. Spinazzo through.
No, he's too heavy for me. You go outside and push. I stay here and pull. Then together we get him down to Panama.
Oh, all right. I'll take a look round outside the house. You open the window.
Yeah, all right. Oh, who left the window seat open, I wonder? Johnny. Okay, alley-oop. Oh, wait a minute. You lost a leg somewhere. Now, I got him. Come on. Oops. Oh, that was me, Johnny. I slipped.
Be more careful.
When his shoe came off. Yes. All right, Johnny, I got him. Oh. Johnny, somebody at the door. Go quick.
What about...
No. I manage here. Go quick. Oh, come in. Where's that shoe? Oh, the other leg. In you go. That's it. Oh.
Miss Abby? Miss Martha? Miss Abby? Miss Martha? Who are you?
Who are you?
I'm Elaine Harper. I live next door.
Then what are you doing here?
I think you'd better explain what you're doing here.
We happen to live here.
You don't live here. I'm in this house every day and I've never seen you before. Where are Miss Abby and Miss Martha? What have you done to them?
Perhaps we'd better introduce ourselves. This is Dr. Einstein.
Delighted, happy.
Dr. Einstein?
And I'm Jonathan Brewster.
Oh, you're Jonathan.
I see you've heard of me. Why did you come here at this time of night?
I thought I saw someone prowling round the house. I suppose it was you. Is that your car?
You saw someone at the car?
Yes.
What else did you see?
Just that, that's all.
I think you're lying.
Oh, I think she tells the truth, Johnny. We let her go now.
I think she's lying. I think she's dangerous.
Take your hands off me!
It's going to be a private funeral.
Teddy, tell these men who I am.
That's my daughter, Alice.
No, Teddy!
What's the matter? What's happening?
We caught a burglar, a sneak thief. Go back to your room.
Oh, Mortimer. Mortimer, where have you been?
At the Nora Bayes Theatre, and I should have known better. Good Lord. Who are you?
That is your brother Jonathan. And this is Dr. Einstein.
I've come home, Mortimer.
Who did you say this was, Aunt Abby?
It's your brother, Jonathan. He's had his face changed. Dr. Einstein performed the operation.
Jonathan, you always were a horror, but you never looked like one.
Oh, now, easy, Johnny, easy.
Mortimer, have you forgotten the things I used to do to you when we were boys? Remember the time you were tied to the bedpost?
It is Jonathan. Yes, I remember. I remember you as the most detestable, vicious, venomous form of animal life I ever knew.
Well, now, don't you two boys start quarrelling again the minute you've seen each other.
There won't be any fighting, Aunt Abby. Jonathan, you're not wanted here. Get out.
Dr. Einstein and I have been invited to stay.
Not in this house.
Well, just for tonight.
I don't want him anywhere near me.
Yes, but we did invite them for tonight, and it wouldn't be very nice to go back on our word.
All right. But the first thing in the morning, out. Now, where are they sleeping?
Well, we've put them in Jonathan's old room.
Well, I'm sleeping in that room. I'm here to stay.
Johnny, we sleep down here.
You bet your life you sleep down here.
You sleep on the sofa, Johnny, and I sleep on the window seat.
Yes, you sleep on the window seat. The window seat? No, now let's not argue about it. I mean, that window seat's good enough for me. Well, I'll sleep on the window seat.
You know, Johnny, all this argument, it makes me think of Mr. Spinalzo.
Spinalzo? Well, now, Mortimer, it isn't really necessary to inconvenience you like this. We'll sleep down here.
Jonathan, your sudden consideration for me is very unconvincing.
Come on, Doctor.
Yeah.
We'll be back in a few minutes, and then you can have the room, Mortimer.
You're just wasting your time. I told you I'm sleeping down here.
Mortimer,
What's the matter, dear?
I've almost been killed.
You've almost been... Abby? Martha?
Oh, no, it was Jonathan. You see, he mistook her for a sneak thief.
No, it was more than that. He's some kind of maniac. Mortimer, I'm afraid of him.
But, my darling, you're trembling. Have you any smelling salts, Auntie?
No, but do you think some hot tea or coffee?
Coffee. Make some for me, too, and some sandwiches. I haven't had any dinner.
Oh, we'll make something for both of you.
Do you know what time it is? I mean, why aren't you in bed? It's after 12. 12? Elaine, you've got to go home.
What? No. You wanted some sandwiches. It won't take a minute.
We'll make a nice supper for both of you. Oh, and we'll open a bottle of wine.
Yes, all right. Let's have a bottle of wine. No wine.
Mortimer, what's going on in this house?
What do you mean? What's going on in this house?
You were supposed to take me to dinner in the theatre tonight. You called it off. You asked me to marry you. I said I would, and 5 minutes later you threw me out of the house. And tonight, just after your brother tries to strangle me, you want to chase me home. Now listen, Mr. Brewster, before I go home, I want to know where I stand. Do you love me?
I love you very much, Elaine. In fact, I love you so much, I can't marry you.
Have you gone crazy?
I don't think so. But it's just a matter of time. You see, insanity runs in my family. In fact, it practically gallops. That's why I can't marry you.
Now, wait a minute. You've got to do better than that.
No, dear, there's a taint in the Brewster blood.
Just because Teddy's a little...
No, it goes way back. I mean, the first Brewster, the one who came over on the Mayflower. You know, in those days, the Indians used to scalp the settlers. Well, he used to scalp the Indians.
Mortimer, that's ancient history.
No, the whole family. I mean, take my grandfather. He tried his patent medicines out on dead people to be sure he wouldn't kill them.
Made $1 million.
And then there's Jonathan. You just said he was a maniac. Well, he tried to kill you.
But he's your brother, not you. I'm in love with you.
And there's Teddy, too. I mean, you know Teddy. Well, he thinks he's Roosevelt. No, dear. No Brewster should marry. I realise now that if I'd met my father in time, I'd have stopped him.
Now, darling, all this doesn't prove you're crazy. Look at your aunts. They're Brewsters, aren't they? And they're the sanest, sweetest people I've ever known.
Even they have their peculiarities. My God, there's another one in there.
No, Mortimer, you can't tell me anything about your aunts.
I'm not going to. Elaine, you've got to go home. Something very important has just come up.
If you think you're going to get out of this by pretending you're insane, you're crazy. Maybe you're not going to marry me, but I'm going to marry you. I love you, you don't.
Well, if you love me, will you get the hell out of here?
Take me home, won't you? I'm afraid.
Afraid? A little walk through the cemetery? Well, good night, dear. I'll call you up in a day or two.
You critic!
Aunt Abby, come here.
Yes, dear, what is it? Where's Elaine?
I thought you promised me not to let anyone in this house while I was gone.
Well, Jonathan just walked in.
I don't mean Jonathan.
And Dr. Einstein was with him?
I don't mean Dr. Einstein. Who's that in the window seat?
Well, we told you, Mr. Hoskins.
It is not Mr. Hoskins. Look.
Now, who can that be?
Are you trying to tell me you've never seen this man before?
Certainly. But this is a fine how-do-you-do. It's getting so that anybody thinks he can walk into this house.
Now, Aunt Abby, now, don't you try to get out of this. That's another of your gentlemen.
Mortimer, how can you say such a thing? Well, that man's an impostor. And if he came here to be buried in our cellar, he's mistaken.
Aunt Abby, you admitted that you put Mr. Hoskins in the window seat.
Yes, I did.
Well, this man couldn't have just got the idea from Mr. Hoskins. By the way, where is Mr. Hoskins?
Oh, well, he must have gone to Panama.
Oh, you buried him?
No, not yet. He's just down there waiting for the service, poor dear. We haven't had a minute, what with Jonathan in the house.
Jonathan?
We've always wanted to hold a double funeral, but I will not read a service over a total stranger.
A stranger? Aunt Abby, how can I believe you? I mean, there are 12 men in the cellar, and you admit that you poisoned them.
Yes, I did, dear, but you don't think I'd stoop to telling a fib. Martha!
Oh, Mortimer, I'd like to have a word with you.
A word's about all you'll have time for, Jonathan. You're beginning to bore me.
Yes, dear? Martha, just look and see what's in that window seat.
No.
No, Aunt Abby.
Oh, Jonathan. Jonathan, let Aunt Martha see what's in the window seat. Aunt Abby, I owe you an apology. I have very good news for you. Jonathan is leaving. He's taking Dr. Einstein and their cold companion with him. Jonathan, you're my brother. You're a Brewster. Now, I'm going to give you a chance to get away and take the evidence with you. Now, you can't ask for much more than that, can you? I'll count up to 3. 1, 2, 3. Very well. In that case, I'll have to call the police.
Are you still giving me orders after seeing what happened to Mr. Spinalzo?
Spinalzo? I knew he was a foreigner.
Remember, what happened to Mr. Spinalzo can happen to you, too.
Hello, Miss Abby.
Oh, Officer O'Hara. Is there something we can do for you?
Well, I saw your lights on and I thought there might be sickness in the house. You've got company. Well, I'm sorry I disturbed you.
No. Don't go, officer. Don't go.
No, don't go.
Officer O'Hara, this is our nephew, Mortimer.
Oh, pleased to meet you.
And this is another nephew, Jonathan.
Oh, pleased to make your acquaintance. Well, it must be nice having your nephews visiting you, Miss Brewster. Are they going to stay for a bit?
I'm staying. My brother Jonathan is just leaving.
I've met you before, haven't I, Mr. Jonathan?
I'm afraid not. He hasn't been home for years.
Your face looks familiar to me. Maybe I've seen a picture of you somewhere.
I don't think so.
Yes, Jonathan, I'd hurry if I were you. Your things are all packed, aren't they?
Well, you'll be wanting to say your goodbyes. I'll be running along.
Yeah, but what's the rush? I mean, I'd like to have you around until my brother goes.
Well, I just dropped in to make sure everything was all right.
Oh, well, we're going to have some coffee in a minute. I mean, won't you join us?
Oh, I forgot the coffee.
Oh, I'd better make some more sandwiches. I hope to know your appetite by this time, Officer O'Hara.
Don't bother. I'm due to clock in a few minutes.
Well, you can have a cup of coffee with us. I mean, my brother will be gone soon. Well, sit down.
You're not Mortimer Brewster, the dramatic critic, are you?
Yes.
Oh, well, I'm certainly glad to meet you, Mr. Brewster. We are in the same line of business.
We are?
Yes. I am a playwright.
Eh?
Oh, this being on the police force is just temporary.
Well, how long have you been on the force?
12 years. I'm collecting material for a play.
Oh, I bet it's a honey.
Oh, well, it ought to be. With all the drama I see being a cop, Mr. Brewster, you've got no idea what goes on in Brooklyn.
I think I have.
I got to go and clock in.
Wait a minute, O'Hara. That play of yours, I may be able to help you.
You would? Oh, it was fate my walking in here tonight. Look, I'll tell you the plot.
You're on your way, eh, Jonathan? Good. You haven't got much time, you know. But, haven't you left something in the window seat? You can't go without all of your things. Well, O'Hara, it was nice meeting you. I'll see you again and we'll talk about your play.
Oh, I'm not leaving now, Mr. Brewster.
Why not?
Well, you just offered to help me with my play, didn't you? You and me are going to write my play together.
Well, I can't do that, O'Hara. I'm not a creative writer.
I'll do the creating. You just put the words to it.
But, O'Hara...
No, Mr. Brewster, I'm not leaving this house till I tell you the plot.
In that case, Mortimer, We'll be running along.
You can't go yet. You've got to take everything with you. Now, look, O'Hara, you run along now, eh? I mean, my brother's just going.
I can wait. I've been waiting 12 years.
Here's the coffee. Oh, I'm sorry I was so long.
Don't bring that in here. O'Hara, would you join us for a bite in the kitchen?
Are you sure you don't mind eating in the kitchen, Mr. O'Hara?
And where else would you eat?
Goodbye, Jonathan. Nice to have seen you again. Come on, Mortimer.
I'm glad you came to Brooklyn, Jonathan, because it gives me a chance to throw you out. I'll get going now. All 3 of you.
Doctor, this affair between my brother and me has got to be settled.
Now, Johnny, we got trouble enough. Your brother gives us a chance to get away. What more could you ask?
You don't understand. This goes back a good many years.
Now, Johnny, let's get going.
We are not going. We're going to sleep right here.
With a cop in the kitchen and Mr. Spinelzo in the window seat?
Oh, that's all he's got on us. We'll take Mr. Spinelzo, dump him in the sea, and come right back. Yeah.
Now, Johnny.
Doctor, you know when I make up my mind.
Oh, yeah. When you make up your mind, you lose your head. Brooklyn ain't a good place for you.
Doctor.
Oh, okay. We got to stick together.
Right. Hide our bags in the cellar.
Okay.
Oh, move fast. Spinelzo can go out the same way he came in.
Oh. Hey, Johnny.
Huh?
Come quick.
Oh, what's the matter?
Get a hole in the cellar.
Oh, yeah?
We got an ace in the hole. Look.
A stick.
Jonathan?
Yes. Mortimer?
I thought I told you to get out.
We are not going.
Oh, you're not? Mm-hmm. Well, do you want O'Hara to know what's in that window seat?
We're staying here.
All right. This gets me rid of you and Officer O'Hara at the same time.
If you tell O'Hara what's in the window seat, I'll tell him what's down in the cellar.
The cellar?
There's an elderly gentleman down there who seems to be very dead.
Well, what were you doing in the cellar?
Never mind about that. What's he doing in the cellar?
No, thanks, ma'am. I've had plenty.
Now, what are you going to say to O'Hara?
Mr. Brewster, your aunts want to hear my play too. Shall I get them in here?
No, O'Hara, you can't tell us now. You've got to clock in.
Oh, to hell with clocking in. I'll get your aunt in here and tell you the plot.
No, O'Hara, not in front of all these people. We'll get together alone, someplace later.
How about the back room at Kelly's?
Fine. You go and clock in and I'll meet you at Kelly's.
Well, why don't you two go down to the cellar?
Well, that's all right with me. Where is it?
No. We'll go to Kelly's, but you're going to clock in on the way.
All right. It'll only take me a couple of minutes.
I'll ditch him and be back in 5 minutes.
Wait for me.
We'll wait for him, Doctor. I've waited a great many years for a chance like this.
We got him right where we want him. Did he look guilty?
Have they gone? Oh, we thought we heard somebody leave.
Oh, just Mortimer, and he'll be back in a few minutes. Is there any food left in the kitchen? Get something for us to eat while we bury Mr. Spinelzo in the cellar.
Oh, no. Oh, but he can't stay in our cellar. No, Jonathan, you've got to take him with you.
There's a friend of Mortimer's downstairs waiting for him.
A friend of Mortimer?
He and Mr. Spinelzo will get along fine together. They're both dead.
They must mean Mr. Hoskins, dear.
Mr. Hoskins?
You know about what's downstairs?
Well, but of course we do. And he's no friend of Mortimer's. He's one of our gentlemen.
Your gentlemen?
And we won't have any strangers buried in our cellar.
But Mr. Hoskins?
Mr. Hoskins isn't a stranger.
Besides, there's no room for Mr. Spinelzo. The cellar's crowded already.
Crowded? With what?
Well, there are 12 graves down there now.
12 graves?
And that leaves very little room, and we are going to need it.
You mean you and Aunt Martha have murdered...
Murdered? Certainly not. It's one of our charities.
What we've been doing is a mercy.
So you just take your Mr. Spinelzo out of here.
You've done that? Here in this house? And you buried them down below?
Johnny, we've been chased all over the world. They stay right here in Brooklyn and do just as good as you do. What? Well, you've got 12, and they've got 12.
I've got 13.
No, Johnny, 12.
13. There's Mr. Spinelzo, then the first one in London, 2 in Johannesburg, 1 in Sydney, 1 in Melbourne, 2 in San Francisco, 1 in Phoenix, Arizona.
Phoenix.
The filling station. The 3 in Chicago and the 1 in South Bend. That makes 13.
Oh, you can't count the one in South Bend. He died of pneumonia.
He wouldn't have got pneumonia if I hadn't shot him.
No, Johnny, he died of pneumonia. He don't count.
He counts with me. I say 13.
No, Johnny. You got 12, and they got 12. The old ladies are just as good as you are.
Oh, they are they? Well, that's easily taken care of. All I need is 1 more. That's all, just 1 more.
Well, here I am.
Mortimer. Come, in.
Hasn't Mortimer come back yet, Martha?
No.
Oh, it's a terrible thing they're doing downstairs, burying a good Methodist with a foreigner.
I will not have our cellar desecrated. It'll just have to be undone.
Yes, but we promised Mr. Hoskins a full Christian burial.
Right. Now, where's Teddy?
Mortimer, where have you been?
I've been over to Dr. Gilchrist's. I've got his signature on Teddy's commitment papers.
Mortimer, what's the matter with you?
Running round getting papers signed at a time like this.
Do you know what Jonathan's doing?
He's putting Mr. Hoskins and Mr. Spinalzo in together.
Oh, he is he? Well, let him. Is Teddy in his room?
Oh, Teddy won't be any help.
When he signs these commitment papers, I can tackle Jonathan.
Well, what have they got to do with it?
Well, you had to go and tell Jonathan about those 12 graves. Now, if I can make Teddy responsible for those, I can protect you. Don't you see?
No, I don't see. Come along, Martha. We're going for the police.
The police? You can't go for the police.
Why can't we?
Because if you tell the police about Mr. Spinalzo, they'll find Mr. Hoskins too. And that might make them curious. And they'd find out about the other 12 gentlemen.
Mortimer, we know the police better than you do. I don't think they'd pry into our private affairs if we asked them not to.
But if they found your 12 gentlemen, they'd have to report to headquarters. And you couldn't expect a judge and a jury to understand.
Oh, Judge Coleman would.
Yes, we know him very well.
He always comes to church to pray, just before the elections.
Yes, and he's coming here to tea someday, he promised.
Oh, Abby, we must speak to him again about that. He's so lonely since his wife died.
Yes, poor man, of course. Well, now come along to the police, Martha.
No, you can't. I won't let you. You can't leave this house, and you can't have Judge Coleman to tea.
Well, if you're not going to do something about Mr. Spinalzo, we are.
I am going to do something. Now, we may have to call the police in later, but if we do, I want to be ready for them.
You've got to get Jonathan out of this house.
Yes, and Mr. Spinalzo, too.
Oh, will you please let me do this my own way? I mean, I've got to see Teddy first.
Well, if they're not out of here by the morning, Mortimer, we are going to call the police.
They'll be out. I promise you.
Oh, Abby, that's a relief, isn't it?
Yes, if Mortimer's really going to do something at last. It just means that Jonathan's going to a lot of unnecessary trouble downstairs. Should we better tell him? Oh, Jonathan, you might as well stop what you're doing in the cellar.
It's all done.
Well, it'll just have to be undone. You're all going to be out of this house by morning. Mortimer's promised.
Oh, are we? Oh, in that case, you and Aunt Martha can go to bed and have a pleasant night's sleep.
Yes, come, Abby.
Good night, Auntie.
No, not good night, Jonathan. Goodbye. By the time we get up, you'll be out of this house. Mortimer's promised.
And he has a way of doing it, too.
Oh, then Mortimer is back.
Oh, yes, he's up there talking to Teddy.
Goodbye, Jonathan.
Goodbye, Jonathan.
Perhaps you'd better say goodbye to Mortimer.
Oh, you'll see Mortimer.
Yes, I'll see Mortimer.
Well, there now. That's all fixed up smooth like a lake. Nobody would ever know they were down there. Now, come on, Johnny, let's go up to bed, yes?
You're forgetting, Doctor.
What?
My brother, Mortimer.
Oh, Johnny, tonight? We do that tomorrow or the next day.
No, tonight, now.
Johnny, please, I'm tired. And tomorrow I got to operate.
Yes, you're operating tomorrow, Doctor, but tonight we take care of Mortimer.
Okay, we do it, but the quick way.
No, Doctor, I think this calls for something special. Where are the instruments?
I won't do it, Johnny, I won't do it.
Where are they? Oh, yes, you hid them in the cellar. Where?
I won't tell you.
I'll find them, Doctor.
Oh, dear.
Ah, Doctor.
So, you go now. Hey, Mr. Mortimer.
No, Doctor. I'm waiting for something. Something important.
Please, you go now.
Dr. Einstein, I have nothing against you personally. You seem to be a nice fellow. Now, take my advice and get out of this house and get just as far away as possible.
Now, listen. Johnny's in a bad mood. When he's like this, he's a madman. Things happen. Terrible things.
Well, Jonathan doesn't worry me anymore.
Ah, Himmel, don't those plays you see teach you anything?
About what?
Well, at least people in plays act like they got sense. That's more than you do.
Oh, you think so, do you? Well, I wish you had to sit through some of the ones I've had to sit through. I mean, take the little opus I saw tonight, for instance. In this play, there's a man, he's supposed to be bright. He knows he's in a house with murderers. I mean, he ought to know he's in danger. Mm-hmm. He's even been warned to get out of the house. But does he go? No. He stays there. Oh. I ask you, Doctor, is that what an intelligent person would do?
You're asking me?
He didn't even have enough sense to be frightened or to be on guard. He just sits there, like this, waiting to be trussed up. And what do you think they use to tie him up with?
What?
The curtain cord.
Oh, well, why not? Good idea. Very convenient.
So there he sits, the big dip, just waiting to be trussed up and gagged.
That's it, Doctor. Now, his legs.
Yeah.
That's fixed him.
You're right about that fellow, Mr. Mortimer. He wasn't very bright.
Now, Doctor, we go to work.
Please, Johnny, the quick way.
Doctor, we're performing before a very distinguished critic.
Johnny.
Doctor.
All right. Let's get it over.
All ready, Doctor. Now.
Oh, Himmel!
That idiot, Teddy, stop him. He'll wake the neighborhood. He goes next. That's all. He goes next.
No, Johnny, not Teddy. That's where I stop. Not Teddy.
We get to Teddy later.
We don't get to him at all.
We've got to work fast.
Yeah, the quick way. Here, Johnny.
Yes, Doctor. The quick way.
Hey, the Colonel's got to stop blowing that horn.
Oh, it's all right, officer. We're taking the bugle away from him.
There's going to be hell to pay in the morning. We promised the neighbours he wouldn't do it anymore.
It won't happen again, officer.
I'd better speak to him myself. Hey, Mr. Mortimer, you stood me up. I waited an hour at Kelly's for you. What's happened to him? Why's he tied up like that?
He was explaining the play he saw tonight. This is what happened to the fella in the play.
Did they have that in the play you saw tonight? They practically stole it from the second act of my play. Why, in my second act, just before the... Well, I'd better begin at the beginning. It opens in the theatre, in my mother's dressing room, where I was born. Only I wasn't born yet. Hey? Yes, well, take the gag out. No, we leave it. You've got to hear the plot without interrupting. Now, when the curtain goes up, my mother's sitting there, making up, see. When all of a sudden, through the door, a man with a black moustache walks in, turns to her and says, Miss Latour, will you marry me? There she is, lying unconscious across the table. He's standing over her with a hatchet, and I'm tied up in a chair, just like you are, Mr. Mortimer. The place is on fire, when all of a sudden, through the window, in comes the Mayor of New York. Well, How'd you like me play so far, Doctor?
Ah, well, it put Johnny to sleep.
Well, if he's got no more interest in that, let him sleep.
It's a wonder we're not all asleep.
All right. Well, now, it's 3 days later.
Oh.
I've been transferred, and I'm under charges. That's because somebody stole my badge, all right? I'm walking my beat when a guy I'm following, it turns out he's really following me. Don't let anybody in. So I figure I'll outsmart him. There's a vacant house on the corner. I goes in.
It's cops!
I stands there in the dark, and I see the door handle turn.
Johnny, wake up! It's cops! Oh, let me get out of here.
I pulls my guns, braces myself against the wall, and I says, come in! Hello, boys.
What's going on here, O'Hara?
Hey, Brophy, what do you know? This is Mortimer Brewster. He's going to write me play with me. I'm just telling him the story.
Did you have to tie him up to make him listen? Get him undone, Klein.
Yeah, okay.
Thank you.
O'Hara, you better report at the station. The whole force is out looking for you.
Did they send you here for me?
We didn't know you were here.
We came to warn the old ladies there's hell to pay. The colonel blew that bugle in the middle of the night and the neighbours are complaining.
The lieutenant says the colonel's got to be put away someplace.
Yes.
Mr. Brewster, I got to get away, so I'll just run through the third act quick.
Get away from me!
Do you know what time it is, O'Hara? It's after 8 o'clock in the morning.
It is. Well, Mr. Brewster, them first 2 acts run a little long, but I don't see what we can leave out.
You can leave it all out.
I'd better let them know we found you, O'Hara. Hey, who's that guy asleep there?
That's my brother.
Well, wake him up, someone.
Here, come on, you.
Hello, this
Wake
is
up.
Brophy.
That's it, come on.
Tell the lieutenant he can call off the big manhunt. We got him in the Brewster house.
Huh?
Do you want us to bring him in? Oh, right. We'll hold him right here. The lieutenant's on his way over.
So, I've been turned in, huh? All right, you've got me. And I suppose you and that stool-pigeon brother of mine there will split the reward.
Reward?
Grab him.
Now, I'll do some turning in. You think my aunts are sweet, charming old ladies, don't you? Well, there are 13 bodies buried in their cellar.
Teddy! What are you talking about?
You'd better be careful what you're saying about your aunts. They're friends of ours.
13 bodies. I'll show you where they're buried.
Oh, yes.
You don't want to go down and see what's in the cellar?
Oh, go on down in the cellar with him, Klein.
I'm not so sure I want to be down in the cellar with him. Look at that face.
You little...
Roseby, get him off me!
Here, what do you think you're doing? Take that!
Oh, thanks, pal. Well, what do you know about that?
Come in.
What the hell are you men doing here? I told you I was going to handle this.
Well, sir, we were just about to...
What happened to him on the floor there? Did he put up a fight?
Oh, this ain't the guy that blows the bugle. This is his brother. He tried to kill Klein.
Turn him over.
Yeah, right. We kind of think he's wanted somewhere.
Oh, you kind of think he's wanted somewhere, do you? You guys should look at the circulars we hang up in the station sometimes. Certainly he's wanted. In Indiana. Escaped from the prison for the criminal insane. He's a lifer.
Was there a reward mentioned?
Yes, and I'm claiming it.
He was trying to get us down in the cellar.
He said there were 13 bodies buried down there.
13 bodies buried in the cellar? And that didn't tip you off that he came out of a nut house?
I thought all along he talked sort of crazy.
Oh, it's Shakespeare O'Hara. Where have you been all night? And you needn't bother to tell me.
I've been right here, sir, writing a play with Mortimer Brewster.
Oh, yes? Well, you're going to have plenty of time to write that play. Get back and report in. You're suspended!
Wait, can I come over sometime and use the station typewriter, sir?
No! And get out of here! Brophy.
Yes?
Take that guy on the floor somewhere else and bring him to. See what you can find out about his accomplice.
His what?
The guy that helped him to escape. He's wanted too. No wonder Brooklyn's in the shape it's in with a police force full of flackheads like you. Falling for that kind of a story. 13 bodies in the cellar.
But there are 13 bodies in the cellar.
Who are you?
I'm President Roosevelt.
What the hell is this?
Now, he's the fellow that blows the bugle.
Well, Colonel, you've blown your last bugle.
Dear me. Well, who's that on the floor? Another yellow fever victim?
What?
All the bodies in the cellar are yellow fever victims.
Brophy, will you get that guy on the floor out of here?
Yes, sir. Come on, Colonel. You help us.
Delighted to be of assistance.
That's right.
Captain?
And who are you?
Captain, I'm Mortimer Brewster.
Are you sure?
Of course I'm sure. I'd like to talk to you about my brother Teddy, the one who blew the bugle.
Mr. Brewster, we are not going to talk about that. He's got to be put away.
I agree. In fact, it's all arranged.
Well, where's he going?
Happydale. But I want you to know that everything that's happened round here, Teddy's responsible for. Now, those 13 bodies in the cellar.
Yes. Those 13 bodies in the cellar. It isn't enough that the neighbours are all afraid of him. And he's disturbing the peace with that bugle. But can you imagine what would happen if that cockeyed story about 13 bodies in the cellar got around? And now he's starting a yellow fever scare. Marvellous, isn't it?
13 bodies. Do you think anybody would believe that story?
Oh, well, you can't tell. Some people are just stupid enough. About a year ago, a crazy guy starts a murder rumour over in Greenpoint, and I had to dig up a half an acre just to prove that...
Good morning, Mortimer.
Good morning, dear.
This is Mr. Witherspoon. He's come to meet Teddy.
To meet Teddy?
Mr. Witherspoon's the superintendent of Happydale.
Oh, how do you do? This is Captain...
Lieutenant Rooney. I'm glad you're here, Super, because you're taking him back with you today.
Today? I didn't know that...
Not today.
Look, Elaine, I've got a lot of business to attend to, so you run along home and I'll call you up.
Nuts.
I'd no idea it was this immediate.
The papers are all signed. He goes today.
How dare you! You men will find out that I'm no mollycoddle. When the President of the United States is treated like that, what's the country coming to?
There's your man, Super.
Just a minute. Mr. President, I have very good news for you. Your term of office is over.
Oh, is this March the 4th?
Practically.
Well, let's see. Oh, now I go on my hunting trip to Africa. I must get started immediately. I'll get my equipment. Goodbye. Goodbye, Aunt Abby. Goodbye, Aunt Martha. I'm on my way to Africa. Isn't it wonderful? Chan!
Good morning, darlings.
Oh, we have visitors.
This is Lieutenant Rooney.
Oh, how do you do, Lieutenant?
How do you do?
My, you don't look like the fusspot that the policemen say you are.
Well? And you haven't met Mr. Witherspoon. He's the superintendent of Happydale.
Oh, Mr. Witherspoon. How do you do?
How do you do?
You've come to meet Teddy?
He's come to take him.
Aunties, the police want Teddy to go there today.
Oh, no! Not while we're alive.
I'm sorry, Miss Brewster, but it has to be done.
But we won't permit it. We'll promise to take the bugle away from him. Yes, we won't be separated from Teddy.
I'm sorry, ladies, but the law's the law. He's committed himself and he's going.
Well, if he goes, we are going too.
Yes, you'll have to take us with him.
Well, why not, Mr. Witherspoon?
It's sweet of them to want to, but it's impossible. You see, we can't take sane people at Happydale.
Oh, Mr. Witherspoon, if you let us live there with Teddy, we'll see that Happydale is in our will. Yes, and for a very generous amount.
Oh, heaven knows we could use the money, but I'm afraid
Now,
it's...
let's be sensible about this, ladies. I've got serious work to do. You know, there are still murders to be solved in Brooklyn.
Yes. Oh, are there?
It's not only his bugle blowing and the neighbours all afraid of him, but things will just get worse. Sooner or later, we'd be put to the trouble of digging up your cellar.
Our cellar?
Yes. Your nephew's saying that there are 13 bodies buried in your cellar.
But there are 13 bodies in our cellar.
Oh, no.
Well, if you think Teddy invented it, you come down to the cellar with us and we'll prove it to you.
Yes, but there's one, a Mr. Spinalzo, who doesn't belong here and who will have to leave. But the other 12 are our gentlemen.
Well, I don't think the lieutenant wants to go down into the cellar. I mean, well, he was telling me that only last year he had to dig up half an acre. Weren't you, Lieutenant?
That's right.
Oh, but you wouldn't have to dig here. The graves are all marked. We put flowers on them every Sunday.
Flower? Superintendent, don't you think you can find room for these ladies?
Well, they'd have to be committed.
Well, Teddy committed himself. I mean, can't they commit themselves? Can't they sign the papers?
Why, certainly.
No, if we can go with Teddy, we'll sign the papers. Where are they?
Yes, where are they?
Here they are.
He's coming round, Lieutenant.
Oh, good morning, Mr. Klein. Are you here, too?
Yes, ma'am. Brophy and I have got your other nephew out in the kitchen.
Well, sign them up, Superintendent. I want to get this all cleaned up. 13 bodies.
If you'll sign right here, Miss Brewster.
And you on this one, Aunt Abby?
Oh, you know, I'm really looking forward to going. The neighborhood here has changed so.
Just think, A front lawn again.
Oh, we're overlooking something.
What?
Well, we're going to need the signature of a doctor.
Oh. Ah, Dr. Einstein, you're just in time. Will you come over here? We'd like you to sign some papers.
Oh, no, please. I was just on my way.
Come right over, Doctor. At one time last night, I thought the doctor was going to operate on me. That's right. Just sign here, Doctor.
Oh,
good.
Yeah.
And here.
May I use the phone?
Go ahead.
Are you leaving, Doctor?
Oh, I think I must.
Oh, aren't you going to wait for Jonathan?
I don't think we are going to the same place.
We picked up that guy that's wanted in Indiana. There's a description of his accomplice. Read it to me, will you? Yeah. 44, 5'6", talks with a German accent.
Oh.
Poses as a doctor. Thanks, Mac.
It's all right, Lieutenant. The doctor here has just completed the signatures.
Thanks, Doc. You're really doing Brooklyn a service.
You mean I can go?
Sure. Why not?
Oh, thank you. Heaven will reward you for this. Ladies, Gesundheit. Gentlemen, Messeltoff.
Now, Mr. Brewster, you sign as next of kin.
Yes, of course. Right here.
That's fine.
And that makes everything complete? Everything legal?
Oh, yes.
Well, yes. Now you're safe.
When do you think you'll be ready to start, ladies?
Mr. Witherspoon, why don't you go upstairs and tell Teddy just what he can take along with him?
Upstairs?
I'll show you.
No, Mortimer, you stay here. We want to talk to you. Yes, Mr. Witherspoon, just upstairs and turn to the left.
Thank you. I shan't be long.
Well, Mortimer, now that we are moving, this house really is yours.
Yes, dear, we want you to live here now.
No, Aunt Abby. This house is too full of memories.
Oh, but you'll need a house when you and Elaine are married.
Darlings, that's very indefinite.
It is nothing of the kind. We're going to be married right away.
Mortimer, you know, we're really very worried about something.
No, darlings, you're going to love it at Happy Day.
Oh, yes, we're very happy about that. Well, that's just it. We don't want anything to go wrong.
Will they investigate those signatures?
Oh, don't worry. They're not going to look up Dr. Einstein.
No, it's not his signature, dear. It's yours.
You see, you signed as next of kin.
Well, of course. Why not?
Well, dear, it's something we never wanted to tell you. But now you're a man. And it's something Elaine should know, too. You see, dear, you're not really a Brewster.
What?
You see, your mother came to us as a cook. And you were born about 3 months afterwards. And she was such a sweet woman and such a good cook. We didn't want to lose her. So our brother married her.
I'm not really a Brewster.
Oh, now don't feel badly about it, dear.
And Elaine, it won't make any difference to you.
Elaine, did you hear? Do you understand? I'm a bastard.
Yes, isn't that nice?
Oh, darling.
Well, now I really must see about breakfast.
So, Mortimer's coming over to my house. Father's gone to Philadelphia, and Mortimer and I are going to have breakfast together.
Yes, I need some coffee. I've had quite a night. Well, come and see you, darlings, at Happydale. Goodbye.
Dear boy.
Oh, I hope they'll be very happy.
We won't need the wagon. My car's out front.
Oh, are you leaving now, Jonathan?
Yes, he's going back to Indiana. There's some people there who want to take care of him for the rest of his life. Now, come on.
Well, Jonathan, isn't it nice to know you have some place to go to?
We're leaving, too.
Yes, we're going to Happy Dale.
Then this house is seeing the last of the Brewsters.
Unless Mortimer wants to live here.
I have a suggestion to make. Why don't you turn this property over to the church?
Oh, we never thought of that.
After all, it should be part of the cemetery.
All right, get going. I'm a busy man.
Goodbye, aunties. I can't better my record now, but neither can you. At least I have that satisfaction. The score stands even, 12-all. Goodbye.
Oh. Jonathan always was a mean boy. Never could stand seeing anyone get ahead of him.
I wish we could show him he isn't so smart. Mm-hmm. Oh, Mr. Witherspoon, does your family live with you at Happy Dale?
I have no family.
Oh.
I suppose you consider everyone at Happydale your family.
I'm afraid you don't quite understand. As head of the institution, I have to keep quite aloof.
Oh, but that must make it very lonely for you.
Oh.
It does. But my duty is my duty.
Well, Martha, if Mr. Witherspoon won't join us for breakfast, I think at least we should offer him a glass of elderberry wine.
Elderberry wine?
We make it ourselves.
Why, yes, sir. Of course, at Happydale our relationship will be more formal, but here... you don't see much elderberry wine nowadays. I thought I'd had my last glass of it.
Oh, no. No. This is your last glass, Mr. Witherspoon.
This is the BBC Home Service. Saturday Night Theatre. We present The Mystery of Edwin Drood, the unfinished novel by Charles Dickens, adapted for broadcasting with a suggested ending by Molly Hardwick. The story will be told with the words of Charles Dickens by Francis de Wolfe. The Mystery of Edwin Drood begins with the voice of John Jasper, to be played by John Gabriel, as he dreams through opium in the meanest and closest of small rooms, while the light of early day steals in from a miserable court somewhere in London's dockland.
An ancient English cathedral tower. How can an ancient English cathedral tower be here? There's no spike of rusty iron in the air between the eye and it. What is the spike that intervenes? Maybe it is set up by the Sultan's orders for the impaling of a horde of Turkish robbers one by one. It is so. For cymbals clash and the Sultan goes by to his palace in long procession. 10,000 scimitars flash in the sunlight and thrice 10,000 dancing girls strew flowers. Still, the cathedral tower rises in the background where it cannot be. And still no writhing figure is on the grim spike. Stay! Is the spike so low a thing as the rusty spike on the top of a post of an old bedstead that has tumbled all awry?
Yes, an old bedstead that has given way under the weight upon it. The man who now returns from fantastic dreams to consciousness lies across this large, unseemly bed, fully dressed. Also across the bed lie a Chinaman, a Lascar, and a haggard, sluttish woman. The first two in a trance of opium, the last blowing at a kind of pipe to kindle it.
Another, dearie. Have another.
No more. No more.
You smoked as many as 5 of me pipes since you come in at midnight. There's another ready for you, dearie.
Don't want any more.
Makes me pipes of old penny ink bottles, you see, dearie. This is one, and I fits in a mouthpiece this way, and I take swim extra out of this thimble with this little horn spoon, and so I fills, dearie. Here, here's your pipe. Takes away the hunger, as well as whittles, dearie.
No, take it away. I don't want it.
Down on Princess Puffer's pipes. Down on
Princess Puffer asleep already. Dreaming already. What visions can she have, I wonder? What visions compared with mine? Unintelligible. Quite unintelligible. And so... Good day to you, my fine companions.
Unintelligible, eh? Princess Puffer unintelligible. Don't ye be too sure always. Don't ye be too sure, my beauty.
That same afternoon, the massive grey square tower of an old cathedral rises before the sight of a jaded traveller. The bells are going for daily vesper service, and he must needs attend it, one would say, from his haste to reach the open cathedral door. The choir are getting on their white robes when he arrives among them, gets on his own robe in a hurry, and falls into the procession, filing into service. A city of a bygone time is Cloisterham, with its hoarse cathedral bell, its hoarse rooks hovering about the cathedral tower, and its hoarser and less distinct rooks in the stalls far beneath. The day is waning, and the year. The Virginia creeper on the cathedral wall has showered half its deep red leaves down on the pavement. Some of these leaves, in a timid rush, seek sanctuary within the low-arched cathedral door, but two men coming out resist them and cast them forth again with their feet. This done, one of the two, Mr. Tope, the verger, locks the door with a goodly key, and the other, the choirmaster, flits away with a folio music book.
Mr. Tope!
Yes, Mr. Dean?
Was that our choirmaster, Mr. Jasper, whom Canon Crisparkle and I saw leaving you just now?
Yes, Mr. Dean, it was Mr. Jasper.
He has stayed late, has he not?
Yes, Your Reverence. During the service, he had been took a little poorly.
Tope, say taken to the Dean. And when and how has Mr. Jasper been taken? For, as Canon Crisparkle has remarked, it is better to say taken. And when and how has Mr. Jasper been taken poorly, Tope?
Why, sir, Mr. Jasper was that breathed.
I wouldn't say that breathed, Tope, to the Dean. Not English. Breathed to that extent would be preferable, Tope.
Mr. Jasper's breathing was so remarkably short, sir, when he came into service, that it distressed him mightily to get his notes out, which was perhaps the cause of his having a kind of fit on him after a little.
A fit? Dear, dear.
His memory grew dazed, sir, and a dimness and giddiness crept over him as strange as ever I saw. However, a little time and a little water soon brought him out of it.
And Mr. Jasper has now gone home quite himself, has he?
Yes, Your Reverence, he has now gone home quite himself.
Is Mr. Jasper's nephew, a young Mr. Drood, with him?
No, sir, but expected.
Well, I hope Mr. Jasper's heart may not be too much set upon his nephew. Our affections, however laudable in this transitory world, should never master us. We should guide them. Perhaps, Canon Crisparkle, you will, before going home, look in on Mr. Jasper.
Certainly, Mr. Dean, with pleasure. Good evening, Jasper. Sorry to hear from Tope that you were not too well during the service.
Oh, it was nothing, my dear Crisparkle. Tope has made too much of it, I suspect. It's his trade to make the most of everything appertaining to the cathedral, you know.
Yes, indeed. Then I may tell the Dean that you are all right again?
Certainly, with my respects and thanks to the Dean. You will stay and take a glass of wine with me.
Thank you, no. I must be on my way. I'm glad to hear that you expect your nephew, young Edwin Drood. When does he arrive?
I expect the dear fellow every moment. Certainly he'll be here by dinner time.
Excellent. He'll do more good than a doctor.
Begone, dull care, I prithee begone from me. Begone, dull care, you and I shall never agree. Long time hast thou been tarrying here, and fain thou wouldst me kill. But if faith, dull care, thou never shall have thy will. Too much care will make a young man turn grey, and too much care will turn an old man to clay. My wife shall dance and I will sing, so merrily pass the day. But I hold it one of the wisest things to drive dull care away.
Now let us drink a toast.
My dear uncle, your very good health.
And yours, Ned. I drink to your welcome visit.
I say, this is excellent sherry, you know. You certainly done me proud tonight. Uncle.
Yes, Ned, my boy?
Tell me, do you really and truly feel as if our relationship divided us at all? I don't.
Well, Ned, uncles as a rule are so much older than their nephews that I have that feeling instinctively.
As a rule, I may be. But what's the difference in age of half a dozen years or so? And some uncles in large families are even younger than their nephews. By George, I wish it was the case with us.
Do you, Ned? Why?
Because if it was, I'd take the lead with you and be as wise as the old song, begone, dull care, will make a young man turn grey, and begone, dull care, will turn an old man to clay. I say, let's have another toast.
What toast?
He asked what toast on Pussy's birthday, and no happy returns proposed. To Pussy, uncle, and many of them. Happy returns, I mean.
To Rosa?
Yes, to Pussy. And now, uncle, let's have a little talk about my betrothed. How's Pussy looking?
Very like your sketch of her up there.
Yes. I am a little proud of that, you know. But then I ought to have caught that scornful, pert expression of hers pretty well, for I've seen it often enough. I see it whenever I go to see her. If I don't find it on her face when I arrive, I leave it there when I go. I say...
Yes, Ned?
Don't you think it's unsatisfactory to be cut off from choice in such a matter?
Yes?
As marrying, I mean. If I could choose, I'd choose Pussy from all the pretty girls in the world.
But you have not got to choose.
That's what I complain of. My dead-and-gone father and Pussy's dead-and-gone father must needs marry us together by anticipation. Why the devil couldn't they leave us alone?
Oh, tut, dear boy.
Tut, yes, uncle. It's all very well for you. You can take it easily. You live a quiet life.
A quiet life?
Your life is not laid down to scale and lined and dotted outfield like a surveyor's plan.
Oh.
You can choose for yourself.
Don't stop, dear fellow. Go on.
What's the matter? Have I somehow hurt your feelings?
How can you hurt my feelings?
Good heavens, uncle. You look frightfully ill. There's a strange film come over your eyes.
I've been taking opium for pain and agony that sometimes overcomes me.
Opium?
Yes, the effects of it steal over me like a blight or a cloud that pass. They'll be gone directly. Look away from me, they'll go all the sooner. There. I'm better now. You were saying a little while ago what a quiet life mine is. It is so. I hate it.
Hate it, uncle?
I hate it. The cramped monotony of my existence grinds me away by the grain. How does our cathedral service sound to you?
Beautiful. Quite celestial.
It often sounds to me quite devilish. I'm so weary of it. Echoes of my own voice among the arches seem to mock me with my daily drudging round.
I thought you had so exactly found your niche in life.
I know you thought so. They all think so. Anyhow, my dear Ned, I must subdue myself to my vocation. It's too late to find another now. This is a confidence between us, eh?
It shall be sacredly preserved.
And you will remember?
My dear uncle, I ask you, am I likely to forget what you said with so much feeling?
Take it as a warning, then.
As a warning? My dear uncle, believe me, I do appreciate that the state of mind you describe is painful and hard to bear. But let me reassure you, there's no chance of its overcoming me. In less than a year, you know, I shall carry Pussy off from school as Mrs. EDWIN DROOD and go off engineering to the east, to Egypt. And then, to quote the old song I was singing at dinner, my wife shall dance and I shall sing, so merrily pass the day. And I hold it one of the wisest things.
You won't be warned, then?
No.
You can't be warned.
No, uncle, not by you. I don't really consider myself in danger.
Then, shall we go and take our walk in the churchyard, then?
In the midst of Cloisterham stands the nuns' house, a venerable brick edifice. On the trim gate enclosing its old courtyard is a resplendent brass plate flashing forth the legend, Seminary for Young Ladies, Miss Twinkleton. The pet pupil of the nuns' house is Miss Rosa Budd, of course called Rosebud, and known to her fiancé Edwin Drood as Pussy. Hers is the childish beauty of the portraits in Jasper's room, the flowing brown hair and the captivating look of saucy discontent, comically conscious of itself. This expression has become particularly obvious since Miss Twinkleton's chief parlour-maid announced the arrival of Mr. Edwin Drood to see Miss Budd.
No, Eddie, don't come any nearer, please. It is so absurd.
What is absurd, Rosa?
The whole thing is. It is so absurd to be an engaged orphan and have the girls and the servants scuttling about after one like mice in the wainscot. It is so absurd to be called upon.
Well, I must say you give me an affectionate reception.
I will in a minute, Eddie, but I can't just yet. How are you? Shake hands. No, I can't kiss you because I've got an acidulated drop in my mouth.
Are you at all glad to see me, Pussy?
Yes, I'm dreadfully glad.
Perhaps we'd better stop short, Rosa.
Oh, Eddie, you know we must be married, and married from here, or the poor girls will be so dreadfully disappointed.
Well, it seems, according to custom, we can't get on. Rosa, there isn't any other young man.
Oh, no, Eddie. It's generous of you to ask me, but no.
Oh, then that's clear, at any rate. Shall I take you out for a walk, Rosa, dear?
Oh, yes, Eddie. Let's go for a walk. I want to go to the Lumps of Delight shop.
To the...
Lumps of Delight is a Turkish sweetmeat. My gracious me, don't you understand anything? Call yourself an engineer and not know that.
Well, how should I know it, Rosa?
Because I'm very fond of them, that's how. Here, take your old stick and your gloves. Eddie?
Yes?
Why are you studying my palm so intently? What can you see in my hand, Eddie? In the lines?
See? Why, nothing. What should I see?
I thought you Egyptian boys could look into a hand and see all sorts of phantoms. Can't you see a happy future, Eddie? Do say you can see a happy future, Eddie.
Edwin's inquiry as to the possibility of another young gentleman's presence in Miss Budd's affections had been truthfully answered. Nevertheless, it was not long before Rosa's charms made an immediate and strong impression upon the heart of another young gentleman, none other than Neville Landless, who, with his twin sister Helena, had arrived to visit Canon Crisparkle. They were an unusually handsome pair, much alike, both very dark and very rich in colour. There was something untamed about them both, a certain air upon them of hunter and huntress, and yet they bore a certain air of being the objects of the chase rather than the followers. An unhappy childhood in Ceylon, in the household of a cruel stepfather, had partially embittered the character of Neville, as he soon confided to his host.
The truth is, Canon Crisparkle, my sister Helena and I came here to quarrel with you, and affront you, and break away again.
Really?
Having liked no one else with whom we have ever been brought into contact, we had made up our minds not to like you.
Really?
We do like you, sir. And we see an unmistakable difference between your house and your reception of us and anything else we have ever known. This, and everything round us seeming so quiet and peaceful, and Cloisterham being so old and grave and beautiful with the moon shining on it. These things inclined me to open my heart to you.
I quite understand, Mr. Neville.
I should like you to know that my sister Helena has come out of the disadvantages of our miserable life as much better than I am, as that cathedral tower is higher than those chimneys. Nothing ever subdued her, though it often cowed me.
Indeed.
When we ran away from our miserable surroundings, the flight was always of her planning and leading. Each time she dressed as a boy.
Dressed as a boy?
Yes, and showed the daring of a man.
I'm sure that Miss Landless's courage is only equalled by her beauty and amiability. I hope and trust you will both find many friends in Cloisterham.
Canon Crisparkle's pious hope was not, it appeared, to be entirely fulfilled, as was to be seen at the music party held that evening in Mr. Jasper's drawing room. Mr. Landless's eyes seldom left Rosa's face as she sang to the piano accompaniment of Mr. Jasper. Mr. Drood's eyes occasionally strayed to the dark, lustrous ones of Helena Landis. The party being concluded, and the young ladies escorted back to the nuns' house, where Helena was to be a pupil, Neville and Edwin returned to the gatehouse together, walking up the windy street and talking as they went.
Do you stay here long, Mr. Drood? No, not this time. I leave for London again tomorrow, but I shall be here off and on till I leave England.
Are you going abroad, then?
Going to wake up Egypt a little. Engineering.
Indeed. I heard from Canon Crisparkle of your other good fortune.
Oh, what good fortune?
I hope there is no offence in my referring to your betrothal.
By George, everybody in this chattering old cloister refers to it.
I'm not accountable for Canon Crisparkle's mentioning the matter to me openly.
No, true, you're not.
I am accountable for mentioning it to you. I had mentioned it in supposing that you could not fail to be highly proud of it.
I don't know that what people are proudest of, they most like other people to talk about.
It doesn't seem to me very civil in you.
Perhaps the best civility is to mind one's own business.
The strained atmosphere between the two young men does not escape Mr. Jasper's notice when they return to his lodging. He bids them be reconciled and pours oil, in the form of excellent mulled wine, upon the troubled waters. But it seems to require much mixing and compounding.
Look at him. See where my nephew Edwin Drood lounges so easily, Mr. Neville. A life of domestic ease and love before him, eh, Ned?
It might have been better for Mr. Drood to have known some hardships.
Pray, why might it have been better for Mr. Drood to have known some hardships?
Yes, Mr. Neville, tell us why.
Because they might have made him more sensible of good fortune that is not necessarily the result of his own merits.
Have you known hardships, may I ask?
I have.
And what have they made you sensible of?
I've told you once before tonight.
You have done nothing of the sort.
I tell you I have. That you take a great deal too much upon yourself.
You added something else to that, if I remember.
Yes, I did say something else.
Say it again.
I said that in the part of the world I come from, you would be called to account for it.
Only there? A long way off, I believe, at a safe distance.
Here, then. Anywhere. You're a common fellow and a common boaster.
Am I, indeed?
Why, don't...
Mr. Neville, for shame. Give that glass to me. Ned, my dear fellow, do not, I pray you, give way to this unbridled passion.
It is the custom of Canon Crisparkle to sit up last of the early household at Minor Canon Corner, very softly touching his piano. The south wind that goes where it lists by way of Minor Canon Corner on a still night is not more subdued than Canon Crisparkle at such times. Tonight, his gentle music-making is disturbed by a soft knock at the outer door.
Mr. Jasper, you are a late visitor.
I brought back Mr. Neville Landis's hat. He left it behind him at my lodgings.
I see, thank you.
He has returned, I presume?
Yes, he's been in his room this half hour.
We've had an awful scene with him, Canon Crisparkle.
I gathered something of it. Was it so bad as that, then?
Murderous.
No, Jasper, do not use such strong words.
He might have laid my dear nephew dead at my feet. No fault of his that he did not, but that I was, through the mercy of God, swift and strong with him, he would have cut him down on my hearth.
I am deeply distressed to hear it.
Seeing what I've seen tonight and hearing what I've heard, I shall never know peace of mind when there is danger of those two coming together. It was horrible. There is something of the tiger in Landless's dark blood.
Meanwhile, in the chaste precincts of the nun's house, a happier relationship was blossoming between Neville's sister Helena and Rosa Budd.
Helena, you will be my friend and help me. I don't understand myself, and I want a friend who can understand me very much indeed.
Of course, Rosa, my dear. I will help you all I can. Rosa?
Yes?
Tell me, who is Mr. Jasper?
Eddie's uncle and my music master.
You don't love him?
Love Mr. Jasper? Oh.
You know that he loves you, Rosa.
Oh, don't. He terrifies me. He haunts my thoughts like a dreadful ghost. I feel I'm never safe from him.
My dear child. You speak as if it threatened you in some way.
He has never spoken to me about that. Never.
What has he done, then?
He has made a slave of me with his looks. When I play upon the piano, he never moves his eyes from my hands. And when I sing, he never moves his eyes from my lips. I avoid his eyes, but he forces me to see them without looking at them. Tonight, when he watched my lips so closely as I was singing, besides feeling terrified, I felt ashamed and passionately hurt.
I understand.
It was as if he kissed me, and I couldn't bear it, but cried out and broke off the song. Oh, Helena, stay with me.
My dear.
I'm too frightened to be left by myself.
I'll stay with you, Rosa, dear, as long as you need me.
Shortly after the unlucky quarrel between Edwin Drood and Neville Landless, and while its echoes still resounded about the nun's house, Rosa received a visit from her guardian, Mr. Grugis. He was an arid, sandy man, who, if he'd been put into a grinding mill, looked as if he would have ground immediately into high-dried snuff. With an awkward and hesitating manner, a shambling walk, and a near sight, Mr. Grewgious still had some strange capacity in him of making, on the whole, an agreeable impression.
My dear Miss Rosa, how do you do? I'm glad to see you.
And I to see you, Mr. Grewgious.
My visits are like those of the angels. Not that I compare myself to an angel.
No, sir.
Not by any means. I merely refer to the fact that my visits are few and far between. You are well and happy, my dear? You look so.
Yes, indeed, thank you.
Good. And that is the first item about which I made a memorandum to ask you, but I have no conversational powers whatever. Now, Miss Rosa, pounds, shillings, and pence. Yes, pounds, shillings, and pence. The dry subject for a young lady. You find your allowance always sufficient for your wants, my dear?
Perfectly, thank you, sir.
Good, excellent. Now, what have we next? Marriage. Marriage. Now touch, my dear, upon the point that is the direct cause of my troubling you with this present visit.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Edwin Drood has been to and fro here as was arranged. You have mentioned that in your letters to me. And you like him, and he likes you.
I like him very much.
So I said, my dear, so I said. Good. All goes well, then.
Mr. Grewgious, will you please tell me something?
If I can, my dear Miss Rosa.
My poor papa and Eddie's father made their agreement together about our marriage for the lasting good and happiness of both of us. Isn't that so?
Just so.
It was not bound upon either of us by any forfeit in case...
Now, don't be agitated, my dear. In the case of your not marrying one another, no forfeiture on either side. Two young people can only be betrothed in marriage of their own free will, their own assurance that they are suited to each other and will make each other happy. There, does that satisfy you?
I think so, thank you.
Is the young gentleman expected shortly?
Oh, he has gone away only this morning. He will be back at Christmas. And could I ask you most kindly to come to me at Christmas if I had anything particular to say to you?
Why, certainly. I should be quite proud of your wishing to see me, my dear. As a professional receiver of rent, so very few people do wish to see me. The novelty would be bracing.
Before leaving Cloisterham, Mr. Grewgious called upon Mr. Jasper and communicated to him the gist of his interview with Rosa.
You settled with her that you would come back at Christmas?
Yes, Mr. Jasper.
I see. I am to understand, then, that at Christmas my nephew and Miss Budd will complete their preparations for their wedding in May.
That is my understanding. God bless them both.
God save them both.
I said bless them.
I said save them. Is there any difference?
As befitting one residing in a cathedral city, Mr. Jasper is an avowed lover of the picturesque and antique. It is no doubt this enthusiasm which prompts him to arrange a moonlight exploration of the cathedral's tombs, vaults, towers, and ruins in the company of Durdles, the stonemason, a character known in Cloisterham as a wonderful workman, which, for all that everybody knows he may be, but he never works, and a wonderful sot, which everybody knows he is. With the cathedral crypt, he is better acquainted than any living authority, which acquaintance began in his resorting to that secret place to sleep off the fumes of liquor. It is about moonrise when Mr. Jasper meets this stone-coloured figure in the churchyard.
Turtles.
Coming, Mr. Jasper.
Are you ready?
I'm ready, Mr. Jasper. Let the old uns come out of their tombs if they dare. My spirit's ready for them.
Do you mean animal spirits or ardent?
The ones the t'other, and I mean 'em both.
Wiggy, wiggy, wake up, warning. Yo!
You boy, why are you throwing stones at this man?
Because I'm making a top shy of him.
Give me those stones in your hand.
Yeah, I'll give him dang a frat if you can't catch him out of me.
Baby devil that you are, what has this man done to you?
He won't go home.
And what's that to you?
Why, he gives him a leg and he's a pelting home if I catches him out too late. That's why I sing. Wiggy, wiggy, when I catches him out of the tent. Wiggy, wiggy, why? Then he don't just stand I shy. Wiggy, wiggy, why? Cop warning.
Come here, you little let me, Mr. Jasper, let me. He's only doing his duty.
Why, do you know this thing, this child?
Oh, it's Deputy.
Deputy? That its name.
Oh, I'm a manservant up at the Travellers' Company in Gasworks Garden. All us manservants at Travellers' Lodgings named Deputy. When we're chock-full and the Travellers is all to bed, I come out from the elf.
Be off with you or I'll kill you.
Weedy, weedy, when I'll catch him out of the tent. Weedy, weedy, boy, then he don't go down on the shot.
Now, perhaps we can proceed with our expedition, Durdles. Hold up the lantern. You had better take care of this bottle, which I took the precaution of bringing in case the night turned chilly.
Aye. Nothing like it for keeping the cold out. I'll look after it. Steady. Where that mound by the yard gate, Mr. Jasper.
I see it. What is it?
That's lime, that is.
Lime? What you call quicklime?
Aye. Quick enough to eat your boots. With a little handy stirring, quick enough to eat your bones.
Is it indeed? What are you doing with that hammer, pray?
I'm trapping for old uns. That's what I'm doing. Finding them out in their tombs, you see.
How very curious and interesting.
As you pitch your notes, so I sound for mine. I take my hammer and I tap. Solid, I'll go on tapping. Solid still, tap again. All right. There you are. Old un crumbled away in stone coffin, in vault.
Astonishing.
For instance, 6 foot inside that wall is Mrs. Sapsea, the mayor's wife, dead 9 months since. That's the Sapsea vault, that is. And the keys here in my pocket until Mrs. Sapsea's inscription's finished.
But you're not putting the inscription inside the vault, surely, Durdles?
Durdles knows where it's to be put, Mr. Jasper. No man better. And inside or outside, Durdles likes to look at his work all round and see that his work is a-doing him credit.
Very right and proper. May I see this key out of mere curiosity?
No reason why not. Here. It's a good weight, as you can feel.
Remarkably heavy. There, take it. I see we're approaching the crypt. Hold your lantern higher, or we may miss our footing on the steps.
They go into the crypt, where the taciturnity of Durdles is for the time overcome by Mr. Jasper's wicker bottle, which circulates freely. Then they ascend the steps to the great tower, pausing halfway up for further acquaintance with the wicker bottle, which has now passed into Durdles' keeping entirely. Up they go, turning, sometimes looking down into the moonlit nave, until at the top they look down on Cloisterham. Then they descend into the crypt again, on the way to which Durdles is unaccountably overcome with drowsiness. Is it the effect of Mr. Jasper's wine in the wicker bottle? And begs Mr. Jasper's permission for 40 winks.
By all means. Take your nap if you must. I'll just walk to and fro.
Durdles dreams, and his dream is unusually real. He dreams of lying there, asleep, and yet counting his companion's footsteps as he walks to and fro. He dreams that the footsteps die away into distance, and that something touches him, and that something falls from his hand. Then something clinks and gropes about, and he dreams he is alone for a long time. Then he wakes, suddenly and unmeaningly alarmed.
2 o'clock? Why didn't you try to wake me, Mr. Jasper?
I did. I might as well have tried to wake the dead. Well, are you quite ready?
Ready, ready, when?
What? Is that baby devil on the watch there? I'll shed his blood. Come here, you little imp of hell.
Let go of me. I'll blind you, swat me. I'll stone your eyes out, swat me. Oh, let me go.
Don't hurt the boy, Mr. Jasper.
He followed us tonight when we first came here.
You lie, I didn't.
And he's been prowling near us ever since.
You lie, I haven't. I only just come out from the elf when I see you were coming out.
Take him home, then. Let my eyes be rid of the sight of him.
Yes, Mr. Jasper. Come on, you.
Behind the most ancient part of Holborn, London, is a little nook called Staple Inn, one of those nooks where a few smoky sparrows twitter in smoky trees, as though they call to one another, "Let us play at country." Here, one December afternoon, sat Mr. Grewgious writing by his fire, and was roused from his work by the entrance of Bazzard, his clerk, a pale, puffy-faced person, whom Mr. Grewgious nevertheless treated with unaccountable consideration.
Well, well, Bazzard, what is in the wind besides fog?
Mr. Drood.
What of him?
Has called.
Well, you might have shown him in.
I am doing so. Mr. Drood.
Good evening to you, Mr. Grewgious.
How do you do, Mr. Edwin? Oh, dear me, you're choking.
It's this fog. It makes my eyes smart like cayenne pepper.
Is it really so bad as that? Pray undo your wrappers.
Oh, thank you.
It's fortunate I have so good a fire. But Mr. Bassard has taken care of me.
No, I haven't.
Ah, then it follows that I must have taken care of myself without observing it. Pray be seated, Mr. Drood, in my chair. The fog may clear in an hour or two, and then we can have dinner sent in from just across Holborn. And I'll ask Bassard. He mightn't like it else. Bassard?
Sir?
Dine presently with Mr. Drood and me.
If I'm ordered to dine, of course I will.
Save the man. You're not ordered, you're invited.
Thank you, sir. In that case, I don't care if I do.
That's arranged, then. And perhaps you wouldn't mind stepping over to the hotel in Furnival's and asking them to send over dinner. Tell them I want a joint, such as a haunch of mutton, and a goose or a turkey or any little stuffed thing of that sort. In short, we'll have whatever there is on hand.
Very good, sir. I'll go straight away.
Thank you, Bassard. I have to be a little delicate about employing Bassard in the foraging department, Mr. Drood. He mightn't like it, you see.
He seems to have his own way, sir.
His own way? Oh, dear, no. Poor fellow, you quite mistake him. If he had his own way, he wouldn't be here.
Indeed, sir. Where would...
Now, Mr. Edwin, if I may, I take it without having the gift of prophecy that you have looked in on me to mention that you're going down to Cloisterham.
Yes, sir.
I've been down there myself lately, and I know you're expected.
I knew that Pussy was looking out for me.
Do you keep a cat down there, then?
Oh, no, I call Rosa Pussy.
Oh, really? Very affable.
A pet name, sir. Did Rosa...
Rosa?
I was going to say Pussy and change my mind. Did she tell you anything about the Landerses?
No. What is the Landerses? An estate? A villa? Farm?
A brother and sister.
Oh.
The sister, Helena, is at the nun's house and has become a great friend of
Rosa's. No, the Landlesses were not mentioned.
The waiters, sir, are here to prepare the table.
Ah. Good. Then we'll postpone our business until after dinner, Mr. Edwin.
Very well.
Now, what kind of soup are they bringing us, I wonder? I rather fancy turkey. Very well, sir. I drink to you. A toast, Bassard.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Edwin, success to Mr. Bassard.
Success to Mr. Bassard?
I thank you both, gentlemen.
Now, I devote a bumper to the fair and fascinating Miss Rosa.
Miss Rosa?
To Rosa. And now, Mr. Edwin, to a little piece of business. Let's draw our chairs back and be comfortable. Never mind Bassard, he's asleep over there. Or he will be in a minute. Now, you see this drawer? In here, I have a ring, Mr. Edwin.
Yes, sir.
Diamonds and rubies delicately set in gold. This ring was given to Miss Rosa's mother by her husband when they were first betrothed. On his deathbed, he gave it to me with the trust that when yours and Miss Rosa's betrothal was coming to maturity, I should give it to you to place upon her finger.
Thank you. I will take the greatest care of it.
I'm a particularly angular man, Mr. Edwin, and may be presumed to know little of a true lover's state of mind. But I figure to myself that there can be no coolness, no lassitude, no doubt, no indifference, no half-fire and half-smoke state of mind in a real lover. Pray, am I at all near the mark?
I should say, sir, since you refer the question to me, that you may be rather hard upon the unlucky lover.
Likely so. I'm a hard man in the grain. Now for our witness. Bassard.
Sir?
In discharge of a trust, I have handed Mr. Edwin Drood a ring of diamonds and rubies. You see?
I see, sir. And I witnessed the transaction.
Yes. And now, Mr. Edwin, if anything should be amiss, even slightly wrong between you and Miss Rosa, if you should have any secret consciousness that you are committing yourself to this step, for no higher reason than that you have been long accustomed to look forward to it, then I charge you once more by the living and by the dead to bring that ring back to me.
It is Christmas Eve. Red berries shine here and there in the lattices of Minor Canon Corner. Edwin has this morning returned to Cloisterham. and tonight he is to attend a dinner party at his Uncle Jasper's lodging, at which he will have the opportunity of making his peace with Neville Landless. It is of this, and of his uncle's remarkable good nature in bringing them together, that he thinks as he saunters through the ancient city. Finding that his watch has stopped, he turns into a jeweller's to have it mended.
There, I set it for you. 20 minutes past 2. Let me recommend you not to let it run down.
Thank you, I remember that.
Anything else I can show you, sir? Necklace? What about this bracelet now? Very neat and charming. Delightful for a lady, Mr. Drood. Especially one of a rather diminutive style of beauty, you might say. Look well on a young bride's arm, this would, Mr. Drood.
Thank you. I don't want to make any purchases at the moment.
This tray of gentlemen's rings now. Here's a very chaste design. A very responsible appearance has this signet, Mr. Drood. What handsomer memento of his wedding day could a gentleman have, with the date engraved inside? Now, I ask you.
Yes, very handsome, I'm sure, but I wear no jewellery but my watch and chain and this shirt pin.
Why, I'm aware of that, sir.
Oh.
Yes, for Mr. Jasper dropped in for a watch glass the other day, and I showed these articles to him, remarking that if he should wish to make a present to any gentleman relative on any particular occasion, but he said, smiling like, that he had an inventory in his mind of all the jewellery his gentleman relative ever wore.
Yes, no doubt. My uncle takes an extraordinary interest in my turnout. I believe if I made an extra crease in my neckcloth, he'd notice it. Good day to you.
Good day, Mr. Drood. Don't forget to wind the watch.
On leaving the jeweller's, Edwin made his way towards the nun's house. His mind was uneasy about the forthcoming interview with Rosa. But for Mr. Grooge's solemn charge to him and the ring that now lay in his breast pocket, he would have drifted into marriage without a thought. He resolved to be guided by whatever Rosa herself might say as they walked that afternoon by the river.
My dear Eddie, I want to say something very serious to you. I've been thinking about it for a long, long time.
I want to be serious with you too, Rosa, dear.
Thank you, Eddie. Eddie, let us be brave. Let us change to brother and sister from this day forth.
And never be husband and wife, Rosa?
Never. Oh, Eddie, dear, I'm so sorry.
And I'm deeply sorry too, Rosa. Deeply sorry for you.
And I for you, Eddie, my dear brother. Oh, but Eddie, the dear girls will be so dreadfully disappointed. They've looked forward to it so, poor pets.
But I'm afraid it will be a worse disappointment to my uncle.
Oh, but he has so little to do with it, hasn't he?
My dear child, my uncle is so wrapped up in me that he can't fail to be struck all of a heap by such a sudden and complete change in my life. How shall I tell him?
My guardian, Mr. Grooges, is coming down to Cloisterham today. Would you like to leave it to him?
A bright idea. The other trustee. Nothing more natural. He comes down, he goes to my uncle, he relates what we've agreed upon, and he states our case better than we could. That's it. I'm not a coward, Rosa, but to tell you a secret, I am a little afraid of my uncle.
No, you're not afraid of him.
Why, Rosa, my dear girl, what's the matter?
I'm sorry. You alarmed me. I'm a silly little thing, you know, Eddie.
You're shivering. Shall I take you home?
The river looks so dark. The sun's gone behind a cloud. Yes, let us go home, Eddie.
You know we have done right, Rosa.
Yes.
We know it's better so even now.
Yes, Eddie. God bless you, dear. Goodbye.
God bless you, dear. Give me the last kiss of our betrothal.
There. Now, please take me home, Eddie, and let me be by myself.
Don't look round, Rosa. But didn't you see my uncle?
No. Where?
Under the trees. He was watching us, I think. Poor fellow. He little thinks we've parted.
Has he followed us? Is he behind?
No. Yes, he is. The dear, sympathetic old fellow likes to keep us in sight. I'm afraid he will be bitterly disappointed. Bitterly disappointed.
Edwin strolls about the town to pass the time until the dinner hour, the hour of the party at his uncle's lodgings. As dusk draws on, he paces the monk's vineyard. Suddenly he becomes aware of a figure crouching on the ground, the figure of a woman of haggard appearance, her weazened chin resting on her hands and her eyes staring before her.
Are you ill, Mother?
No, dearie.
Are you blind, then? What's the matter that you stay here in the cold so long?
My lungs is weakly, dearie. My lungs is bad.
I'm sorry. Where do you come from?
From London, dearie. I came here looking for a needle in a haystack and I ain't found it. Here, look here, dearie, give me 3 and 6pence, and don't you be afeard for me.
Your eyes are like someone else's. Do you eat opium?
I smokes it, dearie. Give me 3 and 6pence, and I'll lay it out well and tell you something into the bargain.
Here you are, then. Now, what have you to tell me?
Bless you, dear gentleman. What's your christened name?
Edwin, why?
Edwin. Is that the short of that name, Eddie?
It's sometimes called so, yes.
Well, don't sweethearts call it so?
How should I know?
Oh, haven't you a sweetheart upon your soul?
None, I assure you.
Oh, goodbye to you then, and bless you, and thank you, dearie.
Come back. You were going to tell me something.
Yeah, I was. Well, then, you be thankful that your name ain't Ned.
Why?
Because it's a bad name to have just now.
How a bad name?
A threatened name is Ned. A dangerous name.
The proverb says that threatened men live long.
Well, then, wherever this Ned may be while I'm a-talking to you, he should live to all eternity. Bless you, dearie. Thank you.
Edwin makes for the better lighted streets, and resolves as he walks on to say nothing of this tonight, but to mention it tomorrow to his uncle, who alone calls him Ned. An odd coincidence. Of course, only a coincidence, and not anything better worth remembering. Still, it holds to him, as many things much better worth remembering never did. He walks over the bridge and by the river, and the woman's words are in the rising wind, in the angry sky, in the troubled water, in the flickering lights. There is some solemn echo of these words, even in the cathedral chime, which strikes a sudden surprise to his heart as he turns in under the archway of the gatehouse. And so he goes up the postern stair. Not very far away, Neville and Helena Landless walk together and discuss the walking tour which Neville proposes to begin on the following morning, so that, as he says, he may take himself out of everybody's way.
I shall travel like a pilgrim, Helena, with wallet and staff. My knapsack is packed, and here's my staff.
What a heavy, clumsy stick. What's it made of? I don't recognize the wood.
Oh, ironwood, I believe. How dark the sky is getting. I wish I weren't going to this dinner at Jasper's, Helena.
Neville, dear, is it worthwhile to care so much about it? Think how soon it will be over.
Yes, I know, but I don't like it.
Well, there may be some awkwardness, I know, between you and Mr. Drood, but it will only be for a moment. You're quite sure of yourself now.
I wish I felt as sure of everything else as I feel of myself.
How strangely you speak, Neville. What do you mean?
Helena, I don't know. I only know that I don't like it. What a strange dead weight there is in the air.
Look how those copper-colored clouds are scudding across the sky. That means the wind is rising. The air will clear soon.
Will it? I wonder.
He leaves her at the gate of the nun's house. She does not immediately enter, but remains looking after him along the street. Twice he passes the gatehouse, reluctant to enter. At length, with a rapid turn, he hurries in. And so he goes up the postern stair. Mr. Jasper is in beautiful voice at Vespers. In the pathetic supplication to have his heart made clean within him, he quite astonishes his fellows by his melodious power.
O God, make clean our hearts within us.
His throat must be a little tender, for he wears a large black scarf of strong, close-woven silk slung loosely round his neck as he comes out from the cathedral and makes his way to the gatehouse. There, arriving under the archway, he pauses for a moment in the shadows to pull off his scarf and hang it in a loop upon his arm. For an instant, his face is frowning and stern. Then it clears as he resumes his way. And so he goes up the postern stair. That night, a great storm rises and shakes Cloisterham. No such power of wind has blown for many a winter night. Chimneys topple in the streets, and people hold to posts and corners and to one another to keep themselves upon their feet. The violence of wind, frequency and fury, until at midnight, when the streets are empty, the storm goes thundering and rattling along them, rattling at all the latches and tearing at all the shutters, as if warning the people to get up and fly with it, rather than have the roofs brought down upon their brains. All through the night the wind blows and abates not, but early in the morning it begins to lull. From that time, with occasional wild charges like a wounded monster dying, it drops and sinks. And at full daylight, it is dead. It is then seen that the hands of the cathedral clock are torn off, and that some stones have been displaced upon the summit of the great tower. A cluster of early idlers gathers in Minor Canon Corner to watch the workmen who are investigating the damage. Their gazing eyes are brought down to earth by a loud voice calling to Canon Crisparkle to open his window.
Crisparkle! Where is my nephew?
Mr. Drood, he's not been here. Is he not with you?
No. He went down to the river last night with Mr. Neville to look at the storm and has not been back. Call Mr. Neville.
He left my house this morning early.
Left this morning early? Let me in at once. Let me in. Let me in.
Neville Landless had started so early on his walking tour and had walked at so good a pace that when the church bells began to ring in Cloisterham for morning service, he was 8 miles away. But he was overtaken and arrested by a band of men sent out from Cloisterham to capture him. After a considerable struggle, he was overcome and escorted back to the city.
Mr. Jasper, Mr. Crisparkle, what is this? What is the matter?
Where is my nephew?
Where is your nephew? Why do you ask me?
I ask you because you were the last person in his company and he's not to be found.
Not to be found?
I said not to be found, sir.
Mr. Jasper, if you'll allow me. Neville, try to collect your thoughts and attend to me.
I'll try, sir.
You left Mr. Jasper's lodging last night with Edwin Drood?
Yes.
At what time?
Was it 12 o'clock?
Quite right. Mr. Jasper's already told me it was 12 o'clock. You went down to the river together?
Yes, to watch the effect of the storm there.
How long did you stay there?
About 10 minutes, I should say, not more. And we walked together to your house, and he took leave of me at the door.
Did he say that he was going down to the river again?
No, he said he was going straight back.
What are those stains on Landless's coat?
Stains? What stains?
And here are the same stains upon his stick. The stick he carried last night. What does this mean?
In the name of God, say what it means, Neville.
Why, one of the men who set on me this morning had a struggle for the stick. That man there. Look, you can see the same blood stains on him, sir.
I think, Neville, we shall do well to call upon the mayor for an official investigation. You will be glad, of course, to clear yourself.
Of course.
Then let us be going. This way, Neville.
The official investigation produced no very satisfactory result. Mr. Sapsea, the mayor, expressed his opinion that the case had a dark look. In short, and here his eyes rested full on Neville's countenance, an un-English complexion. He wavered whether or no he should at once issue his warrant for the committal of Neville Landless to jail under circumstances of grave suspicion. And he might have done so, but for the indignant protest of Canon Crisparkle, who undertook for the young man's remaining in his own house and being produced by his own hands whenever demanded. With the earliest light of next morning, men were at work upon dragging the river, and others were examining the banks. But no trace of Edwin Drood revisited the light of the sun.
Come in.
Good evening to you, Mr. Jasper.
Mr. Crugius, I was not aware you were in Cloisterham. Please, sit down.
This is strange news, I hear.
Strange and fearful news. You must excuse my unkempt appearance, but I've been out all day searching. How is your ward, Miss Rosa?
Poor little thing, you may imagine her condition.
Have you seen his sister?
His? Whose?
The suspected young man's.
Do you suspect him?
I don't know what to think. I cannot make up my mind.
Nor I, but you spoke of him as the suspected young man, so I thought you had made up your mind. I have just left Miss Landless.
What is her state?
Defiance of all suspicion and unbounded faith in her brother.
Poor thing.
However, it is not of her that I came to speak. It is of my ward, Miss Rosa. She has asked me to make you a communication that will surprise you. At least it has surprised me.
Well, what is it?
Shall I put it off till tomorrow? Mind, I warn you that I think it will surprise you.
You'd better tell me now. What is it?
This young couple, the lost youth at my ward, Miss Rosa,
yes,
though so long betrothed and so long recognizing their betrothal and so near being married...
Well...
Oh, perhaps I'd better put this off till tomorrow, Mr. Jasper. You appear distressed.
No. Go on.
Well, then, this young couple came gradually to the discovery, made on both sides pretty equally, I think, that they would be happier and better as affectionate friends or as brother and sister than as husband and wife.
What?
You really look very pale, Mr. Jasper. Can I get you a glass of water or brandy, perhaps?
No, I'm all right, well enough. Go on.
And so this young couple formed the healthy resolution of exchanging their discoveries openly, sensibly, and tenderly. They met for that purpose and dissolved their betrothal.
When did they do this?
My ward has asked me to inform you that they kissed and parted on the very morning that you saw them last together.
Ah, no.
Mr. Grugis paused. He saw before him no longer the ghastly figure with staring white face and quivering white lips which had confronted him throughout the interview. He saw nothing but a heap of torn and miry clothes upon the floor. And Mr. Grugis himself, wooden of aspect, opened and shut the palms of his hands as he warmed them at the fire, and he looked down at what lay at his feet. Some days later, it fell out that Canon Crisparkle, taking his early bathe in the river, discovered, caught in a corner of the weir, something that glistened brightly. A gold watch, engraved upon its back, E.D., and near it, in the mud and ooze, a gold shirt-pin. With these discoveries, he returned to Cloisterham, and taking Neville with him, went again straight to the mayor. Mr. Jasper was sent for, the jury identified. Neville was detained, and the wildest frenzy and fatuity of evil report arose against him. But no discovery was made which proved Edwin Drood to be dead, and Neville was at length released. Then a consequence ensued which Canon Crisparkle had all too well foreseen.
The Canon Crisparkle.
Yes, Mr. Dean?
Human justice may err, but it must act according to its lights. The days of taking sanctuary are past. This young man must not take sanctuary with us.
You mean that he must leave my house, sir, if it be a necessity?
As you unfortunately find it to be.
It is hard to prejudge the case, sir, but I realize...
Just so perfectly. As you say, Canon Crisparkle, there is nothing else to be done.
I am entirely satisfied of his perfect innocence, sir, nevertheless. I hope you don't object, sir, to my having stated emphatically in public that he will reappear here whenever any new suspicion may be awakened or any new circumstances come to light.
Not at all. And yet, you know, I don't think I would state it emphatically. In point of fact, Canon Crisparkle, keeping our hearts warm and our heads cool, we clergy need do nothing emphatically.
So minor Canon Rowe knew Neville Landless no more, and he fled to London, where he took refuge at Staple Inn under the wing of Mr. Grugis, with Helena at his side to comfort and support his exile. Befriended, too, by a neighbour of the name of Tartar, late of the Royal Navy, a handsome gentleman of 28, with a sunburnt visage, broad temples, bright blue eyes, and clustering brown hair. This agreeable apparition greeted Neville one summer night on his return to his chambers.
I do beg your pardon. Apologize for looking in so late.
Not at all.
If I may introduce myself. Tartar. Corresponding set next door. Beans, you know.
Beans?
Runners. Scarlet. Next door at the back.
Oh, I see. The roof garden.
The same. Now, I've noticed, if you'll excuse me, that you shut yourself up a good deal, and that you seem to like my garden aloft here. If you'd like a little more of it, I could throw out a few lines and stays between my windows and yours, which the runners would take to directly.
It's very kind of you.
Not at all. And I've some boxes of mignonette and wallflower that I could shove on along the gutter to your windows with a boat hook I have by me.
It'll be a great deal of trouble to you, I fear.
Not at all. A charity, in fact. Give me something to do. It would never do for a man who's been aboard ship from his boyhood to turn luxurious at once. I'd be very glad to take your windows in tow. Now, may I say good night and take the shortcut home through your window.
Mr. Tartar, pray come back from the window. It makes me giddy to see you.
But Mr. Tartar, with a wave of his hand and the deftness of a cat, had already gone below. And what of Cloisterham, while the summer days passed thus in Staple Inn? Round about this time, a stranger appeared in Cloisterham, a white-haired personage with black eyebrows, buttoned up in a tightish blue surtout, with something of a military air. This gentleman announced himself at the Crozier Hotel, where he put up, as an idle dog who lived upon his means. And he further announced that he had in mind to take a lodging in Cloisterham for a month or two, with a view to settling down there altogether.
I suppose, waiter, a fair lodging for a single butler might be found in these parts, eh?
I've no doubt of it, sir.
Something old. Take my hat down for a moment from that peg, will you?
Yes, sir.
No. I don't want it. Look into it. What do you see written there?
Datchery, sir.
Now you know my name. Dick Datchery. Hang the hat up again.
Yes, sir.
I was saying, something old is what I should prefer. Something odd and out of the way. Venerable, architectural, and inconvenient.
We have a good choice of inconvenient lodgings in the town, sir, I think. Indeed, I've no doubt we could suit you that far, however particular you might be. But an architectural lodging? Oh, no, I couldn't say as to that.
Anything cathedral-y now?
I've got it, sir. Mr. Tope.
And who is Mr. Tope?
The verger at the cathedral, Mr. Tope is, sir, and his wife, Mrs. Tope, that is, lets lodgings or used to.
Then I'll call on Mrs. Tope after dinner, if you'll be so good as to direct me.
Certainly, sir.
But in spite of the waiter's directions, Mr. Datchery soon became bewildered, and went boggling about the cathedral tower whenever he could catch a glimpse of it, with the general impression of his mind that Mr. Tope's was somewhere very near it, and that he was warm in his search when he saw the tower, and cold when he didn't see it. He was getting very cold indeed when he met with a hideous small boy throwing stones at a sheep.
Hey! You! Boy! Leave tormenting that wretched animal and show me the way to Mr. Tope.
How can I show you which is Tope's when Tope's is tell us side of the King Friedel and over the crossings and round ever so many corners? Stupid! Yeah!
Show me where it is, and I'll give you something.
Come on, then. Round this corner and down here. Weddy, when all catches him out of 10. Weddy, why, then he don't go there. There, look yonder. You see that there window and door?
Yes, that's Tope's.
You lie, it ain't. That's Jasper's.
Indeed. Jasper's, is it?
Yeah, and I ain't a-going no nearer him, I tell you.
Why not?
'Cause I ain't a-going to be lifted off me legs and have me braces bust and be choked. Not if I knows it, and not by him. Wait till I set a jolly good flinter flying at the back of his jolly old head some day. Now, look t'other side of the door. That's Tope's scissors, with his name on a oval plate.
Good. Now see here, you owe me half of this shilling.
You lie. I don't owe you nothing. I never seen you.
I tell you, you owe me half of this because I have no sixpence in my pocket. So the next time you meet me, you shall do something else for me to pay me.
All right, give us out.
There you are, then. What's your name? Where do you live?
Deputy, traveller's company across the green.
Mr. Datchery found Mrs. Tope's terms moderate, and everything as quaintly inconvenient as he could desire. He agreed, therefore, to take the lodging there and then. Nothing could have exceeded his interest in his neighbours, especially in Mr. Jasper, who lived so near to his new lodging, and the afflicting history of that gentleman's recent loss. In fact, for a single buffer, living idly on his means, Mr. Datchery's life in Cloisterham might be considered remarkably busy. Cloisterham is bright and sunny these summer days, but there is grateful shade in the garden of the nun's house, where on a garden seat beside the sundial, Rosa receives a visitor. It is Mr. Jasper, clad in deep mourning.
Miss Rosa, I've been waiting to be summoned back to my duty near you.
Duty, sir?
The duty of teaching you, of serving you as your faithful music master.
I have left off that study.
And when will you resume it?
Never, sir.
Never? You could have done no more if you had loved my dear nephew.
I did love him, sir.
Yes, but not quite in the right way, shall I say.
I beg you not to question me any more. At all events, I won't answer any more.
Then I will not question you any more, but I will confess.
I don't wish to hear you, sir.
Sometimes we must act against our wishes. You must do so now, or do more harm to others than you can ever set right.
Harm? What harm?
Rosa, even when my dear boy was affianced to you, I loved you madly.
No.
Even when I strove to make him more ardently devoted to you, I loved you madly.
Oh, leave me at once, sir.
I told you that you must stay and hear me or do more harm than can ever be undone. I will tell you what harm. I've confessed to you that my love is mad. It is so mad that had the ties between me and my dear lost boy been less strong, I might have swept even him from your side when you favored him.
No.
Yes, even him. Judge then, Rosa, whether any other admirer whose life is in my hand shall love you and live.
Any other admirer? What do you mean, sir?
I mean to show you how mad my love is. Landis has confessed that he was my nephew's rival for your love, Rosa. And I hold the clue that shall entangle the murderer as in a net. A net that is slowly winding as I speak.
You cannot believe that Mr. Landless is a murderer.
But, sweet Rosa, circumstances may accumulate so strongly, even against an innocent man, that directed, sharpened, pointed, they may slay him.
If you really suppose that Mr. Landless has ever addressed himself to me, or that I favor him at all, you are wrong, quite wrong.
But at least you will hardly deny that his sister has become your bosom friend.
I love Helena dearly.
Then, if you care for her peace of mind and her good name, remove the shadow of the gallows from her.
Sir, you dare propose to me to...
Yes, I dare propose to you. My love for you is above all other love. If you were to cast me off now, I would pursue you to the death.
Rosa knew now that she must fly from this terrible man. She determined to take refuge with her guardian, Mr. Grugis. And so that afternoon, with a few quite useless articles and a very little bag, she set out for Staple Inn.
Mr. Grugis?
Rosa, my dear child, good heavens, come in.
Oh, Mr. Grugis, I'm so very glad to see you.
My dear child, come and sit down. What's happened? Who brought you here?
No one. I came alone.
Lord bless me. Why didn't you write to me to come and fetch you?
I took a sudden decision. Oh, poor Eddie. His uncle has been making love to me. And I've come to you, Mr. Grugis, to protect me and all of us from him, if you will.
I will, damn him. Confound his politics, frustrate his knavish tricks. On thee his hopes to fix. Damn him again.
There. I beg your pardon, my dear, but you'll be glad to know I feel better. Now, you must have some refreshment. Shall it be breakfast, lunch, dinner, tea, or supper? Yes, my dear.
And always alone?
Always alone, except for Bazzard, my clerk.
He doesn't live here.
No, he goes his way after office hours. In fact, he's off duty here altogether just at present, and a firm downstairs has lent me a substitute. But it would be extremely difficult to replace Mr. Bazzard, extremely difficult.
He must be very fond of you.
I doubt if he is. You see, he's discontented, poor fellow.
Oh, why?
Well, he feels he's misplaced here. You see, my child, Mr. Bazzard has written a play, a tragedy.
Oh, how romantic. When is it to be performed?
Ah, that is the question. At present, nobody will hear of bringing it out on any account whatsoever.
Is the tragedy named yet, pray?
Strictly between ourselves, Rosa, it has a dreadfully appropriate name. It is called The Thorn of Anxiety. Oh. But Mr. Bazzard hopes, and I hope, that it will come out at last.
I hope so, too. Poor Mr. Bazzard.
And now, my dear, we must settle your affairs. Tonight I propose to take you over to Furnival's Inn, just across the way there. You'll be as safe as houses. There's a stout iron gate to keep out your persecutor, and Furnival's is fireproof, and I live over the way.
Dear Mr. Grugis, I know I'm safe now.
Nothing occurred during the night to flutter the tired dove, and the dove arose refreshed and ready to join in the conference which took place on the following morning between Mr. Grugis, Mr. Tartar, and Canon Crisparkle, who had come up from Cloisterham post-haste to set Miss Twinkleton's mind at rest about the welfare of her pupil. The result of this conference Rosa was shortly able to confide to Helena, from whom she had been so long parted.
Canon Crisparkle came up this morning, and when he met Mr. Tartar, they recognised each other. And would you believe it, Helena? Mr. Tartar used to be his fag at school.
Oh, Rosa, what a wonderful coincidence.
Isn't it? And do you know, long ago, he saved his life.
I could believe anything noble of Canon Crisparkle.
Yes, but it wasn't Canon Crisparkle.
Oh?
I mean, it was very nice of Canon Crisparkle to be saved, and he couldn't have shown his high opinion of Mr. Tartar more expressively. But it was Mr. Tartar who saved him.
Was it indeed?
Yes, Helena. And Mr. Tartar has very kindly given up his rooms to me. To us, I mean. So that if that terrible man tries to spy upon me or upon your brother, he will not be able to do so.
That is most kind of Mr. Tartar, I must say.
Oh, it is, Helena. He is so kind and so handsome. And, Helena, his rooms are so beautiful you can't believe.
Really? In what way?
Oh, so tidy and neat and shining. All the brasswork polished like a mirror. And such curious, beautiful things Mr. Tartar has brought home from his voyages. And that dear little round window looking out into the garden.
Oh, dear me, it sounds delightful.
Oh, yes. It's like the inside of the most exquisite ship that ever sailed. It's like
a dream?
Oh, yes, Helena, like a dream.
Yes, my love, I see. But this arrangement is not permanent, Rosa. I mean, you will be going back one day to Cloisterham.
Oh, I could never go there any more. I couldn't, indeed. Canon Crisparkle thinks Miss Twinkleton might like to come up and share a furnished lodging with me for a month or two. That might serve very well, I expect. But don't be uneasy, dear. I shall be sure to be somewhere.
So before very long, Rosa and Miss Twinkleton were established in furnished apartments in Southampton Street, Bloomsbury Square. While east of Bloomsbury Square, and still further eastward, in London's Dockland, a man lies once more on that bed in that miserable, darkened room.
Here. Come here.
Yes, dearie. Want another of Princess Puffer's pipes, do you?
No, I want to ask you something. Suppose you had something in your mind, something you were going to do.
Yes, dearie.
But had not quite determined to do, might or might not do, you understand?
Yes.
Should you do it in your fancy when you are lying here?
Oh, over and over again.
Just like me. I did it over and over again. I've done it hundreds of thousands of times in this room.
Well, it's to be hoped it was pleasant to do, dearie.
It was pleasant to do. It was a journey, a difficult, dangerous journey over abysses where a slip would be destruction. Look down. Look down. See what lies at the bottom there?
Yes, dearie.
Well, I've told you. I did it here hundreds of thousands of times. I did it so often that when it was really done, seemed not worth the doing. It was done so soon.
What's there, a fellow traveller on your journey, dearie?
Yes. To think how many times he went the journey and never saw the road. Hark.
Yes, dearie, I'm listening.
Shh. Journey's made. It's over. Been too short and easy. No struggle, no consciousness of peril, no entreaty. And yet I never saw that before.
What, dearie?
Look at it. Look what a poor, mean, miserable thing it is. That must be real. It's over. All over. So soon. All over.
So, asleep, my beauty. I heard you say once when I was lying where you're lying and you were making your speculations upon me. Unintelligible, I heard you say. But don't ye be too sure always. Don't ye be too sure, beauty.
Late that same evening in Cloisterham, Mr. Datchery sat writing at his open window by the postern gate, eyeing all who passed as if he were toll-taker of the gateway. He appeared to take little note of the homecoming of his neighbour, Mr. Jasper, but his eye brightened at the appearance shortly after of a tattered apparition in a shabby shawl who had paused at the foot of Mr. Jasper's staircase. He calls to her through his open window.
Hello, my friend. Who are you looking for?
For a gentleman who passed in here this minute, sir.
Well, what do you want with him?
Where do we live, dearie?
Live? Why, up that staircase.
Oh, bless you. Don't speak so loud, dearie. What's his name?
Surname, Jasper. Christian name, John. Mr. John Jasper.
Has he a calling, good gentleman?
Calling? Yes. Sings in the choir.
In the spire?
Choir! In the cathedral choir. Go to service there at 7 tomorrow morning, and you may see Mr. John Jasper, and hear him, too.
Thank you, dearie, thank you. I'll do that.
A brilliant morning shines on the old city. Inside the cathedral, the stone tombs of centuries grow warm, and flecks of brightness dart into the sternest marble corners of the building, fluttering there like wings. When Mr. Datchery at length discerns the Princess Puffer, she is seated behind a pillar, out of Jasper's view, but watching him with the closest attention. Unconscious of her presence, he chants and sings. She grins when he is most musically fervid. And yes, Mr. Datchery sees her do it, shakes her fist at him behind the pillar's friendly shelter. When the service comes to an end, Mr. Datchery accosts his new acquaintance outside.
Morning, my friend. Well, did you see him?
I seen him, dearie, I seen him.
And you know him?
Know him? Better far than all the Reverend Parsons together know him. Better far.
Mrs. Tope has spread a very neat, clean breakfast ready for her lodger. Before sitting down to it, he opens the door of a corner cupboard, takes a piece of chalk, and adds one thick line to several already there, from the top of the cupboard door to the bottom.
There. I like the old tavern way of keeping scores. Illegible except to the scorer. The scorer not committed, the scored debited with what is against him. Very satisfactory. Oh, I'm forgetting.
Very satisfactory.
That's the idea. That's the voice.
And Mr. Datchery falls to with an appetite. At that point in the story of the mystery of Edwin Drood, Dickens laid down his pen. The next day, he was dead. The book unfinished. The mystery doomed to remain a mystery forever. For more than 90 years, suggestions have been made as to how he could possibly have meant the story to end. Here is one. We return to Cloisterham in the months following the last episode. No conclusive evidence against Jasper has been discovered, in spite of the detective efforts of Mr. Bazzard, for, as you may have surmised, Mr. Dick Datchery was none other than Mr. Grewgious's dramatically minded clerk, satisfying with a white wig and dyed eyebrows the frustrated ambitions of a lifetime. But Mr. Bazzard had been busy. Nor had Jasper himself been idle. Jasper's malignity against Neville Landless pursued that unhappy man to London, and there, by anonymous letters, indirect threats and secret persecution, he so preyed upon Neville's mind that he sapped his health. Helena Landless, calling upon her brother one day in November, was shocked to see his pale face and bright, staring eyes.
Helena.
Neville, my dearest, you are ill.
Oh, no, Helena, I'm well enough, as well as I shall ever be. Mine is a sickness of the mind, not the body.
You have had another communication from that terrible man. I know it, Neville.
Yes. By today's post I received a letter from Mr. Jasper. It summons me to Cloisterham. I'm to attend an investigation of Edwin Drood's disappearance.
But they cannot accuse you of a crime you have not committed. You are as innocent as I.
I know it, Helena. Jasper knows it. But innocent or guilty, the shadow of the gallows is upon me.
The inquiry which Jasper had instigated took place at the end of November. Canon Crisparkle was reluctantly forced to repeat his damaging evidence, and other witnesses were called to reaffirm what they had already told of Landless's behavior at the time of the disappearance. But the climax of the investigation was the opening of the Sapsea vault and the discovery that was made therein.
Believe me, Mr. Sapsea, I would not have urged the desecration of this vault had I not felt that it might bring us nearer to the knowledge of my dear boy's fate.
This here door's open already, Mr. Jasper.
Open, but I... Are you sure, Daedalus?
Key didn't need no turning anyway. Now, give us that lantern.
Daedalus, what can you see?
Looks like a heap of my quicklime from the graveyard.
What else? What else? What is that?
Some bits of cloth, eaten away with the lime.
That's my boy's coat.
Look, Mr. Jasper. Look what's lying there. A gold ring.
A ring? But Edwin never wore a ring.
Stop there, Mr. Jasper. I can identify that ring. I myself gave that to Edwin Drood.
And so an innocent jewel brought to his death an innocent man. For that night, Neville Landless, distraught in his mind, took his own life by poison. But Helena Landless, believing always in the innocence of her brother, determined to shock Jasper into a confession. She had discovered that Princess Puffer had a strong personal motive for revenge on John Jasper, for in the past he had wronged her daughter, and the child, Deputy, unknown to Jasper, was the result. Therefore, Helena arranged that Princess Puffer should summon Jasper to the Sapsea tomb on Christmas Eve, the anniversary of the crime. And there, before hidden witnesses, Mr. Datchery, Canon Crisparkle, and Mr. Grugis, she was to accuse him of the murder of Edwin Drood. His nerves were to be further shaken by the apparition of his other victim, Neville, which apparition was, of course, to be Helena disguised in her brother's clothes. And so, on Christmas Eve, when the moonlight made phantoms of the very gravestones, John Jasper came to the Sapsea vault, alone and unconscious of the watchers among the graves.
He's coming. Canon Crisparkle, Mr. Grugis, they're ready to creep closer.
Is anyone there?
I'm here, dearie. Princess Puffer's here. Was me you were looking for, wasn't it? Not anybody else.
Yes, not so loud, woman. Come inside the vault where we shall not be overheard. Don't shut the door. It's close in here, clammy, like the chill of death. Now, quickly, what have you to say to me?
Say to you, dearie, why, only what I asked you for. Was it me you looked for to meet here, or some other?
Why do you ask these idiot questions? With yourself, as you know. Who else should I look for in this place and at this time?
I thought as it might be one you met in this place and at this time a year ago tonight, dearie.
Be careful what you say, woman. Tempt me not too far if you would leave this place alive. A very little more and my hands would fasten round that lying throat of yours.
As they did around mine, eh, Uncle?
What's that? Who spoke?
Your beloved and long-lost nephew, Edwin Drood, returned from the grave.
No. Keep it off. Don't let it near me.
Well, dear Uncle, aren't you going to shake hands?
Keep off. Your hands will burn me. Let me out. Let me out.
After him quickly. He's making for the tower.
Jasper rushed from the vault, sometimes reeling aside from his path, but always running from the terrible thing behind him. Edwin, the living Edwin, had joined Datchery and Grugis in the pursuit, while Canon Crisparkle remained beside the unconscious form of Helena, who had arrived in time to see Edwin confront Jasper and had thereupon swooned with horror. To the foot of the tower they followed him, and up the winding stone stairs. As he climbed, they climbed, gaining steadily but still behind.
We've almost got him.
Uncle, wait! Stop!
Too late. He's thrown himself over.
May the Lord have mercy on his soul.
There is little more to tell. Edwin's explanation, made next day when the terrors of the night had subsided, was a strangely simple one. Jasper's attempt at murder had failed because in his haste and nervous excitement he had only succeeded in rendering Edwin unconscious. Easy enough, for the wine Edwin had drunk at supper that night had been drugged. Jasper threw what he thought to be the corpse of Edwin Drood upon the heap of quicklime, then rushed from the vault, forgetting in his agitation to relock it. He then made for the weir and threw in Edwin's watch and shirt pin, knowing that gold would not be destroyed by quicklime.
The first thing I knew was a sharp burning pain in my right hand. That brought me round pretty quickly, I can tell you. I was on my feet and off that pile of quicklime like a flash.
But why did you leave the ring behind, Edwin?
To tell the truth, I forgot it. It was in the pocket of my greatcoat, which was badly burned by the lime. I pulled my coat off and left it behind me. And then, well, I simply opened the door and walked out and made the best of my way to the railway station.
And so to London and Egypt?
Yes.
But why did you not call upon me, Edwin, and save us all this anxiety?
I thought of nothing but escape, Mr. Grewgious.
I see.
And the horror in my mind was such that once away from Cloisterham, I dared not reveal to any of my friends that I still lived. It was only a short while ago, on my return from Egypt, that I met the old opium woman again in London. The one who warned me before. She it was who begged me to come back last night.
You frightened us all very badly, my boy.
I know, and I'm deeply sorry. As for my uncle, I still cannot believe in what he did, nor that he's dead.
His dying confession left us in no doubt as to his motives, nor as to the unbalanced condition of his mind. Perhaps that is some little consolation to you, Edwin.
It will not bring him back to me as he was, Mr. Crisparkle, nor bring Neville Landless back to his sister.
As to that, I had not meant to make the announcement on this occasion, but I am nonetheless happy to tell you that last night Miss Landless promised to become my wife.
Oh, congratulations.
My dear Crisparkle, I wish you both every happiness, and I admire your choice.
Thank you, my dear Edwin. You will stay to dinner with us?
I'm much obliged to you, but I fear I cannot.
Oh.
I have an engagement for Christmas dinner at the Crozier with my wife.
Your
wife? I knew you'd be surprised. I met her in Egypt. We were married 3 months ago.
I'm impatient for the opportunity to admire your choice, Edwin.
And as for Rosa, she and my Georgina will be sisters to each other on sight.
And strangely enough, they were. Rosa, of course, became Mrs. Tartar and began her blissfully happy married life in the dream-ship quarters at Staple Inn, while Helena Landless, when her term of mourning was over, became Mrs. Crisparkle and the ornament and pride of Minor Canon Corner. And there, as the Christmas bells ring out a happy chime, and the red berries shine again in the lattices, let us leave them. Peace on earth, goodwill to men, say the bells. For the shadow of evil has lifted from Cloisterham, and the light of that first Christmas day shines once more on its ancient walls.
That was The Mystery of Edwin Drood, the unfinished novel by Charles Dickens, adapted for broadcasting by Molly Hardwick with a suggested ending. The story was told, with the words of Charles Dickens, by Francis de Wolfe. The part of John Jasper was played by John Gabriel, Edwin Drood, his nephew, by Malcolm Terrace, Rosa Budd by Rosalind Shanks, Neville Landless by Nigel Graham, and Helena Landless by Isabel Rennie. Mr. Grewgious, the lawyer, was played by Dennis Blakelock, and Bazard, his clerk, who became in this version Mr. Dick Datchery, by Brian Olsen. The Dean of Cloisterham was played by Hamlin Benson, Canon Crisparkle by Patrick Barr, Mr. Tope the Verger by Timothy Harley, who also played a waiter at the Crozier Hotel. Princess Puffer was played by Mary Wimbush, Durdles the stonemason by John Boxer, Deputy by Gordon Gardner, a jeweller by Stephen Thorne, Lieutenant Tartar by David Valler. The production, which was recorded, was by Raymond Rakes. 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 By Raymond Rakes.
We present Norman Shelley as Gideon Fell and Barbara Cooper as Madame Dumont, with Lockwood West and David March in The Hollow Man, a play of mystery and magic by John Keir Cross from the early novel by John Dickson Carr. The Hollow Man.
Hello there. I suppose this is an old tale now. 1935 it was. But I like to look back on it all as something very strange that I was once tied up with, as a kind of interested observer. And I suppose it was one of the great Gideon Fell's most famous and fantastic cases. By the way, my name's Rampole, Ted Rampole. I was a friend of Dr. Fell's. I used to visit him in those Adelphi Terrace chambers of his when I was in London from the States. Do you remember the doc? That big bulk of his and the black cloak and the old shovel hat. He was a bit like that English writer of yours, G.K. Chesterton.
I tell you, son, that the whole thing's impossible. Here's a fellow goes into a room before 2 pairs of eyes and he commits a murder. And then he vanishes. And here's a fellow walking along a street and he drops dead and 3 blamed witnesses to see him doing it. And not a sign of a soul this time either. Not a blazing footprint in the snow all round him. Wow, I tell you, it's magic, son. But there wasn't any magic yet that couldn't be explained somehow, and I'm going to explain it. By Bacchus, I am. Who ever heard of a hollow man, hey? The Hollow Man.
Yes, the Hollow Man. That was what we came to call that invisible murderer in that old winter of long ago. And the first of us to die from him was a queer kind of guy called Professor Grimaud. Now, you'll have to forgive me if I make quite a spiel at the start here, because to begin with, this is a sort of prologue to the story, 3 nights before the professor's actual death itself, and it needs a bit of explaining. He was a wealthy old bird, this Grimaud, pretty big and strong for all his age. He'd lived in England for about 30 years, and his academic subject was low magic, old legends and such. Vampires and werewolves, the works. About 5 or 6 nights a week, he and some of his cronies would meet in one of your old London pubs, the Warwick, just around the corner from Russell Square. The professor used to hold forth there on those macabre subjects of his, and his cronies were a pretty mixed bunch. Young Mangan, the newspaper man, who was a friend of my own, and Burnaby, the artist, and young Stuart Mills, the professor's secretary, with 1 or 2 other general bohemians of the day. So, there they were this particular winter's night when the stranger came in. He was someone none of them had ever seen before, though Boyd Mangan told me there was something kind of familiar about him, too. It was Mangan himself who was holding forth at the time, egging the professor on a bit.
But, Professor Grimaud, what puzzles me, frankly, is your own attitude to the whole business of magic.
So there, Mangan, in what way, pray?
Well, now, I dabbled a bit in ghost stories. I've even tried to write 1 or 2 myself. But it's only fiction I studied, only ghost stories that never happened. But you are an authority on attested happenings, things that we're forced to call facts. And yet you don't believe a word, sir.
Don't I, my young friend? It depends surely on what you mean by belief.
Very well. Now, take the vampire legend that we were talking about last night. Do you believe in that?
But of course, who doesn't? It's one of the most widespread low magic legends in the world.
Now, come now, Professor. Mangan is surely getting you to exaggerate. You can hardly believe that dead men can leave their coffins and float in the air, surely.
My dear Mills, I said that it was a question of what one means by believe. In a sense, I am the man who knows too much. What I am interested in is the causes behind these superstitions. Now, the vampire legend is a belief that prevails mainly in Slavonic lands. Agreed? It got its firm grip on Europe when it swept in a blast out of Hungary between 1730 and 1735. But why?
Very well, then. Why, sir?
Because, Mangan, those were the plague years. Think of all the poor devils who were buried alive, although they were believed to be dead. Think how they struggled. Terribly. And then, when sounds of the struggle had been heard, perhaps, and an occasional body had been exhumed from some churchyard, what was found? The poor corpses in twisted positions, with blood on their hands and faces. Was it any wonder that in those terrible times there were visions of the living dead who left their graves? You see, gentlemen, that's what I mean by the causes behind the superstitions. That is what I am interested in.
I also, Professor Grimaud. I also am interested in such things.
Who the deuce are you, sir? What do you mean coming in on a private party like this?
You must forgive me, gentlemen. Shall we say that I overheard? And I should like to ask the famous Professor Grimaud a question.
Now, look here, whoever you are, my friend. Well, sir?
I gather, Professor Grimaud, that you do not believe that a man can get up out of his coffin. that he can move anywhere invisibly, that four walls are nothing to him, and that he is as dangerous as anything out of hell.
I do not. Do you?
Oh, yes, for I have done it.
Oh, now listen.
But further, Mr. Grimaud, I have a brother, too, who can do still more than I can, and he is even more dangerous to you. To you, personally. I do not want your lifeblood, but he calls out for it.
Confound it, Professor. This fellow's stark mad. Here, give me a hand to get him out first.
No, Mangan. Let him alone. Let him talk about his brother and his coffins.
3 coffins.
All right, 3 coffins, as many as you like in heaven's name. Now, perhaps you will tell us who you are.
Permit me to present my card, Professor Grimaud. And before I go, I have one last question for you. Someone is going to call on you one evening very soon. Would you rather I did, or shall I send my brother?
Very well, then. Send your brother and be damned.
Oh, no. It is you who will be damned.
Well, the prologue. I got an account of that queer business in the pub from young Mangan, whom I happen to know, as I've said. And it was the kind of thing I knew would interest Dr. Fell. So it seemed natural to tell him about it a few wintry evenings later, when he and I were having a glass of his celebrated punch. His old friend, Superintendent Hadley of the CID, was with us, too.
Good life, Rampole. The thing's ridiculous. The fellow was some crank, some loony.
Now, was he, Headley, eh? And even if he was, it might still make him dangerous, maybe even more dangerous.
Rats, Phil. It's Bloomsbury all over. A bunch of so-called bohemians talking witchcraft in an old pub, led by somebody with a scary old womanish mind.
Wait now, that's the point. He isn't. I know Professor Charles Grimaud quite well, as it happens, and I tell you, Hadley, that you don't realize just how queer all this is unless you do. What did this sudden visitor look like, young Ted?
Well, that's the queer thing. Boyd Mangan said they'd hardly much idea, except that in some odd way there was this something familiar about him. It was pretty dark in that corner of the pub, and the fellow had his cap pulled right down and his coat collar up. Grimaud was the only one to see his face when he leaned forward to give him his card.
And what did it say on this card? Mr. Nobody or Count Dracula, maybe?
Oh, no, there was a name, all right. They all saw that. It said Pierre Flay, Illusionist. F-L-E-Y. It's a queer name. And the address was 2B Cagliostro Street. And then he'd scribbled, or care the Academy Theater.
Confounded conjurer. Theatrical rubbish, the whole thing might have guessed.
Well, anyway, Superintendent, it seems the young Mangan was pretty impressed for some reason. He's been making inquiries these past few days. Oh, by the way, Boyd Mangan's fallen rather hard for old Grimaud's daughter Rosette, so I suppose he's kind of interested.
Well, go on, son. What did he find?
Well, he went on the prowl around this Academy Theater place, broken down old music hall in the East End. Seems that this Pierre Flay guy is known among the stage staff as Looney Flay. One up to you, Mr. Hadley. Huh? Well, he don't know much about him at all. He hardly speaks to a soul, ducks out after every show.
What's his line, Ted?
Sort of super conjuring, with a specialty in vanishing tricks. And according to young Mangan again, he works without an assistant, and all his props together can go into a box about the size of a coffin.
Oh, damn it, the fellow's got coffins on the brain.
Apparently he has, Mr. Hadley. That's still another point. He's always talking about him. And once, some Irish acrobat who works in the theater, too, asked him why. He got a jump he didn't expect, I can tell you.
How, son? Yeah, have another ladle of punch, Hadley. You need it from the look of you.
Oh, thank you. Well, apparently Flay turned round with a queer kind of grin, and he said, 3 of us were once buried alive. Only 1 escaped. And when the Irishman said, and how did you escape? Do you know what Flay said?
Well?
He said, but I didn't. I was one of the other 2.
By Bacchus, this is the stuff, son. This is the real stuff.
Now, look here, Phil. If you're starting off on any of your hocus...
Now, hang on, Hadley. Now, hang on, my lad. Ted, what happened in the pub when this super conjurer made his exit, hey? How did it end?
Well, that's another funny thing. It seems they all try to make a joke of it, and old Grimaud was as merry as the rest of them, but Mangan swears that secretly he was actually scared green.
And what then, son?
Well, the old boy phoned Boyd Mangan yesterday and said, I want you to be at the house on Saturday evening. Somebody threatens to pay me a visit.
That's tonight.
Exactly. Anything else? Anything else, Ed?
Well, Mangan advised the professor to warn the police if he thought there was any real threat, but Grimo wouldn't hear of it. He said... Well, you'll hardly believe it, Dr. Fell.
Son, I believe anything I do. What did Charlie Grimo say?
He said that he had a better way of defending himself from the police. He was going to buy a painting.
Oh, what?
A painting to hang on the wall of his study. And I'm not joking, Superintendent. He did buy it. Kind of landscape. Oh, weird business, showing some trees and gravestones. A huge affair. It took 2 workmen to carry it up the stairs. It was painted by Burnaby, the artist guy who's a member of Grimo's club in the Warwick.
Hadley, my boy, if I were you, I'd start to warm up my car.
Eh?
Yeah. Do you know Charlie Grimo's address, son? Russell Square somewhere, huh?
Yeah, one of those big houses on the west side.
Right. Come on, Hadley.
But confound it, Phil. It's a devil of a night out there. It's been snowing steadily all evening.
It stopped a few minutes ago. But you're right. Maybe it is a devil of a night. A real devil. I tell you, my lad, that when an alleged lunatic threatens a sane man, then you may or you may not be disturbed. But when the sane man begins to act like the lunatic himself, then I know I'm jolly well disturbed. We're going to have a look at that place, even if we only cruise past. Come on!
But the Hoa man had been, and he'd gone again before we ever reached that old house in the square. And all we found of Professor Grimo was something all red that was trying to drag itself on its hands and knees across the black carpet of his study, and then choked and rolled over on its side and lay still.
Look out! Peter, look out, damn you!
That was when we first reached the house itself. We were just cruising past, as Fell had suggested, and suddenly a blind was torn aside on one of the ground floor windows, and the window flew open, and somebody leapt out right over the spiked area rails, slipped over the pavement in the snow, and as near as damn it was under the car wheels before Hadley braked and jumped out to collar him.
What the deuce did you mean by that, you young idiot? You might have killed us all.
Let go of me! Let me go, confound you!
Wait a minute, Mr. Hadley. It's young Mangan.
Oh, Ted Rempel. How did you get here? Quick, Ted, in heaven's name, get somebody. Come along yourself. He's still up there.
Who is? What are you talking about, Mangan?
We heard a shot. Upstairs, the professor's study. Just this minute. He'd locked us in, you see.
Now, steady on, son. Steady now. Who locked you in?
He did, the visitor. And he's still up there. He must be. In heaven's name, come on.
Right, son. We're with you. You better switch off your engine, Hadley. I have a feeling we're going to be here for some time.
And that was when we did find Grimo in that upstairs room of his, alone. And just before he did roll over, he tried to say something. All 3 of us, Dr. Fell and Hadley and I, all of us heard him. And yet, later on, we all had different versions of what we heard. And that was one of the biggest mysteries of the lot. Now, just here, at this part of it all, you'll have to forgive me if I say another sizable little piece, but it's kind of important to put you in the picture. And I mean the picture. This study of the professor's was on the right-hand side at the top of the central stairway in the house. There was a kind of hallway facing the door of it, and at the opposite side of that, there was another room, a workroom for Grimo's secretary. When we got out to the study, there were 2 people facing the locked door of it. I'll come back to them in a minute. They're important. Now, I said the study door was locked, and so it was, on the inside. We didn't get in to find the dying man until I'd run downstairs again for a pair of pliers from Hadley's toolbox in the car, and he manipulated the key on the inner side through the keyhole in some kind of professional way of his own. Right then, that's the first general outline. We didn't get the full story until the superintendent had arranged for an ambulance to get the unconscious Grimo to a nearby nursing home and then phoned for some of his men. After that, we really got down to it in that fatal little room itself. And, Lord, it was a mess. It was impossible, the whole thing from start to finish. The only one who seemed to enjoy himself was old Doc Fell. It was Gideon Fell's big day, I reckon. Or his big night, rather. Before we got through with it all and learned next day of the second murder. And that was even more impossible. But in the meantime, in the study.
Right, gents, so here we are. And my hunch was right, Hadley.
All right, all right. I only wish you'd had it 5 minutes earlier, that's all.
I ain't denying it. Now, look here, young Ted, me son. You're a kind of outside observer. How would you describe this room that we're in?
Oh, for heaven's sake, Phil, we can see for ourselves, can't we?
Wait, me boy. In a case like this, every blame thing is important. What we think we see as well as what we do see. And even what we don't see, too. Right, son, let's have it. The room.
Well, now, about 15 feet square, maybe. Thick black carpet running right out to panel hallway. Panel walls with bookshelves. One door that we broke in by. One window over there, partly open, and with heavy brown drapes. Big desk, not much on it.
Don't forget the decorations, too, son. They may be important as well.
All right. Some kind of carved ornament on the desk. Sort of buffalo, I'd say. Yellow jade. With a little inlaid looking glass. The only glass in the room, by the way. Big sofa near the fireplace with blood on it. Though we found Grimo on the floor. That's the only place where there seems to have been any kind of struggle, by the way, in front of the fireplace.
Right, son, you're doing fine. And the fireplace itself?
Pretty massive. Heavy stone. With some kind of coat of arms above it.
What?
Don't know. Kind of eagle. And a silver moon. Does it matter?
I tell you, everything does. More about the fireplace.
Oh, somebody's been burning a decent lot of papers in it. The fire smothered out.
Fine. And now the famous painting that Grimo bought to defend himself. Wheel it out, Hadley, so we can have a better look.
Confound it, Phil. What do you think you're driving
Never
at?
you mind. Just prop it up, my lad. See how space has been cleared to hang it, Ted?
Yeah.
And then nobody's got round to doing it yet. Well, what do you make of it, son?
Pretty big to begin with. About 7 feet by 4. And a pretty solid frame.
And the subject itself?
Hardly very pleasant, I'd say. Kind of bleak and eerie. Kind of country that you'd hardly imagine that it even existed somehow.
Ha! Confound you, Phil. What do you mean, ha?
Ah, just what I say, my boy. Ha! And those 3 gravestones in the foreground, Ted. What do you say about them?
Well, you kind of get the impression that they're, kind of toppling. And if you get it in a certain light...
Well, then, well,
you could almost swear that the graves are, beginning to heave and crack across almost. Or at least one is.
Good boy. I can put it back against the wall, Hadley.
Oh, thank you, I'm sure.
So much for what we can see, then. Now for what we can't see. And to begin with, where's the gun that Grimo was shot with?
I was beginning to wonder when you'd get round to that. Ordinary routine police work is a bit beneath you, I suppose.
Judging by the wound in Grimo's chest, what we're looking for, Miss Sons, is a high-caliber revolver with something like a .38 bullet. We'll know definitely when they dig it out round in the nursing home. Now, a gun like that's a fair size, so where is it, hey?
Up the chimney?
Aha, I've already had a look up that chimney. The flues are pretty widened, I'll admit that. But it's so shallow you can hardly get your flat hand in, let alone a fat revolver.
Oh.
By the way, that rules out the chimney as a way of escape for the murderer, too, if you were thinking about it.
Secret panel, maybe.
Oh, come off it, son. This is a real murder story we're in.
Is it, Phil? Is it, though? All that talk, jabbering away while I was getting the ambulance, folks saying that they'd seen a man actually walking in here, and old Grimo talking to him. So where the deuce is he, then? Where's any sign of him?
All over the place.
Ah, hocus. I'm beginning to think it was suicide after all.
Now, you just come off it too, my boy. You know better well it wasn't suicide. There were no powder marks round the wound. Judging from the look of it again, I'd say the shot was fired from a good 10 feet. And another thing, what about Grimo's last words when we found him, eh? Well, maybe not agreed on all of them, but the one thing I'll swear to myself is that he did say not suicide.
All right, have it your own way. I suppose I did hear that, too.
Yes, so did I. Though the rest of what he said was pretty queer, I must say.
Now, hold on, son. I'm just coming around to what Grimo said.
No, I'm scuppered if you are, Phil. I've had enough of this. I'm going back to good old sane police routine, I am. My men will be here any minute, and I can't see Sergeant Betts falling for any vanishing murderer buffoonery. Meantime, I've got the constable in from the beat, seeing that nobody leaves the house. I'm going to question everybody in the confounded place. And I'm going to begin with Grimo's secretary. He's been waiting outside there all this time.
Wheel him in, my lad. Sit down, Ted. Make yourself at home, son. You'll like this.
Okay.
Will you come in, sir?
Thank you. I've been waiting.
I'm sorry to have kept you. You're Professor Grimo's secretary, I believe.
I am.
And your name?
Mills. Stuart Mills.
Now, Mr. Mills, how many people live in this house?
Besides Dr. Grimo and myself, 4. Rosette Grimo, his daughter. Madame Ernestine Dumont, the professor's housekeeper. An elderly friend of Dr. Grimo's called Draymond. And Annie, the general maid.
Thank you. Now, about what happened here tonight. Where exactly were you yourself at the time of the The accident.
I was in my workroom across the hallway out there, sitting at my desk.
For any special reason?
Yes, the professor himself had asked me to do so.
Indeed. May I ask why?
He told me earlier this evening that he was expecting a visitor. At about 9:30, he said. He asked me to sit in my workroom with the door open so that I could watch this door in case...
Well, in case?
He was not specific. I gathered that he felt there might be trouble from this visitor and that he might need help, perhaps.
You know about the threat to Professor Grimaud at the Warwick Tavern on Wednesday night?
I was there myself. I often attended the professor's meetings with his friends.
Did you think that Pierre Flay, the illusionist, might be this expected visitor tonight?
Perhaps.
Very well. Continue. What happened?
After dinner, the professor came up here to work. For my own part, at about 9:25, I took up my position in the room opposite, as instructed. As I was coming up the stairs, I met Madame Dumont.
The housekeeper?
That is so. She had just come out of this door with the professor's finished coffee tray. She went downstairs, and I entered my workroom.
Leaving your door open?
Of course, I have been told to.
And what did you see?
At about 10:15, I heard the front doorbell ring. A few minutes later, Madame Dumont remounted the stairs. She was holding one of those trays on which it is customary to carry visiting cards. She was about to knock on the professor's door when I suddenly saw that there was a very tall man in a long black overcoat walking up the staircase behind her. As she turned to the door, Madame Dumont saw him too. She spoke rather agitatedly. I cannot tell you the exact words, but the purport was to ask why the visitor had not waited downstairs, as she had apparently asked him. The tall man made no reply. He walked to the door and took off his cap, which he placed in his overcoat pocket. I think that he laughed. Madame Dumont seemed rather frightened. She pushed open the study door for him and then shrank back against the side wall. Professor Grimaud appeared on the threshold from within in some evident annoyance. I heard his exact words. They were, "What the devil is all this row about?" Then he stood stock still, looking up at the tall man facing him. And his exact words again were, "In heaven's name, who are you?"
Thank you, Mr. Mills. You're an excellent witness. Now, did you get a really good look at this tall man? Now, think carefully. It's vitally important.
I think so. A fairly good look, just as he mounted the last step and crossed the hallway to the professor's door.
Did you see his face?
No.
Why not? From the angle of your workroom, I should have thought it was inevitable.
I did not see his face, sir, because he was wearing over it a child's false face.
What?
A species of mask in papier-mâché. I have an impression that it was rather long and of a pinkish color, and it had a wide-open mouth.
By Bacchus, and he didn't take it off, son?
So far as my observation went, sir, he did not. I think I'm safe in asserting that he
You
did.
are, Mr. Mills, quite safe. It was a false face, and unfortunately he did not remove it.
What the deuce? Hang on now, Hadley, my boy. Madame Dumont, I believe.
That is correct, sir. I am Ernestine Dumont, and I have come up to help you find the man who shot Charles Grimaud.
Oh, confound it, ma'am. You were in custody downstairs.
Charles Grimaud is lying insensible in a friendless nursing home. It is my wish to go to him. Your constable would not permit me. He said that you would wish to question me first. And so I have come to be questioned.
He should never have let you leave the room.
I quite simply walked past him, sir. I am a very determined woman.
I can well believe it, ma'am. And I suppose there ain't any reason why you shouldn't question her right now, eh, Hadley?
Well, I suppose not. Madame Dumont, I gather that you heard some of what Mr. Mills was saying.
Almost all from the hallway there. And indeed, Mr. Mills is right. That is how it happened.
You let this fellow with a false face in downstairs?
I did not know of his false face down there in the entrance hall. It is very dark. I saw only his outline after I had opened the door to him.
What exactly did happen down there, ma'am?
This man handed me a visiting card and said that Charles was expecting him. I asked him to wait in the hall while I came up to inquire.
Did you look at the card?
I did, sir. As I mounted, it was blank.
Blank?
On both sides.
Good life, what next? And yet you still came on?
Charles Grimaud was a man of some eccentricity, sir. This visitor had said he was expected. I thought that Charles, would know what the card meant.
And then you realized that the fellow hadn't waited in the hall at all, hey? He'd come up the stairs after you.
It is, as Mr. Mills has said, it was then that I saw the mask and... I was frightened.
But you still opened the study door for him.
Precisely. Because I was frightened. Because I knew that Charles Grimaud was a very brave and strong man and that he could deal with this intruder better than I.
And after Professor Grimaud asked Falseface who he was, what then? You, Mills.
I got the impression that the professor jumped forward, as if to intercept the man. But he was too quick. I mean, the man was. He pushed forward inside, and the door slammed behind him. And I heard the key turning in the lock.
I also.
And you mean to say that neither of you did anything? You just stood there?
You did not know our employer, sir. Madame Dumont stayed listening at the door for a moment. Then she shook the handle, still rather agitated, you'll understand. And the professor called out from inside, "Go away, you fool. I can handle this."
Did he seem afraid or anything of the sort?
On the contrary. I should have said that in a sense he sounded, well, relieved.
Ha! Now, Phil, leave this to me. And you both obeyed him?
I said you did not know our employer, sir. We were accustomed to obey him.
For my part, I made to go downstairs again, but I was much upset and stayed waiting a little way down the first flight, lest I should be needed after all.
And you could still see the study door from there?
Yes.
And no one came out of it again?
No one.
You too, Mills?
I swear it.
And then the sound of the shot?
After about 10 minutes, maybe longer. I rushed across, but the door was still locked. And then you suddenly came on the scene within seconds.
And you, Madame Dumont?
When the shot came, I fear that I felt faint for a moment, sir. I knew that something dreadful had occurred. I was just recovered when you passed me at the stair top.
Yes, I remember. Only I didn't know who you were, of course. Confound it, Phil. The whole thing's idiocy. Yeah. 2 witnesses outside to confirm each other and 2 men inside, and yet when we got in, there was only 1 man. I'm back where I began, and the only blazing answer is the window.
Excuse me, Superintendent. I've already thought of that, naturally. I looked out and along from one of the corridor windows in the same wall a moment ago. If you look at that window now, you will see what I mean.
Snow. Blasted snow all over the sill, and not a mark on it.
And 50 unbroken feet to the ground, sir. And not a mark on the snow down there either.
The roof, then. That's it. He swung down from the roof somehow, and then up again.
And still left no trace on the sill, eh?
And besides, sir, pardon me again, there are no marks on the roof snow either.
How the deuce do you know?
Again, because I looked a few moments ago while I was waiting for your questioning. A small stairway to a skylight rises up from my workroom. I raised the skylight and looked out.
You didn't spoil any possible traces?
There were none to spoil, sir, even if I had cared to venture on so slippery a sloping surface. The snow on the roof is quite unbroken also.
Then he flew. Confound it, he flew through the air, Phil.
The daring young man on the flying trapeze.
Like the terrible legends of my childhood of evil spirits.
Aye, so it is, ma'am, so it is. And I'll tell you another thing, Hadley, just to be going on with. Snow again.
What now, in glory's name?
It was when we came in ourselves down there into the house after young Mangan. Maybe you didn't notice in all the excitement, but I did. There was snow on the pavement and snow up the front steps, but there wasn't a single footmark on it. Not till we made ours. So how the deuce did Falseface walk along the street and up to the door to ring the bell in the first place, eh? Answer me that one too, son.
Okay, so there you have it, the main outline. Of course, there were all kinds of other bits and pieces, too, by the time we questioned the others in the house. Young Boyd Mangan, for instance, and old Grimaud's pretty daughter, Rosette. They'd been in the downstairs room at the front, you remember, and it seems that Falseface simply locked him in as he passed through the hall. That was why Mangan jumped out of the window for help in that spectacular way when he heard the shot. Then there was the queer old fellow Drayman, a Scotsman who lived with Grimaud. It seems the professor had taken him in out of charity or something. Nobody knew quite why, though there was a rumor that Drayman had saved the professor's life once. A sort of invalid, half-blind and a bit eccentric. It seems he'd been asleep in his room through the whole thing, and he wasn't much help at all. Needless to say, when Hadley's men arrived and searched the house, there weren't any secret passages or panels. I think Doc Fell would have thrown a fit if there had been. And there was still no gun. Just plainly and simply no traces of the Hollow Man at all. So, how was it done? And what lay behind it all? For instance, later on a bit, when Hadley had let Madame Dumont and Rosette go up to the nursing home where Grimaud was still unconscious.
Now, looky here, my lads. There's more in all this than meets the eye.
In mercy's name, Phil, there are times when I could cheerfully throttle you. By glory, I've a mind to get Pierre Flay to do it for me, too, and leave no trace before we hang him.
Now, just wait now, Hadley. Let's take it in order, hey? But by the way, talking of poor Flay, have you sent out for him?
Got one of my best men on it. He's down at the theatre now, with any luck. And then he's to go round to his lodgings in this,
Cagliostro
Street, whatever it is.
Just round the corner, son. One of those hidden little alleyways you keep finding in London. Behind Guildford Street. Anyway, you've done the right thing, so now let's sit down and have a chat.
Well, what about in heaven's name? We've covered everything.
Well, not quite, my boy. There are two things. This Madame Dumont now, for instance.
Well, what about her?
Did it maybe strike you now that she was more than just a housekeeper to old Charlie Grimaud? Or at least had once been?
Well, of course it did. It stuck out a mile. The whole way she talked about him.
Matter of fact, I even got the impression that maybe Rosette was a daughter by him, Doctor.
Right, son, I'd say so, too. And I think the girl maybe guesses it even. Now then, what nationality would you say that Dumont was?
French, surely, same as Grimaud himself.
Oh, I wonder, Hadley. Did you hear those W's of hers as V's occasionally? And besides, there was something she said about the old legends of her childhood and evil spirits that could float through the air, eh?
Oh, I'm sick to death of blasted graves and vampires in this case. Well, what's your own bet about this Dumont woman?
Hungarian, son, Magyar, where the vampire legend started. And where maybe the graves do open.
Rats.
Anyway, keep it in mind, my lad. It's maybe more important than you think. Next, then, let's go right back to something we hardly talked about at all yet, though maybe it's the very kernel.
What?
When we came in here, that bloody rag that had been Charlie Grimaud managed to gasp out a few broken words before he choked and fell over. What were they, hey?
If you mean the way the three of us seem to hear something different...
That's just what I do mean, my boy.
Right. I'm an old policeman, Phil, and I know the kind of tricks that memory can play on a witness. As soon as I could, I wrote down what Grimaud said, and I've got it here.
Well, let's have it.
I won't pretend it makes sense. It's the craziest dying speech I ever heard. But to begin with, I'm dead certain that he spoke the word salt, and then immediately afterwards, wine.
Right. Salt and wine. Ted, how do you think he started?
Well, I reckon my list doesn't make much sense either. I could have sworn he said hover, and then bath.
Hover? You mean as in flying?
Sure. And then there was something about a tower, or towers, and the number 7.
Ha! I'm even with you there myself, son. I heard that one, too, and it's the whole key.
Oh, confound it, it's rubbish. Whoever talked about bath salts and forgetting bits of rope when they were dying?
Now, wait a bit. Steady, Hadley. How do you mean bits of rope?
Because that's the next phrase on my list. He distinctly said... forgot about rope.
I'm in on that, too. Maybe meaning that his murderer didn't think he'd hang.
He will, if there is a murderer at all.
Before we're much older, I'm going to introduce him to you, my boy. Anything else in Charlie's final speech?
The only bit with any sense to it. He said, not suicide. And then he finished up, don't blame poor... And then he keeled over before he could give the name.
Yeah, I agree. That's my version as well.
And mine. So there we are, gents. The only thing we stick on is this bath and wine stuff at the beginning, and the 7 towers. And yet it's as easy as pie when you know the truth.
And do you, if I might ask?
Oh, I think you might, son. And the answer's yes, with a bit of luck. Besides all the clues you've seen scattered around just as much as I have. Would you mind calling up old Draymond again?
Draymond?
Grimaud's chum from the old days, would you, Hadley?
Oh, I suppose I might as well, if it'll help. Betts. Betts.
Yes, sir. Stop fidgeting about, Ted. Sit down again.
Okay, Superintendent?
Well, he'll be up in a minute. All right, Phil. What's it all about, eh?
Hocus, as I dare say you'd call it. Guesswork and inspiration and all those blamed cues, clues staring us in the face. All the real magic, in short. Now wait till I get up on my feet. This needs it, my sons.
Can I give you a hand, Doctor?
Thank you. Well, now, gents, it goes like this, you see. 3 graves in a country that don't exist at all, as young Ted was bright enough to spot, And that jade buffalo on the desk over there, and that coat of arms over the fireplace. And one or two books in those shelves that I've been having a look at.
What books?
Look at this lot, for example. Listen here, see, Ted?
Shakespeare, Minden, Munkai. Well, what does that mean when it's at home? Except that Shakespeare's obviously in it somewhere.
It means the old master's complete work, son, translated into Hungarian. And on the flyleaf of Volume 1, there's a name, and that's Hungarian, too.
Ernestine Dumont.
No, my lad. Charlie Grimaud's his real name. Karoy or Charles Grimaud Horvat.
Horvat? Wait a minute.
You got it, Hadley. Hover, bath, you see? When you hear things only imperfectly, you tend to fit the sounds of the things you know. Horvat isn't exactly a usual word, although it's a common Hungarian name. So young Ted here didn't quite get it in one go. Our dying friend was trying to tell us who he really was, and maybe who his murderer was as well.
How do you mean?
I mean that Grimaud, too, came originally from Transylvania, which used to be a part of Hungary. But then was annexed after the Great War by Romania. In other words, a country that doesn't exist.
That picture! But I didn't mean it that way, Doc.
Never mind, you hit the truth, son. That coat of arms up there represents the old Transylvanian crest. You can look it up if you like. And as for buffaloes, Transylvania was the only European country where they bred them to use like oxen.
Damn it, Phil. How do you know all this about the wretched place if it doesn't exist anymore?
Because I went there for a holiday in my younger and lither days, just after I'd first read Dracula, which you made fun of earlier tonight. That's how I know the rest as well.
Don't tell me they used to put salt in their wine.
No. But they did have salt, son, mountains of it. Digging it out was one of their major industries.
Mines. Wine, mine. He said salt mine.
So he did, Ted. Salt mine. And I'll tell you this. They used to use convicts in Transylvania to work those salt mines, same as they do now in Siberia, often dangerous ones. Big prison camps they had in the mountains. And the worst of those camps was called the...
Excuse me, Superintendent. Mr. Drayman.
Oh, thanks, Betts. Come in, Mr. Drayman.
I understand you want me again, Superintendent.
I'm sorry, Mr. Drayman. Dr. Phil has a few more questions, it seems.
Won't take a moment, sir. Will you sit down?
Thank you.
I didn't disturb you, I hope.
I was about to retire. I was playing with my toys for a few last moments to take my mind from this dreadful thing that has befallen poor Grimaud.
Your toys, Mr. Drayman?
Oh, yes, Superintendent. I fear that I am looked on as something of an eccentric, perhaps, but, well, it gives me much pleasure to entertain the little ones.
You mean children's toys, sir?
Certainly, young man. I make them, you know, as a hobby. I'm very fond of children. I lost my own in a dreadful accident many years ago. And my dear wife. It relieves my thoughts to try to amuse the youngsters in our neighboring streets here. Simple little devices for their festivals, like Christmas or the 5th of November and the like. I have quite a little store of such trophies in my room.
Most commendable, sir. Worthy cause, eh? If you'll forgive me, I'd like to talk about something else for a moment.
If it is anything that will help my poor old friend, I am at your service, Doctor.
Thank you. Now, you've known Professor Grimaud for a long time, eh?
Oh, since I was a young man. But more closely since that terrible accident to my family that I mentioned. I fear it disturbed me a great deal mentally. I was unable to work. Grimaud took me in and most kindly looked after me for old time's sake.
Because you saved his life once, eh?
Perhaps, sir.
Now, I want you to listen to a story, Mr. Drayman. Maybe I ain't got all the details of it, and that's what I want you to fill in. Believe me, you'll be helping Karoy Grimaud a great deal if you do.
Karoy, Doctor?
Just so, sir. Karoy Horvat, to be precise. And one of 3 brothers who were at one time in the early years of this century incarcerated in the notorious Transylvanian salt mine prison camp known as the 7 Towers.
Mr. Hadley, I don't know what your friend is talking about.
Oh, yes, you do, sir. And you'll be wise to admit it for your friend's sake, because I submit that he was a convict in that damnable hell on earth, buried alive, you might say. And he somehow escaped, and it's my guess that you helped him. Hey, sir?
Very well, Doctor. If you assure me that it will truly help Charles Grimaud, I shall speak at last. I don't know how you have found out all this.
Never you mind, sir. Just you tell us the story. Ted, there's some brandy over there.
Sure.
When you said Buried alive, Dr. Fell. You spoke more truly than you knew. I fear that this is a very strange story. Quite fantastic and almost unbelievable, but it did happen. And perhaps it only could have happened in that old Hungary I used to know. Thank you, young man.
There were 3 brothers, eh?
Let me come to it in my own way, Doctor.
Very well.
In those days, very early in the century, gentlemen, I had to do much traveling on the continent, especially in Transylvania, as it was then called. Most of the roads were mere mountain tracks, and I had to go much on horseback. But I rather fancied the romantic figure that I must have cut as a cavalier in those picturesque territories.
Not so picturesque near those damn salt mines, Mr. Draymond.
No, perhaps not, sir. And indeed, I was very near the Salt Hills on this particular day. I was in a great hurry to reach the town of Trudge, for there were rumors of the bubonic plague in the Seven Towers district. Suddenly, gentlemen, at dusk, I came on a small, gloomy clearing in a wood, and in it there were 3 new gravestones.
The picture. That picture.
Yes, young man, the very scene itself. Charles once described it to his friend Burnaby, the artist who painted it, although Burnaby never realized its personal significance, of course.
What do you mean by personal significance?
You can perhaps judge of my horror all those years ago, Mr. Hadley, when, as I approached those 3 lonely graves, I suddenly saw that on one of them the earth was upheaving and sliding, and there was a cracking noise, and something began to twist and wriggle. And out of the earth there came a groping human hand with writhing fingers.
My God.
In another moment, gentlemen, a whole human personage came into view, and I was even more horrified to see that the face was swollen and disfigured, and covered with a scaly, pinkish spots.
Plague marks.
No, Doctor. Although I at first thought so myself, of course. I told you that this adventure of mine was fantastic, but the truth behind it is even more so. That figure from the grave became my best friend. He threw himself on my mercy that day, and in my romantic youth I agreed to help him. And so I did. I got him out of the country and to Paris, where he changed his name from Caroy Horvat to Charles Grimaud. I managed that escape with the help of a devoted Hungarian girl he had once known, who came with us and looked after him in the long illness that ensued.
Madame Dumont?
I did not say so, young man. Superintendent, you will perhaps be good enough to respect these old confidences of mine?
What the devil had happened, Draymond? What's all this talk of plague spots that weren't?
There were indeed 3 brothers named Horvat, Mr. Hadley. They were prisoners in the terrible camp of the Seven Towers. 2 of them died of the plague, and the 3rd, Charles, saw a wild, impossible chance of freedom. With the help of the prison doctor, who was a fellow convict and sympathetic, he marked his face with pigment and feigned to have died, too. He knew that in their terror from the infection, the warders would simply bundle the corpses into crude coffins and bury them hastily and shallowly. He was a very strong young man, and he had managed to conceal a pair of wire nail cutters in his clothes. All the same, he often said that the experience was hideous. When he heard the earth fall on his coffin lid.
Oh, say, by glory, he had a nerve.
At any rate, he achieved it, young man. He managed to force up the lid sufficiently to jam the nail cutters in the crack, and by sheer desperate force, he broke through at the very moment of my chance approach.
In heaven's name, what crime was it that these fellows were in for?
That was what finally decided me to help poor Caroy that day. A mere political offense. The brothers had been no more than hot-headed students involved in some harmless continental insurrection.
Were they, by George, by Bacchus, Draymond, were they?
What do you mean, Doctor? Charles always told me...
I don't care what he told you. You listen to what I'm telling you. You're a very simple man, Mr. Draymond, if you'll forgive me, and Charles Grimaud has looked after you very well. But was it only from kindness, do you think?
My dear Dr. Fell,
Suppose your kind Caroy Horvat was in reality a monster. Suppose he looked after you so well to keep you from making too many inquiries about that prison of the Seven Towers and finding out that it was never used for political offenders at all, but only for the worst kind of criminals, murderers and dangerous thieves.
This is intolerable, Dr. Fell. I won't believe it.
No, you're too good. You're too good to comprehend that when you walked away with Caroy Grimo from those 3 graves that day, you left 2 other living men behind.
It can't be true. It is true.
Oh, yes, it can be true, all right. Hadley, if you wire to the police at Bucharest, you'll be able to find out what it really was the brothers Horvat did. And I'll wager it was robbery on a big scale, probably with violence. And I'll submit further that all 3 of them were in that desperate escape plan. All 3 pretended death from the plague. Charles was the strongest. He had the implement to get out of his grave first. Thereafter, he was to help the other 2. But he didn't, gents. Nightmare, Hadley. He walked off and left them to rot alive and kept the loot from their old robbery for himself.
Do you know this for certain, Phil?
I'll swear to it with every shred of instinct in me. And you'll get confirmation from Bucharest. And it's worse, my lads. Caroy's millionth escape chance came off once. Maybe it could come off again. Maybe he wasn't the only Horvat to escape.
Wait a minute, Doc. You don't mean...
Yes, I do, son. Young Mangan said that there was something familiar about that visitor to the Warwick Tavern last Wednesday. And so there was. It was Grimo himself that he reminded them of. Because Pierre Flay, masquerading as a harmless illusionist, was or is none other than...
Excuse me, Superintendent. A note from the nursing home.
Eh? Oh, thank you, Betts. Is he,
Professor Grimo is dead, sir, just a few minutes ago.
Oh.
Did he say anything else before he did die?
I believe it's in the doctor's note, sir.
For heaven's sake, read it, Hadley.
Just before the end, Professor Grimo regained consciousness for a few seconds. He said quite clearly and distinctly, "It was my brother who did it. I never thought he would shoot. God knows how he got out of that room. 1 second he was there, and the next he wasn't. It was my brother."
Is that all?
That's all. Then he died.
You were right, Doctor. The Hollow Man, he was Pierre Flay after all, out for revenge. Grimo's brother.
Was he, son? You won't forget, will you, that there was still another brother. And he might be anyone in this house or in that damned club at the Warwick Tavern. Oh, yes, gents. The Hollow Man might be anyone.
It wasn't until the next morning, back in Adelphi Terrace, that we learned from the newspapers how right Gideon Fell had been. Murder by magic was what the headline said. And the reports went on to describe how a man had been killed in the middle of Cagliostro Street, WC1, apparently at the very moment when we were investigating the Grimo murder around the corner. And this second victim was...
Flay. Pierre Flay himself, confound it. Dead as a doornail, too.
Yeah, so Ted and I have just been reading. Sit down and have some breakfast, my boy.
No, thanks. I've had some. I've been up all night on the blasted thing, Phil.
When did you hear about it?
Just after you and young Rampole here left Russell Square.
And you didn't tell the old man?
Maybe I'd had enough of you. You and your hocus. All right. I'll take that back. Fact is, I got too tied up with routine work for one thing. I thought that at least one of us had better have a good night's rest. This new nonsense is even more impossible than the Grimo job itself.
You better have some coffee at least. And let's hear all about it. Got a cup, Ted?
Sure. Honestly, Phil, I'm losing my mind over this whole damnable thing. A locked room case is bad enough. But this is a locked room turned inside out. It's an open street case.
Let's have it, I said, from the beginning. Forget we've read the papers.
Sugar, Superintendent?
Thanks, Rampole, too. Right, then. Last night, just after 10 o'clock, 2 men were walking along Cagliostro Street, couple of harmless visitors to London from Birmingham. We've checked on them. They were on their way to visit a friend who lives at the end of Cagliostro.
Now, wait a minute. If I remember, it's a cul-de-sac, ain't it?
About 200 yards long, leads off Guildford Street, one of those little out-of-the-way London alleyways, as you said last night. There's a high blank wall right across the far end, and one or two shops on either side, and the rest are ordinary flat-roofed terrace houses.
Right. So there are your two harmless Birmingham men walking along it.
They were on the right-hand pavement, and one of them, a Mr. Blackwin, was turning round to check on the door numbers when he noticed a man walking along behind them.
Pierre Flay?
Nobody knew that till later. Anyway.
Hang on, son. Why did this Blackwin particularly notice this chap walking along behind?
2 reasons, he said. First, because he was walking right in the middle of the road and not on the pavement at all. And second, because he seemed a bit nervous and doddery.
Doddery?
Well, that's what Blackwin said. Anyway, they weren't the only witnesses. It so happened that one of our chaps, a constable on the beat, he was just crossing the entrance end of the street, and he noticed this figure walking in the middle of the road, too.
How did everybody see so deuced well?
Because, Phil, there was a lighted jeweller's shop window about a third of the way along, and Flay was just passing it. I wish you'd let me tell it my own way.
Carry on, son.
Well, the 2 Birmingham men went on, and suddenly, in that empty street, they heard a voice distinctly say...
Another cup, Mr. Hadley?
It's a... Oh, confound you, Rampole, no. Why the deuce don't you listen?
Sorry.
All right, son. You're doing your best, I know. So it said, Hadley, this mysterious voice...
It said, the second bullet is for you. And it laughed. And there was the sound of a shot, and when Blackwin and his friend whirled round, the man behind them screamed and staggered and then fell.
And the constable confirms this?
As soon as he heard the shot, he ran into Cagliostro Street himself, and he was in time to see Flay collapse.
Dead?
Not quite. Withers, that's the constable, got the 2 Birmingham chaps to carry him along to a doctor who's got a place right at the far end. And then he looked around for footprints.
Snow, eh?
Yes, that damnable snow. It's been the curse right through the whole business.
Maybe you're right, my boy, and he didn't find any footprints according to the newspapers.
Not one. There were Flay's marks right along the middle of the road, all alone, and not another single trace. The only thing that Withers did find was the gun, about 10 feet behind where Flay had fallen. It was a heavy pattern .38 revolver with 2 empty cartridges in it, the same kind of gun that killed Grimaud, with not a single fingerprint on it.
It was the same gun itself, and never mind just the same kind.
But wait a minute, Superintendent. It's easy, surely. It could have been thrown down from one of the flat roofs. Flay could have been shot from there.
Could he, Rampole? Then just you listen. Because this time, when they examined Flay at the doctor's, there were powder marks round the wound. Whoever shot him stood right against him in that damned empty street. And you can rule out suicide again because the wound was in his back. And the doctor's report says that no mortal man could have reached round far enough. I tell you, Phil, that I almost am beginning to believe in magic. I've got visions of damnable, faceless things that can fly.
Now, steady, son. You just haven't had enough sleep. That's what's wrong with you. I gather Flay died without coming round.
Within half an hour. And he wasn't identified until about 2 o'clock.
Well, how was that, Superintendent?
You'll remember that I sent off one of my men to look for Flay last night, young Sergeant Summers. He went down to the Academy Music Hall place and found he'd gone, walked off earlier in the evening just before he was due to go on for his act. Ha! Phil, if you say ha once more in this case,
Sorry, son. So then what?
Well, young Summers got round to Flay's lodgings, number 2B in Cagliostro Street, you remember. Top room above a little stationer right at the entrance end.
Yes, and what's more, a deaf stationer.
Eh? How the deuce did you know?
Oh, never mind, my boy. What about young Summers?
Well, he got to Cagliostro Street about an hour after Flay's death. He'd a shrewd suspicion who the corpse was, and he went to dig up somebody to confirm it.
Who, sir?
Some wild Irishman who worked on the same bill at the theatre. Summers had been talking to him earlier. He's an acrobat, name of O'Rourke, except that for some blasted reason he calls himself the Great Pagliacci.
Better and better. Real chaps now on flying trapezes, eh? Right, my sons. You'll let me get out of my dressing gown and we'll nose along the Magic Street. Give us something to do at least. I never did know how to pass the time on a Sunday morning.
Well, there it is, Phil. There's the layout. Cagliostro Street.
Oh, deuced cold street, too, even if there is a thaw.
There's still enough snow left to see Flay's tracks over there. Of course, the place is a bit messed up from our chaps and the Birmingham men when they picked up the body, but we've kept the rest as clear as we could.
And this is the doctor's house just behind us, huh?
Flay's still in there, in fact. Didn't want to move him till we got everything cleared up. If we ever do.
Quite right, son, and we will. Let's go over to the jewelers. By the way, Hadley, did you wire to Bucharest about that old business of the Horvath brothers?
Hours ago. Last night, in fact.
Good.
Should have word back today sometime.
Looks as if you were right, Doc. Now that Flay's dead, too, it only could have been the third brother. All three must have escaped after all that day. I wonder who he is.
O'Rourke.
Hey? Now, look here, Hadley.
In heaven's name, Phil. I didn't mean that.
Huh?
I meant over there, just coming in from Guildford Street with young Summers. The Irish acrobat from the music hall. I told Summers to bring him along again for more questions.
I see, and yet maybe...
Wait a minute, sir. I just thought of something.
Oh, what now, in heaven's name?
This empty house just here. Did you notice it, Doc?
Now, listen, young Rampole. It was just about the first thing that we did notice.
Yeah,
and we've been over it with one of those blasted fine tooth combs that people in books keep talking about.
But, Mr. Hadley, I mean, suppose the hollow man got into it last night, and if he had a long pole, maybe, and suppose he had the gun rigged up at the end of it somehow, and a long string.
Son, to begin with, let's get into this shop opening. I'm juicy chilly. Ooh, and let me tell you something. I said last night, when you muttered something about a secret panel, this is a real murder story we're in. You never mind about long blazing poles and deadly poisons that nobody's ever heard about, and bodies inside grandfather clocks and such. You have Hadley right off his nut, you.
I'm sorry. It was just an idea. But I'll tell you one thing that might be real. About old Mr. Drayman last night and those toys of his.
Yeah, 5th of November. Hey, all right, son. We'll keep it in mind. By the way, though, Hadley, talking of clocks, this old one in the jeweler's window, I suppose that's how everybody was so darn sure of the time last night.
Well, as a matter of fact, it was. Withers made a note as soon as he got on the scene.
I wondered about that. Just after 11 now, eh? So it was just over 12 hours ago when poor old Flay got it. And there were we round the corner in Russell Square, and by backers, if I'd only followed out that blazing hunch of mine a bit sooner.
Morning, Superintendent.
Morning, Summers. Brought O'Rourke, I see.
Yeah, got your message round at Bloomsbury Street Station. Mr. O'Rourke's been making a general statement there.
Good. I'm sorry to trouble you again, O'Rourke. One or two more questions.
Not at all. And the top of the morning to you, Mr. Superintendent, as we're supposed to say in Ireland.
This is my colleague, Dr. Fell, and a friend, Mr. Rampole.
Pleased to meet you, gents. Sure. Haven't I heard of you before, Dr. Fell?
If it's that deuced old nursery rhyme...
You'll be meaning, I do not like the Dr. Fell...
A different fellow altogether, you'll understand.
I wonder. Well, now, O'Rourke, I want to go over some of our last night's ground again, and what you told us when you'd identified Pierre Flay over there.
Anything at all, Mr. Hadley. Say the word.
Will you repeat to Dr. Fell exactly what happened at the Academy Theatre yesterday evening?
Surely I will. The reason why I cannot tell, but this is just what did befell. Hola!
Thank you, son. Most entertaining. Ted, you remind me to go and see Mr. O'Rourke's side-splitting act one day.
Oh, no. Don't get me wrong, Doc. No offense. Besides, I'm no gag man. I never open my mouth on the boards. The old trapeze. And I'm the great Pagliacci, do you see? Of course, they don't want any Irishman with a shillelagh on the high wire. But by the time I've on me fine Italian whiskers, Doctor...
The basis of all good illusion, Mr. O'Rourke. What the eye wants to see, it does see. Will you continue about poor old Looney Flay, as I'm told you call him?
So he was, too. Played the same bill with him many a time and never could make him out.
Kept pretty much to himself, eh?
Hardly spoke to a soul, except when he had to. And even then, it was mostly about coffins and being buried alive and such.
So we've heard. And last night?
Well, Doc, there I was, you see, just off from my own act. And I thought I'd sneak down to the old theatre boiler room for a smoke. We're not allowed to backstage, you see. And there was old Looney Flay, right in front of the old furnace with a hatchet in his hand, knocking the bejeebers out of his conjuring props and stuffing them in the fire.
But what for?
Well, that's what I asked him, because I knew it was on in another 5 minutes, you see. And to see in that queer way of his, I am destroying me equipment, Signor Pagliacci. My work is finished. I shall no longer need it.
Anything else?
Well, naturally, I tried to stop him. I thought he'd gone right off his rocker at last, but he burnt the lot all right. And then off he goes. And he turns at the door and he says, as pleasant as a sweet card man, he says, "Goodbye, Signor. I am returning to me grave." And that was the last of him.
You never saw him again?
No, not until he was stretched out over the street there. That was poor Looney, all right. And he got what he wanted, gents.
Yes, so it appears. Now tell me, Mr. O'Rourke, these props of his, as you call them, what do they consist of, eh?
Oh, a few collapsible cabinets with false sides and so on, and a couple of special ropes.
Ropes?
You know the kind of thing, Doc. Got a kind of suction cup at one end, so as when you throw them up in the air, they'll stick to the rope. Kind of Indian rope trick effect.
Wait a minute. Doctor.
Steady, son. Hang on. Anything else, Mr. O'Rourke?
No, I reckon that was about the lot. Oh, Looney was good, you know. I never did know how he managed half his vanishing tricks. And even if I did, I wouldn't want to tell much. You know, the trouble is, most folk are so damn disappointed when they know how a trick's done. It's a funny thing, but so they are. It's almost as if they really did expect magic. Or maybe it's because the explanation is always so simple, do you see? They maybe feel they've been diddled somehow. Like the old disappearing horseman job, for instance.
Yes, thank you, O'Rourke. Maybe it's beside the point a bit.
Maybe it ain't. I told you last night that nothing was beside the point, Hadley. What disappearing horseman, son?
Well, it's one of the most famous illusions of the lot. And you can work it in an open field. Ooh, no trapdoors, no wires, nothing.
Mm-hmm.
You see, out rides the old illusionist, all in a grand blue uniform and on a big white horse.
Mm.
And out come all his attendants, all in white uniforms, bands playing the works, you know. Well, then, two of the attendants whisk up a big fan. And just for a minute, you see, it hides the chap on the horse. Okay. And when it comes down again, the old saddle's empty, man vanished.
How's it done, then?
Simple. That grand blue uniform of his is made of paper over a real white one. Plain crepe paper. And as soon as the fan goes up, he tears it off and stuffs it in his pocket. Then he jumps down off the horse and mixes in with the attendants, do you see? And there you are. Of course, nobody's ever bothered to count that lot. So, hey presto, bang, greatest show on earth.
Well,
And now, don't you say it, my boy. Don't forget it's Sunday. You hear them bells?
Wow!
Hey? Glory be. What's wrong with the doc, Mr. Hadley?
I said, wow, O'Rourke, wow, and by Bacchus, I'll say it again, wow!
Fell in heaven's name,
I've got it, Hadley, I've got it. The bells, the bells.
Bells?
Church bells, did you hear them? Light, Hadley, light at last in all me heathendom, and glorious messages in the belfry.
You don't mean bats?
I mean the truth and nothing but the truth, and as soon as you get the answer to your cable from Hungary, I'll tell you it too, every mortal nightmare fragment of it.
The Hollow Man, you know who he is?
The Hollow Man never existed, son. That's what those bells are telling me. He never existed.
This is idiocy, Phil. Are you trying to tell me that Grimo wasn't murdered after all?
Grimo was murdered.
And Flay?
Pierre Flay was murdered.
Then who the devil did it?
Someone who has spoken to us and even told us that he'd done it.
Stuart Mills, that secretary. His evidence was false.
His evidence was true and exact to the last dotted I, and I mean I, E-Y-E.
Then it was Brayman, the old Scotsman. It must have been.
What about me in Glory's name? Don't I get any limelight? Trapeze and all.
Be quiet, O'Rourke. And yet... Oh, no, it's absurd. Phil, who is this damnable third brother?
A man long dead and really in his grave. Don't you see, Hadley, even now? The evidence is before your eyes this very minute in Cagliostro Street. Look, man, and listen. Ring out, wild bells! Ring out!
That was that. As far as Gideon Fell was concerned, that moment, long ago, when the bells rang out in Cagliostro Street, was the true end of the case of the Hollow Man. For the rest of the day, until Hadley's cablegram arrived from Bucharest, he shut up like a clam, and even a gloomy clam at that. And then, at last, the cablegram did come, and we went round to Russell Square to meet the superintendent again, and the murderer. Can I confess, towards the end here, that when it was all over and I knew what had really happened, there was just a trace of that disappointment that our queer friend O'Rourke had mentioned. I don't know what I expected that winter's evening when I tried to piece all the fragments together. Maybe real magic after all. Maybe you'll feel a little bit that you've been tricked, too. And yet you haven't been, believe me. You've got all the evidence fairly and squarely, as much as any of us had. It's just inevitable, I suppose, in every locked room case. And don't forget that here, in a way, there were two. Anyway, we reached the house and climbed up to Grimo's fatal study. And there he even lay before us in his open coffin, brought round from the nursing home. The last silent witness to the truth himself. And beside him, dressed in black, looking down with a face of unutterable grief,
Madame Dumont?
Why do you come here again, Dr. Fell? Why do you look at me with a face like that?
Because, Madame, I believe it will do you good to confess.
Fell, what are you saying, man?
Wait, Hadley. Well, Madame?
To confess, sir? To murder?
No, ma'am, because you are not the murderer. You were only the confederate of a great illusionist.
If you mean Pierre Flay...
I do not mean Pierre Flay. You know who I mean. Believe me, Madame Dumont, if I could have explained this whole thing without bringing you into it at all, I'd do so with all my heart. I know how you've suffered. The man you loved lies dead before you. Our only problem, yours and mine, is to hush things up so the living may not be hurt. Among others, your innocent daughter by that man.
What?
Will you not help me to persuade Superintendent Hadley to do that? As I'm certain I can.
Do you know the truth, then? Do you really know?
Yes, I really know.
Oh, very well. Will you give me a moment in my room, perhaps? I cannot face you now. Before him. I must think. But then I will tell you.
Madame...
Please, Superintendent, be assured. I will not run away.
Leave her, Hadley. Your servant, Madame.
What the devil does this mean, Fell? What monkey business are you up to now?
It's all right, old friend, believe me. She'll confirm everything I'm going to tell you later. Besides, it may be just as well. Maybe it's right as the final irony for us to be alone with a murderer. All three of us.
Dr. Fell.
Oh, yes, my son. He's here in this room. There, Hadley, in that coffin, Professor Charles Grimaud.
Phil, you're joking. Are you trying to tell me that Grimaud killed Flay?
Yes, son, I am.
While he was lying at death's door in a nursing home, before witnesses, reputable doctors, that he got up and went into Cagliostro Street?
Before that, my boy, and before Flay killed him.
You're mad.
Maybe I am sometimes. Sit down, Hadley. You too, Ted. We'll take it in order, eh?
It'll be as well, Doc. You don't mean...
Now, wait, son. Hadley, you got that cablegram from Bucharest?
I told you on the phone what it said.
Never mind. Read it out for Ted's sake.
Oh, all right, if I must. It says, for robbery of Kuna Bank, November 1898, 3 brothers Horvat, sentenced to 20 years penal servitude in salt mines, prison of the 7 Towers. All 3, with aid of prison doctor, during plague scare of 1901, made daring attempt at escape by being certified as dead. 2 warders, passing graves an hour later, saw disturbance had taken place at grave of Karoy Horvat, coffin open and empty. Digging in 2 other graves, found Pierre Horvat, insensible but still alive. Nicholas Horvat had already suffocated to death. Pierre returned to prison, scandal hushed up. No chase of fugitive. Pierre Flay Horvat, released after full term. Never mentally responsible after terrible experience. Last heard of as theatrical performer, illusionist for which he had early talent. Proceeds of robbery never recovered, believed hidden. Signed, Tsuzar, Police Director, Bucharest. There.
But, Doc, it doesn't make sense, surely. If the 3rd brother was dead.
I told you he was in Cagliostro Street this morning. I suddenly realized he had to be, and all I needed was confirmation.
But at the Warwick Tavern, Flay distinctly said...
Flay distinctly said exactly what he wanted to say. He wasn't as crazy as he liked to pretend. Since ever he'd been released, he'd been trying to trace that Judas brother of his, and at last he had, in Karoy's new identity of Professor Grimaud. And when he confronted him, he took care to do it before witnesses.
Why?
Because after all his sufferings, he wanted a share of that hidden loot that had given Grimaud so much comfort through the years. And so every word he uttered last Wednesday was a hint of blackmail. Knowing that Grimaud would recognize him, and what a ghastly moment it must have been for the old boy, Flay then used his dead brother as a threat. He knew that Grimaud could still be deported and hanged for murdering him. That was why he used such double-edged phrases as, my brother is much more dangerous to you than I am. Would you rather he visited you? And so on. And then he gave Grimaud his address so the rich man could call on him and make a settlement. And he felt sure he'd be safe, because if he was killed, everybody in that pub would connect Grimaud with his death.
And yet Grimaud did kill him, you say?
He had to, or his own easy life was over. And so he planned to do it, but in such a way that he would never be found out. And by backers, he almost succeeded.
Oh, well, tell us.
Grimaud was a real expert on magic, and he determined on a grand illusion with the help of a single confederate.
Dumont?
Yes, his old boyhood sweetheart, who'd served him faithfully through all her life. Now, this was the effect he intended to create. A man was to be seen calling on him. This man was to be rather crudely disguised, as Flay might have disguised himself, having threatened Grimaud before witnesses. Anyway, having arrived at the house, the man goes into Grimaud's study here. A shot is heard. The door being burst open, Grimaud is found alone with a nasty-looking but superficial wound along his side. Out of the window hangs a rope, one of Flay's conjuring ropes, by means of which Flay is assumed to have escaped. Great-hearted, Grimaud says weakly, he thought he killed me and I pretended to fall dead, but I'm hardly hurt. Don't set the police on him, poor crazy devil, whoever he is. And then, next morning, loony Flay is to be found dead in his lodgings, having shot himself through the heart. A remorseful suicide with the gun in his hand. Grimaud recovers and lives happily ever afterwards, et voila!
But how did he propose to do all that?
That means that famous picture over there, which he even said he'd bought to defend himself. However, I'll come back to that. The point is that everything went wrong with the golden plan.
Obviously.
Grimaud had written to his brother Flay to say that on reflection he would meet his blackmail demands, and he'd call on him in his lodgings about 9:30 on Saturday night to make a settlement. Flea gleefully gives up his job at the theatre and burns his properties, telling O'Rourke, quite truthfully, that he was going back to his grave, although he only meant that he was never going to reveal his true identity. Then he hurries to his room in Cagliostro Street.
Above the deaf stationers?
Yes, I guessed he must be deaf, by the way, or he'd have heard something of what happened. Grimaud must have checked on that, too. He, meantime, Grimaud, had left his house in Russell Square carrying a heavy revolver loaded with 2 bullets.
Why did nobody see him?
A, he quite simply left by the basement. B, he had instructed Mills, his secretary, to take up his position across the hall out there at 9:30. Now, just at that time, Madame Dumont was to be seen coming from the study with Grimaud's empty coffee tray, giving the impression that he was still inside. Right then, to continue. Grimaud reaches Cagliostro Street. He doesn't risk being seen going into Flay's lodgings. Instead...
That empty house.
You got it, son? He goes in there by the back way, up to the top, and approaches his brother's room, also at the top, you'll remember, across those flat roofs we all noticed. He enters, and Flay is waiting for him. He makes a fine, soft speech. I'm sorry, my brother, I have acted abominably. Of course, you shall have a share of our old loot. And then he whips out his gun and lets Flay have it. Now, this is where things went wrong. What Grimaud meant to do next was to turn the gun on himself and wound himself superficially in the side. He was going to patch up that wound with some sticking plaster that he had ready, and then press the gun into Flay's hand to make his death look like suicide. Then he was going to get back home, by way of the roof and the empty house again, to work his great illusion of Flay visiting him. In short, his perfect alibi.
Which you haven't told us about yet.
I said I was coming to it. We're still in Cagliostro Street. And what really happened there was, I think, that Flay was subconsciously on his guard. When Grimaud raised the revolver, Flay turned to run. And instead of shooting him in the heart, Grimaud shot him in the back, but still near enough to show powder burns. And then Grimaud panicked. It's the only explanation. Maybe Flay had screamed out. Maybe Grimaud thought he heard sounds of pursuit. At any rate, he lost his nerve. He threw down the gun, hoping that he could still somehow establish an alibi back at home and that Flay's death would be attributed to somebody unknown. He turned and ran. And he even forgot to take one of the ropes Flay kept in his lodgings that was to have been part of his plan. He told us so in his dying speech.
The only part of it we didn't explain before. I realized that this morning when O'Rourke mentioned ropes. Forgot about rope, Grimaud said.
Well, go on. What next?
Grimaud ran. And back in his room, Pierre Flay suddenly staggered to his feet.
What?
Oh, yes. Oh, yes. He was fatally wounded, but not immediately fatally. He picked up the gun for evidence and stumbled downstairs and into the street. He had only one thought, to get to the doctor's, which was at the far end of Cagliostro Street, you remember, and he walked nervously in the middle of the road because he was afraid that his murderer might still be near at hand and see him. And that is precisely what happened, my sons. His murderer did see him.
How do you mean, in heaven's name?
Remember Grimo running across the roofs to the empty house? By this time his panic was leaving him. Perhaps he had only imagined the sounds of pursuit. To make sure, he hesitated and opened the front door of the empty house to look out. And there, staggering towards him, was the man he had shot. It was what he meant in his last speech to all, you remember? God knows how he got out of that room. I.e., the room in Cagliostro Street, not this room at all.
Well, I'm darned.
Flay saw Grimo at the self-same moment. For the last time, those two doomed brothers confronted. It was Flay's own voice that your witnesses heard, Hadley, as he cried out, "The second bullet is for you!" He fired at Grimo. The fatal effort was too much. He threw the gun away behind him, and the snow washed it clean of fingerprints, and Flay fell down and lost consciousness, later to die. And that, my sons, is the answer to the murder by magic in Cagliostro Street.
And if you expect any applause from me, you won't get it. Not till you tell us what happened back here. The Hollow Man.
I'm coming to it right now, son. That bullet of Flay's got Grimo in the chest. He staggered back into the empty house and so wasn't seen by your witnesses, incidentally. At first, he thought he was done for. Then he realized that the wound maybe wasn't so bad after all. In fact, by a miracle, everything was actually playing into his hands. He was back when he meant to start. He could even pull it off yet. His grand illusion.
He must have had a nerve of iron.
He did, son. Don't forget that it was the same man who burst out of that grave 35 years ago.
Yeah.
So he got out with his plaster and he bound up that wound in his chest. Then out through the back way again and round to Russell Square.
Going in through the basement again. Hence no footsteps on the front stairs.
Correct, my boy. Madame Dumont, his confederate, was waiting for him inside. He hastily explained what had happened and told her that they could still go on with their plan. And she helped him to dress.
To dress?
Yes, in the costume that they had already, including the child's false face from poor old Daddy Draymond's toy store. By the way, I'm certain that was what he was going to say at the end of his speech last night. Don't blame poor Draymond, lest any of us jump to the source of the false face.
So he was the mysterious visitor himself.
Yes, he'd arranged his witnesses in the hall, lest for any reason they should interfere. He locked in young Mangan and his daughter Rosette. And then he opened the front door and rang the bell from inside, and then followed Ernestine Dumont upstairs.
Her surprise was a fake?
Of course it was. Anyway, there was Mills in his position as witness, and inside this room, Grimo's main prop, as O'Rourke would say, was ready for the great illusion itself.
What prop?
Last night, Hadley, when I asked you to show Ted and me that colossal picture there, you swung it round with ease. And yet earlier, we'd heard from young Ted himself that it took two men to cart it up the stairs out there.
Well?
Because it wasn't the subject of the picture that mattered. That was almost a coincidence. It was its sheer size. Because, hidden behind the canvas and smuggled in that way into this house, there was an object just as large as the picture, and yet thin enough not to be noticed behind it, and an enormously heavy object, a mirror.
A mirror?
Yes, a folding hinge at the back of it, so that it could be made to stand upright, just as Grimo did make it stand before he left for Cagliostro Street to murder Flay. Go and open that door, son. Pull it just wide enough for a man to come in through.
Like this?
Just like that. And imagine the mirror propped diagonally across the opening, Hadley, facing out. And remember that the room is black carpeted, and so is the hallway outside the room, and both paneled in dark oak.
Good life. Good life, Phil.
Stuart Mills, that very precise young man, told you exactly what he saw from his room over there. Hadley, he told him. what he was meant to see. He saw the Dumont push open the door for the man in the false face. He saw what he thought was the interior of the study, but in actual fact it was part of the reflected hallway outside. He saw the visitor take off his cap, to which, although he didn't know it, the false face was attached. And instantly, in his very word, Professor Grimaud appeared on the threshold looking out. And he heard the professor's voice as he spoke to himself.
But Phil...
Wait, I've almost finished. Mills saw Grimaud leap forward as if to intercept his visitor. In reality, that was the reflection of the real Grimaud as he walked into the room. Then he locked the door behind him, and all was ready for the final master stroke.
But the mirror, Doctor, and the hollow man's overcoat and the mask, where were they when we broke in? And the sound of the shot?
It was the mirror that killed him, son. As to his clothes, his visiting clothes, our friend O'Rourke told us the answer to that without realizing it.
Wait a minute. All that burnt paper in the fireplace.
Yes, mask, cap, overcoat, and all paper. Right, son. And something else of paper, too, that was burnt. Something that he filched from Draymond's November the 5th toy store at the same time as the false face.
A firecracker.
Just so, an ordinary Guy Fawkes penny banger. The sound of the shot. By backers, he nearly did pull it off when you think of it. Maybe if he'd had time, he'd have flung the window wide open and marked the snow on the sill to make up for forgetting Flay's rope. But for all his cleverness, he'd forgotten something else, too.
What, sir?
His wound. He got the plaster off it and burned that as well. And that was his last mistake. It was worse than he thought, that wound. Madame Dumont realized that. That was why she was so agitated and shook the handle of the door. But in his arrogance, he cried out, "You remember, go away, you fool, I can handle this." And so he signed his own death warrant.
You said the mirror had killed him.
You'll find it up in the chimney there, Hadley, inside that very wide flue I drew attention to last night. Propped up on the inner shelf where the chimney turns. But that mirror was enormously heavy. And he ripped his own lung, already torn by the bullet, like rotted rubber in the very effort of pushing it up there. It was the fatal hemorrhage. He staggered back to spill his blood on the couch there. And then to try to make for the door. So we found him. And to do him justice, he tried at the last of all to tell us the truth. Even to saying, not suicide, but meaning not his own death, but that he had killed Flay and that his death wasn't suicide.
And the church bells fell?
I knew before the bells how the illusion itself had been worked. But like you, like everybody, I still thought that Flay had been shot after Grimaud. And I couldn't see how. When we reached Cagliostro Street this morning, the old clock in that jeweler's window pointed to just after 11, the clock that your policeman used last night to check the time of Flay's death. We stood talking to O'Rourke for quite some while. And then the church bells rang. And church bells always begin to ring well before 11. Sooner or later, somebody would have noticed it, of course, at Flay's inquest, probably. But it was enough to throw us out of reckoning in all the general excitement. That old clock was very fast, Hadley. Flay fell in Cagliostro Street long before 10 o'clock last night, not after it, as Withers naturally thought.
Well, and so it ends, then. So it ends, Doctor.
Aye, so it ends, son. And there's a lot in it that I don't like to think about. I don't even like to think about Grimaud in those last few moments when he must have realized that he'd failed after all. After all the hates and the dodgings and the clever plans. And the blood was welling in his throat. And the world was going black. And there he lies now. In his second coffin. And at rest, eh?
Yes, Dr. Fay. At rest.
Oh, Madame. You heard them?
Almost all from the hallway there. When I came back from my room. More clearly when the door was opened. You are a very clever man, Dr. Fell.
Do you confess, then, ma'am, that I am right?
In the best way I can. By joining him. It is all I ever wish.
What? You have a knife, madam.
Too late, Mr. Hadley. Charles.
God forgive me, Hadley. God forgive me. I have committed another crime. I have guessed the truth again.
That was Norman Shelley as Dr. Gideon Fell, Barbara Cooper as Madame Ernestine Dumont, David March as Ted Rampole, and Lockwood West as Superintendent Hadley in The Hollow Man, a play by John Caircross from the early novel by John Dixon Carr. The rest of the cast was as follows: Boyd Mangan, David Spencer; Professor Grimaud, Anthony Vickers; Stuart Mills, John Scott; 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 Mills.
We present The Storm, adapted from his own novel by H.L.V. Fletcher.
I get all this snow off my boots, Miss Molly.
Never mind about that, Jacob. Get that door shut. Ooh. Well, come on, I'll pour you a cup of tea.
Oh, I can do with it. By gosh, it's bitter cold. Drink this and I'll go and milk Daisy. That's a great fire you've got going.
Oh, plenty of wood cut, I hope.
Logs, any amount we
Oh,
got.
we're going to need them. The snow coming at last.
I've been waiting for it all day. Sky grey as slate.
It's been dark since dinner time.
Well, threatening since the new year, the snow. We'll have good measure now.
I wish Father was home from town.
Oh, he'll be all right, don't you fret.
The valley roads fill up so quickly. Oh, have some more tea, Jacob.
Half a cup. Plenty of sugar. That's a good gal. Where's the paper?
It's here. Father's bringing today's. It'd be nice to have the news up to date instead of yesterday's paper by post.
Anything more about that actress woman that was murdered?
No, except that they're looking for her husband, a Mr. Oh, what is it? It's on this page somewhere. Ah, yes, Mr. James Romford Smith.
Well, why is she called Miss Carrington if she's married to him?
Thelma Carrington was a stage name.
Oh.
She's a wonderful actress.
Was she now?
Seen her act a few times. A lot of her films.
Well, there. And her husband goes and sticks a knife in her.
It doesn't say he killed her.
Well, who else could have killed her? Read what it says.
Where is it? Ah, yes. The police are anxious to discover the whereabouts of Miss Carrington's husband, Major James Romford Smith.
There. If he hadn't done it, why are the police looking for him?
Says they were married soon after the war. He lost a hand in a commando raid on a village in Norway, escaped by stabbing some German sentries, was given the MC and made much of. Really quite a hero.
He got in the habit of stabbing, it seems.
Seconded to the War Office, believed to be MI5. Oh, that means spy.
I'm not all that ignorant.
He took no part in his wife's theatrical activities. That's about it. Oh, it doesn't sound the kind of man who'd stab his wife.
Can't say, see. Trash, this all acting lot. Well, I better go and milk. Here's your dad coming.
What?
Look, through the window.
Oh, that's a relief. Oh, he's walking, too. He's had to leave the car.
Oh, someone with him. It isn't anybody I know, is there? By gosh, the snow's coming thick now. See you later.
Very well, Jacob.
Put your hair things down there and hang it yourself.
Father, where's the car?
I had to leave it in
Powell's yard. There's a drift on their corner. I couldn't get through. We've a visitor, Molly.
We have?
This is Mr. James, isn't it?
How do you do, Mr.
My
James?
daughter, Molly.
How do you do?
Got off at the junction by mistake. Walking to Llanithan. Can't do that trip tonight, so I said he'd better stop here.
Of course.
Come over by the fire.
No, I'm not cold. Our walk warmed me.
Come on, sit down. Make yourself at home.
Thank you. I'm terribly sorry to intrude on you like this.
Oh, you're not intruding, man. Anybody up here would take you in. It's 12 miles to Llanithan. We'd have been digging you out of a drift in a couple of days if you'd gone on.
See, I had an idea I had to change at Newpool. When I found there wasn't a train, I decided to walk.
But it's 20 miles from Newpool to Llanithan.
Oh, yes, well, I'm used to walking.
Not in the snow.
No, I wasn't sorry when you offered me a lift.
Well, we're glad to have you.
I can go in the morning.
We'll have to see what the snow's like. You expected anywhere?
No, not immediately.
There's a telephone in the post office
Oh,
here.
yes, that's all right.
Good. Because it's in the post office kitchen. And they sit there and listen to all you say. Mr. James knows the district, Molly.
Oh, really?
Well, only in a general way. I was at Llanithan during the war, training.
I see. Oh, Father, did you do all the shopping?
Yes, I carried it up from the Powells in a sack. It's in the hall.
Did you get the battery for the radio?
Jones said he'd bring one on Saturday.
Saturday, but this one's nearly finished.
Well, keep it for the news then. Well, I feel a bit warmer. I'd better go out and see if Jacob's done everything. Make yourself at home, Mr. James.
Well, thank you.
Father, you're cold. Oh, and he catches cold so easily. Oh, I've poured you some tea.
Oh, yes, thank you very much. It's very kind of you. Look, I really am very sorry to impose on you like this. You know, you and your father are very kind.
Oh, anybody up here'd give you hospitality. It's a very isolated district, these hills between the two towns. Only a few scattered farms. Oh, but then you'll know that if you trained here during the war. We get a lot more snow than they do lower down.
Will I be able to leave in the morning?
No, that depends. I really can't say. Oh, you must be hungry. Well, supper won't be long.
Oh, thank you.
My father will show you where everything is.
Oh, no, I'll be all right.
There's some books over there, and the papers on the chair beside you. It's only yesterday's, I'm afraid. We have it by post.
Thank you.
And I'm sorry you can't use the radio. The battery's practically
Oh, no,
flat.
that's all right.
Well, are you quite sure you're warm enough?
Oh, yes, it's a lovely fire.
Well, I'll be in the kitchen just through here if you want me.
Famous actress murdered. Oh, God.
Here we are. This is Mr. James Jacob.
How do you do?
Oh, pretty meeting, thank you, sir. All things considered, and this cold snap coming.
Molly!
The snow's blowing off the yard. Drifts starting everywhere.
I hope it doesn't snow for long.
Only the Almighty to know, and he won't tell. Might be days, might be weeks. The way we weather is like your looks. You've got to take what comes. But don't you worry about the snow. It melts.
We get severe storms up here in the hills at times, Mr. James. Sometimes they become quite historic.
But I hope this one won't make history.
And I says amen to that.
Well, here we are. Supper's ready.
Good. Come along. Sit here, Mr. James. Thank you.
Well, potatoes, Mr. James?
Oh, yes, thank you.
This is our own Welsh lamb, Mr. James.
Your hand cold?
Hand? Oh, this?
Oh, you haven't taken your glove off.
Well, as a matter of fact, it isn't a hand.
Oh.
Be quiet, man. He will ask questions.
Oh, no, that's quite all right. I lost my hand in the war.
In the war?
I forget about it, you know.
I'm afraid you have to put up with Jacob. He's curious as a magpie.
Ask nothing, learn nothing.
The nearest I got to the war was being home guard. I got a medal for that and deserved it. I had lumbago twice.
You enjoyed that little caper?
No, it got too strenuous for me.
Did you get today's paper in town, boss?
Damn, I left it in the car. Well, never mind. We'll get one in tomorrow's post.
That's what you think. Look at it out there, piling up.
One day's paper is much the same as another to us up here, Mr. James.
Oh, yes.
I wanted to know if they found the man who murdered that woman.
What woman?
That actress woman that was stabbed. You know, I can't remember the name. Something... what was it, Miss Molly?
Thelma Carrington.
Oh, yes. They're looking for the husband. No, they haven't caught him yet.
Right smart piece she was. But one's the same as another to me. All cats is grey in the twilight.
I suppose she'll be a great loss to the stage. No, I don't remember ever seeing her.
Yes, of course you've seen her, Father. The summer before last. When we were at Stratford.
Where?
Maria in Twelfth Night.
So we did. I didn't really think a lot of her. Not her part, perhaps. You seen Miss Carrington, Mr. James?
A few times.
Did you know she'd been murdered?
Oh, yes, I heard.
Well, who on earth would want to kill a lovely creature like that?
Yes. She's very beautiful.
What's that?
Oh, no, nothing.
Seen any of her films?
No, I'm not fond of films.
I like a cowboy film myself with red Indians.
Oh, what are you looking so thoughtful about, Molly?
Oh, nothing. No, I was thinking how silly we were not to get in more cylinders of gas before the snow started.
Morris will get it up here somehow.
If we run out, we'll have no lights.
Well, Miss Owens, the shop hasn't got much paraffin. She was expecting the van to come.
We'll have to make some candles, like my grandparents used to. They used rush lights usually, Mr. James. And they used them economically, too. They went to bed early.
Everybody had big families in those days.
What's that got to do with it?
Big families went out when the big lights came in.
Oh, don't take any notice of it.
And I shan't get to bed myself unless I finish supper and go home. And you weren't looking all that fresh, young man.
Yes. I am very tired. Look, would you mind if I did go to bed?
Of course not. We'll all make an early night of it. Come along. I'll show you up to your room.
Thank you. Well, I'll say good night, then. Oh, thank you, Miss Moseley, for an excellent meal.
Good night, Mr. James.
Well, I'd better be going, Miss Molly.
Was it? What? Oh, yes, Jacob. See you in the morning.
Nice chap, isn't he?
Well, our visitor was tired. He won't lie awake long. I'm quite sleepy myself.
Oh, no, Father, don't make up the fire yet. I have some mending to do before I go to bed. Don't wait for me if you want to go.
I think I'll have a drink first. Where's the paper?
Yesterday's paper is on the chair beside you.
It isn't here.
Well, I put it there.
Did Jacob have it?
Well, no, I'm sure he didn't.
I wouldn't put it past him to take it home if there was anything in it he fancied reading.
No, he didn't touch it tonight.
Well, it must be somewhere.
Oh, you've moved it yourself.
I haven't even seen it.
Wait, I'll come and look.
Oh, don't bother. I'll have a whiskey.
All right, I'll get it for you.
Brrr. Cold away from the fire. I asked Mr. James to have one, but he said no. There's an innocent, if you like. Going to walk to Llanethan. We'd have been digging him out of a drift in about 3 weeks' time.
Weeks?
Hmm.
Is it going to be as bad as that?
Oh, thank you. That'll warm me up a bit. Yes, it's been building up for this snow. And that young man imagines he's going on tomorrow.
Wish you would.
Don't you like him?
Father, I don't even know him.
I'll tell you one thing. I don't think James is his real name.
But he told you it was.
In the car, when I said he'd have to come home with me. But there was a sort of pause before he said it. I wonder if James is his first name.
Father, why not ask him?
Oh, I don't think it's important.
But it could be important.
Look, girl, he's going to be here for days. Let's not turn him into a mystery. We're worse than Jacob. He says he's Mr. James, and that's good enough for me.
Well, I like to know a bit about people if they're staying with us.
He's probably a prince in disguise, come to seek your hand in marriage. And if he were, he could have my consent.
Oh, please, Father.
Well, he's better than that Tom Morgan anyhow.
Well, Tom Morgan's the same as you. He even went to college. What's wrong with him?
Oh, I don't like him.
Well, I don't expect he likes you.
Now, look here, my girl.
It's silly to quarrel so late. Let's have a quarrel in the morning, then we can make it last all day.
Are you going to marry Tom Morgan?
He hasn't asked me.
Suppose he did.
Well, then I'd have to think about it, wouldn't I?
He's the wrong
Look,
sort for
I'm
you,
going
Molly.
to mix you another drink, then you can tell me who you saw in town, and then we'll go to bed, right?
How's the boss, Miss Molly?
Jacob. He's by the fire, dozing. I think he's caught a bit of cold.
I warned him yesterday not to stand about after sweating.
I managed to keep him in since dinner.
Where's the other chap? He'll help.
Mr. James? He's gone up to his room.
Nice gentleman, isn't he?
Is he? Oh, I wish he hadn't come here.
Well, never mind about him. Tom Morgan's in the barn.
Tom? Why didn't he come to the house?
He says he's mucky. Been out since breakfast. They've got sheep lost any amount.
How awful.
And knows your dad here in the kitchen, too.
All right, well, I'll put a coat on and go out. I'll make tea when I come back.
All right.
Tom!
Ollie, here I am in the barn.
Why didn't you come in, Tom?
I'm not fit for company.
Oh, isn't it cold?
Somewhere it's warm, then.
Tom, don't you ever shave?
No time for shaving weather like this.
No. No, Tom, not again. Weather like this isn't the time for kissing. Come inside, I'll make you some tea.
No, I've got to go home. I couldn't pass without a word.
You're very busy.
You're telling me. I don't know where half the stock is.
You've got a visitor.
So Jacob said. My father picked him up from out on Newpool, didn't he? Who is he?
His name's Mr. James. That's all we know. Except that he was in the war and lost a hand.
Nice for you to have company.
I don't like him.
Good.
No, I mean it.
I do, too. Good-looking chap in the house. You don't know what'll happen.
Well, come in, then you'll meet him.
No time, girl. I shall have to go. I don't want to. We're up to the eyes in it now.
Oh, don't go for a minute.
I don't want to. I like to stop here all night, Molly.
Oh, Tom. Please, be serious for a minute.
What's the matter with you?
Look, have you listened to the wireless today?
Wireless talk sense? What time would we have?
Well, I thought for weather reports.
Weather reports, my foot. My father says there's more snow on the way, and that's good enough for us. He can smell snow.
You haven't seen a paper?
Since Sunday.
Well, have you heard of Thelma Carrington?
The film star?
Yes.
Well, I've heard her. I've seen her in a couple of films.
Well, she's dead.
No, is she? I thought she was young.
Murdered. It's in yesterday's paper.
Murdered?
Stabbed. And Tom, listen, that man, Mr. James, we've got stopping here, I think he's her husband.
What? But her name isn't James. I've seen her married name. I can't remember. Something fancy.
It's Romford Smith. Her husband's name's James Romford Smith. And he's missing. The police want him.
Get away. Where'd you get all this from?
Doesn't it fit in? Mr. James Romford Smith, and he lost a hand in the war. It said so in the paper.
Yes.
Well, when Father brought him home, we had a paper with an account of Thelma Carrington's murder, all about her and her husband. Well, last night we couldn't find it.
So what?
Mr. James had been by himself in the kitchen looking at the papers.
Well?
Oh, use your head, Tom. He could have destroyed it so we couldn't read about him.
Oh, Molly.
Well, another thing. The wireless battery wasn't quite run down yesterday. There was enough left to hear the news for days. Well, this morning the set had been switched on and the battery was flat.
Someone's always leaving the wireless switched on.
Somebody could have come down and switched this one on in the night.
Oh, talk sense. You were always a great one for making up stories.
Well, all right, I'm imagining it. But there's one more thing. When I made his bed this morning, I saw initials on his pajamas. They were J.R.S. Well, now what you say?
You could have borrowed it.
Oh, Tom, please, don't make fun.
Well, taken all round, I suppose, it sounds queer. Jacob said he was a real nice chap.
Jacob would say the devil was a nice chap if he helped him with his work and gossiped a bit. No, there's something odd about this man. He's quiet and distant. I can't explain.
Oh, it sounds a bit like he could be the man. What you going to do?
Well, that's what I was going to ask you.
I can't do anything. Can't get away, that's one thing, not in this weather.
But he's here, he's in our house. He'll have to stay for days, maybe for weeks.
Oh, don't let on what you suspect.
But can't you see? I don't want him here. Tom, I'm frightened.
Ah, you got nothing to be afraid of.
Well, he stabbed one woman.
He wouldn't stab you.
How do you know what he'd do?
Does your father know what you think?
No, I can't tell him. He's sickening for one of his chills. Besides, he'd either laugh at me or tackle Mr. James right out, and goodness knows what had happened then.
Your father can look after himself.
Look, I'm on my own, can't you understand? I'm terrified of him.
Look, you only got to wait till the weather breaks.
I can't wait. Oh, Tom, won't you do something?
What can I do?
Well, couldn't you get down to Newpool?
What, in this weather?
Yes, and let Sergeant Lewis know.
Talk sense, girl. It'll take a day. You know the way we're fixed.
Oh, yes, your sheep. I forgot.
They're lost any amount. Hundreds of them in drifts. We've been looking all afternoon. We didn't find 20. Oh, snow comes. We don't know where to hunt. Everybody's in the same fix. They're too busy to help.
All right. You're too busy.
Can I help it, Molly? You know how it is with sheep lost in the snow. We'll be at it every hour there's light.
Oh, it's all right. You can't help. I can see that.
Look, now. This chap isn't nasty or anything.
Of course not.
Not in any danger. I'll tell you what. Why don't you run down to the post office, telephone Sergeant Lewis, and tell him what you told me?
The police couldn't get here.
You thought I could get there? They'll come some way. They wanted to come.
I wonder.
Wouldn't do any harm.
Suppose I could just tell him. Oh, that's Jacob calling. I'll have to go.
Got a kiss for me, quick.
He's coming here. I'm here, Jacob, in the barn.
It isn't easing up a bit, is it? You two cuddling in there?
I'm coming.
Oh, don't feel the cold when they're young. Not with a girl in a barn. Your dad's woke up and Mr. James is with him. I boil the kettle.
Oh, Jacob, will you tell them I'll be in to make tea in a minute? I want to run down to the post office to telephone.
Telephone?
Yes. It's about those gas cylinders.
Telephone? But you can't.
Why not?
The telephone line's down. Broke. Great piece of tree fell across it over by Little Hall.
Oh, no.
Stuck we are. No post, no paper, no wireless, no telephone. Better if we went to bed for a fortnight. Are you staying here, Tom Morgan, for some tea?
Oh, I'm going home. Good night, Molly.
Tom, please.
Good night.
Now we're all by ourselves.
You've a nasty cough, Mr. Mosley.
Yes, my chest is sore.
Well, there's a bottle of cough mixture in the cupboard, Father. You better have some. I'll fetch it. Now, you go to bed and I'll bring it up to you.
Yes, I think I will. Good night, Mr. James.
Good night. Look, you let me help you with the dishes.
No, please,
now,
please, I can manage quite...
I can't just sit about. Come on. Oh, yes, I'm marvelous at wiping up. Can hold anything with this hand of mine. You worried about your father?
No, but he's careless, you know. Getting hot and then standing to get cold in a northeast wind. He had bronchitis last winter, then nearly pneumonia.
Yes, he ought to have a doctor, really.
But I don't think a doctor could get here, even if we could send for him.
Yeah, it's awkward.
No, I'll keep him in bed for a few days.
Oh! Damn, I broke the plate. Look, I'm most awfully sorry.
Never mind. It's an old one.
Do you know?
What?
First time I've heard you laugh since I came here.
You almost smiled yourself. Well, come along and have some of Father's whiskey. Help yourself.
Oh, thanks. You having one?
No, thank you.
What's it like outside?
I can't see out. There's ice on the window.
Ice? Well, this room's hot.
No, not near the glass. It's a clear night. I can see some stars. Must be freezing very hard.
Freezing? Right, I think I'll go on tomorrow.
Go?
Well, I don't want to trespass on your hospitality longer than I can help.
You're welcome to stay.
No, I really think I should move on.
You know, you have an awful job. I don't think you understand what it's like.
Well, now it's freezing. It'll be easy.
Well, have you ever traveled through snow?
Once in Norway.
What, far?
No, not far.
Well, it won't be the same. There won't be a frozen crust, not after only one night's frost. You'll go through all the time.
I'll manage.
Look, you're taking an awful risk.
Well, I'll start early.
Do you know the road?
Well, I know the way I want to go. Well, remember, I learned this area pretty thoroughly during the war.
Most of the landmarks will be hidden.
The hills stay.
What time do you want to leave?
As soon as it's light enough.
Shall I pack some food for you?
Oh, that's good of you. I've got iron rations in my pack. Look, you could just leave it here on the table.
No, I'll be up. I'll get you some breakfast before you go.
Well, I'll say good night then. Look, I want to thank you.
No, please, don't.
Good night.
Good night, Mr. James. Oh, dear. I don't know.
I say, I think I overslept.
Well, there wasn't any point in my calling you. Up through the window.
Hmm? Oh, it's snowing again. Damn. I'll have to put up with it. I must make a start.
Go to the door and look at it.
Blizzard.
You can't go out in that.
But it may not last.
It must have been coming down for hours.
I've a good mind to chance it.
Look, Mr. James, you must do what you like, but I can tell you this, if you do start, you won't go a mile. I'm sorry.
Oh, but it can't be helped, can it?
You are anxious to leave, aren't you?
Yes, I am. Oh, by the way, how's your father this morning?
Oh, he hasn't had a very good night.
Oh, is he worse?
No, I don't think so. He says his temperature's down.
Have you taken it?
No, he won't have a thermometer in the house. He says if we had one, I'd always be taking his temperature.
Oh, there's something in that.
No, he's promised to stay in bed today.
Look here. Are you really anxious about your father?
No, not really, but I just wish it hadn't happened now. It's this sort of thing that makes you feel so isolated. Here's your tea.
Hmm? Oh, yes, thank you.
Look, I think I'll take Father up a cup and make a fire in his room.
But the lights have gone out. What's happened to it?
The gas cylinder's finished.
Well, have you another?
No.
Well, what do you do now?
Well, we'll have to manage with a paraffin lamp, as long as we can get paraffin, and then candles, as long as we can get candles. So, can you manage with the firelight until I come down? We may as well save what we can. Poor old Jacob, he was quite glad to go home, and he doesn't usually give in. No, he really felt the cold today, and he's bred to it.
Oh, I should have gone this morning. I should have gone. Oh, I wish I had something to do. Look, it's snow. I feel in prison, shut in.
Look, why don't you go up and talk to my father for a bit?
Well, I don't
No, take some coal up for the fire, and if he doesn't seem too tired, you could stay a while.
Oh, that's a good idea. Brought some coal for your fire.
Oh, thanks. Nice to see you, Mr. James.
Well, now, how do you feel now?
Hot and aching a bit, but I think I've got it in time.
Oh, you're in the best place.
So Molly tells me, but I'd sooner freeze outside than swelter in. We're never satisfied. I'll be out in a day or two.
Well, don't rush it.
Sit down a while.
Oh, well. I mustn't stay too long. I'll tire you.
Oh, I'm glad to have a gossip. It's funny the way things work out. I married a local girl, Molly's mother. When she died, I wanted to get away. Packed up the farming, let the land, and so on.
Mm.
I meant to leave, but my heart was here.
Yes, I know what you mean.
You see it as a good place to get away from, but it grows on you. The hills and all that. I'll die here.
Oh, well, not for a long time.
I hope not. Still, worries me a bit sometimes.
What does?
Die.
Oh, now, don't be ridiculous.
I mean on Molly's account. What's going to happen to her?
Well, what should happen? I mean, she's happy here, isn't she?
Of course, but it's not much of a life for her. And lying here today, it's been on my mind.
Well, when you're a bit out of sorts, anything worries you.
I had her properly educated, thought she'd get a job somewhere, but she insisted on coming home to look after me. Oh, we have holidays. I've taken her abroad and all that, but we come back and there's nothing for her here.
Well, as long as she's contented.
Nothing at all. She never meets anybody worth meeting.
Oh, one day she'll meet somebody, get married, and then you will have something to grumble about.
I wouldn't grumble. But who's she going to marry? Some farmer's son who'll turn her into a common drudge.
You don't want her to marry a farmer?
Not the ones I know.
I should imagine you've got a particular one in mind.
That could be. Oh, they're fine chaps in their own way, but she doesn't understand.
Well, leave it to her good taste.
When women fall in love, they haven't any taste.
Is she in love?
I wouldn't know. At her age, it's easy to imagine you are.
Well, I know nothing about your daughter's affairs, but I think you're upsetting yourself for nothing.
I suppose you're right. I must take her away when the spring comes for a really long holiday.
Yeah, sounds a good idea.
You're not married yourself.
No, I was.
Oh, I I thought I heard you tell Jacob you're single.
Ah, yes, I didn't want to talk about it.
I beg your pardon. I wasn't trying to
No,
be curious.
no particular secret. My wife is dead.
Oh, I'm very sorry.
No, please don't mistake me. It wasn't a very successful marriage. It's over now.
Sorry if I brought up something you want to forget.
Oh, yes. It's all over.
Have a look at the weather, will you?
No, it looks about the same to me. Can't see 50 yards, like a mist.
Probably go on all night.
You think so?
It's largely a matter of wind. As long as it stays in this quarter, we shan't get much change. Could you put a bit more coal on the fire?
Yes, certainly.
The room will get like an ice box if it gets too low.
Yeah. Now, how about a nap?
I might.
Good. Now, I'll just go down. I promise to do a few jobs for Jacob.
Come up again.
Certainly will.
Dinner over again. Life's just a field of snow these days with meals dotted in it.
10 days of it we've had.
Seems like a year.
I thought the boss was going to come down for an hour.
Yes, but he didn't want to after all. Jacob, I wish he'd start getting better.
So do I, girl. So do I.
If you could only get some medicine, something like M&B.
I can remember old Michael Evans used to cure with a Bible and a key.
He really ought to have a doctor.
Wonderful chap, old Michael. Dead these 20 years, you'll be.
Oh, he's not much help then, is he? Oh, where's Mr. James?
In the barn. You like him better now?
Oh, I don't know. He's very good.
Couldn't have played him when he came, could you?
Well, she never had come.
He's all right. Proper nice chap. But I don't know what's got into him these days. He's making something.
What?
Tennis bats, it looks like. Here he is coming now.
Oh, hello. Look, is there any very strong twine?
Yes, I think there's a ball of it in the straw.
Good. I'll grease it, but it must be strong.
Yes, it is.
Fine.
Jacob says you're making tennis rackets.
Well, that's what they look like.
Rackets, that's right. We'll play with snowballs.
Well, what are they?
Well, you wouldn't tell me.
No, I wouldn't tell you, because you're so inquisitive as usual. They're snowshoes.
Snowshoes? Don't look like any shoes I ever saw. What are they for?
Walking on snow.
You couldn't walk on them things.
You'd be surprised. You can get over deep stuff in them without going through.
It is natural. I'll get drowned on my own 2 feet as long as I'm able. Bath chairs you'll be making next.
Have you ever used them before?
A few times.
As soon as you finish, the snow will go as likely as not. Then a thaw and water everywhere. Better if you was making bathing drawers or a Noah's Ark.
Oh, one thing at a time. I'd better get back. Unless old Pharaoh here can think of some other task for me.
Old Pharaoh'd like a nap.
Well, you have one, Jacob.
Oh, I'll go and split some firewood first. Have a nap before tea, perhaps.
Do you like a cup of coffee before you go back?
No. Oh, yes, it would be nice.
The kettle's boiling.
Ah, cups of tea, cups of coffee all day long was shocking.
Breaks the monotony.
Yeah, it does.
Jacob and I were just saying the storm's been going 10 days.
Yes, I know. I come up here to walk across the hills. Here I am. Like being in prison. Oh, no, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have said that. You've all been so kind.
No, I know exactly how you feel.
No, I don't think you do, Molly. Not exactly. Jack.
Mr. James, what on earth are you doing here? It's the middle of the night. It's only 2 o'clock.
Why have you come down?
I thought it was Father. What are you doing?
I'm leaving.
Now.
Yes, now.
But why? In the middle of the night.
Well, it's early in the night. There's a moon.
Which will set in a couple of hours.
There's plenty of stars. The sky's clear.
Look, you can't. You'll be lost.
I was taught to make my way by a map and a compass.
On snowshoes?
Exactly.
You've no idea how cold it is. It's below 0.
Well, I must put up with that.
Oh, please, start in the morning.
It may be snowing in the morning.
I don't think you realize what you're up against.
I think I do.
But you'll never make it.
Oh, of course I shall. After all, I'm only against Glenithan.
All right, go if you want to. But if you think by walking out into the night you can escape...
What do you mean, escape? Would you mind answering my question?
You know what I mean. Don't pretend anymore.
Well, which of us is pretending?
Your name isn't Mr. James, is it?
What exactly is it, then?
Isn't your name Romford Smith?
Well, let's have the rest.
Well, don't try to frighten
Molly,
me.
I'm not trying to frighten you.
Because I'm not frightened. I was, but I'm not anymore. I don't care. You can do what you like.
I don't want to do anything. Oh, you're crying. Look, No, please, look, I'm terribly sorry. Look, there's nothing to cry about.
It's reaction, I suppose. You are James Rockford Smith, aren't you?
Yes, I am.
Thelma Carrington's husband?
Yes.
But you killed her, didn't you?
As a matter of fact, I didn't.
Oh, I'm so glad.
God, it's such a relief not to have to pretend anymore.
Oh. Tell me, what was she like?
Oh, what, Thelma? Oh, I don't know. It's such a job to say. Well, you know the publicity stuff. Beautiful, successful, clever. Oh, but she had one overriding ambition, to be a great actress. A really great actress.
She was?
No. She never touched it. And she knew. In her own eyes, in spite of success, she was a failure. Well, you see, the way I see it, they come in two sorts. Either you remember the part they play and forget the actress, or you remember the actress even if you forget the part she played. The latter of the ones, you only get a couple of century women like Siddons, Ellen Terry Bernard Doucet. You see what I mean?
Yes, I think so.
Well, that's who she wanted for company, and, well, she missed it somehow. Oh, well, Molly, our marriage was a great mistake. See, it was just two bodies. And we got to dislike each other. Then to hate each other. At least she hated me. I didn't hate her. I was about the only person who knew what was going on in her mind. I was sorry for her. Perhaps that's why she hated me. I wanted a divorce, but she wouldn't agree, so we just quarreled and quarreled. Oh, dear. Not a nice way to talk about the woman I was married to. You know, I've never spoken of it before. Not to anybody. You see, I became so edgy. Once or twice I even said I'd like to murder her. But I didn't mean it, you know. People hear of these things. They remember them. And she'd repeat my threats to our friends, all in fun. Yet not in fun, if you see what I mean.
Yes, I think I understand.
Well, people weren't quite sure just how cruel I really was. Oh, have you heard about that wretched decoration I won?
Yes.
It's where I escaped from a prison camp in Norway and had to kill 2 guards. But, I mean, that was war. That sort of thing, you see, one gets a certain reputation. I'm not a killer. But I couldn't do that anymore. I can't even shoot a pheasant these days.
You don't need to explain all this.
No, I'd like to. That night, before she was due to go to the theater, we said some terrible things to each other. And finally, I said I'd leave her, and she said if I did, she'd commit suicide. Oh, she didn't mean it. That was acting. Well, I said if she felt that way, get on with it. And my old commander knife was in a drawer. I took it out, flung it on the bed, and said something like, good idea, do it with that. And then I walked out. See, I was in a hell of a temper. I really did mean to leave her, but I couldn't go like that. You see, so I went to the local, knocked back a couple of pints, and sort of calmed down, decided to go back. I was going to tell her how sorry I was for what I'd said. Oh, I hadn't been out 10 minutes, or certainly not more than a quarter of an hour. And she was dead, lying on the bed with my knife in her heart. Well, then I just ran.
Why?
Oh, well, why do people run
but
away?
As long as you hadn't done
but
it.
But everybody would believe I'd done it. I reckon the evidence against me is so strong, I believe myself I'd kill if I didn't know better. I even wondered if I'd had a blackout and had killed her.
Now, look, was there anybody else in the house?
No. It's my bad luck. The last person to see us was Hanson.
Who?
Oh, an awful old woman who looked after us. She'd been Thelma's dresser since she started. Was about the only person who really loved her. Well, I was poisoned to her, of course. Yes, I'd like to know all she said to the police.
Well, look, could anybody have got into the house while you were out?
Well, they must have done.
Have you any idea who?
No, none. I mean, I can think of 100 people who hated her. Any of those might have killed her. But whoever he is, he's lucky. The spotlight's on me.
Why did you come here? I mean, where were you going?
Well, I came up here because it's the most isolated place in the country I know.
But Mr. James, there isn't a place in the hills you could go without being seen somewhere by a shepherd or a farmer.
Yes, but as I've told you, I know these hills. I met a chap out on the border up there during the war. He'd take me in. I could stay there as long as I liked and then, well, go to Ireland, perhaps on a Cardigan Bay fishing boat. Then later America, I thought. Oh, I was mad to start running. But now it would be mad to stop. I know what I'm doing. And if they get me now, I don't stand an earthly. I'm the scapegoat, but I'm not going to be caught. I'd sooner fall asleep in the snow.
Oh, no.
Well, it's in the open air anyhow.
Are you determined to go?
Well, there's no real option. Go and wish me luck. Won't you? Now, look, please, don't cry again.
I'm an idiot.
Look, I don't want to remember you crying. Try to manage a smile.
I don't think I can.
Oh, yes, you can. That's better. Hold it.
Oh, you're ridiculous.
Oh, Molly.
Yes.
Oh, I don't know if I ought to say this. Won't do any good. Oh, I can't see it does much harm. I'd like you to know. You see, all this time I've been here, I've been falling in love with you. I think it started the very first night I saw you. It's been going on all the time. Yeah, perhaps I wouldn't have told you. Nothing I can do about it. There it is. If ever you think of me, perhaps you'll remember. I'd like you to remember.
I don't know what to say.
Oh, don't say anything.
You see, being shut up here with you, I've been afraid of you.
Well, there was nothing to be afraid of.
No, but up to an hour ago, I thought you were a murderer.
Now you know I'm not.
Oh, I can't tell you how happy I am. It's like a terrible weight gone. But you see, in spite of what I knew, or what I thought I knew about you, I liked you.
It's as much as I ask.
I'll always remember you.
Well, now we'll make that raid on your larder. What? You hear something?
It's Father. He can't be up.
But he's coming downstairs, I think.
Oh, but that's mad. What on earth?
I'm late. Ought to have been up hours ago.
Father.
Hours ago.
Now, what have you come down for?
Jacob can't come today. It's snowing. I'll have to milk. Jacob's not well. I think he's getting old.
What shall I do?
Take it easy.
Oh, my boots. Where are my boots?
Father, you shouldn't have got up. You've been ill.
I've got to milk.
I'll see to the milk.
Jacob can't come.
Well, I can do Jacob's jobs, Mr. Mosley.
You?
Yes,
You?
that's right. You remember, James.
James?
Yes, now, you'd be better in bed, Mr. Mosley.
Animals must be fed. The horse. There's only one horse. My grandfather used to keep 5 horses.
Well, I'll see to everything. There's nothing to worry about. Now, look, put a rug or something round him and slip us on.
He's late, rather.
Look, we'll see to everything. You'll feel better in bed now. Come on, I'll give you a hand to take him upstairs. That's... Come on.
It's very cold this morning.
You lean on me, Father. Put your arm on my shoulders. That's
Steady.
right. Come on now. Gently. Yeah, careful. All right, not much further to go now. Let me get you back into bed again.
There we are. Gently does it. Yes, I'm afraid his temperature's gone up quite a bit.
Well, you wondered when he was ill before, but not like that. God, I hope he hasn't got pneumonia.
I think he has. Now, look, you must have somebody here. He may be a handful.
No, I can manage.
No, not while he's like he is.
Normally it'd be easy to get help, but everybody's so much to do because of the storm.
Look, shall I go down and knock up Jacob?
Yes. Oh, no. Oh, I don't know. Why does this have to happen now? Oh, look, you should be going. Don't worry about us.
I'm not leaving while your father's like that.
But you must. I don't want you to be caught.
I shan't be caught.
If you hadn't been here, we'd have managed without
But
you.
I am here, and your father needs a doctor.
But we could never get a doctor.
Well, who is your doctor?
Dr. Breen.
The young man?
No, over 60, and he's not strong himself. And even if I could get a message through, I couldn't ask.
How far?
Carson, about 7 or 8 miles.
All right, I'll go.
You...
I can do it on my snowshoes.
Please.
No, it's easy. Trial run for my endurance test.
Anyway, we can't possibly ask him to come.
But we won't. But he knows your father. He'll have a good idea of the trouble. I'll get what drugs are needed and full instructions. He couldn't do much more if he did come.
You ought to be on your way to your friend.
No, there's plenty of time.
I want to refuse your help.
No, it can't be done, Molly.
I need it. Oh, you are good to me, Mr. James.
Mr. James?
I don't think I could call you Mr. Romford Smith now.
I should hope not. Well, my name is James.
Yes, of course.
It always has been James. Never Jimmy or Jim, just very formal and proper. James.
Oh, James.
That's it. Keep on trying. Doesn't sound so much as if you're talking to the butler after half a dozen goes.
Gone 12 hours,
Oh, had a bite at the doctor's. No
Jacob.
danger.
If he got there.
He got there, my girl. Do anything. That boy only put his mind to it.
Can't do wrong in your eyes, can he, Jacob?
What about yourself? I got the feeling we've been mates all our lives. It's been shut up in the snow together. Don't go to standing in the window like that, my girl. That won't bring him quicker.
Sky's getting dark again.
More snow coming. I won't be sorry myself to see him back.
If he doesn't, I'll never forgive myself.
Here you come. Pray don't snow any more yet.
Jacob! Jacob, look over there. Below the trees.
That's him.
Yes, it is, isn't it?
That's him. Oh, them watches of his. Slow but sure. Walking like a duck on dinner plate.
Oh, Jacob.
Yeah, it isn't me who got a kiss.
James! James! Are you all right?
Oh, yes, I'm all right. A bit tired, that's all. Well, I've got everything. Written instructions. Enough M&B to last the summer. Now, please don't cry. Come on, everything will be all right now. You'll see, everything will be all right.
Molly?
Yes?
Tom Morgan's here.
Tom? Well, tell him to come in. Come on, Tom.
I gotta get all the snow from this heap.
Come on in here.
Hello?
Hello?
How are you?
Oh, fine.
They sent me down to ask about your father. Only last night we heard he was so bad.
Oh, my word, the snow has slowed us up while he's on the mend now.
Oh, that's good. Billy the cleaner was saying he was like to die as not.
Oh, that was days ago.
Good Lord.
He was very ill, but Mr. James went down to Dr. Bream and fetched medicine.
Went to the doctor's? My God, he must have had a rough trip.
Yes, I think he did. He went on snowshoes.
Oh. Wish I'd have known. I'd have gone for you.
Oh, thank you, Tom. Anyway, it's all right now. Have a cup of tea to warm you.
Oh, thanks. How's he getting on, this Mr. James? I could see him about here from the hill.
Oh, he's all right.
You've had a belly full of him, all right.
Oh, he couldn't leave with the weather we've had.
You're still afraid of him?
Afraid of? Oh, that was silly. There was nothing to be afraid of. No, you know that idea I had about him being the man who killed his wife was all wrong.
Was it?
It was a silly mistake.
But there was all sorts of clues, wasn't there? Like the paper you lost and the wireless you left to run
No,
down.
well, I found the paper, and it was Father who left the set switched on.
You don't say. He's only got one hand, too, like the chap the police is looking for.
Thousands of men who fought in the war have only one hand.
You found his initials on his pajamas.
Oh, well, I made a mistake there. It was JBS.
But his name's James. That doesn't start with S.
Well, perhaps they're on his own.
You should have asked him then.
Tom, what's the matter with you?
Matter? There's nothing the matter.
No, I got a bit worked up that day, and you were here.
He's a mighty nice chap all of a sudden, isn't he? He's a proper lamb amongst us wolves, isn't he?
Oh, what do you mean?
You've had enough time to find out. You and him here by yourselves every night and your father in bed?
You haven't a very nice mind, Tom.
That's as damn silly as you
Oh,
think.
aren't you?
What's been going on between you and him, Molly?
Do I have to answer that?
Very sure all of a sudden he isn't the chap the police want.
Yes, I am.
You got a short memory. A different story you had to tell the time the storm was starting. I remember the way you were that night. You were scared to death.
Yes, and what did you do about it?
That's not a chance I had to do anything with hundreds of yous under the snow. If you'd been in danger...
Well, as it happens, I wasn't. It was imagination.
Been a broadcast on the wireless with this Mr. James Romford Smith.
Oh, did you hear it?
We haven't had the wireless since the storm started. I was in the Clinant, and one of them said about it. He's a chap, all right, you know.
Well, why didn't you say he was here, then?
I got more sense than that. There's something else, too. There was a picture of him in the Sunday paper a couple of weeks back.
Well, there haven't been any Sunday papers, not up here.
Police went down to Ravenshill one night to try and get some fags, and they put a piece of one page on some candles he bought same time. Only by luck I saw it.
Have you got it?
Yes, I have. Yeah, look at that. See what it says? Mr. James Romford Smith, whose whereabouts the police are anxious to trace.
It's not a bit like him.
Well, I reckon it is.
But you haven't seen him.
I saw him in your yard one day I went to the shop.
Well, I'll fetch him if you want to have a good
No,
look.
thank you. I'm not so fond of his company as some people.
Oh, Tom, don't be silly. He's nothing to me, nothing at all. Once the weather clears, he'll leave and I shan't ever see him again.
You never said a truer word.
Well, if you don't believe me, that's all about it. I tell you, he isn't the man the police want.
You ought to know, you and him being such good friends.
Well, if you think he is, you'd better do something about it. Since he saved Father's life, I wouldn't want to.
No, I know you wouldn't.
You're just jealous.
I must be going. Thank you for the cup of tea.
Don't mention it.
Hope your father will be better soon.
Oh, Tom, please don't do anything silly.
I won't do anything silly, don't you worry.
Well, what are you going to do?
Likely I tell you that, isn't it? You must think me a fool.
Perhaps I'd better not answer that. James?
Yes.
James? Did you hear all that?
Yes.
I'm dreadfully sorry.
No, don't give it another thought.
See, when I told him that, I was terribly afraid of him.
Well, naturally.
You see, I had nobody else to tell. Father was ill and Jacob's too old, and he was the only one I could turn
Yes,
to.
yes, don't worry about it.
Great. Oh,
he sounds very clever to me.
he's going to make trouble.
Yes, well, he can't do much at the moment. We're still snowbound. He's still tied up with lost sheep and ponies.
He'll tell the police you were here.
Well, they'd find out sooner or later anyhow.
They're looking for you, James. I think it's important you should go as soon as possible.
No. The weather's all wrong yet.
It's no worse than when you were going to leave.
Oh, I'm getting more canny. That trip to the doctor made me think. I'm no worse off than I was before.
Yes, you are, because now they'll have a starting point. But for Tom Morgan, you could be almost anywhere.
Yes, I see that. You're worried, aren't you?
I'm dreadfully worried. The longer you stay, the more risk they'll catch up with you.
I'll be all right. Look through the window. It's snowing again. Yes, there's no end to it. They do want me to start in that.
I don't want you to start at all.
No, neither do I, really.
Oh, I wish you'd stay and see the
We've
things...
had that out. I started running, and once you start running, you have to keep on as long as you can. On the other hand, if I hadn't started running, I'd never have met you.
Oh, James.
So I'm glad I started.
Jacob says he heard they've cut the road for a few miles up the New Pool Road. They did it before, but it filled in. One day it won't fill in. Then they'll cut some more.
First suitable night, I go. But I know now I can't make it if there's a blizzard. Now, look, young Morgan won't do anything yet, will he?
I don't know.
Or will he?
I don't know what he'll do. I thought once that if you went, I'd be able to manage him, make him keep quiet, but I'm not sure anymore. Don't you feel sometimes this storm, it's become real, doing things?
Spiteful.
Spiteful and cruel. It's been so long. It's become a threat to me. It's like some horrible old pagan god.
Well, it did bring me here, Molly, to find you.
As I know, James. And now it's going to hold you here till they catch you.
That ham was good. Smelt like the pastures of paradise.
He's right, It was a wonderful meal.
Poor critter, a man to be without a nose.
He'd certainly look more odd.
I mean to smell with.
Yes. Snowing heaven's hard again.
You notice something? That snow's going soft like. I reckon we're near the end of it.
You really think so?
A lot of water in the river, too. Some of it is melting. But one more good fall, I'd say, then stop.
Oh, we can always hope.
A lot of people about this morning.
People?
Well, the boys.
What boys?
Why, our boys round here. Who else?
Who have you seen?
Tom Morgan and his pals. His two brothers and that boy from Nanset. And Arthur the Sindhi. Got their guns, some of them. Said they were out after hares. That's a bare-faced lie. Because there's no Morgan born who'd waste a cartridge on a hare when you can catch him with your bare hands now, all he's here. Not as the poor critters is worth catching. They're nothing but skin and bone by now.
James, I wonder, would you take this hot cup of tea up to Father?
Certainly.
Yes, then you can bring his tray down if he's finished with it.
Right.
I'll open the door for you. Look, I must talk to Jacob.
You mean I'm not to hurry?
Can I tell him about you?
You tell him what you like.
You will need him on our side.
Now, look, don't get yourselves involved in my affairs any deeper.
Oh, please.
Oh, all right.
Jacob.
I'm listening.
What are the Morgan boys and those others hanging around for?
Oh, no good, I won't. They got work at home, plenty.
Now, listen, Jacob, I've got to talk to you, and there isn't much time.
Time's the one thing God give us plenty of. Now, tell Jacob what's worrying you, my girl.
It's James. They're after him.
Well, he ain't no hare, nor he don't run to be chased, I'm thinking.
No, he's wanted by the police.
Oh, a lot of us would be if all of us knowed about us.
Do you like him?
You do, seemingly. I ain't blind. Oh, call to blush. He's as tidy a man as you'd wish to meet. Him and me's got on so much very often.
You see, something awful happened. His wife was murdered.
Was she now? Well, oh.
It was that actress, you remember?
Oh, I remember. And our James was her husband. I'll fancy that.
Well, the police think he killed her.
Do they?
But he didn't do it, so he's trying to get away.
You sure he didn't do it, Molly?
Yes.
He's told you?
Yes, I'm sure of him, Jacob.
Well, then, so am I. Where's them Morgan boys coming to it?
Well, when he first came, I thought he was the murderer, so I told Tom Morgan.
If you told me now...
I thought Tom would help me, but he wouldn't then or couldn't, and now I don't know what he's doing.
Watching cat and mouse. Jealous. That's what Tom is. Good reason come to that.
Oh, Jacob.
To see yourself. Not the same girl these days. And the way you looks at Mr. James, proper cheeky.
Now, the point is, what are we going to do?
Can't Mr. James slip off somewhere tonight?
No, it'll be snowing again. And if it isn't Tom or some of them will be watching.
And if we knew what they was up to. The time I was getting out, I think.
Well, what are you going to do?
Well, if the boys is about, they'll be down in the buildings for shelter and a smoke sometime, shouldn't be? They might talk.
Oh, Jacob, be careful.
Now, don't you fret. Artful as a badger I am. I'll go on a bit crouchy about Mr. James. Too much of a gentle lot for me. I know them boys. They'll be turning themselves inside out in a crack. You two stop in and keep out of sight. I'll be back sometime.
Have they told you anything, Jacob?
You don't look very pleased.
I've been talking to young Reese in the barn. He was stiffling cold, poor boy. He was afraid to say too much. I didn't let on I knew a thing.
You know you're taking an awful lot of risks on my account.
That's my business, isn't it?
All right. Now, look, what's their game?
Now, watching you don't get away. He'd come out bit by bit like sardines out of a tin you opened with the scissors. Seems the Newpool Road has been clear now. There's less snow lower down. I think Tom sent young George to let the police know you were here.
Oh, no.
Oh, yes, my girl.
Well, how long will it take?
Oh, depends on the weather. They think somebody will be up today, because he's let out. They don't think to hang about after dark.
Today?
You put Tom back up, and he's got thinking, Mr. James be gone if he didn't do something.
Damn.
They think they got you cornered.
Yes, they're doing very nicely.
And what are we going to do? We must do something.
Well, what exactly? Jacob, how many are there?
Well, I can't tell for certain. 3 Morgan boys and him from Nanserth. Arthur Lindy's gone, but Jim Powell was on the hill now, just in his place. The boys will stand together. This is better sport to them than spearing a salmon.
Yes, I'm sure. Exactly how far, I wonder, they're prepared to go.
How far?
One had a gun, you said.
Oh, there'll be more than one, no danger.
Would they use them?
Not much indeed. Guns, that's play. That's showing off, acting big-sorted. They're 6 to 1, mind. Pull you down, they could like dogs on a sheep.
Right. There's one way of finding out.
What are you going to do?
I put my coat on and have a little walk, just to see what happens.
Please don't.
Only a short
No,
walk.
stay here. Don't go out.
Look, I want to find out what they're up to.
But Jacob's done
Look,
that.
I want to see if they'll try to stop me or merely
Please,
follow.
I wish you wouldn't. They'll start a fight.
Oh, there won't be any fight.
Please, I'm afraid.
No, you're not.
I am, James,
No,
I am.
don't be afraid. There's halfway to being beaten when you're afraid. There's nothing to be afraid of. Look, I'll take that haversack to make it look as if I might be going.
You watch her. They're waspy.
Now, you two stay here. Don't come out. You'll be able to see through the windows.
I feel like coming out with a gun myself.
Guns won't be needed. Here goes. Hey, just a minute. Oh, hello. Would you be Tom Morgan?
You going somewhere?
Well, yes, I am, actually.
Leaving?
That's right.
You made a mistake, mate.
I beg your pardon?
You're not leaving. You're staying here. You can't go.
Oh, I assure you I can.
Take a look around. There's 5 of us here to say you can't.
But why on earth not?
You can't, that's all.
You mean to say that you 5 are going to use force to stop me going? I suppose you've a reason for this peculiar behavior.
We got a reason, all right.
Oh, I'd very much like to hear it.
I bet you would. There's someone waiting to ask you some questions, Mr. James Romford Smith.
Oh, my name is James.
Ah, your name's James Romford Smith, and the police want you, don't they?
What on earth are you talking about?
Not the fancy talk. You're not going from here. Get that? Not till the police come. As you go back in the house and stay there. If you don't, we'll tie you up in the barn.
Oh, well. Doesn't seem to be much good arguing, does it? That's that.
What did they say?
Morgan knows who I am. I'm to stay here until the police arrive.
I'll go and talk to them.
That's no good.
Torment no pal to the police. You've got this knife in you.
No pity, that's how it is.
But you can't.
Well, they're all round. I mean, short of taking one of your guns and shooting my way out. Oh, of course I wouldn't.
It's snowing again. May drive them in.
Will they delay the police?
I doubt they'll get it very hard down at Newpool, and they'll have to come back to drive them boys in. I think I'll go up and have a word with the boss.
Well, what about?
Don't worry him. Leave him out of this.
Oh, there's something I want to ask
Look,
him.
I will not have him worried.
Something I got to ask him.
What is he up to?
I don't know, but leave him alone. He's shrewd. Perhaps he's thought of a way to get you out of here. Look, are your snowshoes in here?
Yes, in the scullery. I can only make a start.
Oh, my
Oh,
fault.
don't be so silly.
Why did I tell Tom who you were? It's all this horrible storm.
I think Jacob's coming down.
I reckon I can fix things for you.
How?
That's my business. You tend to your own side of it. I'm going out now. You stop where you are and look after yourself. You're not to come out whatever happens. No matter what you hear, don't you come. 'Tis all arranged. Me and the boss has fixed it.
Well, what's all the mystery?
No mystery. Simple as ABC. You'll see.
Now, look, I don't want you in trouble on my account, Jacob.
No trouble. 'Tis a pleasure. When the time comes, you go. Slip out by the back. Then nick round the hill there, back of the house. You'll be out of sight in no time. Molly, you see he gets away.
I don't like this.
You don't like waiting here for Newport police either.
Go on, Jacob. Whatever it is, do it.
Do it in a crack.
Time's getting on. There's more snow. It's getting dark again.
Well, so long, boy.
So long, Jacob.
And good luck, my boy.
What is he up to?
I don't know, but he does understand that lot outside. He can handle them. Whatever he's doing, he's got Father's blessing. Look, I think if you want to escape, you ought to get your things on. They're all here. This doesn't seem quite real to me. Well, you know what you're doing.
Oh, yes.
It's going to be a bad night.
Oh, very likely.
Oh, I wish you'd stay, tell them the truth, and fight it out. Take a chance.
No, it's no good. It's too late. Look, you do understand.
Yes.
Oh, I wish I could give you something to remember by.
I don't need anything to remember by, James.
No. Not I. What the devil?
Oh, this is it. Wait, I'm going to look. Yes, the buildings are on fire.
On fire?
No, stop, James. Don't go to help them. Can't you see? He and Father agreed about this. They're worth little, but there are animals, and all those are farmers' sons. They've got to help him.
Mad.
No, don't be silly. They'll put it out. It's a farm, and a farm is the most important thing in their lives.
Are you sure he did this on purpose?
Yes, I'm sure. Now, go now, quickly. Up the hill. Keep the house between you and the yard till you're around the breast of it, and then you can head west. The poor light in the snow will hide you in 5 minutes.
Well, this is goodbye.
No, please, don't say it. Don't say it. Just go. Don't look back, James. Just go now while I've got my hand over my face. Please. Goodbye, James.
To be some use, Miss Mosley.
Oh, that's all right, Sergeant Lewis. Boys happen to be around, and they soon put it out.
An awful old mess, indeed.
Oh, it's only a few barns. It should have been rebuilt years ago. Father's always talking about doing it. And all the animals are safe.
How did it happen?
Well, I think Jacob said he dropped a match on some straw when he was lighting a hurricane lamp.
He's going to have a red face.
Oh, he doesn't need to. Oh, but you didn't come about the fire.
We did not. We've been all day getting here. We and Thomas and that young Davis, one of the new constables. They got their fire out just as we arrived. That gang look as black as sweeps. Which is Romford Smith?
Who?
Romford Smith, James Romford Smith. He's the chap whose actress wife was murdered, or haven't you heard?
Yes, I heard.
I know most of the local boys, but I can't see the man I want.
Look, you'd better come in the house.
Yes, very good. Is he coming in?
Who?
Mr. Romford Smith.
He isn't here.
Not here?
No?
But we were told we'd information he's been staying here.
He was here, he's gone.
Gone? This weather, gone? Oh, no. After me coming up here, nearly killed me. Too old for this, or a luck I am. When did he go?
Today.
What time?
I can't remember.
Perhaps we could catch up with him.
Oh, no, you couldn't.
Well, where's he gone?
I don't know.
You don't know. Miss Moseley, they've been looking for that man all over the country. Then I find him and he's gone and you don't know where.
I'm sorry, Sergeant.
Well, know about his wife, Thelma Carrington, the actress?
Yes, it happened just before the storm started.
They've been trying to find him ever since. Between you and me, it was thought at first he'd had something to do with it. But, of course, once the woman confesses, you're obviously in the clear. They thought...
Stop! What did you say? The woman of... What woman?
The woman that killed Thelma Carrington.
A woman killed her?
Well, didn't you know?
We've had no news here at all for weeks.
Oh, this Miss Hanson, she was sort of dresser and maid to the Carrington. Middle-aged woman. She was devoted to her mistress, but jealous as blazes and crazy. I mean, she was then, only nobody knew it. Miss Carrington was always nasty to her, it seems. She's right round the bend now in a lunatic asylum. Look here, Molly, what did Romford Smith say about his wife?
Didn't say anything.
Oh, he didn't. Well, look, Miss Carrington quarreled with this Hanson woman. Got fed up with her and was going to kick her out. It's a long yarn. I can't tell the whole of it now, but the poor old coot just went crackers and stuck a knife into her mistress. When she knew she'd killed her, she just blew her top. She went and owned up straight away. Hey, you all right?
Oh, yes.
You've gone white.
No, I'm all right. No, you didn't make that story up, did you?
Keep up. Why should I? Anyway, you've seen the pip. Oh, no, of course you haven't.
So what you really want to do is to let Mr. Romford Smith know about his wife's death?
Well, naturally. Well, there hasn't been sight nor sign of him. There was an idea once the Hanson woman had done something to him. She didn't like him. If I could only get hold of him...
Nobody will ever get hold of him.
What you told me?
Until they find his body in the snow.
Now, let's have a better sense. Listen here.
You listen to me. James... Well, that's Mr. Romford Smith. He thought he was being blamed for his wife's murder.
Well, I told you right at the first...
listen. He's been trying to get away. He's been trying to get away from here, only the storm stopped him. And then Father was ill, and that stopped him, and then the storm stopped him again. Tom Morgan and his friends stopped him. Well, an hour ago he left, and he's heading for the Cardiganshire side.
Tonight? He'll never do it. Why, there's more snow on the way, and it'll be worse there than anywhere.
Do something. Stop him. Catch him.
Molly, how can I?
Follow him.
Follow him? Look, gal, if I had half a dozen picked men, and if they were equipped for the trip, and if they were sure of the way he went, and if there wasn't the risk of a hell of a blizzard tonight, gal, you know damn well I can't do anything. He's got to start. It's near dark. If I send those two chaps, they'd lose their lives.
No, you're quite right. You can't catch him.
He might get through to where he's going.
Do you believe that?
Oh, no. I can't warn anybody. Even most of the lines in the hills are down. Hey, what are you putting the coat on for?
I'm going out.
You can't.
I'm going to the top of the hill.
Act tidy now. Take the old coat off and make the boys a cup of tea.
You can make one.
We'll all feel better after a strong cup of tea.
Look, I want to go to the top of the hill the way he went. I might be able to see him before darkness falls.
Now, listen, I'll tell you what I'll do. My boys can go up the bed of the stream a couple of miles. Tom Morgan will go with them, help show the way. The snow will have blown down the dingle and it won't be so deep. They can go to the top. And if they see this man, they can holler to him.
And do you think they can head him off like that?
I'm doing the only thing I can. I'm whacked. Me and you stop here and have a strong cup of tea and wait to see what happens. Perhaps I think of something else. Take your coat off now.
You send your men, Sergeant Lewis, and then you can make tea or you can follow me up
now
the hill.
Listen,
because that's where I'm going.
Oh, you was an obstinate little girl, and now you're an obstinate girl. It's coming down thick. Nice trip back to town for us. You might have to sleep in your kitchen even. Molly, you might as well talk to the wind. You won't see a thing in this, my girl. Not even a black spot away over the other hill. Oh, there's the time and energy. No good talking to us, sweetheart. Are you now to this tonight? What? Devil? There, Molly. Now we're over the brow. There's nothing to see. Leave to them, boys. Come on, my maid. You've got to be brave now. I can't see 100 yards in this. Killing ourselves standing out in this wind. You come back now. There's your dad.
All right.
Come on, then. You take my hand now.
Wait!
What?
Look there! There's somebody coming!
Well, I'll go to Cardiff, but there is a trap coming.
Yes, it's James! 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 Quick, Sergeant, he's fallen!
Right,
Hurry!
yes.
Hurry!
You live in the
All right, we're coming, James, we're coming!
It's all right.
Hold on!
I'll get them.
Hurry! James. It's all right, James. It's me. You're safe. We got to you just as you fell. You're back, James.
Molly? Huh? Molly? Molly, I've come back. I changed my mind. Decided I've got to fight. See, I didn't realize until I left you, but Molly, I've just got to fight. Up 1 chance in 1,000, I suppose. But if I win, I get you.
James, it's all right. The police came. You won't have to fight. They know who killed her.
They know?
They know it wasn't you. It was that awful woman.
Woman?
Hanson. They've known all the time.
I'm dreaming.
No, it's not a dream, James.
Are you sure?
Yes, I'm sure. Perfectly sure.
Well, that makes this quite the nicest storm I've ever been out in.
James. Oh, darling James.
Excuse me, sir. Are you Mr. James Rumford-Smith? Look, are you Mr. James... Yes, sir. Are you Mr. James well...
I say I'm sorry. What's that? Oh, let me introduce myself, officer. My name is Rumford Smith.
You know, sir, I thought it was.
The Storm was an adaptation for radio of the novel by H.L.V. Fletcher. This was the cast. Mr. James, Oscar Quittek. Molly Mosley, Mary Wimbush. John Mosley, Ivor Maddox. Tom Morgan, Wynne Thomas. Sergeant Lewis, Yayan Rhys-Williams. Jacob Hughes, Prosser Williams. The play, which was recorded in our Cardiff studios, was produced by Herbert Davis. Our next program begins in 3 minutes' time at 4:45. Meanwhile, here's Mantovani and his orchestra to play the Moulin Rouge theme. 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 The Moulin Rouge theme.
We present Frank Partington in Man with a Background of Flames, adapted for radio by J. McClellan Ross from the novel by Richard Johns.
The day Jim Flaherty jumped off the roof, I decided to write this story.
Of course, I don't know how it's going to end. But there's no difficulty about beginning with Lisa. Lisa, you see, had just turned me down.
Thank you, Richard. I enjoyed the show very much. Especially the clown who made me think of you.
Can you imagine us getting rid of our inhibitions like he did? Chewing up that matchbox and so on?
I can imagine nothing more inhibiting.
Oh, what shall we do now?
Well, personally, I intend to go straight home.
Can I come too?
You know why you can't.
As you're already separated from your husband, I don't see any good reason why not. But if we must make it a family matter, you shall get divorced and I'll marry you as soon as it decrees to.
I don't know you well enough.
What you want to know me for? Love is impersonal, Lisa. It transcends.
Oh, don't be absurd, Richard. Please, don't be absurd.
At this time, I was deciding to have a nervous breakdown. It was not a serious breakdown. Psychoanalysis had just come back into fashion, and I thought I'd have a go with the psychoanalyst my friend Freddie Van Berg recommended.
Have 3 sessions a fortnight. I'd try to drag it out for 6 months if I were you. Otherwise, you won't get your fun.
But it turned out there was no fun to be had with Mr. French.
Now, why did you come to me, Mr. Johns?
I was recommended.
Yes, but I mean, why do you want to be analyzed?
Well, it's very hard to bring out. But I've been turned down by a woman, and this puts me out of my stride.
In what way? What sort of effect did it have?
A diminution of personality is the best way I can put it.
But you got what you wanted. You felt safe.
What do you mean, safe?
Sit down, Mr. Johns. Why were you afraid of this woman?
Because I'm afraid of uncontrolled feeling. I was trained as an engineer, and I like controlled factors.
You haven't been following your profession lately?
And the war gave me a get-out. I was in the Navy.
How old are you?
29.
An engineer who isn't engineering.
I'm writing about it. I run a technical magazine about tractors. Or rather, I did.
Good.
Yes, my job folded today. Our department was scrapped.
And when you fall in love, you get worried.
I seem to have done this time.
Tell me, are you coming to me as a sort of hobby?
I don't know what you mean.
In any case, I'm very much afraid I shouldn't be able to help you, Mr. Johns. There will be no fee.
But why have you changed your mind? We hadn't started. Look, Mr. French, can I tell you a symptom? It's a mental one, but I feel there's no possibility of action. There's nothing I can do. I can move about, I can eat, drink, and sleep, but no action, nothing.
That's something we've all got to resolve for ourselves, Mr. Johns.
After that interview, I knew what a tennis ball feels like when bounced against the wall. It was Freddie Van Berg who sent me to Mr. French, and when I got home, there was a message to meet Freddie at the Patisserie Pompeii next morning.
I understand. Being sacked is like being bitched by a woman. Nobody likes it. Now, give me another croissant, Rich.
Crescent rolls, they call them here.
Do you know anything about diamonds?
No, I've always been told they're a bit ostentatious.
Diamonds are extraordinary stones. When well set, they're so alive. You know, diamonds can be made very cheap.
Synthetic?
No, real ones. I mean, they can be obtained very cheap. But you've heard the story of the Vaal River.
Freddie Van B, when I finish my coffee and croissant...
Crescent Roll, you
I'm
mean?
going back to the department to correct the last proofs of the last issue of the Tractor Times. I just say that, Freddie, to remind you I don't operate in diamonds. I'm not interested in diamonds. I don't want any diamonds.
You have not heard the story of the Vaal River?
No, thank you very much.
Nor of Lichtenberg?
Nope.
The diamond rush in 28?
I'd have been straight.
They found the diamonds in the pebbles on the beach. There is what they call diamond-bearing alluvial gravel. This pocket I was telling you about is at Lichtenberg. Another lode is near the confluence of the Vaal and the Orange Rivers. Some geologists say they come from a wonderful diamond-bearing reef we haven't found yet. Anyway, they had to stop people washing for diamonds, or they'd have flooded the world and made them cheap. There was a law passed making diamond washing practically illegal in these places. The claims were taken over by the big combines.
All right. Put up your proposition and I'll knock it down, Freddie.
Would you like to join me? I want to pick up some diamonds from the beach.
You wouldn't have to go to Africa in person any more than I would.
Freddie, your story's far too cock and bull.
You can confirm it in any reference book. Richard, tell me, would you like a job in Fleet Street?
Now you're talking.
But that's what I've been talking about all the time. A man I know from Jerburg. Now listen, Rich.
All right, Freddie, you have the floor.
A man I know called Herzog, a South African, wants to set up a London office and put a man in charge.
What for?
For an American and European news digest.
But
that window there looks down on Marble Arch. Now, once Tommy Blair, this prospector, was in a taxicab. A 6-wheel lorry came round Edgware Road. It got Tommy Blair's taxi up on the pavement and into Hyde Park railings. One of the railings went through Tommy Blair's chest. It was bad luck, a nasty accident. That window probably looks down on it.
Freddie, this hurts.
Tommy Blair found the diamond-bearing soil in Alexander Bay. He came here to raise capital, and after he was dead, a couple of other geologists picked up 150,000 pounds worth of diamonds in 6 weeks.
Are we talking about geology or this chap Herzog with a job to offer?
Both. They interlock. Tommy Blair had a nephew. He lives here now.
Your Mr. Blair is probably as real as your Mr. Herzog.
Oh, all right, Rich. There's no reason why you shouldn't meet Herzog now.
We found in a self-service cafe a man called Herzog in a camel hair coat. About 6 months after being appointed African News Digest London man, I walked across Fleet Street to the American offices. Herzog had acquired the right for us to copy their cables. It was 3 a.m. Even the snooker players at the press club had gone home at this time. But Dirk Rockingham in the American office was still at work.
That non-stop jet plane, John. It's over Karachi now. I suppose your boys will be interested.
For obvious reasons. Yes, I'll have to send that.
You can file your message from here. What's your deadline? I thought you'd have packed up a couple of hours ago.
Jet past Karachi, 2:51. Yes, that's all I need to send, isn't it? They're a bit vague about deadlines.
I like the picture I get of your outfit. All the same, you're doing well by all accounts. Great character, that chap, Herzog.
He has a pipe dream of becoming the African Northcliffe. Now he's sold out to some big interests. A combine holding diamond mines, cinemas, goodness knows what. They've even got a small private bank in the city.
But not Nevin Hall's outfit.
Nevin Hall is the chairman. His office is at the theatrical agency in Leicester Square, but we've had no occasion to meet so far.
Herzog's out of it, then.
No, he remains editor-in-chief in Africa. I run the London end. I'm my own boss. I make my own assignments.
Then how would you like to assign yourself to a murder?
A murder?
Do you remember the Soho killing? The Nigerian jazz drummer who strangled the prostitute with a stocking?
George Umana. Yes, I used to know him slightly in the drinking clubs off Tottenham Court Road. But surely he's condemned and ready for hanging, isn't he, poor devil?
Somebody's petitioning for reprieve. You know, John, there's a story for you there.
For South Africa, a story about a Negro sex killer.
Yeah, that's the story. There's new evidence, too, from a loony bin, Croydon way. I'll show you the paragraph. You see, he's been in this bin already. Makes a difference. It's a humdinger of a story with a Negro and a prostitute, if anybody knew how.
Not for South Africa. All the same, you've given me an idea. As I say, I've met this George Umana. If I were to make an appointment with the medical superintendent of the loony bin, it gives the address here.
Up to you, John.
It'll probably get me shot at dawn. Remember, I want to be buried in an old-fashioned grave. If I could just ask a few questions now, Doctor. For instance, what exactly have you said to the Home Office about George Umana?
As the medical superintendent, that's a question for me to dodge. The short answer is you should ask the Home Secretary. But just so as we stay friends, I'll add, we naturally sent on a case history of the accused.
Am I allowed to see it?
We might be able to give you a rough summary, don't you think so, Dr. Berg? Dr. Berg was in charge of George when he was with us, Mr. Johns.
I was. Right from the beginning, Mr. Johns. You could see when he came in that he was a special case.
Special in what way?
Of course, the relevant symptoms. This terrific hatred of white women.
He didn't seem to hate them.
You knew him?
Yes, we've met.
Whatever he said to you, Mr. Jones, this was the symptom he came in with. He told me that to see a white woman in semi-nude even made him feel physically sick. He was very ashamed of himself.
Did he come or was he sent?
He came of his own accord.
And what did you do for this interesting case?
That would take too long to describe, Mr. Jones. In any event, I wish not to talk of his condition, which is a technical matter, but this symptom, this physical nausea.
Well, he had the chance to see plenty of semi-nude English females almost every day.
How?
The nature of his job. A drummer for dance shows, cabaret
I
reviews.
just say it's down in the notes, but we spend less time on what we call the content of our patient's psychotic processes than on the form. That is, however, technical again.
And George was psychotic?
Oh, yes.
Do you mean he was off his rocker when he was here and all right when he left?
We discharged him because he could be a useful member of society once more.
Without danger to other people?
So we thought.
He wasn't certified?
There was no reason to certify.
And now?
Yes. I would certify him now.
Look, aren't you sticking your neck out just a bit?
I always do. It's just a habit.
He's done a murder. If that makes him mad, it goes for every murderer. What do you think, Dr. Berg?
Possibly, Mr. Jones. I don't know.
Anyhow, it goes for George Umana. Still, I'm not judging him, thank the Lord. I just sent his papers to the Home Office.
It seemed to me I was involved in this thing now. And I went on half automatically looking for a story. There was a caretaker at the rehearsal rooms in Soho, where George Umana used to work, not far from Archer Street, the jazz drummers' stock exchange.
Yes, George used to keep his drums here, cupboard in the passage. Sometimes he'd be slipped a quid or 10 bob for the morning, and sometimes he'd do really well. People got to know him. He was a fair asset, he was. George was good. He got plenty of offers.
And how about the girls? How did he get on with them?
Well, there's a company downstairs might tell you. They was here when George was pinched. Just happened to come back today. They'll be having a break in a minute, and then we'll go down.
Thanks. I didn't get your surname.
My name's same as his. George. Never give no other to you gentlemen of the press. Hey, girls. This gent from the press.
Oh.
He wants to talk about coloured George.
Oh, poor George.
Why do you say that?
Because we're sorry for him, that's why.
They're getting up a petition on insanity grounds.
Look, if you're trying to get him off, you've got us on your side. Yeah.
Well, I'm not sure. If a sex murder proves the man's insane, then every sex murderer has an automatic let-out.
If you call it a let-out into a loony bin.
Well, there can be worse places. I've just come from the one where George went to before. Why do you think he killed her?
She was peculiar. That's what. Yeah.
I'm not getting anywhere with you two. You're not reacting right at all. You ought to stick up for the woman. Why do you stick up for him?
Oh, he was a good drummer and he didn't want an ordinary job. And that just shows George wasn't ordinary himself. Yeah. You've got to treat him different. Yeah.
Let him go around killing people.
He wouldn't do it again.
You're not helping, girls. You're not helping me at all. But I was wrong. The few lines I wrote about what they said, what show people think about the killing, and what the medical superintendent had said, were cabled straight back from South Africa to London front pages. This caused a stir. Africa News Service?
Ernest Madam speaking. Have you seen this morning's press?
That's what I'm paid for.
Well, better come round to my office quite soon, if you don't mind.
John, will you telephone Mr. Ernest Madam? He rang twice.
I've already spoken to him, Miss Sparrow.
Oh, good. Because he seems to think you might want to go around and see some of them.
To see who?
Chairman, I should wonder. Mr. Nevin Fall.
Did Mr. Madam say so?
Not he. That's just my guess. Mr. Madam's very close.
I fancy you know this organization better than I do, Miss Sparrow. What is Ernest Madam's exact job?
He runs a theatrical agency, and he's confidential clerk.
Who to?
Mr. Nevin Fall himself, and some of the others, to a lesser extent.
Confidential clerk's a very old-fashioned title, isn't it?
This is a very old-fashioned firm, Mr. Johns. I suppose you'll be going round to Leicester Square now.
What did you want to see me for, Mr. Maiden?
Do you like my violas? They're a very underrated flower. Do you know just how much you've stuck your neck out, Mr. Johns?
What about George Umana?
How did you guess?
It was a good story. Rockingham in the American office put me onto it.
Well, the Americans didn't print it.
Oh, of course not. It's local news.
Perhaps it's the local angle you don't appreciate. I know you're new and have the confidence of youth. I don't know whether you've got any excuses.
When it's a question of policy, I'd always rather talk to the policymakers.
Well, that's what you may have to do before you're much older, my boy.
Well, when can it be arranged? Have you Mr. Fall's engagement book?
Oh, dear. It's not as easy as that.
Well, that's his office through there, isn't it?
Yes, indeed. Like to see inside? As you'll see, the chairman's chair is unoccupied this morning. Mr. Nevin has several companies to attend to. Of course, what they can't understand over there is why we of all people, should suddenly start defending a colored murderer.
Practically every London paper had it on the front page. Quoted from us, cabled back. Does that make it a good story or not?
Oh, I know I'm in another section. I'm in the entertainment business and you're in journalism. Lovely perfume, these flowers. But it always seems to me you chaps are so crude. You don't ask yourself whether it's good publicity or bad. Any sort of publicity is okay with you.
Well, I'd rather not discuss it now. Perhaps when Mr. Hall comes back.
Ah, you think you'd rather talk to the boss? Well, I'll forgive you. I know you're new in these parts. You'll have to talk to Mr. George Newbold at the Afrikaans Bank near the Mansion House.
I can't think why you got me down to Leicester Square when the real appointment's in the city. I never understand this outfit.
Oh, we just wanted a preliminary chat.
Well, when am I supposed to see Mr. Newbold?
12:30. Of course, if it had been a question of the sack, I'm still empowered to give it to you. And good day, old son.
Good day to you, Mr.
Richard Johns, Mr. Newbold.
Oh, of course, the News Digest. Sit you down. You haven't been to see us at the bank here before, if I mistake not? No. Tell me all about it.
Well, there's not much to tell. I understand there's a policy objection to my story this morning. All I can say is it's a good story, as you can see from every front page.
Oh, come. We don't want to lose you, and I shall refuse to quarrel.
Do you agree with Mr. Madam that I got bad publicity for the African News Service?
I never agree with Mr. Madam. It didn't do us any harm in London. It may even have done us good, the Union being more liberal than London for once. We'll get over it all right. There are a few testy old gentlemen over there, but, well, there are always a few testy old gentlemen.
Have I your support in running the news service without worrying too much about them?
The service is young, and you've been running it brilliantly. There's even been talk of a directorship for you. But if you want to get round the testy old gentlemen or get quick ones past them, you'd better keep in touch pretty closely.
Am I to regard you as the liaison?
Between ourselves. Come in.
I beg pardon, sir. There was a message on the telephone for Mr. Johns. The gentleman will ring you at your office later. Mr. Frederick Van Berg.
You haven't forgotten, my dear Rich, that I got this job for you for a purpose. Diamond-bearing gravels. Remember? I want you to meet this chap, Jim Flaherty. You remember, Rich, he's the nephew of Tommy Blair, the geologist who was killed in the crash at Marble Arch. He's an Australian, an art dealer, goes in for primitive stuff. Flaherty's giving a party tonight to launch a new business enterprise at his house in Regent's Park.
You know how much I hate parties.
Lisa will be coming. She'll be expecting you, Rich.
Very much an art dealer's evening, isn't it? All the world is here. I even caught a glimpse of George Newbold in the distance talking with Freddie.
George Newbold? Well, where is he now?
Over there with the bald, shining dome.
He's like an actor, typecast for rugged parts.
Well, he can be fatherly as well as rugged. Here comes our hostess, Susanna.
The party joke seems to be to call her Susanna and the elders. Well, she can't be much more than about 20.
Mrs. Flaherty, I want you to meet...
Oh, do call me Susanna. And you're Rich Johns, aren't you? We colonials get on Christian name terms pretty soon.
Well, Susanna, you haven't probably met my friend Lisa Stevens, have you? Lisa's a bit in your world, you know. She's Dashwood Wilkie's secretary.
Oh, the top international art dealer. Jim's always trying to get hold of him.
Well, he's in Cairo at present, I'm afraid, but...
Oh, never mind. You must both come over and see Jim's girl.
Jim's?
That's what we call her. The African wood carving he's going to market. She's only about 8 inches high.
Just look at her. Isn't she a beaut? I say the man who made her must have been seeing American movies. Notice how the wood being in 2 colors makes her still more a black beauty for not being quite black.
Jim's found a way of reproducing it, too. They can do it absolutely perfectly.
She'll be a terrific hit. Sell like hot cakes. We need some money. This is my number 2 scheme.
Oh, what's number 1?
To enable African governments to buy back their stuff. The big treasures, Efi heads. You know, those African bronzes that are so early nobody knows who made them. All the things they had in Berlin and so on. That's what this party's for.
Jim's firm collected a tremendous amount of stuff, mostly loans and options. One of the insurance
So you're all met together. Splendid, splendid. Glad you're able to come, Rich. May I have that carving a moment, Jim? Thank you. Now, gather round. Gather round, everybody. This is the game. Now, see, I place this lady in the hands of this gentleman here. Will you close your eyes, sir? I want you to stroke the lady. We're all going to take turns. Nobody need get jealous.
The old free association game, Fred.
Something of the sort. Now, sir, have you got hold of the lady firmly? Are your eyes closed? Does everybody agree he's closed his eyes properly?
Yes.
Good. Then, sir, stroke her. Stroke gently. I warn you, sir, at a given point, I'm going to say stop. Say the first word that comes into your head. Mrs. Flaherty will give the signal. Both thumbs up, Susanna, when I'm to say stop.
Righto, Freddie.
Now, sir, you again. You are stroking the nape of the lady's neck. Now her shoulders down to the elbows. Can you feel your way? Stop. Thank you, Susanna and the elders. Keep your eyes closer. I'm going to count 3. On the count of 3, say the first word that comes into your head. 1, 2. Are you ready? 3. Word, please. Come along now. Your word, Mr. George Newbold.
Word, Mr. Van Berg? That's easy. The word is blackmail.
Well, do you think it was a success, the party? Lisa, Rich, what do you think?
Oh, of course it was, Susan. Except for Freddie making an ass of himself. Half a mo while I look for the whiskey.
You must be pretty fed up about what happened tonight, Susanna.
Why? What did happen?
Lisa means that exchange of broadsides between Freddie and George Newbold, don't you, Lisa?
Yes. I mean, you can't afford a quarrel with the Afrikaans Bank, can you?
But was there a quarrel? I thought Mr. Newbold was awfully sweet.
Freddie was telling me about Jim's uncle. Wasn't he a prospector for diamonds in Africa?
You mean Uncle Tom Blair? For some reason, we always called him that. In full, his name was... Yes, we're sort of cousins, Jim and I. I can remember Uncle Tom Blair, too, though Jim laughed his head off when I say so.
Too right, I do. Whiskey, everybody?
Yes, please.
Yes, have one.
You couldn't have been more than 4 when he got bumped off.
I was 5.5, so there.
I suppose you all thought he was going to make the family fortune.
I'll say we did. Mind you, Uncle Tom Blair made about 3 fortunes in his time.
I can remember my parents talking in their bedroom next door to mine when I was a kid. We used to say he'd found all the diamonds in the world.
And he damn nearly did at that.
Oh, the devil.
Freddie here, Rich.
Listen, Freddie, it's 8:15. I only got back from the party at 3 a.m.
But I've important news, Rich. I've been on the phone to Jim Flaherty, and we're forming a limited company.
I'm not appearing, but both Flahertys will be directors, and I'm empowered to ask you to be one. It won't cost you anything.
Except my beauty sleep. Oh, for Christ's sake, Freddie, ring back after the weekend.
The company will be called Blair Properties Limited, by way of respect to the old man. We're seeing a lawyer this morning to find out how far we can go in stating the aims of the company. It'd be nice to say diamond washing, if only to shake up old George Newbold of his crowd.
He didn't seem terribly shaken last night.
That is the come. And Rich, there's something more you can do for us through African News Service.
What?
What do you think you're putting your job for?
No idea.
Why, to float news of the company when it's formed.
Is that what Newbold meant by blackmail?
I'll meet you for morning coffee and explain. Patisserie Pompeii at 11.
I don't have morning coffee on Saturdays. It's our busiest day.
Okay, Rich. All you will have to do is cable a little paragraph in the ordinary way of news. I'll bring you a text after we've seen the lawyer. It will say what the company is and what it intends to do. That's all.
Sorry, Freddie. I refuse point blank to have any hand in this. Goodbye.
Call for you, Mr. Johns.
Oh.
Shall I put the lady through?
Thank you, Miss Barrow. Hello? Who is that?
Good morning, Richard.
Lisa, what the...
Rich, I hear you've been talking to Freddie.
Oh, you do? Listen, my dear, I don't have a love life on Saturday mornings. I'm funny that way.
I'm coming down to Fleet Street, Rich. I've got to see you.
Oh, not at the office, then, for goodness sake. In the pub opposite. Oh, Miss Sparrow, I'll be in the Mermaid for about half an hour if anybody wants me. The downstairs bar.
I know you hate me butting in, Rich, but I think you ought to send that cable about Jim's company.
Lisa, I let you come down because I realized I'd been too abrupt on the phone. I like Jim. I love Susanna. I'm thick as thieves with Freddie, but my instinct is to opt out of this, and I'm going to follow my instinct.
You're being singularly unimaginative, Richard.
All right, Lisa. I'll do what Freddie wants if you promise to marry me as soon as you can get divorced.
Richard, you can't put it like that.
Oh, but I do put it like that. It's my turn to blackmail.
Oh, Mr. John. Thank goodness you're still here.
Why, Miss Sparrow. Well, Lisa, I don't think you've met my efficient secretary.
How do you do? Mr. Johns, a story is broken. I didn't know what to do. Mr. Rockingham sent this cable across urgently.
Richard, what is it?
It looks like an East German push. It might be a frontier incident. It might be only smart aleck journalism. I'll have to wait anyway.
You're not sending anything?
Not yet.
Suppose Joe Berg cables while you're out.
Well, leave it till I come back.
Very good, Mr. Jones.
Have a quick one, Miss Sparrow. Then possibly I'll come back with you.
Not in a working morning. Thank you.
Is it serious, Richard?
Yes. No. Which?
The news from Germany.
No. Yes. Oh, I don't know. I'm not talking about Germany. I'm talking about us.
Might be the beginning of a war.
I'm still talking about us.
Oh, you seem to be getting hopelessly involved.
That's what I hoped.
Don't be ridiculous, Rich.
Well, have another drink. Maybe while we're talking here, the world's going up in smoke. But we're blitz babies. We know it doesn't matter how many bombers there are in the sky. It's ego reinforcement we want, not reinforced concrete.
You'll come and talk to Freddie. The Flahertys are expecting you. When shall I tell them you'll come?
Tell Freddie I'll come to supper at the Flahertys 9 o'clock. That's if they'll ask me to supper. There'll still be time to send a cable for the Sunday papers.
Oh, yes, Freddie wants the Sunday papers. He says it gives longer for the news to sink in.
You know, Lisa, you make me feel like Samson being shorn. I wonder if he enjoyed it as much as I do.
Ladies and gentlemen, pray silence for Mr. Van Berg. He's now going to read us his great communique, aren't you, Freddie?
Here, Rich can read it for himself. You see, Rich? It says simply that a company's been set up of diamond prospectors with a view to exploiting certain unspecified diamond-bearing gravels. I've put in a bit about Tommy Blair.
Just within the law, as long as we don't specify places. Why, it might be in Nigeria. But I bet the law officers in Cape Town will be going through it with a tooth comb tomorrow morning.
If it gets in.
You will send it, won't you, Rich?
I'll send it all right. Lisa and I have a bargain about that. But with this German crisis...
I don't know anything about any bargain.
Flaherty here.
Is Richard Johns there, please?
Oh, yes, he's here. For you, Rich.
Thanks. Who's this?
Dirk Rockingham.
Oh, you've heard something?
Just had a tinkle from one of our contacts in diplomatic circles. If it's true, it kills the whole story. Waiting confirmation now. Better catch a cab straight over.
I'll be with you, Dirk. Better give me your communique, Freddie. I've got to get over to the American offices. Turned out there was no frontier clash after all. It was just a pack of lies. But that's newspaper work. However, I sent Freddie's cable. And on Monday, waiting at my office, was an invitation from George Newbold.
Mr. Ernest Maiden was on the line, Mr. Johns. He had a message from Mr. Newbold to say, would you care to join him for a car ride through Epping Forest? They will be here in 10 minutes.
Would I care to? That means I can refuse if I want.
Mr. Maiden didn't give any indication.
Thank you, Miss Barrow. Tell me when the car arrives.
I don't suppose you know Epping Forest. Nobody does.
I seem to remember it as a nice forest.
William Morris called it this strange, unexampled, and most romantic wood. He was born there, like me.
Oh, I thought you were a Scotsman.
By parentage. But this rather scruffy end of London is my stamping ground. I come here when I want to think. Glades of hornbeam and beech. I want to talk to you, but you'll have a chance to look round. You'll be absolutely shaken merely to look at it in this sun. Glades of hornbeam, my boy. That's what you'll see. I'll see something different. When I was a kid, we used to roam about the forest in gangs, particularly at weekends. It wasn't natural history we went in for, at least not what most people understand by the phrase. We were sordid little brutes. Peeping Toms. Seen much of your friends, the Flahertys, and, what's his name, Freddie Van Berg, lately?
I see them from time to time.
Here's the forest now. Glades of hornbeam and, as I told you, small boys' natural history lessons. Stop the car. I've been hoping for this little talk for some time, Richard. I'm still not sure you've got things as clear as they ought to be. Now, do you see how the forest piles up in the sun?
Quite a spectacle.
As you know, we're in Essex now. Ever study history? In some ways, our times are rather like Queen Elizabeth I's. We haven't got a Shakespeare, oh dear no, but we have got rising prices, and we've got treasure. You see, it's the official theory nowadays that the extraordinary things that happened in the first Elizabethan age were caused by its being an era of rapidly rising prices, brought about by the income of treasure from South America. Well, now, the same thing's happening with us on a bigger scale from South Africa. The inflow of gold and diamonds. Well, the scale's been colossal, as I dare say you know. And world prices, consequently, are going up all the time. Have been since the start of the century. Now, what you must understand, my boy, is that when you come to an organization like ours, you're approaching the people who control the rising prices. And they determine everything else in the world.
Some prices are falling.
Not diamonds. Oh, there'll be local rises and falls from one year to another, but a steady overall rise each decade.
Mr. Newbold.
George, if you don't mind, my boy.
George, then. You hinted about my friends, the Flahertys and Freddie Van Berg. Their diamond company and so on doesn't find favor, I imagine, with your principles. If the treasure, as you call it, flowed too quickly, it would spoil things.
If it flowed at its natural speed, it would spoil everything. You're interested in diamonds, all right. Let your gravel-bearing geologists get busy, and within a year or two, diamonds of 20 carats, why, they'd be as cheap as glass beads.
Diamonds are quite fun for their own sake, really. It would be nice if everybody had some.
And cheap oysters and champagne for everybody, too, I suppose. I believe your friend Jim Flaherty has been trying to get in touch with me. Perhaps he wants us to buy him off. Well, you might tell him there's nothing doing. Nothing at all. Drive on, chauffeur.
Of course, I saw it all plainly now. Freddie had gone all this long way round, getting me a job with Herzog, because for his purposes, a news item cabled by African News Digest was rather like sending an anonymous blackmailing circular to the big diamond combine. But still, the thought of being George Newbold's stooge and informer revolted me. I didn't quite know what to do. I had to ask someone's advice. Lisa's, if possible. But Lisa was cagey and wouldn't meet me till I bribed her with a seat at the opera.
Buying opera tickets, Rich? Didn't know you were musical?
Oh, Jim, you startled me. Yes, I'm taking Lisa to tonight.
Oh, you're going to the opera and I'm going bankrupt.
You're joking, Jim.
Dead serious, Rich. There's a whole series of things been happening to me. The landlord suddenly descends with a repairing order on my art gallery. I took no notice, just laughed. It wasn't till I got his lawyer's letter I realized he meant every word of it.
Hard luck.
Luck? Listen, what about this? Bank manager sent for me yesterday, calls in the overdraft. No notice, nothing. Just plain blank bloody rudeness. You don't see any connection?
Frankly, no.
Then to cap it all, remember that pretty little African statuette girl we were going to town with? I was going to have about 1 million replicas made. Getting them in every suburban front window. I've got my first consignment of wood. I've got my permit for the second. Now I find the consignment requisitioned and the permit cancelled.
Well, with all this, do you think you're wise in complicating your business just now?
What with? You mean diamonds?
Exactly.
I always play high stakes, Rich. So long.
Lisa, darling. You know, the great thing about Covent Garden intervals is the really excellent hors d'oeuvres you can buy to go with your dry martini.
Yes, if you can get through the crowd.
I've got to have something out with you, Lisa.
You obviously can't do it here. What about these eats you mentioned?
Rich, Lisa. Thank God I remembered you'd be here.
Jim, how on earth did you get in without tickets?
I wangled it somehow. You know the latest? The big deal between the government here and the government of Nigeria for the EFI heads. It's been overturned. We're really bankrupt now.
Calm down, Jim. There's surely some mistake.
No mistake at all. Why, the deal was arranged months ago. Only the final details to be hammered out. And now suddenly it's all off.
But, Jim, there must be an explanation.
Well, Freddie has one. We're all meeting at my place tonight, later on.
The explanation is simple. George Newbold has been busy, and behind him is Nevin Falls. Jim and I have been talking it over, and we're quite agreed the only defense is the offensive, which will be taken, as usual, by our friend Rich.
Oh, no, you don't. Not me again.
Who else? Haven't you been appointed London features editor in addition to your other glories?
Features?
Freddie had in mind a series of articles.
By a well-known professor of geology. Jim here has one taped, who will write the truth about the diamond-bearing gravels and scare the daylights out of Newbold and Fall. Then an article by a South African historian to tell the whole story of Tommy Blair and the 1928 diamond rush. And, of course, Tommy Blair's so very accidental demise.
And my job, I suppose, will be to get these articles somehow into our papers.
You've hit it. As features editor, that should present no difficulties to you at all, my dearie.
But one afternoon, Lisa rang me from the Flaherty house saying that Jim had disappeared.
Jim didn't come home last night, and the shop in Burlington Arcade has no news of him either.
Oh, I wouldn't worry too much, Susanna. Probably Jim was called out of town and just forgot to tell you.
There's more to it than that, Rich. What about the man who called on Jim, Susanna?
What man's that?
Perhaps there wasn't a man. You see, Jim's been drinking rather a lot lately, and, well, I didn't take too much notice of what he said when he came home at night. Anybody might get a persecution complex with the things he's been going through.
He was imagining things a bit.
He thought they were after him, you see.
They?
Well, George Newbold and Nevin Fall, obviously.
And in what way were they after him, Susanna?
Well, the other night, for instance, he had a wild story. He said, and he was quite coherent this time, he came home and said a man had been to see him.
Why did the man come to see him?
He said he'd been hired to kill Jim.
Did he want Jim to buy him off?
No, I don't think so. Jim didn't say so, anyhow.
Well, what was his object, then?
Just to warn him, I suppose. I'm sorry, Rich, I know I'm not telling this very well.
You said Jim told you what the man was like.
And his name. His name was Bones.
A Victorian name for Negroes. Was he a Negro?
I don't know. I didn't think of him as a Negro. Jim just said a man, and if you don't say black man, you assume white usually, don't you? But the name, Bones, definitely stuck in my head.
Can you remember anything else?
I do remember Jim said Bones wasn't furtive. He was just stocky and stood on the balls of his feet. Always stood on the balls of his feet.
And how was he supposed to be going to kill Jim?
I think he did say how, but I don't remember. It may have been something to do with cars. Yes, a garage came into it, I'm sure. Definitely a garage.
In the end, we decided not to ring the police just yet. But 2 days later, Lisa rang me up to say that they had been to the morgue. A body had been found in the Thames near Wapping.
It was Jim, darling. It was Jim. Truly it was.
Did Susanna identify him too?
No, she just looked blank, Rich. Oh, it was horrible. You'd think she'd lost her memory. The police doctor was kind. He said the wives often go like that. Blank.
Where is Susanna now?
The doctor gave her a shot of something. She's asleep. And, I'm supposed to go to the coroner's court almost immediately to see someone called the coroner's beadle.
You are Mrs. Lisa Stevens, a married woman living at 125 Paddington Street, West 1. On the second instant, you accompanied Mrs. O'Flaherty...
No, sorry.
The name's Flaherty, officer.
Oh, I beg pardon, sir. You accompanied Mrs. Flaherty to the River Police Station at Wapping, where you identified the body of a drowned man as the husband of the said Mrs. O'Flaherty. Beg pardon, Flaherty. Now, had you any reason to suppose that the deceased intended to do harm to himself?
Well, he talked about being threatened.
Threatened?
Why bring that up, Lisa? It's all nonsense. We'll only be making fools of ourselves.
Now, just a minute, sir. It sounds as if we may have to adjourn. We don't want to, but we may have to.
You mean you finished with us for now?
No. I mean the inquest. May have to adjourn for another 8 days, maybe more.
Oh, why do I always have to open my damn big mouth?
It is your duty, madam, to give the police all the help and information that is in your power.
There was a formal inquest where Lisa identified the body, and then the coroner adjourned for 10 days. It was over in 5 minutes. I put Lisa and Susanna into a taxi with the idea of going straight back to the office. But then a hunch got into me. And I went instead to the rehearsal rooms back of Shaftesbury Avenue to interview the caretaker, George.
Now, don't tell me I never forget a face. Gotcha. The newspaper bloke what wrote about Coloured George, right? There, you see. Well, what can I do for you?
Have you ever heard of a man called Bones?
Well, another darky. No, one was enough. Still, you got George Umana off, you did?
Still in the mental home, is he? Have you been to see him?
Catch me going to one of them places. One of the girls went once, though, of a Sunday. She said they're doing him proud. Poor old George.
And you don't know anyone called Bones, eh?
Oh, not by that name. Well, it's a small village. You could ask round the pubs, or there's the Sphinx, the Nude Review Theatre, or the cafe where the showgirls go, or there's the 2 garages.
A garage?
Yeah, that's right. There's 2 of them.
Thanks, George. I just remembered something somebody said. A garage. Excuse me, landlord. There are a couple of garages around here, aren't there?
Well, you know the big one, surely. I grant you might have missed the little one. It's in the yard behind.
I asked because I was hoping to meet a friend of mine who's a garage hand. A chap called Bones.
Sorry, can't say. You know anyone by the name of Bones, Jack?
Try the commissioner of the Sink Theatre, sir. He knows Bones.
No, not me, sir. But my mate inside, he'll know Bones. You go in and ask him.
Then may I pass?
Not without paying, you can't. Seats at 13 and 6, sir.
Oh, all right. Here's a quid.
Oh, thank you, sir. My mate's got to be downstairs for between shows, see? The girls can't always handle this rush for the front rows. Customers like to see the show from close, too. We've had to stop them climbing over the seats to get there. Proper Grand National they'd have left to themselves. My mate's there to stop it, see? You'll find him there between shows.
And I've got to sit through the show to find him?
Well, you've paid your money, ain't you?
Please do not climb over the seats. Any customer ignoring this warning will in future be forbidden access to the theatre altogether.
Clearly the worst punishment.
Don't you?
Ever heard of a man called Bones?
Bones? No, you won't find him here. You'll find him in the horse meat shop in Terminus Street.
A long queue for the horse meat, is it not, mister? Must be 50 odd.
Yes. I was wondering whether I dare jump it. I want to see the shop owner about something.
Then shall I tell you how to go about it? And you can do a trick for me same time. Now, take this sacking bag, and all you've got to do is to walk past those 50 patient people, stopping your ears to their insulting remarks and saying, I've an appointment in the office. Go through the shop, up the stairs, and that's the office. Then you say you come from Mr. O'Donnelly of 229 Park Lane, and that he's vexed the meat wasn't delivered yesterday. But that's his regular order. And you say he sent you to fetch it personally. The order's for £8, and here's the quid to pay.
But I don't know you from St. Patrick, and you don't know me.
You wouldn't be refusing a kind deed to a stranger. Besides, I'll give you a rake off.
What if I run off with your quid?
Oh, I'd be waiting right here.
All right. I'll have a go.
You'll be obliging a grateful creature. I'd go myself, but lately they've got to know me complexion.
Mr. O'Donnelly. Yes, here's the entry. The meat was delivered yesterday. No, as you were. It was cancelled. Order cancelled.
But he wants the order. He's vexed.
Well, I'd check with the delivery man if you wait.
Delivery man's out at this time. You ought to know that.
Then you'll have to see the boss. He won't be a minute.
Left next year, there won't. I don't know what we're going to do. We're killing them in hundreds. It's a massacre. Mr. O'Donnelly's order, 229 Park Lane. Oh, just you go down to the shop, and they'll fill that bag up for you.
And Mr. O'Donnelly will be most grateful. You don't happen to employ anyone called Bones, I suppose?
Bones? The driver?
I expect so.
No, he's left. Went to Marston Battle. Firm called Bickman. Bones dead.
Oh, here's your bag. 8 pounds heavier, 1 drop of blood on the outside.
That's a good Samaritan, you are. And in return for your kind offices, may I slip you this $50? It's the half of what I'd be making myself. I'd be off on me rounds after a drink. I sell me beef for 2 and 9, the half pounds. Hey, do you know what it says in the Bible? Despoil the Philistines. Did they ever tell you me mother was a Protestant? It also says, feed me sheep.
Went to Marston Battle, a firm called Bickman's. But when I got there, a 2-mile walk through a shower of rain, I was told...
Bones? Oh, he's gone, got himself another job.
You don't happen to know where?
Garage down by the station, about 2 miles back along the road.
Yes, I know. I've just come from there.
Bones? Oh, he'll be having his tea.
Do you know when he'll be back?
Well, not till the business train comes in, around 7. Well, you can go round to his sister's if you like. That's where he has his tea.
Is it far?
Oh, it's about 100 yards. You see them royal cottages over there? It's the second one down.
Good afternoon. Could I see Mr. Burns, please?
Oh, yes. I'm his sister. Bill's in the back, if you'll come this way.
But, Dad, the old man's dog is a corgi, on you.
I tell you, it's a mongrel. I know it looks like a corgi, but it's a mongrel all the same. You've got to do this properly. There's no point in it if you're cheating. Yes, Millie, what is it?
Gentleman to see you, Bill.
Oh, yes, well, come in. Sit down.
Dad?
Yes, that's all right. Go on, up it. Bear in mind, though, there's not many dog spotters got a papillion on their cards. Go on, then. Well, that was my eldest on this dog spotting lark, you know. Spotting dogs instead of Indians.
I bought you the oil lamp, Bill.
Oh, for Christ's sake. Do we have to have that stinking thing in here whilst we're eating? It's summer. Won't be dark for hours yet.
There's no stink. I just cleaned it. Oh, I'll take it away if you want.
Well, I do. It's my mother's idea. You see, these oil lamps just won't have electric. We're the only house in the row not wired. The old woman's that ruddy superstitious still. I mean, she's 80-odd, getting on a bit. Mind passing the mustard pickle, please? Now.
Mr. Burns, I've come from a Mrs. Flaherty. Does her name mean anything? Mrs. Flaherty seemed to think you did a good turn to her husband. You tipped her husband off about something, didn't you? Warned him.
You know Flaherty?
Yes, that's why...
All right. Come on.
You've not finished your tea?
Wait a while. I won't come along with me. I've got a car in the garage. You know what I told Jim Flaherty?
No.
No? We got a liar.
Why are we pulling up here?
You knew I tipped off your friend Flaherty. You said so yourself.
Well,
I was slated to do that job myself, see? And you know who hired me.
I've heard a story, and I don't believe it.
Oh. Clever type, eh?
Well, why are we turning round here?
We're going back to the garage.
You were taking me to someone, weren't you? Was it somebody in that end house?
I've changed my mind. I don't like clever types. What did you do in the war?
Navy.
Yeah. We ought to have known better. Officer?
Yes.
Right, well, never believe what you're told.
Look here, you can't do this. Take me back wherever it was. For goodness sake, finish what you started, man.
There's a train back to London in 2 minutes.
I'll choose my own train, thanks very much.
You know, so in the Navy, they went in for a system of applied psychology. I mean, if you want to get people to do things for you, it's wise to put on a politeness act. Sweet voice, don't shout, require habits of command. That kind of art.
Mr. Burns, please have a heart. You see, Jim Flaherty was a great friend of mine. And it seems you did him a good turn. Though I don't quite understand how. Can't you see? For his wife's sake and everything, I have to find out what happened.
Oh, all right, we'll go back. This way. Come on. Evening, Mr. Wainwright. Is he upstairs?
Oh, I've not seen him. Door's open. Go and look if you like.
Righto. In you go, mister.
You're not coming in yourself?
I shall be back to fetch you. The room you want is on the first floor front.
Come in. Jim! Come in and shut the door, Rich. So you've smelled me out, have you?
Jim, of all...
Come over to the window. There's a good view out there. You can see all the way to the Devil's Punch Bowl. Do you realize poor Susanna thinks you're dead? What else could I do?
Nevin 4 was after me. He detailed Bones for the job, but he hit on a soft character. That was his bad luck. Bones came and told me all about it. So we reckoned I'd better lie low for a bit. Don't believe me, do you? Never believe anything, you newspaper blokes.
I suppose you did the wisest thing.
Besides, I had to get away and think. Freddie's smart, but is he smart enough for Newbold and Fall? I had to work things out, don't you see, Rich? But
couldn't you have tried to let Susanna know?
What sort of bloody fool do you take me for? Have a beer. The bottle's empty.
You want a drink?
Yeah. There's a free house on the corner.
Oh, come on, then.
No, you go and get us a quart. The rain stopped. I never go out if I can help it.
I just off to get your lodger a bottle of beer, Mr. Wainwright.
Mm-hmm.
I hope you're looking after him. He's pretty ill, isn't he?
Ill? No, wait a minute. Now you mention it, there is something I don't like. Fool I was not to see it before. You better take him away.
Oh, that's just what I want to do, but give me time. I'll try and persuade him to go home,
Not
but...
persuade hell, just take him. I don't like it. I got my missus to think of. Is he, safe, left?
I'll get a doctor if you like, but I can't before tomorrow.
Well, get him away tomorrow, that's all I'm asking.
How'd you find him, mister?
He's suffering from delusions.
Is that so?
He has some mad idea that people in London, business competitors, want to get at him. I've tried to talk him out of it, and I'm coming back to fetch him home, if possible, tomorrow.
Well, here's the station, mister. 10 minutes you've got before the train goes.
Am I to believe Flaherty when he says you warned him? Well, out with it, please. All right. Well, just answer this one. You see my point, don't you? In taking him back home where he can be properly looked after.
He's in good digs.
Yes, I know, but he's got a wife.
Well, it's up to you, then.
Look, what were you warning him about? Whatever it was seems to have sent him off his rocker, so do try to give me some clue. I may have to tell the doctor.
If he's off his nut, you'll be protecting him from himself, won't you? Now, you got your ticket. Time you got your train.
Hello, Lisa.
Rich, come in. Oh, where have you been all day? We were expecting you ages ago.
Lisa, listen. Take a tight hold of yourself. I've just seen Jim. He's alive.
Rich, what are you saying?
Susanna, please, go upstairs, darling, while I ask Rich.
He said Jim was alive. I heard him.
It's true, my dear. Only you see, he's not well. He thinks he's hiding.
You mean he's mad?
Oh, of course not. He's obviously had a sort of breakdown, though. You'll have to go to him.
I couldn't, Susanna, darling.
All right, I'll go, I suppose. It's just physical, isn't it, Rich? Like having a temperature. They'll be able to cure him quite easily, won't they?
Of course they will. Listen, I'll make all the arrangements. We'll hire a car and all go down together tomorrow. But next morning, Lisa rang to say Susanna had broken down, and I'd have to fetch Jim on my own. So I telephoned Freddie to come and have breakfast at his blessed patisserie Pompeii. So, Freddie, I'm going down to Marston Battle on the very next train, and you're coming with me.
What for?
To bring Jim back, of course.
Pass that basket, please. I must have another of these crescent rolls, don't they call them here?
And, Freddie, don't think you're going to get out of it either.
It occurs to me, didn't you do that wonderful story about the sex murderer called George something?
What if I did?
You must have got to know them awfully well at the loony bin.
Where is this leading to, Freddie?
My dear Rich, Jim Flaherty is, of course, bats. He's obviously crazy. So why not first consult with your friend, the medical superintendent, who is practiced in the handling of such cases? We have a case, Doctor, in which we think you might be interested. A very great friend of ours who has the delusion that he's being pursued and probably will be killed by the diamond firms from South Africa because he thinks he has the secret of diamond-bearing gravels.
Now, one moment, please.
Accordingly, this friend staged so convincing a disappearance that it deceived his own wife, who thought he had committed suicide. And, indeed, that's officially what he has done.
I'm afraid, Mr.
My name is Van Berg, Christian name Frederick. Now, what we came to ask you, Doctor, is whether this fascinating case might not be added to your collection. apart from which you and Mr. Johns here have exchanged services in the past.
And where did all this happen, please?
In London.
Yes, but the exact address is...
Our unfortunate friend's address is Kent Terrace, Regent's Park.
And where is he supposed to have committed suicide?
And the body of the unknown man was found... Where was it found, Rich?
In Wapping.
And the patient at this moment is where?
At a place called Marston Battle.
Good. Now, Mr. Van Berg, you'll understand that in public psychiatric practice we have to fix our boundaries and be quite meticulous in keeping to them.
Oh, of course, Doctor. Naturally.
So when I tell you that not one of the addresses you have mentioned comes within my catchment area, I'm sure you can see that with the best will in the world, there's nothing I can do for you.
But, Doctor...
Shut up a moment, Freddie. There was a woman doctor, sir, in charge of George Umana's case. I wonder if she would help by giving us a few tips on how best to persuade my friend to come home.
Dr. Berg, you mean? Oh, I don't see why not. I'll send you to her.
Oh, how nice to see you back again, Mr. Jones. Did you come to inquire after George Umana?
Oh, not really, Dr. Berg. It's a private worry.
Your name is Berg. Mine is Frederick Van Berg. No doubt we're distant relatives. But you've got my friend's name slightly wrong. John, and not Jones. So in the end, I have succeeded, Rich. This Dr. Berg will come with us tomorrow to see this Mr. Bones and help bring Jim back.
Myself, I'd say you played every single card wrong.
Oh, nonsense, Rich. You're jealous, that's all. Now to business. In my briefcase here, I have the first of your series of articles.
What articles?
The ones you're going to get printed for us. See, open the folder. Now here, The Romance of Diamond-Bearing Gravels. A good commercial headline, eh? Now read on, the first paragraph.
So a poor farmer's child found playthings scattered on a river bank which a little prince might covet. And the boy might have skimmed the face of the river with one little white stone that was worth more than his father's farm. Freddie, you never wrote this.
That is from an account of the state of affairs on the banks of the Orange and Vaal rivers in 1868. Then comes the subheading. Are there places like this today?
And if it's published, what do you hope to gain?
George Newbold sent a message, didn't he, when he took me for that forest ride? He wasn't making any offers yet. Eh? So let us take another step. And he will.
Mr. Bones, won't you sit in the easy chair and relax? Do, please. Just as a favor to me. Good. Now, you've probably gathered I'm a doctor. And these friends of yours have called me in about the case of your friend, Mr. Flaherty.
He's not my friend.
But you helped him, didn't you?
He wanted to get out of London. I found him some digs.
And I'm sure you found him some nice digs.
That's right, Doctor. They're some of the nicest digs in Marston Battle.
But he's married, and digs are for a single man. We have come to ask Mr. Flaherty to come home. Will he object, do you think?
Well, that's for him to say. I'm not the one to interfere between man and wife.
But I understood it was a business matter that brought him here, not a domestic upheaval.
People do get mixed up in things, don't they?
I understand that Mr. Flaherty's story is that you said you had been hired to kill him. That surely cannot be true.
Well, some things are so true, you can never get anybody to believe them.
Well, goodbye, Mr. Bones. And thank you. We'll let you know the result.
Half a sec, Doctor.
Yes, Mr. Bones.
I'd like to talk to you privately sometime, if you wouldn't mind.
That's what I thought. Yes, we must arrange it.
What did you make of Bones, Dr. Berg?
A very confused type. Let us hope Mr. Flaherty is less difficult.
Wake up, Jim. It's visitors' day.
Good Lord. Where have you lot sprung from? Freddie.
In person. And this is Dr. Berg. You're looking well, Jim.
I'm feeling bloody awful. Sorry, Doctor. Just one gets generally fed up.
I understand. Perhaps You are tired of it here.
Too right I am.
In that case, we thought you wouldn't mind coming back with us. Your wife wants to see you naturally. What about packing?
So you're a doctor, eh?
I am, yes.
What sort?
A psychiatrist.
Do you know this feeling? That it doesn't matter whether you're in one place or the other. Either of them. There's no ruddy wear.
Yes, I know that feeling. Now, shall I help you to pack?
Doctor?
Yes.
Will I be all right?
Is there any reason why you shouldn't be?
Don't seem to be able to sleep.
Is it hard to get to sleep? Or do you wake up suddenly?
Suddenly. After about 3 hours. Then never sleep another wink.
I'll give you some pills. You oughtn't to be going through this. You ought to have asked before.
But I hadn't got you before.
Yes, well, I give your wife some pills for you. She'll look after you.
So Jim settled in all right in the end.
He greeted Susanna just as if he'd come back from an ordinary weekend. I last saw her giving him the pills Dr. Burke prescribed.
She must be relieved, to say the least. Oh, drink up, Lisa. Let's celebrate. Oh, waiter, bring another bottle of wine, please.
Very good, sir.
What's in that folder you've been carrying about all evening?
Freddie's articles, The Romance of Diamonds, all ready to go off by airmail tomorrow.
Richard, if Freddie and Co. did start picking up diamonds on the riverbank, just like that, would it really mean diamonds would become as cheap as glass?
So George Newbold said.
And will those articles do the trick? I mean, make Newbold buy us out?
That's what Freddie thinks.
I'd be careful about publishing them, Rich. Don't do anything that'll get you into trouble.
George Newbold is such an old maneuverer. I like him, but I'd like to outmaneuver him, too.
And Nevin Fall?
I had a message from him today to ring his office before sending off the articles. It's funny. He's never tried to get in touch with me before.
Here you are, Gov. 125 Paddington Street.
Well, here we are. Thanks for dinner, Rich.
You are not going to ask me in?
Oh, you don't really want to, Rich. Why not go straight home?
Perhaps you're right.
And don't let me keep you.
Just a moment while I pay the cab.
So, Gov. Good night, madam.
Good night.
I wish I wasn't so roundabout in my wooing. Still, you ought to be glad I'm so idiotically noble. It makes the whole thing stronger.
I hadn't noticed.
No, but you will. I apologize, though. I'm held by something. It's like a psychological compulsion the wrong way around. Pushing me back instead of forward.
Rich?
Yes, darling?
You're not going to publish those articles. I don't want you to take unnecessary risks.
Not only am I going to publish them, but I've no intention of consulting Mr. Nevin Fall before doing so.
Richard, promise me faithfully you won't be so silly.
No promises, darling.
Please. For my sake.
Oh, that's better, much better. But I shall not be careful. I shall publish and be damned. I shall say to hell with Nevin Fall.
Richard, you're not coming a step nearer unless you promise once and for all you won't publish those articles.
I'm not coming a step nearer. I'm not going to promise. I'm going to stick them in that airmail envelope. There's one in the folder. Then I'm going to walk across to the post office and send them to the Joburg office now. If I tell them to print, they'll print. Will your front door be open when I get back, Lisa?
You can always try it, darling.
So it came about that I was with Lisa next morning when Susanna phoned to say that Jim had jumped off the roof.
Someone come down!
Keep back, sir. And you, madam.
We're friends of the deceased.
Oh, yes. He's at it all right. We've sent for the ambulance, but that's just a formality.
Can my friend go into the house, please? Mrs. Flaherty phoned us up specially.
Flaherty? Was that his name? All right, I'll let the lady pass, but you stay here, sir.
I'll be wanting a word with you.
Lisa, go and look after Susanna. I'll see you later.
Make way there. No, not you, madam. Keep back, please.
Dr. Berg. It's all right, Constable. This is the doctor who was looking after the deceased.
I see, sir. Come in. Come on now, move along there, please.
Jim has jumped off the roof, Dr. Berg. He's dead.
Keep going, please.
Soon, Dr. Berg and I were in the coroner's court, being questioned by the beadle.
Now, Doctor, when they took you round to see the patient, did they tell you he was supposed to be dead, and this gentleman's young lady friend had already identified the body?
No, nothing of that sort.
They didn't add that inquiries had been opened and that the inquest had stood adjourned?
No, I went with Mr. Johns to a place called Marston Battle, where we saw, in this order, a man named Bones and second James Clarty.
What opinion did you form?
The opinion that he was mentally ill.
Was he suffering from delusions?
He believed that business competitors had hired this man, Bones, to kill him.
You didn't report Bones?
Why should I? There were no signs of illegality.
And you did not consider the possibilities of suicide in relation to the deceased?
This is a risk I have to take every day of my life 50 times. Unless you want me to put everybody in straitjackets, including your staff.
All right, Dr. Burke. We'll get in touch with you later. If you'll kindly leave your telephone number.
Yes.
No. Sit down, Mr. Johns. We haven't started with you yet. Good day, Dr. Burke.
Good day.
You know, Mr. Johns, you really ought to have come and told us when your friend turned up alive. Now, I'm afraid that this means the CID. I'll have to hand the case over. I've no option.
Mr. John, they call me Ponga. Know what that means? Regular army. Had to fight for my living. Now I leg it instead. Now, if I've legged it on your case, I calculate 100 miles. This man's Bones now. Could I get a word out of him? No. All that way down to Marston Battle. Well, anyhow, I've read your deposition. Do you want police protection?
Whatever for?
Well, you know what your friend said. He was threatened.
That was a delusion. We had a psychiatrist to him.
Well, it didn't stop him being killed.
Well, he killed himself.
You don't want one of our chaps to tell you?
One chap, 24-hour shifts.
All right, 2 chaps, 1 day, 1 night.
If I thought of used therapy if I was in real danger. They wouldn't see me more than 3 or 4 times a day.
Mr. Flaherty, you'll be surprised.
Flaherty is not my name.
Oh, sorry, of course, that's the stiff. Well, as I say, Mr. Johns, you'll be surprised. Once it's known one of my men's on your tail, you'll be as safe as houses. Trouble with you young chaps is you get your ideas from thrillers. Real life's cruder.
Have you finished, Mr. What shall I call you, Mr. Ponga?
There's still the morgue, Mr. Flaherty.
Oh, Mr. Johns, I've been trying to get you all day. There were 2 messages from Mr. Nevin Fall.
Any other calls?
From Mr. Van Berg. He will contact you again tomorrow.
Well, if that's all, I'm going home. I want a bath. For your information, I've just come from the morgue.
Mr. John.
Yes, thank God I'm not a medical student. They swim in this smell half the time. What did Mr. Fall want?
It's about those articles again. I think diamond-bearing gravel series. Will you be at home if his office rings?
No, after my bath, I have a train to catch. Next, I was sent for by Ernest Madam, whom I found arranging his delphiniums in the Leicester Square office.
Wonderfully tall. Wonderfully tall. I'm not quite right yet, though. Do you think they'd look better if I had a blue Delft vase?
I seem to have seen that in a picture somewhere.
Of course, Whistler. Or was it Rossetti? You know, you deserve the sack, you do, Mr. Johns.
Why?
On this story about coming legislation in Cape Town attributed to Africa News Service. Where is it?
The South African government is so convinced of the urgency of a search for uranium deposits that it proposes to repeal the laws limiting the operations of hand prospectors for diamonds in the Orange River and other gravels.
So what? I've simply found another scoop. It's been cabled back to the USA, too.
Well, as it happens, we're not going to sack you. The story's such tripe anyway. Might do for a boys' weekly, not for a grown-up newspaper.
Well, the Yanks seem to like it.
Well, that's what I meant. Pap for the infantile.
I tried to put a case for you, but it didn't go down awfully well. Yes, the thing about delphiniums is the extraordinary variety of blues you can get. Look at that one against that. Worcester china color, cold and beautiful, and this lapis lazuli. Yes, we haven't sacked you yet. If there were any uranium in our territory, which I fear there isn't, we wouldn't let any damn prospectors look for it, of course. But I said maybe you'd done a good bit of propaganda for us by making it appear we were in favor of private enterprise. I did my best for you, but it wasn't good enough, old son.
So I'm to go down to the bank and see George Newbold again.
Oh, no, it's too late for that. You see, things have gone a bit farther than we meant them to. So they thought you might come right under Mr. Nevin's supervision from now on.
I'd like to see Nevin, Paul. I've never met him, as you know.
We're quite aware of that, old son. And we thought it would be a good thing now for you to learn more about us. You're going to meet Mr. Nevin, but not today. It may take a little time fixing. But I'll ring you, old son, don't you worry.
Outside in the square, I made a phone call myself. One I'd been meaning to make for some time. And this time I found Mr. French, the psychoanalyst, much more forthcoming.
I remember, Mr. Johns, you came to consult me some months ago. And now you want to consult me again?
Yes, in the good old days, people used to get advice from their friends free. Now we haven't got any friends, we have to pay for it. Another addition to the cost of living.
I could give you half an hour at 4 p.m. this afternoon, Mr. Johns.
I'll be there, Mr. French. I want to talk to you about illusions.
Yes, I see. Carry on, Mr. Johns.
Yes, but you don't see. If the delusion got into Jim Flaherty, where does Bill Bones come into the picture? Did he have delusions too, or what? Or do we all have delusions all the time?
We all wear masks, and sometimes the masks get frightening.
Yes. Yes, you've got me there, Mr. French, because now I find it's my turn to be frightened. I've got the delusions myself.
Can you explain a bit?
Oh, that's your job, isn't it?
I mean, what form do the delusions take?
Well, I know that Jim committed suicide, but afterwards I began to believe that he was harried into it. When I'm feeling all right, I know this is silly, but when I get depressed, the delusions come back. I feel they're waiting for me. Outside that door, possibly. I feel in the end they'll get me in a corner and try to kill me.
But couldn't all that be real?
It wouldn't make sense.
You don't honestly think you've been provoking the big men in the diamond world?
I think I may have. I wanted to.
You wanted to? Not your friend Flaherty or Mr. Van Berg?
Well, it was their idea originally, but when George Newbold tried to talk me round into a sort of semi-spy position, I thought I'd like to blow them up with as big a bomb as I could find.
Last time you were here, you were bothered because you couldn't quite make up your mind whether to let yourself go with a young woman. Wasn't that it?
Very broadly, yes.
And that's all settled now?
Anything but, unfortunately.
Well, now. A few months ago, I felt there wasn't much I could do for you, and your condition didn't seem to warrant spending time. But since then, your condition seems to have got rather worse.
Oh, that's encouraging.
I always go in for frankness about these things.
Going in for frankness isn't always the same as frankness, is it, Mr. French?
Very shrewd, Mr. Johns. Have you got any free time day after tomorrow?
Well, I'm flattered you were able to fit me in so soon.
There's the cost of living, Mr. Johns, as you said this morning. I'll make out a card for you.
It'd be funny if as soon as I got in the street, I met one of Nevin Fall's crowd. That would be a turn of the screw, wouldn't it?
It would indeed. Well, here's your card. And 4:30, day after tomorrow. Keep your eyes skinned meantime.
And sure enough, when I stepped out of the door, his secretary had a telephone message for me, relayed through Miss Spiro. Would I meet Mr. Van Berg for a drink at our local that evening?
Yes, I've evidently had a bad quarrel with George Newbold. A very subtle man, Rich. Good at negotiation, diplomatic.
I seem to have noticed.
You should take a lot of notice. George Newbold is a very exceptional person. There are not many such able men outside the government services. And then there's my friend Nevin Fall.
Friend? I didn't know you'd even met. What's he like?
There's an atmosphere of quietness about your top men, which goes with self-confidence. In so large an organization, it's perhaps not so surprising. But we poor foreigners, we're impressed, in spite of ourselves. Have another drink. 2 more of the same, please, miss.
Right you are, sir.
It's not like you to drink so quickly, Freddie.
Well, this is a celebration. A farewell.
A farewell?
Yes.
That will be 3 minutes, please, sir.
Here.
Thank you.
Yes, what I wanted to tell you is that I'm going away for a bit.
Back to Holland?
No, not this time. I thought I'd have a look at Paris and then perhaps Germany, west, of course.
Have you been left a fortune?
Unfortunately, no, rather the reverse. Well, I'll see you when I get back, if I get back.
Well, you're not going yet.
I have to pack, Rich. I'd keep well away from Newbold and Fall if I were you.
I can't. I work for them.
Then I'd find a new job.
Freddie, what are you trying to say? Freddie, come back here.
Goodbye, Rich. Good luck. Give my love to Lisa.
So Jim's dead and now Freddie's gone.
Well, there are still the 2 of us left. Lisa, I don't know whether you realize how important you've become in my life lately. I'm going to talk to my psychiatrist about it tomorrow.
Don't be an ass, Rich.
You see, what I'm trying to do is to make love to you in daylight. The difference between you and other women is that you're good-looking enough to stand up to it. Few human beings are.
All right, Rich. If this is going to be daylight, let's have daylight. I don't want to marry you. I want horizons.
You mean travel, money?
Sometimes that seems to be the only way to get what I want. But when I get to Paris or New York or wherever it is and buy the musk and drink the fizz, it doesn't seem quite what I wanted. Oh, much better not to talk in daylight, darling. Hello? Lisa Stevens here?
Now, this is Ernest Madam. Can I speak to Mr. Johns, please?
Mr. Johns? Yes, one moment, please.
Where the devil did you get this number?
Oh, from Miss Spyro. It's about this date with Mr. Nevin Fall. So happens he can manage this afternoon. Can you do that?
Well, what's the precise idea? I never did quite follow.
Oh, he proposes to take you for a ride in his car. You'll probably go Epping Forest way like you did with Mr. George Newbold.
But why does he want to waste an afternoon riding around with me?
Mr. Nevin likes to mix relaxation with a little business. Quite a good idea, don't you think? Body relaxed, mind just a little stretched. He wants to get acquainted, to put matters on a friendly basis. You'll find he lets you much farther into the arcane of our organization than anybody else can. You'll find Mr. Nevin a really interesting person. I can promise you a most fascinating afternoon. I'll tell him you'll be there at 5:30 sharp at Leicester Square.
But you won't go to see Nevin Fall. Promise me you won't go.
Why ever not?
Well, I'm too worried about you. Oh, you must promise.
What is there to worry about? After all, I should have offended them mortally. I bought that article, which I knew very well touched them on the sorest spot, and smuggled it into one of their own papers. It was quite outrageous. And instead of sacking me, they only propose a ride with the big boss. Oh, I call it great-hearted.
Oh, Richard, don't joke, please. I'm frightened. Can't you see I'm frightened?
I've been putting this story down day by day. I've been putting it on paper as a way of getting rid of it, as if it might then exist apart from me. But the trouble is that this only makes it more like a jellyfish with tentacles. I decided to go down to Fleet Street before seeing Nevin Fall to pick up the typescript in its envelope. So here I am at Leicester Square Post Office, writing these last few lines. When I've finished, I shall address the envelope to myself and post it. And this story, for what it's worth, will come home to me tomorrow. As a sort of safeguard, shall we say? Safeguard against what? Violence? And yet, suppose I'm not imagining all this. Coming along, I took a look at Nevin Fall's office from the other side of the road. For I said to myself, now if by chance I saw Bill Bones lurking about, I should really think my delusions were real. And sure enough, there was Bill Burns at the driving wheel of a big limousine outside the office, obviously waiting for someone. No doubt Mr. Fall and me. All the same, there's no need to be anxious about handling Bill Burns. I think he likes me in his way. Certainly, he doesn't want to harm me or anybody else. All I'd have to say to him is, "Oh, look here, old chap, come off it. Nothing like knowing your man." Nevin Fall, of course, I don't know. But I dare say I'll manage. Right. Now I must post this stuff off. It's nearly 5:30. Bit funny to see for the first time Nevin Fall's chair with somebody sitting in it.
This is the producer of the program speaking. The typescript from which this play is adapted was duly delivered at Richard John's address and, after some delay, examined by the police, who yielded at last to the insistence of Mrs. Lisa Stevens and forced an entry into the flat. The only evidence they found throwing light on his disappearance was, in fact, the typescript itself, and little importance could be attached to what was obviously an essay in suspense fiction. Mr. Johns has not since been heard of. Good night, everybody. Thank you for listening.
That was Man with a Background of Flames by Richard Johns, adapted by J. McLaren Ross. The part of Richard Johns was played by Frank Partington, Lisa by Anne Jamison, Jim Flaherty by Stanley Labore, Susanna by Rosamund Waring, and Freddie Van Berg by Tony Van den Berg. Ernest Maydam was played by Malcolm Hayes, George Newbold by John Graham, Miss Spyro, Gudrun Ure, Mr. French, J. McLaren Ross, Dr. Berg, Griselda Harvey, Medical Superintendent Arthur Gomez, Dirk Rockingham, Jonathan Scott, Caretaker Joe Stern, Coroner's Beadle Philip Morant, Irishman Brian O'Higgins, Bones John Dirth, his sister Betty Linton, and Pongo John Brining. Other parts were played by Charles Ray and members of the BBC Drama Repertory Company. The play, which was recorded, was produced by R.D. Smith.
That was a repeat of last Saturday's broadcast.
Saturday Night Theatre begins at 8:30 in a minute's time. This is the BBC Home Service and the British Forces Network in Germany.
Saturday Night Theatre. We present Barry Foster and Derek Bond in Torment, a radio play by Philip Levine. Torment.
Oh, Flora, have you seen Ralph?
He went out, Mrs. Ellinger.
Did he say where?
No, never does these days. He used to be such a sociable creature. Now I'm lucky if he says hello or good morning. Oh, young people.
You haven't forgotten Mr. Ellinger and I will be out this evening.
No, he did mention something about it last night. It's your anniversary, I gather.
Yes, we're driving into Norwich for the evening.
Oh, that should be nice.
Oh, nothing spectacular, just dinner at the Star Hotel. How long ago did Ralph leave?
Oh, must be at least half an hour. He drove up towards the cliffs.
Oh?
From what I hear, he's always up there.
About the evening meal, you better lay on something cold for Ralph in case he's late.
Yes, that's what I had in mind.
Oh, Brenda, my feet are killing me.
Oh, me too. Oh, I think I've got a blister on my heel.
I wish we'd have stopped at Great Yarmouth.
Oh, don't blame me, Daff. You were the one who wanted to hike to Cromer.
How far is it on to the next place? Have you got the map?
Yeah. It's Wintersley. Oh, that's about 5 miles.
Oh, I'd give anything for a lift.
Oh, it looks as though your prayers have been answered. There's a car coming down the cliff road.
It's a bit tatty, isn't it?
Well, thank heavens for small mercy.
I will, if it stops.
Oh, there's a young bloke driving. Nice looking, too.
I wonder if he prefers blondes or redheads.
He can take his choice. If we can't make him stop, we ought to give up. Now, just you watch this.
Hey! Hello?
Hello. Are you going as far as Wintersley?
What do you want?
Oh, a lift to Wintersley, if you could manage it. We'd be ever so grateful.
Well,
Well, there's only the two of us, me and my friend. Oh, here she is now.
What? No. No, I'm sorry, I can't.
What? But it's not very far.
Let go of the door.
Oh, what happened, Brenda? I don't know. He took one look at you and slammed the door. Do you know him?
No, I've never seen him before. He was a bit het up, wasn't he?
Het up? I'd say he was round the bend.
Excuse me.
Yes?
There's a police station around here somewhere, isn't there?
In there, turning opposite.
Yeah.
On the other side of the road. Oh, well, you might say thank you, young man.
Oh, Constable Bartley.
Huh?
Have you filed away those charge sheets?
Oh, just done the last of them, Sergeant.
Now, what about that accident at Amesby? Has the cyclist been in?
Oh, yes, I got his statement.
Can I...
It was a pedestrian's fault. No doubt about that.
Yes, I thought as much. Oh, look, there's someone at the counter. See what they want, look.
Yes, sir. Afternoon, sir. Can I help you?
Yes, I want... I'd like... Look, is there a senior officer I could talk to?
What's it about exactly, sir?
I'm sorry, it's difficult to explain. I'd like to talk to a senior officer, if I may.
Oh. Oh, well, just hang on, will you?
Yes.
Yes, son.
Yep.
That young bloke wants to talk to a senior officer. Will you handle it?
Oh, what's he want?
No, he won't say.
Oh, all right. Let me have that cyclist statement as soon as you can, will you?
Yes, sir.
Now, sir, what can I do for you?
No, look, this isn't easy. I've come to give myself up.
Oh? And for what, may I ask?
Well, I don't know how to... Well, you see, it all happened nearly a year ago. I killed someone. A girl.
You did what?
I killed a girl.
How do you mean? By accident?
No.
Well, where is she?
I don't know.
You don't know?
I threw her body into the sea.
Whereabouts?
Off the cliffs, a few miles from here.
Ah, I see.
Well, what do I do? Just stand here? Aren't you going to take me into custody?
For the moment, just come round this side the counter, will you? And through here. That's the way. Now, just wait in there, will you? I'll be with you in a minute.
Did he say he killed a girl, son?
Don't bother me now, Bartley.
Must be off his head. I read about cases like that and the police gazette.
Just get on with that report. There's a good lad.
Yes, son.
Hello? CID office? Is Inspector Hadley there? Sergeant Lumsden here. Oh, get him for me, would you? It's important.
Here's a statement, son.
Drop it in the tray. That's it. Hello? Inspector Hadley? I'm sorry to trouble you, sir, but I got a young bloke down here in the interview room. He marched in here not 5 minutes ago and, well, prepare yourself for a shock. He says he killed a girl. Yes, you heard right. A girl. No, about a year ago. Well, I wouldn't have thought so, sir. He is a bit on edge, but I wouldn't have said he was a nutcase. Fine, sir. I'll do that right away. Bartley, let's have a statement for him.
Yes, sir.
Oh, Inspector Hadley should be down in a sec. Yes, it's all right, son. If you want to smoke, go ahead.
Like one?
No, not for me, thanks. So far I managed to lay off. Just grab a chair, will you? That's the way. That's it. Now, first, let's have your name.
Ralph Ellinger.
You mind spelling that?
E-L-L-I-N-G-E-R.
G-E-R, I got it. Ellinger. Now, your age?
22.
Occupation?
I'm doing nothing at the moment. I was a student. Law.
Law. I see. Oh, hello, Inspector.
Sergeant.
Now, that's as far as I got with the statement, sir.
Thank you, Sergeant.
Should I buzz off, sir?
No. I'd like you to stay, if you will.
Very good, sir.
Ralph Ellinger.
Yes.
Well, now, what's all this about, Mr. Ellinger?
Well, I've already made a statement to the sergeant.
Well, if you don't mind, I'd like you to repeat it for my benefit.
About a year ago, I killed a girl. I've come to give myself up.
You've left it a little late, haven't you?
Well, does that make any difference? I'm here now. My head, it's splitting.
Oh. Would you like some water?
No, thanks. I'm all right.
Oh. Well, sit down, will you, Mr. Ellinger? Now then, this girl you say you killed, who was she? Local girl?
No.
Well, what was her name?
Her name?
Yes, her name.
Peggy.
Peggy who?
I don't know.
You don't know?
No, I'd only just met her. I picked her up one night in the car.
Where?
On the road from Norwich.
Is it a habit of yours to pick up girls late at night?
No, of course not.
Well, if she wasn't a local girl, where did she come from?
Ireland.
Ireland?
Yes, she'd come over here to work during the summer.
Where?
Oh, some hotel, the Queen's in Yarmouth.
See, you got that, Sergeant?
Sir.
What was she doing on the Norwich Road?
Hitchhiking from Liverpool. Well, Yarmouth was a little out of my way, but I said I'd give her a lift.
Go on.
Well, we stopped off at a pub for a drink, and we got quite pally. A couple of gins, and you'd thought we'd known each other for years. After we left the pub, we chatted for a bit. And then a few miles from Yarmouth, she let me kiss her. And then, well, I really can't explain it. I had my arms around her, but I couldn't let her go. She became frightened and started to struggle, and the next thing I remember, my hands were around her throat, and I felt my fingers tightening. Well, I knew what I was doing, but for some reason I couldn't stop. And suddenly she was quite still, and I knew she was dead. I must have sat there for about an hour. And then I drove up to the other side of Winsersley and threw her body over the cliffs. I watched the newspapers like a hawk, but there wasn't a word. At first I tried to push it into the back of my mind and pretend it didn't happen, that it was a bad dream.
Are you sure it wasn't?
Of course I'm sure. For heaven's sake. I killed that girl. Look, there's no doubt in my mind. I killed her, believe me. For a time I thought I could live with it, but now I Well, I can't sleep or work, and it's become unbearable. The girl's face never leaves me.
Describe her.
Oh, green eyes, pretty red hair, a gentle voice. Sweet kid, 19, 20, no more.
Well, this could be a very serious matter. You realize that, don't you, Mr. Ellinger?
Of course, but I had to come here. I don't care what happens to me.
Well, for the moment, just let's stick to the facts, shall we? When did this happen exactly?
It was at the end of June last year, the 27th.
Mm-hmm.
I came down from Cambridge for the summer vac, and when I got home, the house was empty. My father was abroad.
What on? Business?
No, on holiday with my stepmother.
I see. Mm-hmm.
Well, I was a bit depressed, to tell the truth. So I drove into Norwich for the evening. I took in a film. Then I picked up this girl on the way back.
What part of Ireland did she come from?
What? Oh, she didn't say.
Well, what did you talk about?
Oh, all sorts of things. She'd left home and had no intention of going back. She was hoping to settle down here.
Now, how was she dressed?
A light coat with large buttons down the front.
Any hat?
No hat. And, oh, well, everything else seems pretty hazy.
Well, just stay where you are, Mr. Ellinger, will you?
What?
I'll be back with you in a moment.
Oh, all right.
Sergeant.
Sir?
Tell me, Sergeant.
Sir?
Have there been any reports of a girl's body being washed up in the past year?
Well, no, sir. Not to my knowledge. In fact, I'm pretty sure there aren't. What do you make of him, sir? You think he is a nutcase?
No, I wouldn't have thought so. He's a bit nervy, but he's rational.
Yes.
But whether he's all there or not, well, we shall have to follow up.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I want you to check the missing persons list and the police gazette for a description of this girl.
Sir.
Then call the headquarters at Norwich. I'll take the boy's written statement.
Right, sir.
Now, Mr. Ellinger, I'll have to go over that again if you don't mind. So I shall need your signed statement. You can dictate it to me and I'll write it down. But first, let's have your address.
Hillside House.
Hillside House.
Riders Lane.
Riders Lane.
Wintersley.
Winters.
Miss Sanford? Miss Sanford?
Yes?
Hello, don't you recognize me? I'm Frank Ellinger, Ralph's father.
Oh, hello.
Well, we only met once, briefly. Where are you off to?
The library. I work there.
Can I give you a lift?
Oh, no, I couldn't think of bothering you.
Oh, it's no bother. Climb in. It's somewhere on the right, isn't it?
The fourth. I could have walked. It's no distance at all.
Too late now. Have you seen Ralph lately?
No, not for some time.
Your father's in timber, isn't he?
Yes.
Sound. Well, you must tell Ralph I've seen you.
No, please don't do that.
Well, why not?
I'd rather you didn't. If you could drop me on the next corner, that'll do fine.
Right, you are.
Thank you, Mr. Ellinger.
My pleasure. Hello, darling.
Frank, you managed to get off early.
Well, a promise is a promise.
Have you got there?
Where?
Come on, show me.
Oh, this. Oh, just a little something for you.
Darling, I can't imagine what it is.
I hope you can't.
Frank, a necklace. It must have cost you the earth.
Very nearly. But I don't grudge a penny.
You're a nice, kind man.
Oh, I want to see it on.
Not over this dress. Wait till I've changed.
Oh, come on, over to the mirror. Here, let me.
Watch my hair. I had it set specially for tonight.
There.
It's beautiful. Quite beautiful, Frank.
So I've had something engraved on the clasp.
Oh, what does it say?
Just a happy 10th.
Did you think I'd forgotten how many?
No, but after the 5th, one's inclined to lose count.
Fool. Now, wait. I've got something for you, too.
Oh, Ruth, you shouldn't.
Which means if I hadn't, you'd have been furious.
I can't even begin to guess.
Well?
Cufflinks.
What's wrong? Don't you like them?
Yes, of course.
Then what is it? Now, don't tell me you've a pair exactly like them.
Well, as a matter of fact, I have. Ralph gave me a similar pair this morning.
Ralph?
Yes, you two should have consulted each other.
But I told him I was thinking of buying you cufflinks.
Oh, did you? Well, it was obviously a misunderstanding. Oh, not to worry. I'm sure they'll change them.
That's not the point.
Forget it, darling. I'll take them back first thing. Oh, by the way, do you know who I bumped into as I left the jeweller's? Carol Sanford.
Carol Sanford? The girl Ralph was friendly with?
Yes, I offered her a lift. She was rather reluctant for some reason, but I turned on the old charm. I may be wrong, but I think the poor girl was quite embarrassed to see me.
Why?
I don't know. When I mentioned Ralph's name, she was, how shall we say, decidedly cool. She and Ralph must have had a tiff or something.
That doesn't surprise me.
What does that mean?
Well, let's face it, darling, that boy of yours isn't the easiest person to get along with. I know, I've tried.
You're always dropping hints about Ralph. What does he do? Is he rude to you?
I wish he were. Then at least I'd feel some contact. He's just...
Just what?
Indifferent. Honestly, if I happen to find myself in the same room as he is, he has the happy knack of making me feel I'm not there.
Oh, you're exaggerating.
I'm not. Believe me, Frank. And lately it's got worse.
In what way?
I don't know.
Well, look, I know he's not the easiest person to reach, but after all, the boy's been unwell. He's had a breakdown.
But that was months ago. I'd have thought he'd have recovered by now.
Well, I had another chat with Dr. Medway. These things take time.
But if only he'd make an effort. Take a holiday, go abroad somewhere. All he does is lock himself into his room or wander off on his own.
Oh, young people are like that at his age. He'll sort himself out in time. Now, how about a drink? What do you have?
The usual.
Oh, come on, snap out of it. I say, is Flora taken to the bottle?
What?
Well, this decanter was full at the weekend.
Flora's teetotal.
Ralph?
Well, I hate to carry tales.
Where is he? Upstairs?
No, he's not in. He went out soon after lunch.
Yes, I believe it was somewhere along here, Inspector.
All right, driver. Pull up.
Yes, sir.
Now, Mr. Ellinger, I want you to show me exactly where you picked this girl up.
It was about here. I'm pretty sure of it. I remember I was 20 or 30 yards past the junction leading to Wroxham.
She stood on this verge, you say, and waved you down?
Yes.
Well, was it dark at the time?
It was after 10, it must have been.
Well, I'm surprised you didn't miss her as you turned off toward Wintersley.
Well, there aren't any cat's eyes on this road. I had my headlights full on.
Which road did you take to Yarmouth?
The A417.
And this pub you stopped at? What was it called?
The 3 Crowns. That's a couple of miles further on.
Do you drop in there regularly?
No, it was the first and last time.
All right. Back in the car. That pub's our next port of call. Can you recall who served you, Mr. Ellinger?
Oh, yes. The man with the paunch behind the bar.
All right. Let's go up to the counter.
Yes, sir. What'll it be?
I'm a police officer.
Oh, yes. What can I do for you?
This young gentleman with me. Have you ever seen him before?
I can't say that I have.
Now, don't rush it. Take your time. This is very important.
See here. What's this all about?
That's not your worry. Now, do you recognize him?
Let me see. No. No, I don't.
I was with a young girl. Irish. She had red hair and wore a light coat.
How long ago was this?
About a year.
A year? Good grief. That's going back a bit. Do you know how many customers I get in here every day? Hundreds. Almost every other car stops here.
I dare say. But do try and remember.
What time did you come in?
About 10:15.
Oh, that's our busiest spell. At that time, I can't tell one face from t'other. If you'd have dropped in last night, I wouldn't remember you.
Oh, come along, Mr. Ellinger.
Really?
Thank you, sir. I'm obliged to you for your help.
That's all right.
This is the place, Inspector. I parked the car at the top of the cliff road, and then I carried her body over to the edge.
Here, you say?
Yes. It was very windy that night. I had a job to keep my balance.
Was the tide in or out?
Oh, I can't be sure. It was pretty dark. It was in, I think.
All right, Mr. Ellinger. Well, we'll try that hotel in Yarmouth.
Do come in, gentlemen.
Oh, my credentials, Mr. Carstairs.
Yes, of course.
This is Mr. Ellinger.
How do you do? Will you take a seat?
No, thanks. We're in something of a hurry, Mr. Carstairs. We're trying to trace a girl.
Girl?
Yes, we've very little to go on, but we believe she was coming to work here.
When exactly?
Last June.
Well, if she did come, we can soon trace her. I'll check my files. What's the girl's name?
Peggy. We've no surname.
Oh, well, frankly, every other kitchen maid's called Peggy.
No, she was Irish. Around 20, with red hair and green eyes.
It sounds like one of a dozen who've worked here in recent years. To tell you the truth, most of our farm labour's Italian these days. They come over by the boatload. No, I'm sorry, I've no correspondence with an Irish girl at the time you mentioned.
But she told me she was coming here.
Oh, probably on the off chance. We're always short of staff, and if she'd come, we'd certainly have taken her on. I'm afraid I've got no record of her.
She was about 22, 23. You got that? Red hair, green eyes, wearing a light coat with large buttons down the front. No, there's no photograph. You don't have to tell me that, look. I know it's not much to go on, but it's all we got. Well, she come by Liverpool, someone might have seen her. Lorry driver, maybe. Well, keep in touch, boy. Oh, hello, Inspector. I just been out to Norwich, and I also checked with Liverpool.
Well?
You were right. She wouldn't need no passport to travel from Northern Ireland. Mm-hmm. And by boat, there'd be no record. It's just like buying a railway ticket.
Well, what about missing persons?
I checked while I was on the headquarters. No one of that description on the list. And the only bodies washed up during the past year were two elderly people, both identified. How do you fare, sir?
Well, no luck at the pub or the hotel.
Well, I suppose 'tis a bit dicey after a year, but it does seem odd that no one's reported her missing. Her family, I mean.
Well, that depends. If she left home, they probably wouldn't give it a second thought.
Yes. I suppose there's no chance that our young friend in there is pulling our legs?
I won't pretend, Sergeant, that thought had crossed my mind.
Well, you know what some of those college chaps are like, sir. Anything for a lark.
I know that only too well. No, don't get up, Mr. Ellinger. You care for a smoke?
No, not just now, thanks.
Oh, maybe I won't either. Mr. Ellinger, I know Wintersley's just a small town, but believe me, we're pretty busy here. And although we seem like country yokels, we don't take kindly to tomfoolery or practical jokes.
I don't quite see
just let me finish, will you? I was young myself once, and I know the sort of pranks that students get up to.
Pranks?
I remember painting a statue bright yellow, and for months I was the hero of the school.
No, I assure you, Inspector...
Well, whatever your reason, you've wasted my entire afternoon and put my staff to a great deal of trouble. Now, the truth is, we have no trace of this girl. In fact, no reason to believe that she ever existed. Now, if you care to retract this statement, apologize and give me your assurance that it won't happen again, you can leave here without further ado.
But I tell you, I did kill this girl.
Why?
Why?
Yes, why?
Well,
there's usually a motive.
I told you, it was on a sudden impulse. There's nothing more than that.
Oh, come now, Mr. Ellinger. You look an intelligent chap to me. I'm sure you know when a joke's gone far enough.
I swear to you, this is not a joke.
Mr. Ellinger, you realize if you persist in this story, I shall have to notify your family. This could be serious for them as well as for you.
Well, of course I realize that.
And you still insist that you killed this girl?
Yes.
Very well. Then you leave me no alternative.
Frank?
Hmm?
Would you sit me up?
Just a minute. Where's a towel?
Here you are.
Oh, thanks. You look stunning.
You look frightful.
Give me a chance. It's got a brilliantine, a touch of aftershave, and I'll be a different man.
Oh, I shan't like that at all.
There. Smell that.
Irresistible.
Me or the aftershave?
I'm still waiting to be zipped up.
Turn round. Zip. There you are.
Thank you. Now do hurry up or we should be late.
Oh, no, there's no hurry. They serve till about 11.
I'm not waiting for my dinner till 11. In an hour I shall be famished.
Then ask Flora to fix you a sandwich.
Really?
Where's my tie?
Here. No, let me. I'm an expert.
Is, Ralph back yet?
I haven't seen him.
Oh, well, I thought we'd all have a drink together.
There we are.
Oh, thanks.
He's probably gone to a cinema. I've arranged with Flora to leave him something cold. Your jacket?
Ah, tar. Now, let's make sure I've got everything. Watch, handkerchief, wallet.
Don't forget that, whatever you do.
Yes, come in.
Sorry to bother you, sir.
Yes, what is it, Flora?
There's an inspector on the telephone. He asked to speak to you.
Inspector? Oh, don't tell me there's a burglary at the office. Shan't be a moment, Ruth. Hello? Yes, speaking. Yes. Yes, I see. Well, what's the trouble exactly? And can't you be more specific? Look, I'm just on my way out. Oh, very well, I'll be down. Goodbye.
What is it, darling?
Believe it or not, Ralph's down at the police station.
What's happened?
Oh, Lord only knows. Another car accident, I expect.
Oh, no.
He couldn't have chosen a better night, could he? Oh, Flora.
Yes, sir?
Ring the Star Hotel in Norwich, would you? I've booked a table. Tell them we may be a little late.
This girl's coat, Mr. Ellinger. I'd like you to describe it again, if you would.
But, Inspector, how many times do I have to...
Please, Mr. Ellinger. The coat.
It was loose-fitting with large buttons down the front.
What color?
Green.
But you described it as a light coat in your first statement.
I meant the buttons were green. The coat was fawn or grey. I can't be sure.
So I gather. Now, the pub you visited was the Three Crowns at Pooley?
No, Wroxham.
And she was going to work at the Queen at Cromer?
Yes. No, Yarmouth. Oh, look, I'm tired and you're confusing me.
Yes, I'm becoming a little confused myself.
Don't you believe anything I say?
I'm trying, Mr. Ellinger. Believe me, I'm trying. Yes?
He's arrived, sir.
Oh, thank you, Sergeant. Your father's here.
So?
You still sticking to this statement?
I am.
Well, very well, sir. Just remain here for a moment. Mr. Frank Ellinger?
Yes?
Inspector Hadley, CID.
Oh, how are you? This is my wife.
Oh, how do you do, Mrs.
How do you
Ellinger?
do?
Well, pleased to come through, aren't you?
Thank you.
Well, now, what's this boy of mine been up to?
Well, sir, I think you'd better read this statement.
Thank you.
It was entirely voluntary. I took down the details, but the boy signed it, as you can see.
You say Ralph made the statement?
Yes, in the presence of my sergeant and me.
May I, please?
It's ludicrous. You're surely not taking it seriously.
Well, sir, I can hardly dismiss it. In fact, I've already made some preliminary inquiries.
And?
Well, so far, I must admit there's no evidence to support this.
Yes, I can promise you there won't be.
Oh?
Oh, we should have contacted me sooner, Inspector. It would probably have saved you a great deal of time and trouble. You see, about 6 months ago, my son had a serious nervous breakdown.
Oh, is that a fact?
Yes, I'm afraid he overdid things up at the university.
Ah, now who's been treating him, sir?
Dr. Medway. I can let you have his address.
Well, now, that does throw a different light on the matter.
I thought it might.
Not that I could have charged him, sir. There's not a prima facie case. On this evidence, I couldn't hold him even if I'd wanted to, providing, of course, he's not a danger to himself or others.
This hasn't got to the press, has it?
Oh, no, sir.
Oh, thank heaven for that. I've my business to think of. Where is the boy?
Next door. This way, sir.
Now, don't worry, Ruth, don't worry. Everything will be all right.
Your father's here, Mr. Ellinger.
Hello, Ralph. We've come to take you home.
You've what?
We've come to take you home. Now, everything's arranged. You're not to worry.
No, but I've made a statement.
Yes, we know all about that, but you're not to worry about a thing.
No, but I killed this girl.
Now try and look at this intelligently, Ralph. You've been ill.
The sooner we get you home, the sooner we can straighten things out.
There's nothing to straighten out. Look, you've been wondering why I didn't go back to Cambridge. Well, this was the reason. The breakdown was an excuse.
Yes, we'll talk about it later.
No, but
you can't stay here. The police have no jurisdiction to hold you.
Is that right, Inspector?
Yes, it is.
But I've confessed, haven't I? I mean, you've got it there in black and white. I've told you how I killed her, when and where. What more do you want?
I'm afraid I can't argue with you, sir.
You think I imagined it all, or that I'm off my head?
No one's suggesting that, Ralph. But you need help. Don't you see that?
It's the truth. It may be unpalatable, but I can't help that.
Now, come along, Ralph.
I should, if I were you, sir.
My car's parked outside.
I can find my own way, thanks.
Believe me, Ellinger, you've really nothing to worry about.
All the same, Denton, I thought you ought to know about it.
I'm glad you came. But remember, I'm a solicitor, not a criminal lawyer. Though from what you've told me, I'm quite sure the police won't proceed further. I should just forget about it if I were you.
But how can I? He still insists he killed this girl.
Have you consulted a doctor?
Yes, I was on Medway's doorstep first thing.
And what did he have to say?
Well, he's one of these GPs of the old school. He seems confused as I am. Mumbled something about a sedative. And finally suggested I call in someone else.
A psychiatrist?
Yes.
Well, that's exactly what you ought to do. Look, there's a chap who's given evidence for us on several occasions. Rooney's his name. Very reliable. I'll get you his address. But in the first instance, I should get Medway to write him.
Yes, Flora?
The gentleman's arrived, sir.
Show him in, Flora.
Oh, this way, sir.
Oh, thank you.
Dr. Rooney, how do you do?
How are you?
Frank Ellinger.
Sorry I couldn't get here before today. It's not my usual practice.
No, it was good of you to come.
It's a very attractive house you have here.
You like it? Yes, I bought it when I remarried. We've been here 10 years. My business is in Norwich, but I prefer to live a little way out.
I envy you. I'm surrounded by industry. Oh. But as most of my patients are executives, I mustn't complain.
No. Would you like to get rid of your coat?
Oh, thanks.
I should drop it over the back of the chair.
Here?
Yes. Can I offer you a drink?
Not for me, thank you. But you go ahead. I gather you, from Dr. Medway's letter, you've had a spot of trouble.
That's putting it mildly. It's been like living on the edge of a volcano. I've tried talking some sense into the boy, but he won't budge. And Dr. Medway thought it would be a good idea to call someone in.
And do you? Think it's a good idea?
Well, since you ask, frankly, no. After all, it's...
I know. Better a fracture or an ulcer in the family than mental illness, eh?
Well, since you put it like that...
What exactly is it you want me to do?
Well, I'm not sure. See the boy, I suppose. Talk to him. Find some reason for his fantastic behavior.
And treat him?
Naturally.
So there's little doubt in your mind that he is mentally ill?
I wouldn't put it quite so strongly as that. He's got some bee in his bonnet, that's all.
But bees come in many varieties.
Well, what I mean is he doesn't seem off his head to me. He's under some strain or another, but let's face it, who isn't today?
True.
He's probably got what you chaps call neurosis, don't you think?
I rarely diagnose at second hand.
Well, I don't think he's insane.
But that would be more acceptable than having a murder in the family.
Acceptable's hardly the word. Preferable, perhaps. But then his whole story is a complete fabrication, so why discuss it? It's caused me a great deal of embarrassment, I can tell you that. And I'm anxious to get to the bottom of it.
Psychiatry to the rescue, eh? You know, Mr. Ellinger, daily I'm consulted by counsel, sometimes by the defense, sometimes by the prosecution, often about the same case. Both want solutions, but always the one that suits them. There's a check, if you can oblige. The way out, if you can't. A great many doors are closed behind me. I'm afraid I can't tailor my diagnosis to save you embarrassment. But if you want the truth, then perhaps I can help.
That is all I want.
Then I'll see your boy. Does he know you've consulted me?
I did mention it, casually.
What did he say?
Nothing, he just smiled. Won't be plain sailing.
Never is. Now, I'd like to make a few notes on his background, if you'll bear with me.
Yes, no, of course.
Right. Now, Ralph's age is...
22.
And his general health?
Until his breakdown, excellent.
Any complaints of headaches, throat trouble, any other aches and pains?
No, not as far as I know.
Any history of insanity in the family?
Certainly not.
Good. Now, if I remember rightly, Dr. Medway mentioned he had been up at Cambridge.
Yes, studying law.
How did he get on?
Very well, above average, I believe.
Mm-hmm. As a child, was he very imaginative?
Not unduly so, no.
This is your second marriage?
Yes, his mother died when he was 11.
How did he take his mother's death?
He was away at school at the time. I didn't see him till after the funeral. He seemed to take it very well.
How soon after did you remarry?
Is that relevant?
If it wasn't, I shouldn't have asked.
6 months.
Did you talk to him about it?
We had a chat. He seemed unconcerned. He was more interested in a new fishing rod.
Uh-huh. How does he get on with his stepmother?
Well enough. Ralph's never been what I'd call demonstrative.
And with you?
Not too badly. To tell you the truth, he's a bit on the arty side, if you know what I mean. He wanders around with his head in the clouds. Half the time I don't know what he's talking about.
Has he any girlfriends?
Yes, he had one.
What sort of a girl?
Nice sort of girl. Works in the local library. Her name's Carol Sanford.
Mm-hmm. Sanford.
Yes, that fizzled out some time ago. Don't ask me why.
When did you first notice any change in his behavior?
Well, now I come to think of it. About a year ago. Just after my wife and I got back from abroad. He'd shut himself away in his room, wouldn't talk to anyone, and started helping himself to my drink.
I take it he's never been in trouble with the police before?
No.
Oh, I'm sorry, Frank. I just got back. I didn't know you had anyone with you.
Oh, this is Dr. Rooney, my wife.
How do you do?
Hello, Mrs. Ellinger.
I only came in to remind you that we're dining with the Frosts.
Ah, yes.
Also, I've managed to get 2 seats for the concert.
Ah, splendid. Well, Dr. Rooney, you will want to see Ralph, I expect.
If I may.
He's in his room. I'll take you up.
Oh, forgive me, I did not.
Please, one moment.
I see we have the same taste, Mr. Ellinger. Bartok, I've the Philharmonic recording.
Really, I don't care for it myself.
Well, that divan looks very comfortable. I'm Dr. Rooney, by the way.
Yes, the trick cyclist. Interpreter of dreams, repressions, obsessions, and phallic symbols.
I'm flattered. I've never looked on myself as anything more than a good listener.
Then if I know my father, you've already earned your fee. I'm sure he's given you the complete picture.
If he had, I shouldn't be here.
Oh, and you'll find me a fascinating case. An unstable personality abounding in complexes and delusions.
You look pretty stable to me.
Ah, naughty. You should know better, Doctor. Never judge a book by its cover. I mean, to look at me, you'd never believe I killed a charming, helpless girl, would you? That these hands had squeezed the life out of her without rhyme or reason. No, of course not. Well, don't worry, Doctor. You're in good company. It is odd, though, isn't it? We spend millions on the detection of crime, but confess. Offer yourself on a plate. And the truth isn't enough. They want evidence, witnesses. And if you can't produce them, they sentence you to live with it.
You'll be surprised at the number of people who daily confess to crimes they've never committed. 2 or 3 of them arrive in my consulting room every week. If the laws of evidence weren't there to protect them, they'd spend half their lives in jail.
Suppose one of your patients were guilty.
I've yet to meet one. They're usually people who are frustrated, rejected. Some need the limelight and publicity. Others seek punishment to allay certain guilt feelings.
Thanks for the lecture. Sorry I can't fit into one of your pigeonholes.
Do you smoke?
On occasions, like a chimney.
Do help yourself.
Yes, thanks. This is one of them.
Now, Mr. Ellinger.
Ralph, please. Informality will help establish transference, don't you think?
Well, Ralph, I'd like to ask you a question, if I may.
Whether I object or not, you'll ask it, so go ahead.
Now, supposing I was to tell you that 2 or 3 years ago I'd killed someone, and now I'd come along to confess, what would you say?
I'd wonder how you managed to hold out that long. I only lasted a year.
Why didn't you confess right away?
What a question. Because I was afraid. Afraid of being found out, caught, punished. It's only natural, isn't it?
Yes.
I wasn't insane. I knew I'd killed the girl. I knew I'd done wrong. I didn't relish the thought of ending up with a rope round my neck.
Then why this sudden change of heart?
Oh, because there are things that go on inside of one that I never knew about. Call it conscience, call it what you like. You know, it's ironic. I was a law student of all things. Well, I found I couldn't attend a lecture without being reminded of what I'd done. Couldn't see a girl in the street without thinking of her, the feeling of her body suddenly going limp. Her eyes, the wind against my face as I dropped her body over the cliff. And then the sudden fear when I found...
Yes, go on.
When I found...
What is it, Ralph?
Oh, good God! How could I have forgotten that?
Forgotten what, Ralph?
I'm sorry, excuse me.
What's the trouble?
It's my jacket you're sitting on. Do you mind?
But where are you off to?
So, I imagined it all, did I? We'll see.
Where are you going?
Wouldn't you like to know?
Ralph, what are you doing down here?
I'm going out.
Where to?
That's my business.
Ralph, I'm talking to you.
You let go of my arm.
Have you seen Dr. Rooney?
Yes, I've seen him.
What is it, Frank? What's happened?
God knows. Rooney, what's going on?
I don't know.
Ralph, would you mind telling me where you're going?
If you must know, to the police.
For God's sake, haven't you caused enough trouble? What are you going to do now?
Tell them about the handbag.
Handbag? What handbag?
The girl's. The one I killed. I found it in the car the following day.
Where is it?
I threw it in the marsh along the Norwich Road.
Sergeant, I'd like a word with you.
Come in, sir.
I hope you don't object to my presence, Inspector.
Why should I, Mr. Ellinger?
Oh, blast. My right foot's a soaking. There must be a leak in my boot.
Excuse me a moment, Mr. Ellinger.
Yes, of course.
How's it going, Lumsden?
No luck so far. We've covered the North Marsh for about half a mile, not a sausage.
What's the bottom like?
Pretty muddy.
How far out have you been?
About 50 yards, and that's a great deal further than anyone could throw a handbag.
Have you found anything?
Yep, the usual. Bicycle frames, few wheels, and an old brass bedstead. I'm thinking of going into the old iron business.
Not a bad idea. Here, I say.
Huh?
Whose kids are those?
Oh, I don't know. Probably from that cottage across the marsh, I should think.
Better give them a shout. Isn't safe for them to be playing around here.
Right, sir.
And you and the lads had better work down the south side.
Oh, blast, the boys will love that. Hey, you kids, out of it. Go on. It's dangerous to play here, look.
Inspector, you don't really expect to find anything, do you?
I'm sorry, sir, but having received this information, it's my duty to act on it.
Yes, I appreciate that, but the boy's obviously unwell. Today it's a handbag in the marsh. Tomorrow he'll come up with some other cotton ball story.
Right, go, come on. No, not a big a stone as that. This one,
yes. You get stuck in that marsh and you'll find yourselves in real trouble.
Well, what are all those men doing out there, mister? Are you coppers?
Never you mind. Now go on. Back home.
Laura, has Ralph gone out?
No, ma'am. He's in the study.
Thank you. It's all right, Ralph. You don't have to hide that bottle behind your back. If you want a drink, you're welcome to it.
I don't know why I bother. It doesn't help.
Then why do you?
It's thirst quenching.
I wish I could understand you. You've everything a boy could want.
Is that so?
Yet you carry a chip on your shoulder the size of a house.
God, you talk in cliches, don't you?
What is it you want, Ralph?
From you, nothing.
From anybody. You walk around with a face as long as a week.
Here we go again.
You imagine I'm something of a fool, don't you? Well, I'm not.
I love people who ask you a question and then answer it themselves.
Oh, I know you've never liked me. There's no need to pretend. You look on me as something of an intruder, don't you?
I've never really thought about it.
Then it's about time you started thinking. What can you hope to achieve by this story?
I'm not with you.
What do you hope to gain by it? Can't you see what it's doing to your father? Is it some way of hitting back at him?
Oh, for God's sake.
Don't turn your back on me. You know what I'm talking about.
Do I?
The truth is, you resent the attention he pays to me. You always have, ever since I came into the house. Don't deny it. I've noticed the way you look at me.
You're way off the beam. I couldn't care less about you.
I don't believe a word. You're jealous. I don't have to be a psychiatrist to see that.
You and Rooney would make a fine pair. Well, won't you join me, Mother?
Ralph, please listen to me. You know very well you never killed that girl. Your statement's a lie from beginning to end. There's no bag. There never was a bag. Now, why don't you admit it? Admit it.
They're back.
What?
I heard a car door.
Oh. It's your father's.
I knew it. They've found the bag.
Frank, what's happened?
Ralph, come here. Put down that glass and come here. Don't let me have to ask you again.
Well, let's hear the glad tidings.
They didn't find anything.
What?
The police didn't find any bag.
Oh, but I took them down there. I showed them where I threw it.
They've had a dozen men there the entire day. They've searched for half a mile either side of the road. They didn't find anything.
Well, perhaps I made a mistake. It was dark when I threw it out, and the car was moving.
You're ill. You realize that, don't you? What you believe is the truth is just a figment of your imagination. Try and understand.
No, I tell you, I threw her bag into the marsh.
Ralph, if this goes on, sooner or later it'll get into the press. You want that to happen?
All you can think about is the press and your business. It's never occurred to you that I might be telling the truth, no. Well, let me repeat it once again. I killed that girl. Is that clear? I killed her. Not from spite or malice or any reason that I know, but I killed her, and I'll prove it to you. Somehow I'll prove it to you.
Oh. Mr. Gray?
Oh, that's me.
I'm Inspector Hadley. I've driven over from Wintersley. I won't keep you a moment.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, you're the chap who called by yesterday when I was out.
That's right, yes.
My wife did mention something. It was my market day. Oh, I'm sorry I've given you an extra journey.
Oh, that's all right.
Oh, these dragging kids. Here, stop that noise, will you? If you want to play, go into the yard.
Got my ball.
Well, there's half a dozen others in the shed. Now go on, round the back, both on you. Little devils.
Your kids? Mm-hmm. I saw them playing in the marsh yesterday. It's pretty treacherous out there, though.
Oh, I shouldn't worry about them. It's been their playground since they were so high. Now, what's it you want to see me about?
Oh, just a routine call. We were led to understand that a woman's bag was thrown into the marsh a short distance from here.
Handbag?
Yes. A light plastic affair with broad stitching and a shoulder strap. I wondered if either you or your wife had seen anything like it floating around.
When was it thrown there, do you know?
Well, some time back. Last year, in fact.
Oh, I haven't come across it. I'm sure my wife had mentioned it if she had.
Well, I'm sorry to have troubled you. Thank you for your help again, Mr. Gray.
I've been looking all over for you, Sip. I'd almost given up.
I called back to see Mr. Gray, without much success.
I'm not surprised.
Oh, well, now, what's your problem, Lumsden?
Well, sir, I got a friend of yours outside.
Oh? Who?
Young Ellinger.
Oh, no. Not again.
Yup. Should I send him packing or get on the blower to his father?
No. Let's have him in.
Sir. Inspector, I'll see you, Mr. Ellinger. Go on in.
All right, Sergeant.
Sir.
It was good of you to see me, Inspector.
Oh, what is it this time, Mr. Ellinger?
Look, I'm sorry about the bag. I know you've been put to a great deal of trouble.
That's the understatement of the year.
But it is somewhere in the marsh, believe me. I might have thrown it further on. You see, I was travelling at about 30 miles an hour.
Mr. Ellinger, just take a look at this map, will you? There are thousands of acres of marshland between here and Norwich. And it'd take my men a month of Sundays to cover that area.
Yes.
Now, look here, son. Why don't you go home like a good boy? You know, I'm getting just a little tired of you, Mr. Ellinger.
Do you know where I've been for the last couple of hours?
No, do tell me.
Down to the seafront.
Oh, I wish I could have joined you. Instead, I've been gallivanting around the countryside, and to no avail.
Look, I'm sorry you couldn't find the bag.
Not half as sorry as I am.
But maybe this will convince you.
What is it?
It's one of her buttons, off her coat.
Where'd you get this?
I found it on the beach, among the rocks below the cliff.
Oh? How do I know that?
What?
How do I know you found this button on the beach?
Because I'm telling you.
But you've told me so many things, haven't you?
But it's off her coat, I'm sure of it, and I swear to you I found it at the foot of the cliff.
Well, even if you had, What would it prove?
I don't understand.
Did anyone else see the girl in the coat?
Well, in the pub.
They don't remember you. Besides, these buttons are manufactured in the 100,000. Oh, for goodness sake, man, use your head. But you think I'm being unreasonable, don't you? But my job isn't to prove a man guilty or innocent. As a law student, you should know that in a capital charge, I merely submit a report to the Director of Public Prosecutions.
Yes, I do know that.
And only then can I make an arrest. Now, if you were in my shoes, what would you do? I ask you. You see, I suppose you think that I've been neglectful, don't you? Well, believe me, I haven't. I've been in touch with Liverpool, circulated your description of the girl, checked with missing persons both here and in Ireland. I've even spoken to the hydrographic section of the Admiralty to check the tides last year. They said it was possible that a body might have been carried toward the coast of Germany. So, the Yard have even spoken to Interpol, without any success, I might add. I've checked with everyone who could have been of the slightest help. Well, you'll agree that we've been pretty thorough, eh?
Yes.
But you haven't produced a single witness or an item of evidence to substantiate any part of your story. Can you blame me for being skeptical? No, I haven't come across many murderers in my time, but the few I have met have been very anxious not to be caught. Well, doesn't your behavior strike you as rather odd?
You don't realize what's going on inside me.
Well, that's hardly my province. But if you want my candid opinion, son, you need a rest. Now, you go away for a spell. But whatever you do, I don't want to see you here again. And for your father's sake, stay out of trouble.
Oh, Miss Haynes, I told you I didn't want to be disturbed. I'm working on the Mansfield estimate.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Ellinger, but it's Mr. Ryder from the Gazette. He said it was very urgent.
Frank, forgive me for barging in like
this.
this.
Oh, Bill, I'm sorry. I didn't know it was you. All right, Miss Haynes.
Yes, sir.
I was going to telephone, but on second thoughts I decided to make it a personal call.
Pull up a chair.
No, I haven't time for a cosy chat. We go to press today. Now, let me come straight to the point and then get the hell away out of here.
What's up with you?
I, found your boy waiting in my office when I got back from lunch.
Oh, yes?
He spilled me a fantastic story. Well, frankly, it made my hair stand on end.
How about a girl, an Irish girl?
Oh, yes, you know about it?
Yes, I certainly do. It's been going on for some time now. I've had to call in a psychiatrist.
Oh, I thought as much. Yeah, I remember you telling me he hadn't been well.
Nothing's leaked out, has it?
No, of course not. There's no question of publication.
Well, I'm very grateful to you, Bill.
Oh, don't thank me, please. Look, if there's anything I can do...
Not just now.
No. Well, I'd better get back to the office. Give my love to Ruth.
Yes, I will. Oh, Miss Haynes.
Yes, Mr. Ellinger.
Call this number, will you, and get Dr. Rooney on the line.
I'm sorry I couldn't get here sooner, but I was delayed at the hospital.
Well, Dr. Rooney, I had a call from the inspector. Ralph's been down to the police station again.
When was this?
Before lunch. This time about a button he said he'd found on the beach. I'm surprised Hadley didn't put him under lock and key.
The boy's not certifiable, at least not in my opinion.
You might change your mind when you hear the rest. He then called in at the offices of the Gazette. It's a good job the editor's a friend of mine, I can tell you, or his confession might have been splashed across the front page. You'd hardly describe that as normal behaviour, would you?
I know it's distressing for you.
Distressing, good God.
Look, I'd like Ralph to be at my consulting room tomorrow morning.
Why?
I think it might be an idea to exclude the possibility of any physical abnormality. Say 11:30.
I'll do what I can, but I'll probably need a team of wild horses.
I'll relieve you of that jacket, Ralph, and onto the couch.
Leave my shoes on?
Yes, that's all right. When I've done this encephalogram, my nurse will take a blood sample, and then I want you to go across to the hospital for an X-ray.
It must be costing my father a packet.
You talk as though he keeps you short.
Oh, heaven forbid, no, he's generous, more than generous.
Then why don't you like him?
Did I say that?
Just raise your head a little. Now, don't worry about these wires. They won't give you a shock or anything.
It's an odd gadget. I feel as though I'm about to be launched into space.
Yeah, I'm almost through. There.
Now, I shall ask you to do one or two things. Just do them, but don't talk.
You're asking a lot.
Ready?
Yes.
Breathe in. Hold it. Breathe out. Now, close your eyes. Open them. Now, close them again. Fine, that's all.
Can I open them?
Yes, but no, stay where you are. Just let me get rid of this paraphernalia. Tell me, what do you do in your spare time?
Oh, books, music.
No friends?
I find it difficult enough to contend with myself.
Your father mentioned a girl you were friendly with, a Miss Sanford.
Oh, did he?
What was she like?
Oh, upper crust intellectual. Pretty.
Sounds promising.
Yes. Well, if you're through, where do I go for this blood test?
Yes, sir. Could I help you?
Yes, I wonder if you could tell me where I can find Miss Sanford.
Oh, she's about somewhere. Oh, she's with the trolley. Over there by the fine arts section.
Oh, thank you. Miss Sanford?
Yes?
Oh, forgive me. My name is Dr. Rooney.
Oh, if it's the medical section you want, it's just on the other side of the gangway.
No, this is a personal matter.
Oh?
I really shouldn't be bothering you. Please carry on.
What is it you want to see me about?
I believe you know a young man called Ralph Ellinger.
I did.
He happens to be a patient of mine.
Oh, is he ill?
Well, he's not exactly ill.
I think I understand. You're a psychiatrist, aren't you?
You don't seem very surprised.
I'm not.
May I ask why?
Must I talk about it? I'd rather not.
Might help.
All right. What is it you want to know?
When did you stop seeing Ralph?
6 or 7 months ago.
You know I expect that he had a breakdown.
Yes, I did hear something about it. Oh, but it wasn't on my account, I promise you. As a matter of fact, I wrote to him when I heard, but he never replied.
You knew him well, though.
Very. At one time we were... Oh, that was all over a long time ago.
What went wrong exactly?
I don't know. I honestly don't know. For some unaccountable reason, he became remote, detached. He began to drink. He'd let me down, and when we did meet, we did nothing but quarrel.
About what?
Oh, anything, everything.
Mm-hmm. Did he ever mention a girl called Peggy to you?
Peggy? Peggy who?
An Irish girl. That's all I know about her.
No, he never mentioned her to me. Who is she?
I'm not sure myself at the moment. Now, what I'm going to ask you may seem a little odd. Was he ever violent towards you in any way?
Who, Ralph?
Now, this is very important, Miss Sanford. Was he ever aggressive towards you?
Good heavens, no. Why'd you ask? Oh, what's happened?
Oh, nothing for you to worry about. Now, about his behavior. To your knowledge, did he ever avoid certain places?
It's odd you should ask me that. We used to go for walks along the cliffs, and then suddenly he refused to go up there.
Did he say why?
No, he wouldn't give any reason. I can't tell you why, but at times he frightened me.
Shh! This chatter's most disturbing.
Oh, I'm sorry, madam. I'm afraid I haven't been much help, Dr. Rooney.
On the contrary, I'm very grateful. Goodbye, Miss Sanford.
Goodbye.
Oh, Frank, I'm glad you're back early.
Why, has Rooney arrived?
No, but there is someone waiting to see you. A Mr. Preedy.
Preedy? I don't know any Preedy.
Well, if you'd rather not see him...
No, all right. Ask Flora to whip up some tea, will you?
Yes, of course.
Mr. Ellinger? Mr. Frank Ellinger?
Yes?
I am Joseph Preedy, of the Preedy Investigation Bureau, Charlie Street, Norwich. My card.
Yes, Mr. Preedy.
You will understand, sir, that it is not usual for a member of my profession to betray a client's confidence. But, on the other hand, there are occasions when one has to draw the line. If you know what I mean, sir.
I don't at the moment, but do go on.
Well, let me put it like this, sir. There are times when I am asked to do something which may appear a trifle odd. Oh, you'd be amazed at the number of crackpots who wind up in front of my desk. Watch my neighbour's wife or trace my ginger Tom.
Yes, I'd be grateful if you'd be a little more precise, Mr. Preedy.
Of course. A young man by the name of Ralph Ellinger arrived in my office this afternoon.
My son, you say?
So I have since ascertained. He asked me to assist him in an investigation, the investigation of a murder.
Oh.
Now, sir, it is not the first time I have been approached on such matters. The Preedy Investigation Bureau has a reputation...
Yes, quite. But do please keep to the point.
Well, sir, you can imagine my surprise when your son stated he had committed the murder. I was a trifle shaken, to say the least. And you do see the quandary I was in, don't you, sir?
Yes, I do.
Without offence, it was obviously a case of... non-compos mentis, so I felt it my duty to follow him, sir, and this I did.
Yes, I'm more than grateful to you, Mr. Preedy. You're quite right. My son is unwell. It was good of you to let me know of this incident. Please do send me a bill to cover any out-of-pocket expenses.
Oh, that is most kind of you, sir. Oh, most kind of you indeed.
Well, from the X-rays, Mr. Ellinger, there's certainly no disease of the central nervous system.
Somehow it would have been a relief if there was. At least we'd have put our finger on it.
Are you sure you won't have any tea, Doctor?
No, thank you, Mrs. Ellinger. The encephalogram was normal, and so were the blood tests. I've no doubt the boy's physically sound.
What about his mental condition?
Well, he's intelligent, well-orientated. His memory's a little hazy, but then there are no symptoms of mental disease.
Look, Doctor, do you know what that boy did this afternoon? He visited a private detective in Norwich to help him investigate. He's obviously unbalanced.
I wouldn't have described him in that way.
Well, how would you describe him?
He's not specifically sick, but greatly disturbed. From the few talks I've had with him and the tests I've carried out, I'd say he was emotionally immature.
That's a little vague, isn't it?
To put it bluntly, he hasn't grown up.
He's grown up enough to go and lie to the police.
I'd call that childish. On occasions, he has a slight withdrawal from reality, but then so do we all. When we daydream, for example.
Oh, this is all so much mumbo-jumbo. Can you clear this condition up? That's what I want to know.
In time, yes.
How long?
I'm not a contractor. I can't give you a delivery date. Psychoanalysis is a lengthy process. Weeks, months, years in some cases.
I thought there were drugs you could use.
There are. Pentothal, methadone. But it's a drastic, painful way.
Surely this calls for drastic action. My position's intolerable, don't you see that?
If it'll help to get at the truth.
But even if I use a drug, there's no guarantees.
But surely it's worth a try.
Very well, providing the boy agrees.
Where shall I go, Doctor, on the divan?
Yes, I think you'll be comfortable there. But jacket off, sleeve up.
Sure. You know, the last time I had an injection was at school. There were about 50 of us. By the time they got to me, the needle was blunt. I hope that one's nice and sharp.
As a needle.
I can't bear syringes.
I'll turn your head the other way if you prefer.
What are you giving me?
A little pentothal.
To eliminate deception and reveal the truth, eh?
Now, that's somewhat exaggerated. Let's say it lowers the barriers and helps one relive certain experiences.
So you still think I'm lying?
Have I ever said you were? Now, just hold your arm still. This won't hurt. Now, just put on this lamp. Draw the curtains. Now, don't you fidget. You lie still.
Did I tell you I'd thought of suicide?
No.
Oh, well, I had. Often. But I hadn't the guts. I don't know how I walked into that police station. You know, Doctor, this may interest you. Before I left the university, I was writing a thesis on crime and society. And do you know what I think? People want their pound of flesh providing it's not from the family circle. Morality's so convenient, isn't it? How long does this stuff take to work?
Oh, not long. A minute or so. Now, if you like to move your feet over, just caught on the edge of the divan.
Oh, do. Make yourself at home.
How are you feeling?
Oh, pleasant. Very pleasant indeed. It's nice. Yeah. I feel as though I've had half a dozen gins. The room's beginning to spin a bit.
No. Lie back and relax.
Beautiful. Beautiful. Wicked. Wicked.
What is it, Ralph? What are you thinking about?
That girl. Peggy. The one I killed.
Did you kill her, Ralph?
Oh, God, why doesn't anyone believe that? Of course. I killed her. We were sitting there, in the car. The windows were all misted up. I had my arm around her. And suddenly she looked older. I felt a kind of resentment stirring in me. And I couldn't remember what I was doing there, but it was as though I'd arranged it all. My head was aching. I felt I couldn't go on the way things were, and I had to be rid of her.
Who?
The girl. Then I got my hands around her throat and held them there, tight. I'd show her. Yes, I'd show her. Go on. Struggle, you bitch! Struggle! Hey, for all the good it'll do you. Oh, the pleasure of it. If only you knew. And then her face began to turn blue. And her eyes went all bloodshot, and she stopped struggling, and there was some blood trickling down her lip onto my hand. I wiped it on her coat.
No, this simply didn't happen, did it, Ralph?
It did. Well, did you think I imagined that drive to the cliff? I was so afraid. I could hardly grip the wheel. But she was lighter than I thought, and she seemed to float through the air as I dropped her over the edge. Then I drove back here. My father was abroad having a grand time with his beloved Ruth. And I found some whiskey and drank the lot and fell asleep. Right here. Next day, I had a terrible shock. Found the bag.
Whose bag?
The girl's. In the car. Had a broad stitching round the edge and a long shoulder strap. And I knew it was hers when I saw the initial. It was a large gilt M.
M?
Mm-hmm. I hid it in the cubbyhole, and then later I threw it in the marsh. And all this time, and I can still hear her voice and smell her perfume. And won't I ever be rid of her? Doctor, you must help me. No, please help me. I can't suffer it anymore.
No. All right, old chap. Now, just take it easy. Now, give me some tablets. Just hang on, I'll get you a little water. Now, take these. They'll make you feel a lot better.
Thanks.
That's the way. Now, I'll leave you a couple more. I shall take them about 9:30. Now, just lie back and try and sleep.
Well, has he had the injection, Doctor?
Yes.
How is he?
Fair. Could we go into your study?
Yes, of course. Come along this way. Well, what happened?
The same story, only this time more detailed. You know, it's odd. Most people with delusions are inclined to deviate, embellish, distort. Yet
Well, you surely can't believe there's any truth in his story.
Sometimes it's difficult to separate what's true from fantasy. But either way, I think I understand his motive.
You do?
Yes. This murder he describes indicates hatred against someone or some situation. In this case, I believe that someone is your wife.
Ruth.
Well, there's nothing novel in that. The substitution of one person for another often happens in a criminal act.
But Ruth, what has she ever done to him?
Nothing deliberately. But in his mind, she may have deprived him of your love and companionship.
Can't be serious. Ralph doesn't care a damn about me.
A child hasn't been born who doesn't care about his mother or father.
time of your marriage, the boy felt rejected.
Oh, this is just psychiatric jargon.
You think so, do you? Tell me, how much time have you given the boy in the past 10 years?
Well, I'm not exactly idle. My business doesn't run itself, you know.
Yes, but you've time for parties, theatres, holidays.
Yes, so do thousands of other couples. They don't all drag their kids around with them. Why should he suddenly go off the rails?
Why are some people accident-prone and others not? You can't generalize. The boy needed you. Emotionally, you gave him nothing. His hostility had to have an outlet. If you saw Ralph's statement, you'll notice the similarity between the girl he described and your wife.
But murder? For heaven's sake.
They sound absurd, but the seeds of violence can't grow in a vacuum. They need a nourishing soil. It's usually found in the family. The boy craved for emotional security. You didn't give him that.
Well, I'm sorry, I don't understand a word you're talking about. I've given the boy a good home, and Ruth's done everything to fill his mother's place. But he hasn't made the slightest effort. You ask me, he started this cock and bull story to cause trouble. To create a rift. Why else should he go to the police?
The pressure of guilt, perhaps?
Pressure of guilt, my foot. I don't believe a word of it.
Under pentothal, he described the girl's bag in detail.
But there is no bag. The police couldn't find it.
Ralph mentioned the initial M.
M?
He said it was in gilt lettering.
So?
Well, doesn't that strike you as odd?
Yes, it does, considering he told us the girl's name was Peggy.
Exactly. Peggy is a diminutive of Margaret.
Margaret?
Yeah. Now, if he was lying, why embroider it in such detail? In fact, why mention the initial at all?
He has a more colourful imagination than you give him credit for.
Perhaps.
Look, Doctor, the boy has his failings, but to my knowledge he's never lifted a finger to harm anyone. Can you honestly believe he'd kill a helpless young girl in cold blood?
I don't know, Mr. Ellinger. I wasn't there. But we all have primitive impulses that constantly seek relief. And no one is incapable of murder, believe me.
But there's no evidence, nothing. What he said under pentothal would hardly be admissible. There's no case to answer.
I agree, but whatever you or I believe, try and understand that he's burdened with an insufferable guilt. And this could be more painful than an open wound. And
Mr. Ellinger's expecting me.
Oh, yes, sir. Come on in, won't you?
Ah, Inspector Hadley. In here, if you would.
Oh, thank you, sir.
I believe you've met my wife.
Oh, yes, sir. Good morning, Mrs. Ellinger.
It's hardly that, is it?
No, I suppose not. But that boy's lucky. I saw Mr. Sandford again this morning. He could prosecute for trespass and the girl for assault, but they'd rather not.
Why have you come, then?
Well, forgetting the Sandfords for a moment, in view of all that's happened, I'm of two minds whether or not to apply to have him remanded for a medical report.
Is that necessary? Haven't we had enough trouble already? Look, Dr. Rooney is with him now. He's suggested that he gets away from here for a while.
Oh, he has he? Well, I don't know whether I would advise that, sir.
But everything's arranged. He's packed. The train leaves in 15 minutes, and I've got his plane tickets.
Well, I don't want to hold him up, but I think I ought to have a word with Dr. Rooney first.
Oh, you'll be down in a minute. Won't you take a seat?
Thank you.
Look, I'm sure you'll agree. A few months in the sun, and Ralph will be as right as rain.
All packed, Ralph?
Very nearly, Doctor.
What have you got there?
Gin. You disapprove?
I doubt if my saying yes will stop you.
You know, I have a feeling I shan't see this room again.
Now, that's nonsense, and you know it.
Is it? Tell me, Dr. Rooney, what conclusion did you reach, finally?
Conclusion?
Don't hedge.
The criterion of murder is menace of forethought. I can't believe that you would ever kill anyone deliberately in cold blood.
But did I kill the girl, or didn't I?
Now listen to me, Ralph. From when we're so high, we all have dreams and memories that alarm and torment us.
I'm not a child anymore. This memory is real.
The dividing line between reality and fantasy is a very thin one.
Round and round and round. Don't you ever say yes or no to a question?
When I know the answer.
You're stumped. After all those tests and cosy chats we had, that doesn't say much for your noble profession, does it? I'm sorry. At least you listened. Oh, God, if they'd only charged me. It would have been so much easier. It's worse to punish yourself, isn't it? There's just no limit to one's own cruelty. I'm already building a dungeon inside myself.
In time, you'll come to terms with it, Ralph.
Oh, you're wrong, Doctor. I never shall.
I must have a word with your father. I'll see you before you go.
Dr. Rooney, this is Inspector Hadley.
How do you do, sir?
Hello.
I said you thought it would be all right for Ralph to leave.
Is that correct, sir? Is he quite normal?
What's normal?
Well, you know what I mean, sir. I'd hate a repeat of last night's little episode.
I don't think that's very likely, do you, Doctor?
Well, sir, what's your verdict?
I don't think you've grounds to confine the boy, but I am of the opinion it would be to his advantage to leave here.
I see. Very well, Mr. Ellinger. He can go.
Thank you, Inspector. I'm very grateful for all you've done. I don't think I need to say more.
Well, that's all right, sir. I've a lad of my own. These things can happen in any family. And that boy's lucky he has a father like you.
Oh, Ralph, come on down.
Well, goodbye, sir. And goodbye, Mrs. Ellinger.
Goodbye, Inspector.
Already, are we, Ralph?
More or less.
Well, now, don't go off without your ticket, will you?
Oh, no.
I think this should see you through for a couple of months.
What?
Well, go on, take it. Just wire me if you need any more. Now, I'll get the car round.
Oh, no, don't bother. I can drive myself to the
Oh,
station.
no bother, I insist.
Goodbye, Doctor.
Goodbye, Ralph. You know where you can reach me, if you need to.
Thank you.
Goodbye, Ralph. Take care of yourself.
Goodbye.
You know, Ralph, this is really an ideal time of year for a holiday. I wish I could leave the business and join you, believe me. Well, you'll know how things are.
Yeah, of course.
Still, you have a good time. Which reminds me, there's a little place about 10 miles south of Dijon called Nuit Saint-Georges. It's a marvellous hotel there. You listening to me, Ralph?
What? Oh, yes.
What are you looking at? Oh, those kids on the marshland. You'd think their parents would know better than let them play there. Still, as I was saying, this wonderful little hotel. Your mother and I stayed there when we were first married. I haven't been back there since, but they're bound to remember me. Why don't you go down there? Food's excellent, and I promise you'll be comfortable.
Pete, that policeman said we're not to play here.
Why? We're not doing any harm?
No, come on. We better go back and play in the yard.
Here, wait a minute. There's something down there in the water.
Where?
There, look.
Oh, it's only an old bag. Oh, look careful. It's all covered in mud.
There's a gold letter on it. M.
Where? That's not gold.
Oh, look, you've made me drop it. It sunk right to the bottom.
So what? Who cares about it anyway? It's only an old bag. Come on, let's go. I'll beat you back to the farm.
In Torment, by Philip Levine, the part of Ralph Ellinger was played by Barry Foster, and Dr. Rooney by Derek Bond. Frank Ellinger by Rolf Lefevre, Ruth Ellinger by Barbara Bolton, Inspector Hadley, Philip Morant, Sergeant Lumsden and Mr. Preedy, Peter Claughton, Flora, Priscilla Benson, Publican, Arthur Gomez, Mr. Ryder and Mr. Carstairs, Will Layton, Mr. Denton, Godfrey Kenton, Carol Soundford, Dorrit Wells, Constable Barclay, Michael Spice, Brenda, Patricia Bendall, Daphne, Patricia Cree, David, Terry Raven, and Pete, Jeremy Ranchev. The recorded production was by Robin Midgley. You can hear a repeat of this programme in Afternoon Theatre on Monday the 7th of May from 3 until 4:30 p.m.
Now, until the news at 10 o'clock, here's a gramophone record of Walter Gieseking playing the Jeu d'eau of Ravel. Now, the news follows in a few moments after the chimes of Big Ben for 10 o'clock.
As our first play in the Murder for Pleasure series, we present The Case of the Frightened Lady by Edgar Wallace, adapted for broadcasting by Cynthia Pugh.
And as I was saying, Totty, I don't like the look of it at all. Oh, blast. Tanner speaking. Oh, good morning, sir. The Marks Priory case. Yes, I'm working on it now, sir. Sergeant Ferriby's just come back from his preliminary inquiry. Have I seen what? Oh, the piece in the paper this morning. Yes, I have indeed. Well, sir, we're doing our best. I can't say more. Complicated, I'll say it is. All right, sir, I'll come and see you as soon as I've had Ferriby's complete report. Thank you, sir. Goodbye. Oh, damn these pressed busybodies.
Been on the chief's tail, have they, Inspector?
You're right, they have. Now, where the hell is Ferriby? I thought he was coming straight up.
Probably stuck in the lift.
Oh, there you are, Ferriby. Well, come along inside.
Oh, I'm sorry if I'm late, sir. I caught the first train, but it wasn't all that early. I thought country folk got up with the lark.
To milk the cows, my good Totty, not to travel by train to the wicked city. All right, Ferriby, sit down and tell me how you got on. Totty, you can take notes.
Very good, sir. Well, sir, I spent a couple of days in the village and did a bit of snooping round the park where the murder was committed.
What you mean is where the body was found. Huh? Oh, it's not necessarily the same thing, my lad. All right, go on.
At the same time, I checked up on Briggs's statement. Briggs? Oh, the lag who said he knew something about the murder.
That's right. Says he was in the village on the night of the murder and that he actually saw the victim.
Have you seen Briggs yet, sir?
I'm having him sent over from Wormwood Scrubs. He should be here any moment. All right, go on, Ferriby. Who else is in the picture?
Well, I didn't actually go up to the Priory, sir, but I met Miss Crane down in the village.
Miss Isla Crane? Lady Lebanon's niece?
Yes, that's right, sir. A very pretty, charming young lady. And frightened out of her wits, if you ask me. Frightened? Why? Well, your guess is as good as mine, Totty. But one reason may be that she's got to marry young Lord Lebanon.
Got to? Who says so?
She told me so herself, sir. It's obvious she can't see anything in him. Well, nobody could. He's such a little weakling. There's the title, don't forget, chum. Title? Well, that wouldn't influence a girl like Miss Crane. No, charming, intelligent, beautiful. It looks as if you've fallen for her yourself.
All right, that'll do, Toddy. Kindly keep your wisecracks for when you're off duty.
When?
And let's stick to the point. So, Miss Crane's frightened, is she? Of someone or something. All right, note that, Totty.
Yes, sir.
We've got to get a move on over this case. The chief's been on to me already over this newspaper article this morning. Did you see it, Ferriby?
No, sir. My train left before the papers arrived.
Oh, where did I... Ah, here we are. Read it out, will you? It'll help recap what we got so far.
There is no further development in the Marks Priory mystery. Those 7 weeks have passed since the young chauffeur, William Studd, was found strangled on the lawn not 100 yards from the house. Studd had evidently been returning from a fancy dress ball which had been held in the village hall that evening. He was dressed in Indian costume. This is the 15th crime since the beginning of the year that the police have failed to solve.
You can skip that bit if you don't mind.
What puzzles me is why the Indian get-up.
He'd been to a dance, Totty, a fancy dress affair.
But why Indian? Why not a Pierrot? Something original.
Why was he killed at all?
Well, it wasn't a jealous husband or anything of that kind. I checked most carefully. He hadn't even got a girlfriend.
The body was found by Dr. Amersham.
Yes. What was he doing in the Priory garden at 2 o'clock in the morning?
That's what I'd like to know.
Ask me, why don't you?
You?
I've been doing a bit of research on my own account, rooting about in the files and so on.
And what have you found that we don't know?
The doctor's been to India.
My good Totty, even the village policeman knows that.
Yes, but...
Dr. Amersham went out at Lady Lebanon's request to bring her son back to this country. Young Lord Lebanon had had a serious go of fever.
Ah, but here's another thing.
Well?
Amersham's got a record.
What?
It's on the file. Drive into the public danger, fine £10, licence endorsed.
That doesn't make the man a hardened criminal.
But
if you really want to make yourself useful, Totty, take a look outside and see if there's any sign of Briggs yet.
Very good, sir. Thomas Henry Briggs, alias Walters, alias Thomas, alias Smith.
That's the fellow. He's done time all over the world, and now he's serving the first part of a sentence in Wormwood Scrubs for uttering forged banknotes.
What on earth was he doing in a little Sussex village? I'd have thought his kind of racket went better with back streets in big cities.
Maybe he was on his way to Brighton, or even the continent.
Oh, yes.
Anyway, he must have had some reason for making this statement.
Well, he may have read about the case in the paper. They do see them inside, don't they?
Oh, yes. He asked to see the governor and made this statement, which I've got in front of me, but I have a feeling it isn't complete.
Briggs is here, sir.
Oh, right, bring him in.
Okay, Constable, we'll take care of him. Come along, Briggs.
Well, don't hurry me, Constable. Oh, I've had enough to put up with, what with this early start and all. Oh, I feel quite faint. Could I have some brandy, do you think?
Never lose hope, do you, chum?
You can have a cigarette, Briggs. Unlock those handcuffs, Totty. But I'm afraid that's the most we can do for you.
Oh, that's better.
Here, have a light.
That's all, Governor.
Now then, Briggs, I want you to expand a little on this statement of yours.
Expand?
You were in the village of Marks Thornton on the night of the murder.
I was, sir, more's a pity. That's what I made a statement about, see? Always been on the side of law, I have.
All right. Get on with your story.
Yes, sir. Well, I went there for a few days for a change of air.
Oh?
I'd been poorly, see. I've been that way once before, and it's a nice little place, I thought. I put up at the White Hart. The gentleman called in his car. Now, if he put them counterfeit notes in my bag, sir, he put them there without me knowing anything about it. Innocent I am, innocent as an unborn babe.
Nonsense. You went down there to collect some notes from a snide merchant.
Don't know what you're talking about.
Listen, I haven't brought you here to discuss the rights and wrongs of your sentence. I want you to tell me what you know about the Marks Priory murder. If you don't know anything about it, you can go back to the Scrubs.
Well, sir, after the gentleman had called at the White Hart, I went for a bit of a stroll. It was late at night and pretty dark. I was sitting on a stile smoking my pipe when I saw a figure come along, and it gave me a regular turn.
Oh, why?
All in white it was, dressed up like an Indian.
Yeah, that'd be the man who was murdered. Was he alone?
Yes, sir. He passed me by without a sound, and then turned off up a little lane. It ran along beside the field where I was sitting on the stile, if you follow me.
I do, just. All right, go on.
About 5 minutes after, I'd finished my pipe and I was just knocking it out when I heard a scream. Fair made my blood run cold, it did.
Where did it come from?
It seemed to come from the wood at the far end of the field. I hopped off the stile and looked around. I saw a man coming towards me across the field. The moon had come out through the clouds and I could see him quite plain.
What did he look like?
About my age he'd be, with a little brown beard, and he was puffing rather, as though he was out of breath. I shouted, "Who's there?" And he called back, "It's all right, it's Dr. Hamersham. Here, could I have another cigarette?"
Have one of mine.
Oh, thank you, Sergeant.
Just a minute. There's nothing in this statement of yours about Dr. Amersham.
Oh, well, now, sir, I didn't put everything in my statement, sir.
Why?
Because I thought if I did, you wouldn't want to see me, and I had never seen Scotland Yard before.
What you mean is you wanted a day out?
Oh, no, sir.
Well, go on. What about Dr. Amersham?
The thing is, I've got a wonderful memory for voices, and as soon as this chap spoke, I remembered him.
You'd met him before?
That's right, sir. In Calcutta. We was in the same prison together.
Dr. Amersham was in prison?
Yes.
I suppose you mean he was the prison doctor?
No. Him and me was awaiting trial together. He was an army doctor, see, and he got into trouble over a cheque. A little matter of forging another officer's name. Talk about coincidence.
What do you mean?
I was up for the same sort of thing, only he got off. I did hear the authorities squared it to avoid a scandal.
You're not inventing this by any chance?
True as I'm sitting here, sir. Lester Charles Amersham, that was his name. He was dismissed from the army.
Cashier, do you mean?
Oh, have it your own way. Don't know what became of him after that. Some said he'd gone off to Madras and married a half-caste woman. But it was all hushed up, like I said. But he was guilty, all right. And that's the fella I saw on the night of the murder.
I see. Well, thank you, Briggs. That's all very interesting. If you'll go along now with Sergeant Totty, he'll see you get a cup of tea before they take you back to the Scrubs.
Tea? Talk about gratitude.
That'll do. Come along now.
No justice, no sense of common decency.
Well, he's given us food for thought, sir.
He has indeed. Oh, Lord. I've got a lecture to the new recruits in 20 minutes' time. The super asked me to talk to them about a typical case. As if any case was typical.
Well, why not talk to them about the one you're on now, sir? Be a change from ancient history like Crippen.
My dear Ferriby, I wasn't quite old enough to be on that one.
No, of course not. But wouldn't it be more, interesting for them to be in on one that isn't solved yet? You could call it The Case of the Frightened Lady. That'd make them sit up and take notice.
I believe you've got something there.
Yes, it would refresh your memory to recap what we've got so far, and they might even have some ideas of their own.
I doubt it. What a dim-looking lot if ever I saw any. But I haven't had time to prepare anything else, so I think I'll take your advice. Come in.
Excuse me, sir. Could you see Lord Lebanon?
Lord Lebanon? Is he here, then?
He came into the superintendent's office, and the super asked if I'd bring him along to you. Very nervous, he seems.
What does he want, do you know?
No, I don't. I gather it's private.
All right, show him in. I expect you and Ferriby have got plenty to do.
Okay, sir. Would you come in, sir, please?
Oh, thank you so much. Good morning.
How do you do, Lord Lebanon?
How do you do?
Oh, Ferriby, take his lordship's hat and stick. Put them in the outer office.
Certainly, sir.
Sure. Good Lord. That chap doesn't look like a detective.
No?
I'd have taken him for a gentleman.
Well, very likely he is.
Oh.
Sit down, won't you? And tell me what I can do for you.
Thank you. I take it you are the fellow in charge of this case. I seem to have seen you before.
You have indeed, Lord Lebanon. I met you when I was down at Marks Priory. My name's Tanner, Chief Inspector Tanner.
Oh, yes, of course. I remember now. I say, do you mind seeing if there's anybody outside that door?
People don't listen outside doors of Scotland Yard, you know.
Really? How on earth do you find anything out of them?
We have our methods. Why do you ask?
Well...
People listen outside doors in your home. Is that what you mean?
It's not altogether unusual. All this is very embarrassing.
Embarrassing?
Well, you see, I only made up my mind last night to come to Scotland Yard, and I'm here. I don't know how to begin.
Well, let me begin, then. I certainly never expected to see you here, but since you are, I hope you'll be able to help me clear up one or two little mysteries which puzzle me.
Oh?
But you understand I've no right whatever to question you, but, well, since you've come of your own accord, I hope you'll help me.
Go on.
Well, now, there are quite a number of people at Marks Priory who are under suspicion.
Including my mother?
In a sense, yes. I think she must know a great deal more than she's told us so far, but I'm thinking more particularly of a guest in your house, Dr. Amersham.
He's a mystery man to me, too, to be frank. I detest him.
Oh, why?
I dislike him so much, I find it difficult to be fair. Somehow or other, my mother has got herself involved with him.
Involved?
Well, all this goes back a long way, you know.
Oh, yes.
Things were different while my father was alive. He was a hopeless invalid.
I'd heard that, yes.
Never left his room for 15 years. Dr. Amersham was his medical attendant.
I see.
Well, I knew he'd been in India before that, but I didn't know then that he'd left under a cloud.
Oh?
At first, he used to strike me as rather sycophantic towards my mother and myself, but gradually a change came over him, and he became very domineering. You know, interfering in things which didn't concern him.
Yes, I understand. Well, go on.
Owing to my father's illness, things were pretty quiet at home. In fact, deadly dull. I used to dread my school holidays. I'm afraid I've none of the family pride that both my mother and my father had. Mother in particular. To her, every stone of the priory is sacred and family tradition. Well, I believe she'd die in defense of it.
Well, that feeling's not unusual in old families.
But to live with it, I tell you, it's stifling. So, when my regiment was ordered out to India, I was delighted to go, and I had a wonderful time out there. Well, when Father died, I suppose I ought to have come home, but I was enjoying myself, so I didn't. Then I had this bad attack of fever, and Mother sent Dr. Amersham out to bring me back.
Did you find things very much changed?
Terribly. Amersham was practically the master of Marks Priory. And there were two great American toughs who were supposed to be footmen. One's called Gilder, and the other Brooks. Whatever they are, they certainly aren't footmen.
What other changes did you find?
Well, there's my mother. She seems to be entirely under the domination of these two fellows. I can't imagine why. And finally, there's Miss Crane.
Oh, Miss Isla Crane?
Yes.
I see. Isn't she some sort of relation of yours?
That's right. A distant cousin. She's lived with us for years. Her family's desperately poor, and Mother has always made her some sort of an allowance. As a matter of fact, I'm going to marry her.
Really?
I don't particularly want to.
Oh?
Oh, she's very pretty and all that, but I don't want to marry anybody. But Mother says I've got to.
Got to? Why?
I don't know. She's a very nice girl, but there's something odd about her now.
How do you mean?
Well, she's frightened, Mr. Tanner. Terrified. Ever since that infernal murder, she'd been scared out of her wits.
Well, it's not altogether surprising.
She walks in her sleep. I've seen her. I was having a quiet drink in the hall before going to bed, and suddenly, there she was, walking slowly down the stairs in her nightdress, and her eyes wide open, staring at nothing. It was terrifying.
What exactly is she frightened of, do you think?
I don't know. Perhaps it's those two American fellows. They certainly give me the creeps. You know, if I go out of my room at night, I don't sleep very well since my illness. There they are, hanging about in the corridor. It gets on my nerves, I can tell you.
And what about Dr. Amersham?
I loathe him, as I said before. Apart from the way in which he seems to dominate my mother, there was that scandal in India.
Something about a forged check, I believe.
No, it wasn't.
Oh?
No, it was to do with a Eurasian girl. I said, do you mind seeing if there's anybody outside the door?
My dear Lord Lebanon, I assure you there isn't. Oh, and who might you be?
You must excuse me, sir.
Gilder.
His lordship left home without his cigarette case. I took the liberty of bringing it to him.
How did you know I was here?
Oh, I happened to be passing this building. I saw you going in.
Why were you listening at the door, and who allowed you to come up?
Well, the policeman on the door said his lordship had gone to see Inspector Tanner. Well, I guess I didn't remember which room he said, so I was trying to recognize his lordship's voice before disturbing you, sir. Your case, my lord. Good day, gentlemen.
Well, talk about cool. Give me a reception desk. Jackson? Inspector Tanner here. A man just left my office, a big American chap. Have him followed and report to me where he goes. Oh, which one was that?
Gilder. I tell you, one or other of them is always following me about.
Well, we've disposed of him for the moment. Let's go back to what you were telling me about Dr. Amersham and the Eurasian girl.
Oh, she was found in his bungalow, strangled.
What?
It's true. And what's more, there was a piece of red cotton cloth round her neck, just like the stuff they found round my poor chauffeur, Stud.
Very interesting. And is that why you came here, to tell me this?
Partly. And also, I don't particularly want to die, Mr. Tanner.
Do you think there's a chance of your being killed, then?
I don't know, but there's something going on that I don't understand. I mean, Stud's death, he was really my only friend in the house. These two American thugs, my fiancé, who was obviously frightened. It all adds up to something, but I don't know what it is.
Who's the heir to your property?
Well, I always thought some cousin in America, but not long ago, Mother told me that, in fact, Isla is the heir.
Miss Crane?
That's right.
I see.
Mr. Tanner, there's a whole lot more I could tell you. Couldn't you come down to Mark's Priory yourself? I mean, I've got diaries and notes I could show you. They'd give you much more detail than I've been able to remember. Besides, you'd feel the atmosphere, and you'd know I wasn't exaggerating.
I'll come down at the end of this week.
Oh, thank you. You won't breathe a word to my mother about all this, will you? I don't want her to think I've been disloyal to her. Probably she's as much under Amersham's thumb as I am.
Don't worry, I'll be the soul of discretion. Yes?
Excuse me, sir, but the men have gone into the lecture hall. I thought I ought to tell you.
Right, Toddy. Well, if you'll excuse me, Lord Lebanon, I've got to cope with a bunch of new recruits. I'll see you at the weekend. In the meantime, try not to worry.
Thank you, Inspector. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Well, so
much for the household at Mark's Priory. Now, I want you to listen very carefully. On the night of August the 18th, there was a fancy-dress ball down in the village. Stud, the chauffeur, and 3 other servants attended that ball dressed in homemade costumes. Stud chose that of an Indian.
Why, sir?
Why? Well, he'd been a soldier and had served in India. He may have brought back an Indian costume. Anyway, he knew how to make himself look like an Indian. Okay?
Okay.
Now, Stud left the ball rather late and was seen by the village constable. He was also seen, just before he went into the field, by a man whom I interviewed this morning. Stud was found next morning, strangled with this. Now, as you can see, it's a piece of red cotton cloth of Indian manufacture. Now, notice the little metal tag in the corner. It's the trademark of the maker. Now, the body was found between 2 groups of rhododendrons and had evidently been dragged there by the murderer. Now, the only other person in the field that night, and why he was there nobody knows, but I'm going to find out, was Dr. Amersham. He had also at one time served in India. Yes, what is this, Sergeant Totty?
Beg pardon, sir. Urgent message.
Well, it can wait a minute. Amersham had a bad record. And when you come to examine the murder of Stud, you have to realize that not only was the doctor in Mark's Thornton, but that he was actually in the field and seen there a few minutes after the murder was committed. In fact, everything points to him.
Not now, it don't.
Will you shut up? The body was discovered in bushes about 50 yards from the west wing.
Almost exactly where they found the body of Dr. Amersham half an hour ago.
What?
He'd been strangled.
All right, quiet. I'm sorry to have to break off here, but you understand the position. Disperse as quietly as you can. Totty, get Ferriby and meet me at the car. We must go down to Mark's Priory right away.
Hey, Brooks,
Yeah,
how much longer we gotta hang around here?
I don't know. All I know is Lady L said to repair to the scene of the crime and wait and see what happens.
Wants us to keep an eye on the text from London and then report back to her.
That's right. London. What I wouldn't give to be there. This place gets me down.
Oh, we're paid well to be here. Anyway, we couldn't go back to the States. You know very well there'd be a hot seat waiting for the pair of us.
What, still? After all these years?
You know the FBI. They never let up on a case. God, the police are just the same in England. You can be sure of that.
Well, that's what I don't like about it, Gilda. There's such a thing as extradition. And if we're caught over this little affair...
Pipe down, can't you? Here. Have a cigarette.
Oh, thanks, chum. Beats me, you know.
What does?
His lordship running off this morning like that. Lady L was mad as hell when I told her.
Yeah. It's lucky we spotted him making for the station. You know, I only just managed to nip into the train as it was pulling out. He nearly spotted me at Victoria. I had to pretend to be tying my shoelace.
What made you think he was going to Scotland Yard?
I didn't know where he was going. He got into a taxi. Well, luckily, there was another one on the rank, so I hopped in and I said, follow that cab.
I thought that only happened in the movies.
Yeah. Well, I nearly dropped dead when I realized where we landed up. Scotland Yard. I sure didn't want to go in there. Well, I pitched a yarn to the fellow at the desk, and he swallowed it.
Were you followed back here, do you think?
Nah. I told you before, these guys, they're pretty slow off the mark. Well, look at the time they're taking to get here.
Well, I wish they'd step on it. It's cold hanging around in this wood.
You got cold feet. That's what's the matter with you.
Is that a car? Listen.
No. Now you think too much, Brooks. All you got to do is keep calm like me. Don't shake like that. Nobody's going to kill you.
That's a car coming now.
Yeah. I'll take a peek through the hedge. See if I can see them. Yeah, this'll be them. It's a big black sedan with a wireless aerial. They're cruising slowly along, looking for the gate. We better get under cover. Stub out your cigarette, you fool. They might see the smoke.
Yeah, okay.
Come on in here. The cover's nice and thick. We can get out through the wood when the coast's clear. Nip back to the house.
Well, this is the place, all right. You got the gardener's statement with you, Totty?
Yes, sir. Back gate leading to the greenhouses. That'll be this one. About 50 yards in by some rhododendron bushes. Over there, sir. Look, there's a chap waving.
Oh, one of the local coppers. All right, officer, we're on our way. Well, it's a clear case of strangulation. You got the photographs, Totty?
Yes, sir. Made a good job of them, that local chap did.
Could you come over here a moment, sir?
What is it, Ferriby?
While you were seeing the doctors off with the corpse, I was having a look round. Do you see these wheel marks?
I do indeed. Looks as though the car had been driven off the gravel onto the grass for quite a distance.
And then look, you can see where it came off the grass and back onto the gravel again, pointing towards the house.
There's a patch of oil along the road, sir, and I found a couple of matches and a broken cigarette. Look.
An American cigarette. Now keep that, Totty, and the matches.
Yes, sir.
Now, let's go up the drive and see if we can find any footprints coming from the grass onto the gravel. If we find them at all, they'll be just above the place where the car left the road. Yeah, there was no sign of a struggle where the body was found.
You think he was attacked in the car, sir?
That's beginning to look like it, yes.
Where is the car, if it comes to that?
Well, the chief constable told me it was picked up in a lane about 2 miles from the village. They're supposed to be bringing it along. Ah, that'll be it, I think. Go and tell the driver to stop there, Totty. I don't want these tracks confused.
Yes, sir.
And have a look on the road and see how far it corresponds with the marks on the drive.
Right, sir.
Yes, lucky it rained in the night. Kept the marks nice and clear. Well, come on, Ferriby. Let's follow these tracks and see where they lead. Well, Totty, any luck?
It's the same car, sir, no doubt about it. There's a chip out of one of the tyre treads. Plain as anything it is.
Did you find any footprints in the car?
No, but there's a deep scratch on the boot. Here, look.
Yes, the car's closed now, but my theory is that at the time of the murder it was open. Somebody jumped on the back and made that scratch.
Yeah.
Look, the hood's been closed so clumsily that all the straps are hanging loose.
And the clips in the hood haven't met. I think you've got it, sir.
As I see it, the murderer put the cloth round the victim's neck at the point where the car left the drive. That would account for us going onto the grass verge.
Yes.
Then whoever killed the doctor drove it back onto the gravel where that patch of oil is that you noticed, Totty.
Yeah.
Whoever it was took out a cigarette.
And broke it and threw it away?
That's right. Took out another and lit it after 2 attempts, your 2 spent matches, and then drove the car to the place where it was found. The question is, why on earth did the murderer leave Amersham's body in Priory Fields when he could have taken it in the car and disposed of it? Or at any rate removed it from the scene of the murder.
Didn't the chief constable say something about the local coppers having seen the car pass?
Yes, at 2:30. But the hood was up there and he didn't see the driver. But it did establish the time. Now, Amersham left Marks Priory around midnight. He was killed within 2 minutes of leaving and dragged over to where he was found. Here, let's have another look at the car.
The dashboard clock's been smashed. And there's some mud scratches on the windscreen.
Now, when the cloth went round his neck, he must have thrown his foot up to get a purchase. Those are his footprints you can see on the windscreen.
There's a deep mark on the carpet just here, like a heel print.
Yes, that's where he was pulled out of the car. Let's go back and look at that oil patch again. Yes, I thought so. Look, there's a long mark in the grass. It leads straight to the bushes where the body was found. Yeah, that's that then. Now, I think it's about time to put in an appearance at Marks Priory. Come on, you two.
Come on. Yeah, come on, Brooks. We've seen all there is to see. We better get back to her ladyship.
Beautiful room, this.
You can have it. Too draughty.
You have no soul, Totty. No feeling for antiquity.
I like comfort, that's all, Ferriby, and comfort don't go with all this stonework and armour. Fear gives me the creep.
Don't talk nonsense. Oh, I asked that old butler chap, what's his name? Kelver, to send those 2 footmen here. Go and see if they're outside.
Okay, sir. Yeah, there we are. Come in, will you, both of you?
Come over here where I can see you. I've seen you before, haven't I, Gilda?
Yeah.
How long have you been here?
8 years.
You were here in the days of the late Lord Lebanon.
Yes, sir.
A footman?
Yes, sir.
Got an account at the London and Provincial Bank, haven't you?
Oh, that's very clever of you to find out. Yeah, I have.
Very unusual, isn't it, for a footman to have an account at the London Bank?
Well, some of us are thrifty.
A pretty substantial balance, I hope.
3,000 or 4,000 pounds.
Oh?
Well, I've speculated rather wisely.
What's your salary here?
It's quite a good one.
All right, Gilda. Now, your name's Brooks.
Yeah.
An American citizen, too?
Yeah. But I haven't got a bank account. Some of us American citizens have lost a lot of money lately.
You been here very long?
6 years.
As a footman?
Sure.
Why is a man like you in service?
Well, I guess I'm naturally servile.
What's that scar on your face?
Huh? Oh, that was done a few years ago. I got in a little rough house.
Were you a footman then?
I guess I was.
I'd like to talk to you later.
Sure.
Does that apply to me also, Captain?
No. Do you know this house very well?
Every inch of it.
Well, Lady Lebanon said I might see over it. Perhaps you could show me around.
Yeah. If I can spare the time.
I think we can arrange that. All right, you can go, both of you.
Okay.
If they're footmen, I'm... Ah, here's old Kelver now.
Have you all you require, Inspector?
Yes, thank you, Kelver. Tell me, what do they do, those 2 men?
They wait on her ladyship, on his lordship, and on Miss Grave.
Oh, is that the lady I saw on the lawn?
Yes.
Ask her if she would mind seeing me, will you, Ferriby?
Yes, sir.
Kelver, you heard nothing last night?
No, sir.
No scream or shout or anything?
No, sir.
You remember the night the chauffeur Stud was killed?
Yes, sir. I remember it.
You heard nothing then?
No, sir. If you remember, I told you when you were here at the time. That is her ladyship's desk.
Yes, I know. To your knowledge, were there any visitors here, in this room, last night?
No, sir.
None of the servants, for instance, told you about somebody calling quite late?
No, sir. Will that be all, sir?
For the moment, yes.
Very good, sir.
Totty, how often must I tell you not to do that?
Shh. Look, coming down the stairs, Lady Macbeth herself.
Oh, yes. Good afternoon, Lady Lebanon.
Ah, Mr. Tanner, isn't it?
That's right. This is my assistant, Sergeant Totty.
Oh, yes. Tell me, Inspector, will you finish your inquiries today?
I don't think so.
I have booked rooms for you at the White Hart.
Oh, thank you. I had already booked them.
Oh,
You told me I might look over the house.
of course. I'll ring for Brooks. He will show you around the house. But the man appears to have been killed in the park.
Man?
Dr. Amersham.
Yes, he was killed in the park. Well, this house is in the park. It's quite possible somebody may have heard something.
It would be interesting to find out.
Very.
You rang, my lady?
Oh, Brooks, show Mr. Tanner over the house, will you?
Sure, my lady.
You will excuse me, Lady Lebanon.
Certainly.
Come along, Sergeant.
Now, I can get rid of that scarf. The fire's burning nicely. There. That will soon be gone. Oh, Kelva, come in here a moment, will you?
Yes, my lady.
Shut the door. When are those detectives going?
They gave me the impression they wouldn't be leaving for some considerable time.
Where is Miss Crane?
She was on the lawn, I understand. One of the gentlemen went out to bring her in.
One of the police officers?
Yes, my lady, the young-looking one.
Ask her to be good enough to come to me.
Yes, my lady. If your ladyship will pardon me, I did wish to speak to you on rather an unpleasant matter.
Oh?
Unpleasant for me, that is to say.
Well?
Tomorrow is the end of the month, and I would like your ladyship, with all due respect, to accept my notice.
Your notice? Why?
Your ladyship is aware of the very distressing happenings, sensational, if I may call them so, that have brought us a great deal of undesirable publicity.
That is hardly any affair of yours, Kelper.
Pardon me, my lady. In all the years of my service, I've never had my name associated with matters which were, your ladyship will pardon me if I describe them as being of vulgar public interest.
Tell me, Kelper, in what way do these affairs affect you?
Ladies and gentlemen, look askance at an upper servant who has figured even indirectly in a murder case. 2 murder cases, my lady.
Very well, Kelper. I presume you would like to leave at the end of next month.
If your ladyship pleases.
I suppose Brooks and Gilder have something to do with this.
I'm almost reconciled, or shall I say hardened, to these 2 persons.
If they're rude to you.
Oh, I assure your ladyship that they've always been most polite, and with the limited means at their disposal, obliging. I assure your ladyship that I have no criticism to offer.
Very well, Kelper. Now go and find Miss Crane for me.
Very good, my lady. Oh, I beg your pardon, my lord.
All right.
Ah, Willie, I wanted to see you.
Oh, I was just going down to the village.
That can wait. Come here.
What is it, then?
Why did you go to London this morning?
Because I damned well wanted to.
Willie?
Oh, sorry, Mother, but really, you treat me as if I were a baby.
You went to Scotland Yard. Now, that was very tiresome of you, Willie. Why did you go?
There are things happening in this place that are getting on my nerves. I mean, I'm not a child.
If there is anything the police should know, you may be sure they will know it without your help. It was extraordinarily stupid of you, and it hurt me very much. As for Dr. Amersham...
Yes. Now, what do you think about that, then?
I am not going to discuss it with you. Did you tell the police anything about him?
I told them he was a queer bird, and I didn't understand him. I told them there was a lot of things I didn't understand in this house. I don't understand Gilder, I don't understand Brooks, they're the most extraordinary pair.
Are we to have all that again?
Wish to God I'd never come back from India.
Now, listen. You will not go to London again unless you ask me. And you are not to speak to the police about anything that happens in this house. You understand?
Yes, Mother.
I would like you to try to conduct yourself with a little more dignity. Policemen and people of that sort are not the kind of men that the 19th Viscount Lebanon can make friends of, you know.
I don't know. They're as good as I am. All this family nonsense. You know that fellow Gilder came up to Scotland Yard?
He did it on my instructions. Is that sufficient?
Yes, Mother.
Very well. Where is Isla?
Saw her outside. She was talking to one of those fellows.
Which fellows?
One of those detectives. As a matter of fact, I saw him in Scotland Yard this morning. Quite a gentleman, he seems.
Oh, I want you to sign some checks while you're here.
Blanks again?
I will fill them up.
Oh, isn't it rather stupid? You never give me a check to sign with any figures on it. I do feel I ought to know something about what's going on.
Sign 4, please.
All right.
That will be sufficient.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Thank you. And please be careful not to blot them.
Mother, I don't know anything about business, but this is a terribly dangerous method. What are these for?
Excuse me, my lady.
Oh, did you find Miss Crane, Calvert?
Yes, my lady, but she was talking rather confidentially to the young policeman, and I didn't like to interrupt her.
Tell Miss Crane I wish to see her at once, please, whether she is talking or not.
Yes, my lady.
Mother, what are we going to do about Isla?
I don't wish to discuss Isla.
You don't want to discuss her, but you want me to marry her, so I should have thought I was entitled to discuss her, however odd she is.
Odd? What do you mean?
Well, of course, she's very sweet and agreeable and all that, and she is a sort of relation, but I'm not in love with her, and I shall never be.
What did you mean by odd?
Well, she is. Walking in her sleep, frightened of her own shadow, jumps when you talk to her.
Well, she's very highly strung, that's all.
Well, I think she's odd.
Did you want me, Lady Lebanon?
Yes, Isla, I do. You can go, Willie.
You've been talking to that fellow, Isla. Who does he think murdered poor old Anderson?
Willie, you can go.
Seems to be the only thing I can do in this house.
Now, Isla, what is the matter with you?
Nothing. Well, that is, I opened the drawer of your desk this morning and I found a little red scarf there with a metal tag on it.
Why did you open the drawer of my desk?
I wanted the checkbook. Why do you keep that scarf there?
My dear child, you're dreaming. Which drawer? This one? Yeah, there's nothing there. You mustn't let these things get on your nerves.
These things? How can you speak so lightly about it? A man killed like a brute? I hated him. I loathed him. He was always so beastly with me, but nevertheless...
You mean he made love to you? Amersham?
I can't go on staying here. I can't do it.
I sent your mother her quarterly check on Monday. I had such a charming letter from her this morning. She said how wonderful it was to feel safe and secure after the hard times she'd been through.
You know I wouldn't be here a day if it wasn't for her. She doesn't know what I'm doing. She'd rather starve.
Don't be a little fool. I am doing you a very great service. When you are Lady Lebanon, you will find me very broad-minded about your married life. Very broad-minded, you understand that? And now, about that young policeman. I hope you weren't in this state of nerves when you were talking to him.
No, of course I wasn't. He's very charming.
I'm sure he is. He talks very pleasantly. What is his name?
John Ferriby.
Ferriby? One of the Somerset Ferribys? Lord Lesserfield's family? The man who put the leopards in his quarterings, quite without authority.
I believe he does come from Somerset.
Well, there's no reason why you shouldn't know him, Isla. But, of course, you mustn't speak to him about, Amersham. If he asks you questions...
He hasn't asked me anything. We were talking about people we knew. But Mr. Tanner will ask me questions. What am I to tell him?
My dear, you will tell him just what it is necessary he should know.
Oh, I beg your pardon.
Oh, don't go, Mr. Ferriby. My niece was just telling me you are related to the Lesserfields.
Oh, well, yes. Yes, he is a sort of relation of mine. Oh, very, very distant. One doesn't worry about that sort of thing when one has to earn a living.
Ah, you should. It's the finest thing in the world to be a member, even a cadet member of a great family. To know that your stock has continued in authority through the ages and will go on through thousands of years. Tell me, does Lord Lesserfield still quarter the leopards?
Quarter the... Oh, in his coat of arms. Yes, I believe he does.
Oh, that is very wrong of him. Very wrong. I don't think well of him for that.
Good Lord. She belongs to the Middle Ages.
No, she belongs to this age.
Quartering and coats of arms. I thought that stuff was dead. Miss Crane, do you mind if I ask you a question?
I told Lady Lebanon that you didn't ask me any questions.
And I'm letting you down. Well, it's quite a friendly question.
Well?
Why are you so nervous?
Am I?
Yes, you are. All the time you seem to be looking round as though you expected something horrible to appear over your shoulder.
I'm afraid of the police.
But why?
No. It's what happened last night I'm afraid of, really.
Yes, I understand that. But you've been like this for a long time, haven't you?
Who told you?
Haven't you? Miss Crane, I wonder if I could be of any service to you at all. I wish I could.
Do you really?
I do indeed.
I suppose you want me to confide in you officially.
Well, I ought to say yes. My job is to worm out every little secret you've got, but I'd hate myself if I did it.
Well, I have no secrets. Do you know, you're not my idea of a policeman.
Oh, that may be rude or complimentary. I think I'd rather it were rude.
And Sergeant Totty isn't my idea of a sergeant.
Sergeant Todd is a very brave fellow. He got his promotion for tackling 2 armed burglars single-handed.
Really? Mr. Ferriby, what do you mean when you say that you'd like to be of service to me? What could you do for me?
Well, I could probably take away the cause of your fear. You're not really frightened of the police, are you?
Of you?
Well, I wasn't thinking as an individual, but as part of the machine. You can't very well be afraid of me.
Why not?
I don't know. I suppose you could be, but you're much too sensible. Now, you're not really afraid of me, are you?
No. Nor of the police. Nor of anything.
What is it?
There's someone on the stairs.
Oh, I'll go and see. No. Well, there's nobody there. Are all you people afraid of being spied on? When Lord Lebanon came to Scotland Yard, he had the same fear. Miss Crane, there's something in this house that's got you all down. What is it?
Come away from that desk, please. There's nothing there. There's nothing there.
Was there something there?
No. Well, what could there be? What a fool I am. Why, I don't wonder you think I'm a nervous wreck. Tell me, is Mr. Tanner very clever?
Best detective at Scotland Yard, I should think. He's got an uncanny instinct for the truth.
I wonder, do you think he suspects anybody?
Everybody, I should imagine.
Listen, suppose someone knew who committed this horrible murder and didn't tell the police. Is that an offense? I mean, would it be a crime?
Yes. Yes, the person who knew might be charged with being an accessory.
Oh, my God.
Any man or woman who knows anything ought to tell. Has Inspector Tanner questioned you?
No.
It might be easier to tell me.
I don't know. Why should I know? You think because I'm jumpy? Well, don't these things get on your nerves?
What, cases like this?
Yes.
Well, no. Rather unfortunate if they did, wouldn't it?
They really don't matter to you?
This case matters.
Why?
Oh, well, it does a lot.
I suppose you've got a very matter-of-fact name for this dreadful thing. Case number 6 or something like that.
No. To me, it's the case of the frightened lady.
You mean me?
Yes.
Naturally, I'm frightened. My nerves aren't like yours.
Something's burning. A piece of cloth. Anybody dropped a cigarette on the carpet?
I don't know, have they?
Well, it seems to come from the fireplace. Yes. Yes, somebody's been burning stuff here. A piece of cloth. Look, you can still see the fibre. You can smell it now, can't you?
No. Yes, I don't know.
Hello? What are you burning? What's this in the grate, Totty?
Looks like a bit of linen.
I'll poke it out with this.
No, don't touch it. Do you see that little bit of metal where the corner was? It's melting, but you can see it.
Yes. Yes, I see it. Where's Tanner?
Still upstairs somewhere. Who put that on the fire? Do you know, miss?
No. Put what on the fire?
It couldn't have been there long. The flame only just have reached it when I smelt it burning.
Ever seen a red cloth about this house with a little metal tag in the corner?
No! I never saw anything of the kind, ever.
Well. She's very emphatic. I'd better see if I can find Tanner.
Much too emphatic. Hello? Someone else has smelt something.
Is there something burning here?
Have you put anything in this stove, Kevlar?
No, sir. I never replenish the fires.
I know, but do you put anything on them?
No, sir. Is there anything I can get for you, sir?
No. Nice old house, this. Have you been here long?
18 months, sir, but I'm leaving next month.
To better yourself?
It would hardly be respectful to her ladyship to say I was. But I don't like this part of the country. To be perfectly frank with you, sir, it hardly adds to my prestige to be associated with this crime.
Naturally. Nice lot of servants here?
Oh, yes, sir.
2 fine, strapping footmen.
As you say, sir, they are very strapping.
Good servants, I suppose?
Well, yes, I've very little to do with them.
How long have they been here?
They were before my time, sir.
Good fellows in the servants' hall?
They never come to the servants' hall, sir. They go on duty when we are locked up.
Oh, I see. When you're locked up. Sounds as if you got into a bit of trouble.
Oh, no, sir. The servants' quarters are in the east wing. From 8 o'clock, we are not in this part of the house at all.
Oh, I see. That's funny.
You mean you couldn't get here if you wanted?
Exactly, sir.
You get many people here at nights?
I'm not able to tell you that, sir.
I've got an idea that Dr. Amersham used to call here a lot.
I believe he did, sir. But I never saw him here at night.
I suppose you've heard all sorts of funny noises, haven't you?
No, I haven't, sir.
Ever come down in the morning and saw signs of a barney?
I beg your pardon?
Any signs of a lot of people being here, having a thick night. Illicit recreation.
Well, sir, it's hardly becoming in me to discuss my employer's affairs, but there was one morning.
Oh?
Well, I'll tell you the truth, sir. It looked as though there'd been a free fight. Some mirrors were broken and a chair smashed and wine glasses thrown about the floor. And Gilda, the footman, had a black eye. And I'm told, I've only got the word of poor Mr. Studd to go on.
That's the chauffeur who was killed?
Yes, poor fellow. I'm told that Dr. Amersham was rather the worse for wear the next day. There is certainly something happening in this house, sir, which I cannot fathom. His lordship is treated as though he had no existence. His wishes are ignored. In my opinion, he is nothing better in this house than a prisoner.
Oh.
They never let him out of their sight. I have had instructions. Instructions I very much resent, though they have been given to me by her ladyship. I have to listen to any telephone call he makes.
Yes.
If he has a servant he trusts, that servant is discharged. The only man with whom he was friendly was Studd, who would have done anything for him. Studd was murdered. I've never expressed my suspicions before, and I trust Mr. Totty, or should I say Sergeant?
Sergeant.
I trust this will go no further. There is something in this house, some dreadful force that is beginning to get on my nerves. I would gladly sacrifice a month's salary to be able to leave tonight.
Oh, I didn't know anyone was in here.
Anything wrong, miss?
No. No. I just remembered a book I wanted.
You look very white.
Do I?
Do you want me, miss?
No, Gilda, I don't want you.
Oh, I thought I heard you call out.
I didn't speak. Would you go, please? I don't want you, I tell you.
Right, thank you, Brooks. Hello. What's the matter with Miss Crane, Totty?
She came flying in here as if somebody was after her, and then this bird came in.
You know, you look ill, young lady. You ought to see a doctor.
I don't want to see a doctor. I'm all right now. I was rather upset, but that's understandable, isn't it?
Did Gilda frighten you?
No. Nothing frightened me, really.
I see. Well, Gilda, we don't want you for the moment, understand?
Okay, Gub. Okay.
Odd, isn't it?
Very odd.
Did Ferriby find you, by the way?
No.
Something we wanted to show you. Oh, blast. Here's her ladyship. It'll keep.
No, Willie, you are not to go down to the village.
Oh, very well, Mother.
Well, Mr. Tanner, has Brooks shown you over the house?
Every room except one, Lady Lebanon. The lumber room on the first floor.
The lumber room?
One of the best positions in the house. It's a queer place for a lumber room.
Well, really, it's a store where I keep one or two valuables.
Your man has the key of it.
No. It was the room where my husband died. It hasn't been opened since that day.
Oh, I say, Mother, why, I'm sure I've seen it open.
You are quite mistaken, Willie. That room has never been open, and you've never seen it open.
Well, I'd like to see it open.
I'm afraid you can't.
I'm afraid I must insist.
Well, there's nothing there but a few pictures.
Nevertheless...
I should have imagined that the scope of your inquiry lay outside this house.
The scope of my inquiry lies just where I wish it to lie, Lady Lebanon.
Honestly, Mother, I do think he's right.
Will you be quiet, please?
Oh, very well. It's obvious I'm in the way here.
You realize, of course, that I can get a search warrant.
It would be outrageous if you did. No magistrate in this county would grant it.
Excuse me, sir.
Well, Sergeant?
I'd like to ask this lady a question. Who burned a scarf in that stove this afternoon?
A scarf?
A scarf with a little metal tag in the corner.
I haven't the slightest idea what you're talking about.
You can still smell it. The ashes are still there.
Yes. I can see the metal tag melting on the coal. Well?
If something has been burnt, I haven't the least idea who burnt it or what it was.
I'm afraid I'm responsible, my lady. I found some odd bits and ends of stuff lying on the carpet, and I put them into the stove.
Oh, of course. I was cutting out a doll's dress for the village bazaar. Do you remember, Isla?
Yes.
It was very foolish of you to put those pieces into the fire, Gilda.
Yeah, I'm sorry, my lady.
Oh, there you are, sir. I was looking for you. Totty's told me all about it, thank you, Ferriby. Take Miss Crane out, will you? I want to talk to Lady Lebanon.
Certainly, sir. Come along, Miss Crane. You look as if some fresh air would do you good.
Well, yes, I think it would.
There's another thing I'd like to know.
Well, perhaps I'll find it out for you. All right, Gilda, you may go. Follow that man, Totty, and keep your eye on him.
It'll be a pleasure.
Do I understand you have something to ask me?
Yes, about the murder of Dr. Lester Amersham.
I think I've told you everything I know.
I don't think so, Lady Lebanon. When did you last see Dr. Amersham alive?
I didn't see him this morning.
Well, that I realize. He wasn't alive this morning. The medical evidence is that he was killed last night, probably about midnight. When did you last see him alive?
Yesterday morning. Or it may have been the day before.
He was here at 11 last night, probably until within a few minutes of his death. He was here in this room, talking to you.
You have been questioning my servant.
Naturally.
Well, I think it would have been more proper if you had come to me first.
Well, I have come to you, and you've told me it was yesterday morning you saw him, or it may have been the day before. Now, here's a man murdered. It's rather an impressive fact.
I don't follow you.
Well, if you had a friend who soon after you saw him met with a fatal accident, wouldn't you say immediately, why, I was only speaking to him an hour before?
Dr. Amersham was not a friend. He was a very self-willed man who saw nobody's point of view but his own.
So the fact that he was murdered within a few hundred yards of this room really doesn't matter.
That is a little insolent, Mr. Tanner.
You may call it what you like, but doesn't it strike you, Lady Lebanon, that your own attitude is peculiar? I won't say arrogant. Look, I'm a detective officer investigating the murder of Dr. Amersham. You tell me you can't remember when you saw him last, although he was with you up to a few moments of his death. You suggest that you can't fix the time because he was not a friend of yours, but just a self-willed man. If he wasn't a friend, what was he doing here at 11?
He came to see me as a doctor.
At your request?
No. He dropped in.
At 11 o'clock at night?
I had a touch of neuritis in my arm.
But you didn't send for him?
No.
He just guessed you had neuritis and drove down from London in his car to treat you. Did he write a prescription?
That is a matter which concerns me.
He left you at 12 and drove down the long avenue, that's what you call it, isn't it? Halfway down, somebody jumped on the back of his car and strangled him as he sat at the wheel.
I know nothing whatever about that.
The car from which he was evidently dragged was found abandoned at the other side of the village.
Oh, really, I'm not interested.
Lady Lebanon, you've known this man for years. He was a constant visitor, your own doctor and friend, and you're not interested in his brutal murder?
Well, I'm terribly sorry, of course. It was an awful thing to have happened.
I'm glad you think that. What did Dr. Amersham know?
I don't understand you.
Your last words to the doctor as he left the door were these. Tell them if you dare, and don't forget that you're as deeply in it as anybody. You've always wanted to handle Willie's money. Well, they may not be the exact words, but they are the sense of the words. What was he deeply in? What did you dare him to tell?
My maid told you, of course. An untrustworthy girl to whom I gave notice this morning. If you listen to discharged servants, Mr. Tanner...
I listen to anybody. That's my job. How long was your husband, the late Lord Lebanon, ill before he died?
15 years.
Who attended him?
Dr. Amersham.
Although he was ill so long, he died rather suddenly, didn't he? I've got the particulars of the certificate here. It's signed by Lester Amersham, M.B., LRCP, MRCS. During his illness, you administered your husband's affairs. You and Dr. Amersham.
Yes.
Why did you marry again?
That isn't true.
You married Lester Charles Amersham at the Petersfield Parish Church 3 months after your husband's death. Why did you keep the marriage secret?
Who told you?
Somerset House told me. Well?
It was forced on me. He blackmailed me into marriage.
Oh, how?
He blackmailed me. That's enough.
Well, what hold did he have on you? Had you broken the law?
I know that he had. He was a thief and a forger, and he was kicked out of the army.
He was here last night at 12. He threatened you and was killed a few minutes later, and you're not very interested.
Why should I be? I'm glad he's...
You're glad he's dead? And then you suddenly remembered something, and you weren't so glad.
That's absurd.
Now, as to your first husband, Mrs. Amersham...
I shall be glad if you will call me Lady Lebanon.
Who saw the late Lord Lebanon after his death?
Dr. Amersham.
Did you?
No.
Did anybody else?
Gilder and Brooks.
Nobody else?
No. They did everything. No outsider was called in.
I see. And the doctor signed the certificate. This morning, my interest in this case was academic. Now, I'm very interested in you and in this house. And in the room which you say is never opened. Have you got the key? I've got an idea, I may be wrong, that Dr. Amersham's hold over you had something to do with that locked room. Now, am I right?
No. It had something to do with my past.
It took an effort to say that, but it isn't true. You're one of those people one reads about, blood proud. Oh, by the way, you must be a Lebanon yourself.
How wonderful of you to realize that. Yes, I married my cousin. I go back in direct line to the 4th Baron.
Amazing.
The family has come from most ancient times, Mr. Tanner. Before there was a history of England, there was a history of the Lebanons. And it will go on. It must go on. It would be wicked if the line were broken.
Amazing.
You said that before, Mr. Tanner.
Well, it's getting late. I don't think I can do very much more tonight. I have a few inquiries to make in the village.
Perhaps if you come tomorrow, we'll show you our mysterious room. Goodbye then, Mr. Tanner.
I'll collect the sergeants. It's getting dusk. I'd rather not walk across the priory field in the dark.
Are you going, Mr. Tanner?
Mr. Tanner is staying at the White Hart. Oh, Kelva, will you put this into the safe?
Yes, my lady.
Don't go tonight. For God's sake, don't go.
Have you got a car, Mr. Tanner?
I've decided not to go just yet, Lady Lebanon. I hope you don't mind.
I see. No doubt you know what you are doing.
Cold in here. Shall I put some coal on, my lord?
Yes, would you please, Sergeant?
Yes, get drafty, these old houses.
I wish we had central heating, but Mother won't hear of it. She's furious that you're staying tonight. She went for me and said I was responsible, which of course I wasn't. But I'm very glad you are, all the same.
Thank you, Lord Lebanon. Oh, by the way, where's Miss Crane?
Oh, she's gone to bed, I think. She's not terribly sociable. I'm going to have a very dull time when I'm married. She's awfully kind and all that, but honestly, we have nothing in common. I'll tell you who else are sick about your staying. Gilder and Brooks.
Oh.
If you must hang about, Gilder, you can make yourself useful and bring us some drinks.
What would you like, my lord? A whiskey and soda?
Yes.
Should I bring one for you, Mr. Tanner?
Yes, please.
And me, if you don't mind.
Okay, Sergeant.
Lord Lebanon, do you remember telling me this morning that you hoped to be alive to see me if I came to Mark's Priory? Now, what did you mean by that? Have you had any sort of threat, or has anybody attempted to hurt you?
No, not directly, but...
There was a jamboree here one night. Somebody smashed the furniture, broke up the glass.
Yes, I know about that.
When was this?
Some time ago. It was Kelver who told me about it. The place looked as if there'd been a pretty wild party, didn't it?
I wish there were a few wild parties. This place is like a mausoleum. And after the wonderful time I had in India. You know, I've hardly spoken to a girl since I've been back. Except Isla.
Oh, by the way, have you got a portrait of your father?
Hmm? No. And funnily enough, there isn't one in the house.
Really?
I came across a snapshot taken in the grounds. He was in his invalid chair. It must have been taken a couple of years before he died. Mother snatched it out of my hand and burned it.
That was an odd thing to do, wasn't it?
Now, my mother does do odd things at times.
Have they ever kept you out of the way?
Hmm?
I mean, have you ever had a feeling you're being kept out of the way while something was on?
Sometimes, yes. And I'll tell you how they keep me out of the way. I was in here after dinner one night, and Gilda brought me a whiskey and soda. Now, I remember drinking it, and the next thing I remember was waking up in my room in the dark. The door was locked. I tried to get out. I had a splitting headache. And when I came round, and they came up to me, they said that I'd fainted. I've never fainted in my life. That was the night of the party. They tried to tidy up before I got down, but they couldn't hide it all.
There you are. Did they explain what had happened?
Not a word.
Why aren't you in bed, Willie? Where is Gilda?
Oh, I've sent him for a drink, Mother.
I'm afraid we're being a nuisance to you, Lady Lebanon.
I am afraid you are, Mr. Tanner. You would have been so much more comfortable at the White Hart. Where is Mr. Faraday? I hope he's been sensible and gone to the inn.
Farabay's making a few inquiries in the village. He'll be back very soon.
Here's your drinks.
How often have I told you to bring in the decanter and the siphon?
Willie?
Damn it all, Mother, it isn't civilized.
Have you discovered anything new, Mr. Tanner?
No, nothing at all.
Willie, I think you should go to bed.
All right, Mother, in a few minutes.
Come with me, Gilda. There's something wrong with one of the library windows. Shut the door, Gilda. Do you think we can get rid of these men?
Afraid not. And Brooks is getting cold feet. Says he's going to quit. Now, these texts, they're frightening him.
Do they frighten you?
I'm frightened of nothing, ma'am. I'm in it now, and I'll go through with it.
Tell Brooks there'll be £1,000 for him if we get this thing over without discovery.
You think we will?
We must. Now, listen. What I want you to do is this.
I say, Tanner, would you mind tasting this whiskey?
Oh, of course.
I've tasted stuff like that before. Bitter?
Yes.
Does yours taste like that?
No.
But I'm not drinking this. Let's see what it does to the flowers. They must be planning something for tonight, and they want me out of the way. I wonder what they're going to do to you.
They'll do nothing to us.
Don't be too sure. Amersham was confident, and look what happened to him. Well, I suppose I'd better get off to bed.
Go with him, Totty, and see him safely to his room.
Right. Lead on, my lord.
Oh, there you are, Mother.
Good night, Willie.
Good night.
You know your rooms, Mr. Tanner?
Yes, thank you.
I suppose you'll be waiting up for Mr. Faraday?
Yes.
Well, good night. I'll leave you to lock up, Gilda.
Yes, my lady.
Oh, by the way, Mr. Tanner, if you want to get into the grounds during the night, there's a small door here into the rose garden. I'll show you.
Oh, thank you.
Hey, Brooks.
Yeah?
He didn't drink that stuff.
Well, sure he didn't drink it. You made it too strong. I told you he'd taste it.
Oh, he's getting wise to it. Has he been talking?
Yeah, somebody told him about the rough house, and Tanner questioned the boy. He knew he'd been doped. Well, that's serious. Did you talk to her?
Yeah, there's nothing to worry about.
Says you. There's a hell of a lot to worry about. I don't like these English cops. They're getting wise to what's been happening here. I'm getting scared. If the truth comes out, we might get a lifer. Shh. Is the sergeant coming back?
Hello, the brothers Mick and Muck. Is there anything I can do for you, sir?
No, thank you. I suppose you'll be up all night.
Well, if you're going to be up all night, sir, we'll be up all night. Bring the tray with you, Brooks.
Okay.
I could do with a nice cuppa.
Ah, Mr. Totty.
Oh, me lady.
Mr. Tanner has gone into the garden. I do hope you'll be comfortable.
Thank you, very kindly.
Mr. Totty, I was rather rude to you this evening.
Think nothing of it.
I'm very sorry, but I was a little distrait.
It's the weather.
Oh, yes, I suppose so. You are a sergeant, aren't you?
That's right.
Will you forgive me if I ask you whether you receive a very large salary? I mean, yours must be a very important job.
Well, it's important, but they try to crab it.
To Oh, yes, to disparage it.
Yes.
I should like to know just what is happening and what the police think about this case. I suppose there are things arising every few minutes. Clues or whatever you call them.
Oh, yes, I've had a few myself.
Have you?
Well, in a way.
I suppose when you make a new discovery, you tell Mr. Tanner.
Naturally.
He was very curious. Rather stupidly so, I thought, about that room I didn't want him to see. Do you remember?
Yes.
Perhaps he's not quite as clever as you are.
Well, I wouldn't altogether say that.
Suppose you went to him and said, I've seen inside this room, and there is nothing there but a few old pictures. Now, that would satisfy him, wouldn't it? It would save me a lot of bother.
I dare say it would.
One feels so helpless against trained and skillful men from Scotland Yard. Naturally, they see something suspicious in the most innocent actions. And it is nice to know that one has a friend at court. Well, good night, Sergeant Totty.
Good night, milady. One moment. You've left your money behind.
I don't remember leaving any money behind.
Better take it, milady. You never know when you may want it.
I was hoping you might want it. After all, £200. It's rather a pity.
You never said a truer word. It is rather a pity.
What's rather a pity?
That I don't want a couple of £100. She doesn't want that room open.
I never imagined she did. And she offered you money?
She left it behind. I called her back and gave it to her.
And what did she say?
Well, what could she say?
She doesn't want that room opened. Well, we'll open it tomorrow. All right, Toddy, let's relax for a moment. What's your theory?
They're using this place as headquarters for a gang.
Oh, nonsense. What do they want a gang for when they have all the picking in the world? Lebanon paid over £300,000 in death duties.
It costs them a bit to die, doesn't it?
Oh, hello, Ferriby. Well?
You were quite right about Amersham. He's got a fine reputation in the village. He's been paying alimony to quite a number of unofficial wives. I saw one of them tonight. You know, that man had everything except taste. Do you want particulars?
No, they'll do in the morning. I wonder if she knew.
Who?
Oh, nothing. Help yourself to a drink, Ferriby.
No, thanks. I suppose Miss Crane has gone to bed.
She has, old man.
This is a horrible place, isn't it?
I don't know, boy. I've seen worse. Do you remember that night we spent at the cat's meat shop waiting for Harry the Fiddler?
Oh, yes.
Good lover duck. Cats used to follow me about for weeks after.
Oh, I don't know. I prefer almost anywhere to this place. The whole house seems full of ghosts.
Quiet. Look. It's Miss Crane. Walking in her sleep again.
The cloth is here. In this drawer. It ought to be burnt.
Here, I say.
Shh. Where's the cloth? It ought to be burnt. You killed him with that. I saw you come into the house with it in your hand. Where is that cloth? It was here. It must be burnt. I saw it in your hand. Who is it?
It's Lady Lebanon.
Just a minute. Is anything the matter?
No. Do you always sleep with that light on?
Yes, lately.
It's very bad for you.
I loathe this room.
Why, you've never said so before.
It's got secret doors, hasn't it? I heard Mr. Tanner talking about it. Where are they?
The man who planned this room, Kersey Lebanon was his name, was rather eccentric. He never saw anybody. They used to pass his meals through a panel. Isla, you must wake up. I want to talk to you.
I'm so awfully sleepy. Why did you lock the door?
You walked in your sleep again tonight.
Did I? Oh, I wish I didn't. I never did that before.
Before what?
Before that terrible night. And the furniture was broken and Dr. Amersham. Oh, I thought he was killed.
If you hadn't come down, you'd have seen nothing.
What time is it?
Just after 2.
Haven't you been to bed?
No. Isla, anything may happen tomorrow. I may be... Listen, I want you to marry Willie. Do you hear me?
When?
Today.
Today? But we couldn't marry at such short notice.
I've had the license here for a week.
But why today?
Willie is the last of the Lebanons, the last link in the chain. He's a weak link. Oh, there was another weak link, Geoffrey Lebanon. He married his cousin Jane Sycamore. She left him at the altar, but she had several children.
How dreadful.
No. Jane was the greatest of the Lebanon women. You realize you are a Lebanon? Whatever happens, your children will be Lebanons. When you are married to Willie, they will bear the Lebanon name, and the line will go on. If you find your married life with Willie impossible, you will find me very understanding.
No, I can't do it.
You not only can do it.
There's somebody in the corridor.
It's Gilda, I think. He has been outside your door all the evening. His men are getting out of control. I may not hold them after tonight. That is another reason. Gilda must not know you are going to be married. That is the one thing he must not know. You understand? Now, go to sleep now. And remember what I've said.
I don't want to marry Willie. I don't want to marry him.
Quiet. Come on in, Brooks. Well, hurry up. There are 20 damn ways into this room.
Now, she's dead asleep.
Well, if you touch her, she'll wake, and if she wakes, she'll raise hell.
Quiet. She's right out. Yeah, I think she's doped. Hey, come on. Help me get this rug round her.
Yeah.
Now, that's it.
Where are you going to take her?
To my room.
Does Lady L know?
What the hell with her? I'm going to have my way tonight.
Look, if there's any trouble tonight, by God, I'll shoot. I'm not going to take any more risks. Hey, my gun's gone.
You were a fool to have a gun on you. You sure you had it?
Yeah, I had it all right. Oh.
Yeah, all the world knew you had it. Look, I warned you about that. Now, come on, help me lift her. Get over my shoulder. That's it. Yeah, I'll carry her out. You stay here, straight in the bed.
Yeah, okay. I swear I had that gun on me. Who put that light out? Gilder? Is that you? Well, put on the light. Put it...
It's nearly 2:45. It's getting cold in this room, eh, Toddy?
I'll say it is.
Where are those footmen?
Oh, I haven't seen him for nearly an hour. Where's Ferriby?
He's in the grounds. I let him out through the garden door just before I went to bed.
Better him than me. I'm glad he's not sitting up. I don't want to talk about Miss Crane all night.
Who is it? Oh, it's you, Gilda. What's the matter?
Could you come, sir? It's Brooks. There's been an attempt on him. What? Well, someone tried to strangle him with this red scarf.
Good God, where is he?
In Miss Crane's room. I rushed in and fell over him. Miss Crane, she's gone.
Oh, where's she?
Well, she's somewhere in the house. Very likely she changed her room. She was rather nervous tonight.
Totty, go and look for her.
Okay, sir. Come on, Gilda. No funny business.
Well, what's all the excitement? There's been an attempt on Brooks' life and Miss Crane's missing. Go after Totty and Gilda. They're looking for her.
Right.
Oh, I beg your pardon, my lord. That's all right. I said, did you hear anything? Where's my mother?
In her room, I should imagine. What did you hear?
Oh, a sort of choking noise. Somebody else was attacked tonight, weren't they?
I believe so.
I know. I wish it didn't happen. You know, Brooks wasn't a bad fellow.
Oh, he's not dead?
Not?
No.
Inspector, don't you think it's about time this line was wiped out?
This line? I don't understand what you mean.
This sort of thing has been happening for heaven knows how many years. The Lebanons have always been like that. My father was like that. He was 15 years in that room, mad as a hatter.
Yes, I guessed that.
But he never strangled anybody. The first time I saw it done was in Pune. A little chap slipped up behind a big man and put a cloth over his neck. And by God, he was dead. Fascinating. I tried it on an Indian girl. She went out like that. Extraordinary, isn't it?
Yes, very.
You, see this scarf? I've got dozens of them. I brought them back from India. I'm not a big fellow, but I'm terribly strong. You feel my arm.
Quite a muscle.
Yes, people would never dream it about me. They say, oh, look at that little whippersnapper. Of course, they made an awful fuss about this Indian girl. The fellows in the regiment didn't realize I had the strength to do it. It was a tremendous surprise to them. And these Babu people had to be squared, and Mother sent Amersham to bring me home. You know those two fellows? Well, they used to look after my father. Of course, they're not real footmen.
Yes, I guessed that.
They're sort of, they look after me. You understand?
Yes, I understand.
You know that room my mother wouldn't show you? Well, that's all padded, you know, rubber cushions all around the walls. I have to go there when I realize things.
When you get a little tiresome.
When I realize things, I know what I'm saying. You know, when I'm quite well, I'm mad. I don't realize anything. It's only when I get excited that my brain gets clear. Don't touch me.
I want a light. Come on. Be the perfect host.
Oh, I'm awfully sorry.
Thank you.
My mother has been marvelous. She's been administering my father's estate when it should have been under commission. Whatever that means, you know more about the law than I do, and she'd have got into awful trouble.
Why were you so unkind to Stud?
Stud?
The chauffeur.
Oh, yes, I'm terribly sorry about that. He's a good fellow, but I'm afraid of Indians.
Why?
Well, some of them tried to kill me. They were very angry about this Eurasian girl. Poor old Stud. He didn't know about this beastly ball at the village. And I saw this Indian and I was horribly frightened. I'll show you something. You swear you won't tell anybody.
I swear.
Look. A gun. It's the first one I've ever been able to get. I took it out of Brooke's pocket. It was rather clever, wasn't it? I've always wanted one. You can't strangle yourself, you know. It's rather difficult, and they look so ugly. Sometimes I think that the whole line ought to be wiped out. All their escutcheons and their shields. Carry on the line. That's what Mother's always saying. Isn't it ridiculous?
Poor chap.
Whom do you mean? Me? Why do you say that?
Well, I've got a boy about your age.
You don't like me, do you?
Yes, I do. I'm a very good friend of yours.
No, you're not.
I was very nice to you at Scotland Yard.
So you were. Yes. Clever of me to go up there, wasn't it? I mean, that was the last thing you'd expect.
The very last.
I wonder where Gilda put her.
Who?
Isla. She was looking awfully like that Indian girl this afternoon. I went up behind her and put my arms around her. Didn't you hear her run down the stairs? She knows about me. That's why she's frightened. She came downstairs the night I smashed up this place. I don't remember doing it, but I suppose I must have done it. I nearly got Amersham that night. And last night, when I did get him, she saw me coming back into the house. I'm terribly strong. You wouldn't think so, would you?
Oh, yes, I would. The first time I saw you, I thought, this fellow's pretty powerful.
Did you really? Smart, aren't you? I say, I've worried them tonight by not drinking that bromide. There are lots of ways of getting out of that room of mine. They don't know, but I do. I fooled them lots of nights.
Yes, I expect you fooled them pretty often. Well, I'm going to bed.
You're not going to bed. You're pretending you're not scared, but you are. I frighten people.
Well, I'm not frightened. Now, be sensible and give me that gun. Why do you want to fool about with a thing like that?
Well, there are lots of things I could do with this gun. I could end the line with it.
Willie, what are you doing? Give me that gun.
No, I won't. I've always wanted one. I've asked you dozens of times.
Give it to me.
I've told him everything.
Give it to me.
No.
Here, quick, Inspector. No, sir. Let me have that.
Oh, no. What is it? What's happened?
It's all over, I'm afraid, Miss Crane.
Well?
He's dead, poor lad. What a tragedy.
Dead. 10 centuries of Lebanons and no one left to carry on the name. 1,000 years of being great. Gone out like a candle in the wind.
In The Case of the Frightened Lady, by Edgar Wallace, adapted for radio by Cynthia Pugh, the part of Lady Lebanon was played by Valerie White. Chief Inspector Tanner by Simon Lack, Lord Lebanon by William Edel, Ailsa Crane by Beryl Calder, Sergeant Totty, Louis Stringer, Sergeant Ferriby, Michael Spice, Gilder, Anthony Hall, Brooks, Warren Stanhope, Briggs, Will Layton, and Kelber, James Thomason. The program, which was recorded, was produced by Martin C. Webster, and it was the second hearing of Saturday's broadcast. 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 Of Saturday's